In the dim cave, Gu Qian's eyes snapped open. The unfamiliar surroundings instantly put him on high alert. Instinctively trying to channel his chakra, he found his power had completely vanished. "You're awake." A cool female voice suddenly rang out, causing Gu Qian's vigilance to spike. He frowned, staring ahead as a snow-white fox emerged from the shadows. Its otherworldly blue eyes held an eerie purity. "Did you bring me here?" Gu Qian's voice was stern, his gaze sharp as a blade. The white fox lowered its head slightly. "I apologize for bringing you to this world without your consent. Who are you? Where's this place?" Gu Qian maintained his piercing stare, his tone growing more demanding. "I am a being evolved from fate itself, guided to find you." "Fate? Guidance?" Before Gu Qian could probe further, the white fox interrupted. "See for yourself." Its blue eyes suddenly blazed, and swirling azure light engulfed Gu Qian's consciousness. When his vision cleared, he and the fox were floating above a magnificent palace. Under thunder-filled skies, a noble lady in a black starry dress tenderly cradled an infant wrapped in mysterious blue light, like a chosen one. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, striking toward the baby. The lady's expression changed drastically as darkness welled in her eyes, quickly forming giant shadowy hands for defense. Yet the lightning, seemingly from another dimension, easily penetrated the barrier and struck the infant, shattering the blue aura instantly. The lady sighed softly, waving her delicate hand to envelop the baby in darkness, returning it to her womb. As expected of the laws of fate, no single being can bear its power alone. "Moira, mother can only use supernatural birth powers to conceive you anew." The scene shifted. The lady gave birth again, this time to triplet sisters. "From now on, you shall be called Atropos, Clotho, and Lachesis. Together, you will govern fate and destiny." The scene changed once more. Gu Qian and the white fox found themselves in a land shrouded in black mist. The three fates stood in the void, watching helplessly as Greece was being devoured. "Sister, this black mist appeared from nowhere. Mother has been gone for so long, and our powers can barely resist it," Clotho said tearfully. "Zeus has already slaughtered most of our kind. They want to sacrifice us to ward off the mist." Death goddess Atropos took a deep breath. "Our only chance is to merge our powers and attempt to ascend to the highest position. Otherwise, death awaits us all." "Will this really work?" Lachesis worried. "Mother said the world cannot contain the complete laws of fate, that's why we were split into three. Do we have any other choice?" Atropos countered. Clotho's expression darkened. "After we merge, will we still be ourselves?" After a brief silence, they resolutely activated their fundamental powers. In the void, black, white, and blue lights intertwined, transforming into pure blue radiance. Boom! The sky darkened as lightning struck the blue light. The three goddesses coughed blood but joined forces in their desperate situation. Fate Avatar technique. Despite their resistance, the blue light was ultimately destroyed by the lightning. A mysterious consciousness lingered in the sky, as if confirming something. When the three sisters appeared again, they had merged into one being in a cave. Moira, the goddess of fate. She seemed to be speaking to herself, yet also addressing Gu Qian through the void. "Though we deceive the lightning, my soul can barely contain the complete laws, and it's constantly being eroded." That lightning was unusual, seemingly not of this world, but rather similar to the black mist. Could they fear the birth of complete fate laws? Moira's eyes blazed with blue light. "If you fear the laws of fate, I shall find one worthy to inherit them." "Fate, destiny, summon, call." Blue flames erupted around her as she sacrificed herself to perform the great fate summoning technique. The vision ended, and the cave fell silent. Gu Qian remained quiet for a long while, with the white fox observing him patiently. "So, I was summoned to bear the laws of fate." Gu Qian pointed to himself in disbelief. The white fox nodded. "Your soul comes from a higher dimension, capable of bearing this power without being detected. Though reaching higher dimensions is difficult, we found you at the same dimensional level and summoned you here." Gu Qian laughed bitterly. Originally just an ordinary NET, he had accidentally transported to the Naruto world, becoming an Uchiha orphan. After enduring countless hardships to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan, he was nearly blind after the ninja war. Just as he planned to use his remaining sight to see the world, he was summoned here instead. "What about my original powers?" Gu Qian asked. "Due to different power systems, your chakra has been converted into this world's spiritual power, and your eye abilities have become prohibited curses." Prohibited curses? Gu Qian pondered briefly before suddenly realizing. Wait. Damn, prohibited curses, descending mist, isn't this from the Godslayer novel? Great. Just when things settled down after the war there, I get summoned to this even more dangerous world. Gu Qian sighed softly, furrowing his brow. "So how can I harness the power of the law of fate now?" The little white fox shook its head, a hint of concern flashing in its blue eyes. "Not yet. With your current strength, forcibly merging with it would cause you to dissipate instantly." Seeing Gu Qian's face darken, it continued. "But there are two ways to solve this. The first way is to find Nyx and have her reincarnate you through supernatural birth. That way, you'll be born with a divine body, which, combined with your high-dimensional soul, can bear the law of fate. The second way, the little white fox's voice grew solemn, is to plant the seed of the law of fate within you. By hunting mysterious creatures or deities, you can absorb their divine energy through fate's gifts. As the seed grows, each stage will grant you unique powers of fate, while purifying your body to gradually adapt to the law of fate. Gu Qi'an fell into contemplation. The first option seemed nearly impossible. Nyx was still trapped in a mental institution, and even if she were free, she would only be a soul, unable to bear offspring. Who knows how long it would take for her to fully recover? Though the second option seems arduous, I'll choose it, Gu Qi'an quickly decided, then glanced around. By the way, where's this place? This is a space rift, the little white fox replied. I'll send you to Xia shortly. It's the safest place right now. Gu Qi'an stared directly into the little white fox's eyes, asking deliberately, are you Moira? Yes and no, the little white fox explained. Moira sacrificed both body and soul. I'm a being born from his final will, akin to a spiritual artifact. Before it finished speaking, a pale blue orb of light floated out from the little white fox's mouth. This is the companion weapon of the law of fate judgment. It will evolve as you grow. The light orb merged into the back of Gu Qi'an's hand, forming a pale blue flame mark. Curious, he touched the mark, feeling nothing unusual. Judgment, how do I use it? Just channel your mental power into it, and it will manifest. The little white fox said, gazing deeply at him. There's not much time left. Bringing you into this world has exhausted my power. Now, I will plant the source seed within you. Before Gu Qi'an could respond, the little white fox transformed into a blue light and entered his body. A warm energy flowed throughout him, and pale blue light burst from within, forming a giant cocoon of light that enveloped him. The cocoon pulsed rhythmically like a heartbeat, its warm and soft glow silently caressing every inch of Gu Qi'an's skin, imparting a wondrous sensation. Enveloped in this comfort, he gradually fell asleep. He didn't know how long had passed when the cocoon slowly dimmed, dissolving into tiny blue lights that merged into his body. When Gu Qi'an opened his eyes again, he felt a new, mysterious, and powerful force surging within him. Is this mental power? He murmured to himself. Feeling the surge of power within him, Gu Qi'an activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. A crimson light flickered in his eyes as the three tomo in his pupils spun and twisted wildly, eventually merging into a six-pointed star pattern. The once blurry vision was gone, replaced by unprecedented clarity. This power no longer drained his eyesight, but instead consumed his mental energy. Following the guidance of the little white fox, he channeled his mental energy into the mark on the back of his hand. A brilliant azure light flashed, and a straight sword engraved with ancient runes materialized in his hand, exuding a chilling aura. This was the legendary Blade of Judgment. Gu Qi'an felt a surge of joy, then retracted the blade into the mark on his hand, feeling a deep connection as if it was bound by blood. But his joy was short-lived. His expression froze as he looked around and realized he hadn't been transported to the expected Great Xia. He quickly walked towards the exit, and as he reached the cave's mouth, a bright light forced him to close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in an unfamiliar forest, with the cave behind him seemingly vanished. 2 days later, Gu Qi'an strolled down the bustling streets of Fuxia City, a lollipop in his mouth. He pondered the storyline, puzzled as to why he was sent here instead of Cangnan City, where the story was supposed to begin. To blend into this modern city, he cleverly used his Sharingan abilities to perfectly forge an ID, allowing him to settle temporarily. Suddenly, a faint red glow in the distance caught his attention. He swiftly moved to a secluded corner and then instantly teleported to a rooftop. Looking out, he saw an equilateral triangle barrier enveloping an abandoned factory. It seems to be the unbounded void domain, and the Watchers of Fuxia City are fighting there, he deduced. With a few quick movements, Gu Qi'an reached the edge of the barrier. A flash of red in his eyes, and the barrier opened slightly. He slipped inside without hesitation. Before him was a fierce battle. A group of Watchers was struggling against 3 mysterious ocean-level creatures. Captain, these ocean-level mysteries are too strong for us, a middle-aged man in a dark red cloak said urgently. Headquarters has notified the masked squad, and they are on their way from the neighboring city. The scar-faced captain, cigarette in mouth, wore a grave expression. We must hold out until the masked squad arrives. We can't let them escape. Yes, the other team members responded in unison. Gu Qi'an observed the battle from the shadows. At that moment, a watcher was struck by one of the creatures and sent flying. The monster then began to gather an energy wave in its mouth, aiming at the fallen watcher. The captain wanted to intervene, but was too late. In a flash, Gu Qi'an dashed to the watcher's side, deploying the basic form of Susanoo. The terrifying energy wave exploded against the azure skeleton, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Qiye, the others shouted in alarm. As the dust settled, they saw Lu Qiye unharmed. with a young man shrouded in an azure skeleton standing before him. The scar-faced captain, though grateful, showed a hint of wariness in his eyes. Who are you? Just passing by, lending a hand. Gu Qi'an shrugged, speaking casually. But now's not the time for introductions. Leave this big guy to me. Though the members of the Night Watch team were puzzled, the immediate crisis left them no time for questions. Having this mysterious powerhouse fend off one of the sea realm creatures undoubtedly made the battle much easier. The mysterious creature seemed to sense Gu Qi'an's threat and lunged forward with its massive body. Gu Qi'an's lips curled into a slight smile, a red glow flashed in his eyes, and his right eye locked onto the target with precision. Boom! Countless purple lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the void, instantly enveloping the mysterious creature. The terrifying lightning ravaged its body, crisscrossing with intensity. The giant beast let out a painful screech, frantically trying to evade but unable to escape the relentless lightning. In Gu Qi'an's hand, the blue mark transformed into a straight sword, which he swung, sending a massive blade energy cutting through the air. The sea realm creature, enduring excruciating pain, swelled in size, and its thick claws met the blade energy heating. The collision of forces unleashed a tremendous shockwave, sending debris from the surrounding buildings flying. At that moment, a whistling sound came from the horizon as the masked squad arrived just in time. Wang Mian was astonished at the sight of a young man suppressing a sea realm mystery with his river realm cultivation. The masked squad quickly joined the fight, seamlessly coordinating with the Night Watch team. Wang Mian wielded his weapon, Yuan, targeting one of the mysterious creatures with a fierce, icy gleam. Gu Qi'an's eyes radiated divine power, and the lightning intensified, concentrating on his sword. He leaped like a bolt of lightning, and the mysterious creature roared in fury, its claws flailing in defense. But Gu Qi'an's strike was unstoppable, piercing through its defenses and hitting the vital point. All the lightning surged into the wound, exploding with a thunderous force. The silver lightning shone like the sun, illuminating the night. Half of the mysterious creature's body dissolved in an instant, and its massive form collapsed to the ground. The other two mysterious creatures were also taken down under the combined assault of the masked squad and the Night Watch team. After the battle, Wang Mian looked at Gu Qi'an and turned to ask Li Hongda. Captain Li, when did your Team 066 get a member like this? Li Hongda frowned, staring at Gu Qi'an. I'm Li Hongda, captain of the Night Watch Team 066 stationed in Fuzhou and Xiamen. Thank you for saving my team members. May I know your name? Wang Mian pondered upon hearing this. Clearly, this young man was no ordinary person, especially with that power, which was unmistakably the divine presence of a god from the divine ruins. My name is Gu Qi'an, just a student passing by Fuzhou University. Gu Qi'an shrugged helplessly. He had merely wanted to enjoy his university life. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Wang Mian cleared his throat. Hello, I'm Wang Mian, captain of Special Team 004. You must be a divine agent, right? Would you mind sharing which deity you represent? I am the agent of Clotho, one of the three fates of Olympus. Gu Qi'an carefully considered each word as he slowly spoke. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. It seems yet another deity has been observed by humans. What task has she given you? Does finding my mother count? Gu Qi'an hesitated for a moment, then said softly. My task is to help her find Nyx, the goddess of the night. So, are you interested in joining our special squad? Wang Mian asked straightforwardly. Not interested. Gu Qi'an's response was swift and decisive, leaving Wang Mian somewhat embarrassed. In reality, this was just Gu Qi'an's prideful nature at play. He wasn't opposed to joining the masked squad. He was well aware that the 004 Special Squad was specifically tasked with dealing with powerful mysteries that ordinary night watchmen in the city couldn't handle, and he happened to need to absorb divine energy by defeating these mysteries. Just moments ago, the mysterious sea entity had caused the seed of origin within him to sprout into a small sapling, with a delicate azure leaf budding at its tip. Rose sauntered over, looking at Gu Qi'an eagerly. Little brother, join our squad. The benefits are really good. Yeah. Whirlpool immediately chimed in. Why be a college student when joining the special squad is much cooler? Balance stepped up to join in the persuasion. With your talent, reaching the river realm at such a young age, your future is limitless. They took turns persuading him until Gu Qi'an was almost dizzy from their words. All right, I'll join, but on two conditions. Gu Qi'an surrendered, raising his hand. First, I'm only joining temporarily and can leave at any time. Second, I need to kill a lot of mysteries. Wang Mian pondered for a moment. The second point is no problem. That's our work anyway. As for the first, I can't promise. There's no precedent for this with the Night Watchman, but as long as you have the skills, it's up to you. Just as Gu Qi'an agreed to join, Lin Qiye approached. I'm Lin Qiye, the deputy leader of Squad 066. Thank you for saving my life. Lin Qiye. Gu Qi'an paused, the name sounding familiar, but he simply waved it off. It was nothing. Wang Mian interrupted Lin Qiye's invitation. Time is tight. We need to head to headquarters to handle the enlistment procedures. He signaled to Balance, who cast a spell that lifted everyone into the air, boarding the long-waiting private jet. On the plane, amid the lively atmosphere created by Whirlpool and Moon Ghost, everyone introduced themselves. Balance briefly explained the current state of the world and the duties of the night watchman. After chatting for a while, everyone, exhausted, closed their eyes to rest. Gu Qi'an, however, fell into meditation, his consciousness diving inward. He curiously touched the azure leaf on the sapling, and suddenly, threads of energy flowed from the leaf into his body, bringing forth information about Destiny's dream in his mind. Watching the leaf turn a tender green, Gu Qi'an smiled with delight. This was the gift of destiny that the little white fox had mentioned, a powerful ability akin to Uchiha Izanami. Shangjing City, headquarters of the Night Watchers. Wang Mian led Gu Qi'an into the headquarters building. After completing the registration procedures for joining the team, they headed straight to the commander's office. A crisp knock on the door was followed by a deep, resonant voice saying, "Come in." Inside the office, Yifan was seated behind a large desk, reviewing documents. When Wang Mian entered, Yifan looked up, his gaze immediately falling on the unfamiliar Gu Qi'an. "Commander Yi," Wang Mian said directly. "This is the new member of our team, the divine agent of the goddess of fate." The statement struck Yifan like a bolt of lightning. He stood up abruptly, eyes fixed on Gu Qi'an. "Did you say he is a divine agent?" Gu Qi'an stepped forward and calmly introduced himself. "Hello, Commander Yi. I am Gu Qi'an, the agent of the goddess of fate, one of the three fates of Olympus." The goddess of fate, Clotho? An unmistakable joy flashed in Yifan's eyes, and he quickly regained his composure. "Welcome to the Night Watchers. However, according to the regulations, special team members must possess ocean-level strength. With your current river-level cultivation, you can only be a temporary member." "Understood, Commander Yi," Gu Qi'an nodded in agreement. After leaving the commander's office, Vortex and Rose approached them. Rose handed Gu Qi'an a blank mask with a smile, saying, "You need to come up with a codename for yourself and design a mask pattern." Gu Qi'an took the mask and sketched a cerulean Ninetamo Rinnegan on the forehead area, filling the lower part with mysterious runes. "I'll go by Phantom Dream, which is one of my divine abilities." "It's time to go," Wang Mian interrupted the conversation. "Qi'an, your Starblade and emblem are still being crafted. You'll need to pick them up later." "I have my own weapon," Gu Qi'an replied, unconcerned. Wang Mian nodded. "All right, we're heading to Anyang City." During the flight to Anyang City, Wang Mian briefly explained the mission. Night Watcher Team 186 in Anyang City had encountered a mysterious ocean-level assault in the mountains. All members except one lucky survivor were missing. Their mission was to find the survivor and, if they encountered the mysterious entity, eliminate it on the spot. The cabin fell into silence. Even Vortex and Moon Ghost, usually lively, were unusually quiet, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Gu Qi'an reclined slowly in his seat, closing his eyes for a moment of rest. Soon, the convoy reached Anyang City, and a stifling atmosphere immediately weighed on everyone. Wang led the team towards the incident site in the mountains, the sound of fallen leaves crunching underfoot. Upon arrival, he turned to Xinghan. "Sense if there's anything mysterious nearby." Xinghan nodded, extending his hands as countless star-like lights emanated from him, drifting into the depths of the forest. Seeing Gu Qi'an's puzzled expression, Tianping explained, "Xinghan's forbidden domain is unique. Wherever these star lights pass, nothing can remain hidden. Any target illuminated by them can be continuously sensed for a certain period, no matter how far they flee." Perception-based forbidden domains are indeed formidable, Gu Qi'an noted to himself. Moments later, Xinghan opened his eyes. "Captain, there's a leopard-like entity 5 kilometers southeast, tentatively judged to be at sea-level strength. But there's no sign of the 186 team members. They're likely in grave danger," Wang said solemnly. "Let's deal with that entity first." "I'll take care of it," Gu Qi'an volunteered. With Wang's approval, he swiftly headed towards the target. Before long, a massive black leopard, emitting a ghostly glow, came into view. Its muscles were taut, eyes gleaming with menace. Gu Qi'an showed no fear, as a pale blue light flashed across the back of his hand, summoning an ancient straight sword. The leopard lunged, but Gu Qi'an deftly dodged, slashing its hide with a backhanded strike. Enraged, the leopard swiped back, trailing a swath of darkness. Gu Qi'an's steps shifted to evade while activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, his sword now entwined with lightning. The leopard's dark aura flickered, and it vanished in an instant. Gu Qi'an's crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, realizing this wasn't invisibility, but a spatial ability. Sure enough, a spatial ripple appeared behind him as the leopard launched a surprise attack. Unfazed, Gu Qi'an's eyes emitted a profound glow. His formidable mental power formed intertwining azure lines, swiftly sketching a massive outline. Bones, muscles, and armor materialized instantly, as a majestic Susanoo, crackling with lightning, stood proudly. The giant sword struck the leopard, sending it flying as lightning engulfed its body. The leopard attempted to flee, but it was already marked by Gu Qian's lightning seal. His right eye focused, and a bolt of lightning split the sky, forcing the leopard's location to be revealed. Dismissing Susanoo, Gu Qian transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards the target. The judgment in his hand radiated a pale blue glow, as a massive blade energy howled forth. The leopard tried to escape through space, but paralyzed by the lightning seal, it could only watch helplessly as the fatal blow landed. As Gu Qian absorbed a surge of divine energy, this formidable, mysterious entity finally fell. Clap, clap. A crisp sound of applause echoed across the clearing. Wang Mian watched Gu Qian's figure with admiration in his eyes. In the recent battle, Gu Qian, with his Chuan realm cultivation, had slain the high realm Shadow Panther effortlessly, without a single flaw. Qian, that robot was just incredible. Xuanhua gestured excitedly as he walked over, his voice full of enthusiasm. It was dazzling. Is that the power of your divine ruins? Gu Qian pondered for a moment and explained, yes, it's one of my divine ruins abilities, called the Fate aspect. With my current strength, I can only activate the half-body state. My divine ruins is named the Eye of Fate, and all its abilities stem from these eyes. Those crimson eyes? Tanxiang's eyes widened with envy. I really envy you guys with such powerful attack abilities. I always have to rely on everyone to protect me, she said, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Rose gently patted her hair. You're the darling of our team and our logistical support. Without you, we wouldn't have the energy to go around rescuing others. Captain, what should we do now? Tianping asked Wang Mian with a serious expression. The Shadow Panther has been eliminated, but the members of Team 186 are still missing. Xinghin and Yuegui both reported that their search yielded no results, finding only traces of battle and no other clues. Gu Qian carefully examined the Shadow Panther's corpse. Something's not right. There are no human remains inside it. As everyone was puzzled, Gu Qian discovered a strange rune mark on the Shadow Panther. The moment he touched it, the space around them suddenly distorted. Before they could react, they were swept into the twisted space. After the dizziness subsided, they found themselves in a dark underground cave. A foul stench permeated the air, and eerie phosphorescent light flickered on the walls. Led by Wang Mian, they proceeded cautiously and eventually reached a fork in the path. Based on Xinghin's sensing, they chose the right passage. Soon, a shocking scene unfolded before them. The members of Team 186 were all unconscious in a large cage, and a mysterious figure in a black robe stood nearby. Is this your doing? Wang Mian glared at the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure let out a sinister laugh. You finally arrived. I set up this trap just to lure you here. The Shadow Panther was merely bait. Are you from the ancient god cult? What exactly is your purpose in luring us here? Wang Mian's eyes blazed as he stared at the cloaked figure before him. The cloaked figure slowly raised a hand, revealing a badge covered in cracks. I used a one-time forbidden item for spatial transfer just to bring you here, the figure said coldly. As for the purpose, it's to take your lives and elevate my status in the ancient god cult. You think you can hold us with just your infinite realm strength? That's naive, Wang Mian said, frowning. He was puzzled given the intelligence network of the ancient god cult. They should know he had already broken through the infinite realm. Ha ha ha. The cloaked figure let out a piercing, eerie laugh. I may not be a match for you, but do you know why I chose this place? Goodbye, masked squad, or rather, farewell forever. I've left you a parting gift. Of course, you could use the divine ruins to escape, but then these night watchers will be doomed. With a sinister laugh, the cloaked figure's image gradually faded away. Captain, that was just a projection, likely some kind of forbidden ruin, Tianping said, watching the spot where the figure disappeared with a serious expression. What should we do? Rose felt a surge of unease. Wang Mian pondered for a moment. Let's save the people first. Tanxiang, check on their condition. Tanxiang leapt onto the stone platform, but before she could inspect anything, a thunderous explosion erupted from deep within the cave. Immediately, the furious roar of a dragon echoed, and a terrifying pressure belonging to a Klein realm creature swept over them, accompanied by the booming of a thunderstorm, overwhelming everyone with an unprecedented sense of oppression. It's a ground dragon. I didn't expect a Klein realm thunder vein ground dragon to be sleeping here, Wang Mian said, cold sweat soaking his back. Captain, should we use the divine ruins? Vortex asked, his voice trembling. No, Wang Mian decisively refused. That person is surely waiting for us to be late. If we don't show up in time, Team 186 will surely die. With a deafening roar, a massive, menacing dragon head appeared, its vertical pupils glinting with icy malice, surrounded by crackling lightning. In that critical moment, a familiar voice echoed in Gu Qian's mind. Huh? This is the aura of a ground dragon. Little white fox, you're awake? Do you have a way to deal with this thunder vein ground dragon? Deal with it. Why bother? It's a rare destiny blood contract beast. Qian, Let me use my remaining strength to atone for bringing you to this world. Before the words had fully faded, Gu Qian's hands suddenly heated up. The judgment transformed into a blue stream of light, shooting straight into the thunder vein ground dragon's forehead. The dragon let out a pained screech, the violent shockwave throwing everyone back. A blue array pattern appeared beneath its feet, emitting an ancient, mysterious aura. The pattern quickly turned red, runes spreading like fire, and in an instant, covered its 100-meter body. In the next moment, the thunder vein ground dragon transformed into a red stream of light, merging into Gu Qian's forehead and disappearing. If not for the faint dragon presence lingering in the air, everyone might have thought it was just an illusion. What just happened? Where did the thunder vein ground dragon go? Vortex asked, staring wide-eyed at Gu Qian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Good thing he was here, or we would have been in real danger. Is he all right? Rose asked worriedly, looking at Gu Qian. He should be fine, Wang Mian said, carefully observing Gu Qian's condition. That power just now carried the aura of a deity. You all save the members of Team 186 first. Tan Xiang will handle the healing. We'll leave once Qian wakes up. Understood, Captain. In the realm of consciousness, Gu Qian gazed at the gradually fading figure of the little white fox, a profound and indescribable sadness welling up in his heart. Although it had forcibly brought him to this world, it had also provided him with significant assistance. The little white fox's eyes fell upon the enormous blood cocoon, and it spoke slowly. This Thundervein Earth Dragon will become your blood contract beast. The power of destiny is purifying its body, prompting its evolution. During this process, it will shed its impurities, and its strength will decrease significantly. How far it can go in the future will depend on your fortune. Gu Qian nodded silently, his gaze fixed on the blood cocoon. Within the cocoon, faint glimmers flickered, as if nurturing endless vitality and power. The little white fox swayed its tail gently and continued. Once it completes its evolution, you will experience a soul resonance with it. At that time, you will be able to summon it directly through the blood contract. It paused. I will also dissipate here. May your presence bring a different future to this world. Before the words were finished, the little white fox's figure began to vanish. Gu Qian stared at the spot where it disappeared for a long time before softly uttering, "Thank you." Threads of divine substance continuously leaked from the blood cocoon, absorbed by a nearby sapling. Soon, a blue leaf gradually formed on its branch. Gu Qian reached out to touch the leaf, and a blue light floated out, merging into his eyes. This was the power of the Eye of Destiny. Back in the real-world cave, Gu Qian slowly opened his eyes, his pupils gradually replaced by a blue hue. "Qian, are you okay? Your eyes." Xiangwei was startled by the unusual color of his pupils. "I'm fine," Gu Qian explained. "It was a power left in me by the goddess of destiny, forcibly binding the Thundervein Earth Dragon to a contract with me. It is now my contract beast." "A Klein-level contract beast?" Yuegawe stammered. "Not exactly," Gu Qian shook his head. "Its strength will be weakened, but it's unclear by how much." "That's a shame. If we could directly obtain a Klein-level contract beast, our team's strength would increase significantly," the group discussed among themselves. At this point, Wang Mian spoke up. "We should leave now. We also need to bring Team 180 SIXS members and figure out how to get out." Tianping raised his hand, and the members of Team 186 began to float. Wang Mian looked up at the ceiling, pondering for a moment before tightly gripping his weapon and slashing upwards. A massive blade arc instantly swept upwards, obliterating the ceiling and creating a direct path to the surface. Gu Qian's pupils contracted in surprise. Was this the power of Captain Wang Mian? How about that? Xuanhua patted him on the shoulder. "Our captain's strength is quite formidable." Led by Tianping, the group quickly returned to the surface. Xuanhua plopped down on the ground, supporting his shaky legs. "Phew, we're finally out. That Thundervein Earth Dragon really scared me." Yuegawe leaned in and teased. "Are you sure it was the dragon and not your fear of heights?" "Get lost." Xuanhua glared at him. "There are newcomers here. At least give me some face." Vortex irritably pushed away Yugue's face that was getting too close, looking a bit helpless. Tianping watched him with a teasing smile. "Ha! Li Qian, still haven't gotten over your fear of heights after all this time? Want me to take you flying a few more times?" Get lost. Get lost. You might as well just kill me." Vortex mumbled as he struggled to stand, still battling with dizziness. His predicament drew laughter from the others. Wang Mian's face was stern, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "Li Qian, you really need to try to get over this. We're a special unit, and we might need to engage in high-altitude operations at any time." "Captain, it's not like I don't want to," Vortex sighed dejectedly. Gu Qian suddenly flashed a meaningful smile. "Ahem, how about I help you overcome it?" Meeting his gaze, Vortex felt a sense of foreboding. "What? What do you have in mind?" "Whatever it takes." Rose chimed in eagerly. "This guy is always so noisy when we're up high." Before Vortex could react, Gu Qian had already activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. fixing his left eye intently on him. Wait, I'm not ready. Vortex's exclamation was abruptly cut off as he froze in place. Sandalwood widened her eyes. Is that all it takes? Just as Wang Mian waved a hand in front of Vortex's eyes, the latter suddenly dropped to his knees, retching violently. Cough, cough, damn it. Vortex gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Gu Qi'an nodded in satisfaction. Looks like it worked. If not, we can try again. No, no, no. I'm fine. Really, I'm not afraid anymore. Vortex waved his hands frantically, his face full of fear. He then recounted to everyone his countless high-altitude experiences in the illusion, from initial screams to eventual numbness, until he completely overcame his fear and was able to escape. Hearing his ordeal, everyone shivered involuntarily. Such a method of treatment, even they might not be able to endure. Since you've overcome your fear of heights, we should get moving. Wang Mian looked around at everyone. The logistics team is waiting at the exit, and after sending them back, we'll head to the next location. A month later, on a certain day, Vortex, lying on the ground, let out a weary groan. I wish I could take a vacation. If this keeps up, I'm going to fall apart. Tianping explained helplessly. Right now, the Night Watch's high-level combat strength is seriously lacking, and rescue work is our duty. As he spoke, everyone's attention was drawn to Gu Qi'an, who was engaged in an intense battle with a mysterious creature from the sea realm below. The fight was clearly one-sided. That kid's like a monster. At this rate of improvement, it won't be long before he catches up with us, Tianping remarked. Wang Mian watched the battlefield thoughtfully. I doubt he'll stay in our team for long. With his abilities, he'll soon be able to handle things on his own. Will Qian really leave? Rose asked, somewhat reluctant. The past month had shown her Gu Qian's cold exterior but warm heart. Who knows? Wang Mian looked deeply at Gu Qi'an, who had just finished the battle. He still needs to grow. Being with us is safer for now. Let's go. Time to prepare for the next mission. After the battle, Gu Qi'an slowly withdrew his judgment and let his consciousness sink into his mental world. What he saw was the small sapling, which had noticeably slowed its growth since the second leaf sprouted, indicating that the divine substance of the sea realm could no longer meet its needs. He turned to look at the massive blood cocoon beside him. Its increasing pulse hinted that it was about to hatch. Qian, it's time to go. Tenxiang approached, her delicate hand waving as a wisp of fragrance lingered. Gu Qi'an immediately felt his depleted mental energy rapidly recovering, a soothing sensation spreading throughout his body. Thank you, Sister Tenxiang. Your ability is truly practical. Of course, I am the team's support and medic, Tenxiang replied with a smile. As they rejoined the team, Xianhua gave Gu Qi'an a thumbs up. Qian, you're getting stronger and stronger. You should be close to breaking through to the sea realm, right? Yes, it should happen in the next few days. Once you break through, I doubt I can beat you, Xianhua said with a worried expression. Yu Gue immediately teased. As if you can beat him now. Hey, can you leave me some dignity? Xianhua kicked towards Yu Gue, who agilely dodged. Just as they were playfully bickering, a sudden ringtone interrupted. I'm a little bird wanting to fly. Amid the group's curious glances, Wang Mian calmly took out his personal phone and answered. Hello, Chief Instructor Yuan. Captain Wang Mian, I need the masked squad's help. Yuan Gang's voice came through the phone. The new batch of recruits is about to start their training. They're a tough bunch, and we need you to keep things in check. Oh, any particularly notable Forbidden Ruins users? There's a Seraph's agent, a young master from the Bailey family, and 3 ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins holders, one of whom ranks in the top 50. Hearing Seraph's agent, Wang Mian glanced at Gu Qi'an in surprise. Another divine agent has appeared? After confirming the training location in Songnan City, Wang Mian ended the call and looked around at his teammates. In 2 days, we'll meet these new recruits. Great. Let those rookies see what a special team is all about. Yu Gue said excitedly. Be careful not to underestimate them, Gu Qi'an smiled. Wang Mian reminded. Qi'an is right. These recruits are not simple. They include a divine agent and several ultra-high-risk holders. Everyone, stay vigilant. Captain, you're overthinking it. They're just a bunch of rookies, Xuanhua dismissed with a wave of his hand. On the flight to Songnan City, Gu Qi'an was about to take a nap when he suddenly sensed a disturbance from the blood cocoon. He immediately entered his mental space, where he saw that the surface of the blood cocoon was covered with web-like cracks, with threads of lightning flickering between them. Crack! With a sharp sound, purple light burst forth like fireworks, illuminating the entire mental space. A purple dragon's shadow flashed by, followed by a woo. Gu Qi'an looked at the purple little chubby creature flapping its tiny wings in front of him, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Was this really the Thundervein Earth Dragon? Nope, I'm now the Thunder Dragon, a childish female voice echoed in his mind. The little creature flew up to him, covered in purple scales, its big, watery eyes blinking at him. You can talk? Why are you so small now? Of course I can. I'm the Thunder Dragon, and I can become very big too. Are you saying this is your transformed form? Yep. Can I call you Little Purple from now on? No. The little dragon wagged its tail anxiously. I want to be called the shiny, invincible, ultimate, cute thunder dragon. Gu Qi'an cleared his throat and patted its head. Little purple, that name's too much for you. By the way, what level are you at now? I think I'm at the 5th level. Little purple tilted its head, considering. The 5th level? That's the infinity realm. Little purple, you're amazing. Gu Qian's face lit up with a delighted smile. He had been worried about having to train it again when he first saw the little chubby creature. At the entrance of the new recruits training camp in Sangnan City, Yuan Gang personally greeted the masked squad. You're finally here. Sorry, we got delayed on the way. Why is the training camp set up here this time? You're just in time. It's an order from above. I just have to follow it. Yuan Gang chuckled. Wait for my signal, and then you can come down from the plane and show these rookies what you're made of. All right, we'll wait for your cue. After Yuan Gang left, the group returned to the plane to await instructions. Gu Qi'an suggested, why don't we go down on the Thunder Dragon? Thunder Dragon? Is that the evolved name of the Thunder Vein Earth Dragon? Wang Mian asked in surprise, drawing everyone's attention to Gu Qi'an. Yes, it just completed its evolution last night. Now it's in the Infinity Realm, Gu Qi'an replied with a shy smile. That's impressive, Rose said with delight. You have an Infinity Realm summon as a Chuan Realm. Our team just got another mighty member. Xuanhua excitedly added, I can't wait to ride the dragon. It'll definitely scare the new recruits. Make sure it suppresses its aura, Wang Mian reminded. The dragon's might is too strong. We don't want to traumatize the newbies. Half an hour passed. Chief Instructor Yuan sure can talk, Xuanhua said impatiently, eager for the dragon ride. Remember our training days? It was the same, Tianping said, trying to console him despite feeling bored as well. At that moment, Yuan Gang's calm voice came through the intercom. Time to go. Wang Mian stood up, signaling to Gu Qi'an. Let's go, it's showtime. Gu Qi'an nodded, closing his eyes slowly. When he opened them again, his Mangekyo Sharingan was activated, his mental energy pouring into his eyes, the red glow in his pupils growing brighter, a divine power swirling within. In an instant, a massive azure magic circle unfolded in midair. 100-meter-long purple figure materialized from the circle. Roar! The deafening dragon's roar echoed through the sky, shaking the very heavens and earth. A massive purple dragon appeared in the sky. Its body stretched over 100 meters long, covered in diamond-shaped scales that resembled meticulously polished amethysts, shimmering with a mysterious glow. As it unfurled its enormous wings, blocking out the sun, gusts of wind roared, and countless thin streaks of lightning danced around its body, crackling like the mythical beasts of ancient legends descending upon the world. Gu Qi'an effortlessly leaped onto the dragon's head, patting it to signal it to calm its presence. He then turned and waved to the others. Xiangwei, gazing at the majestic dragon, exclaimed, Is this the Thunder Dragon? It's changed so much. Wang Mian had already appeared beside Gu Qi'an, and the others reluctantly followed suit. Once everyone was in place, Gu Qi'an said, Xiaozi, let's go down. The dragon let out a low growl and then dove downward. You call such a huge dragon Xiaozi? The group looked at him with odd expressions. Well, it's more endearing that way, Gu Qi'an replied awkwardly, scratching his head, as Xiaozi immediately let out a dissatisfied roar. Haha, see, it doesn't like that name either, Xiangwei laughed, amused by the dragon's intelligence. Xuanhua stood on the dragon's head, looking around with envy. This dragon has changed so much, he remarked. Gu Qi'an, stroking the massive dragon horn beside him, felt a sense of joy. Xiaozi is a thunder dragon, he said, secretly looking forward to the reaction of the newcomers upon seeing it. Below the martial arts platform, the new recruits were startled by the sudden dragon's roar. What was that sound? Someone asked nervously. They stiffly looked up to see a massive figure approaching. Holy crap, it's a dragon. Lin Qiye stood among the crowd, squinting with sweat on his forehead. He saw the purple dragon descending with 8 figures on its back, one of whom stood on the dragon's head, cloaked in gray, carrying a black case, and wearing various masks. With another thunderous dragon's roar, the dragon hovered above the crowd, blocking out the sunlight. Its golden eyes surveyed the people below, leaving all the new recruits and instructors frozen in place, their backs drenched in cold sweat. On the platform, Yuan Gang rubbed his nose and muttered, Well, I mentioned it casually, and they actually summoned a dragon from the boundless realm. Good thing they restrained its dragon aura, or these new recruits would be flattened. They're too dedicated. In the sky, the masked squad of 8 leaped from the dragon's head. Tianping gently raised 2 fingers, and their bodies became light as feathers, gently descending to the ground. Gu Qi'an waved his hand, and a cerulean magic circle slowly unfolded beneath Xiaozi. The figure of the purple dragon gradually became transparent until it completely vanished from everyone's sight. Before leaving, Xiaozi mischievously winked, as if asking Gu Qi'an for a reward. With the dragon gone, the tense nerves of the new recruits slightly relaxed. At this moment, 8 figures stood under the blazing sun, their gray cloaks fluttering in the wind. each wearing a distinct mask that shimmered with a mysterious glow in the sunlight. The recruits couldn't help but show a look of awe in their eyes. Wang Mian stepped forward slowly, his sharp gaze sweeping across the faces of the recruits. Hello everyone, we are the masked special squad. The words hit the crowd like a heavy hammer, causing the recruits to gasp. The legendary special squad was actually standing before them. Yuan Gang watched the scene, a slight smile playing on his lips, thinking that these unruly recruits would finally settle down. He cleared his throat, his booming voice spreading across the field. Now you know what it means to be top-tier talent? I'm giving you a chance. From now until 9 p.m., if any of you 239 recruits can remove the mask of one of us, you win. We'll suppress our abilities to match your level. 239 against 8, you shouldn't be intimidated, right? What if we win? A recruit with his cap worn backwards challenged. If you win, Yuan Gang sneered, you can immediately apply for graduation. If you can defeat the special squad, why continue training? But if you fail, for the next year, you'll throw your ridiculous pride into the latrine. Understood? All right. I agree. You said it. Don't go back on your word. The recruits were fired up, their intense gazes fixed on the 8 figures on stage. Wang Mian noticed their heightened fighting spirit, narrowing his eyes slightly. To handle you, 6 people are more than enough. The remark instantly ignited the recruits' fury. Wang Mian ignored this and turned back to the squad. Sensing the atmosphere was just right, Yuan Gang gave a brief instruction before leaving with the other instructors. Xinghin, Tanxiang, your abilities aren't suited for combat. Go rest, Wang Mian instructed. The two nodded and left. Gu Qi'an and the others watched the still boisterous recruits below, a hint of amusement in their eyes. The tension began to build. Now the hunt begins. Wang Mian's words had barely fallen when dozens of recruits charged forward, their various abilities erupting. Gu Qi'an stepped forward, his cerulean eyes turning crimson, and a giant cerulean skeletal hand appeared in the air, effortlessly deflecting attacks before sending the recruits flying. Rose soared into the air, summoning a massive pink hammer 2 stories high, slamming it into the ground. Instantly, the earth cracked and the wind howled, sending those who hadn't escaped flying. Run! Get the weapons, someone shouted. But Xuan was sneered. Run? Too late. After a round of fierce attacks, the remaining recruits were all eliminated. What a bunch of fools. This farce is already in the bag, Xuan was said smugly. Don't get complacent, Gu Qi'an interrupted. The strong ones have escaped. These were just small fry. We've exposed some of our abilities, giving them a chance to prepare. Qi'an is right. We can't relax yet. They're definitely heading to the warehouse. Yuegawei, go block the door, we'll circle around. Got it. Yuegawei responded, and in a flash, disappeared from sight. Wang Mian was about to assign tasks to the others when Gu Qi'an suddenly interrupted. Captain, can I have a match with that Seraphim agent? Wang Mian's deep gaze lingered on Gu Qi'an's face for a moment. Why? Are you interested in him? Yes. Gu Qi'an's eyes drifted past the crowd, landing on Lin Qiye in the distance. The boy's fate seemed shrouded in mystery, befitting the protagonist of this world. All right. Wang Mian agreed briefly, and then continued to outline the upcoming tasks. Once the tasks were assigned, everyone quickly dispersed to surround the warehouse from different directions. Gu Qi'an walked leisurely toward the warehouse, exuding a calm demeanor. Along the way, several new recruits attempted to ambush him, but without exception, they mysteriously fell unconscious before getting within 5 meters of him. In the underground base's monitoring room, the instructors stared at the screen in disbelief. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Yeah, I want to know too. And that dragon earlier was terrifying. It seemed like he summoned it. This mask pattern is unfamiliar. When did the masked squad get someone like this? An instructor asked in confusion. Yuan Gang, arms crossed, gazed at the screen showing Gu Qi'an, slowly explaining. He just joined the masked squad. He's a divine agent, though I'm not sure which deity he represents. Another divine agent? The instructors looked at Yuan Gang in surprise. Yes, he appeared not long ago. Rumor has it his divine abilities are strange and hold immense potential. When discovered, he was already at the Chuanjing level. This training is in the bag, then. Absolutely, with 2 divine agents, it's a guaranteed victory. The instructors began discussing animatedly. By the time Gu Qi'an reached the vicinity of the warehouse, the masked squad was already engaged in battle with the new recruits. Inside the warehouse, flames, frost, gusts, and boulders flew wildly, energy fluctuations shaking the surroundings. Gu Qi'an slowly raised his left hand, and a sheathed straight sword materialized in midair. His right hand gripped the hilt, gathering power. Clang! A clear sound of the sword rang out, followed by a massive blade aura slashing fiercely at the warehouse. Those inside sensed the disturbance and scrambled to evade, with a few slow responders being rescued in time by the rescue team, marking them as eliminated. Boom! The already unstable warehouse was split in 2 by the blade aura and collapsed with a roar. What the hell is going on? Is this really suppressed to the Zhijing level? The new recruits were dumbfounded. Run! We can't handle this level. Lin Qiye shouted, signaling for Bailey Pang Pang and Molly to retreat. Molly hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand to blast away the stones blocking their path, and the three quickly withdrew. Damn it. Huanming, you nearly hit us too. Good thing I dodged in time. Xuanhua spat out the dust in his mouth, complaining. I turned into moonlight as soon as I sensed danger, or I'd be done for two. Gu Qi'an brushed off the stones around him, relieved. Captain, a few people are heading south. Tianping noted the figures fleeing in disarray, momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mian spoke. Xuanhua, you go and hold them off. Got it. Xuanhua leaped agilely, quickly pursuing Lin Qiye and the others in the direction they fled. Wang Mian turned to the remaining recruits, his gaze coolly sweeping over their already disheveled faces. Next, let's take them out of the game. The recruits realized things were looking grim, but the masked squad had already surrounded them without their notice, making escape impossible. Gu Qi'an and the others swiftly took action, and it wasn't long before they had eliminated this group of recruits. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction Xuanhua had pursued. Blinding flames shot into the sky, black smoke billowed, and scorching waves of heat swept the area. This isn't good. The group's expressions changed sharply as they sprinted towards the explosion site. Amidst the thick smoke, a battered figure staggered out. It was Xuanhua, his clothes charred and his mask cracked. Damn! Xuanhua plopped onto the ground, coughing violently. After catching his breath, he cursed angrily. Damn it! That kid is ruthless. I turned the corner, and there were bombs waiting. If I hadn't reacted quickly and activated the devouring vortex, I'd be dead by now. Seeing that Xuanhua wasn't seriously injured, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Tianping pointed at his damaged mask and remarked, You were too careless. Xuanhua touched his mask, feeling the heat emanating from it. Good thing it has heat resistance, or my handsome face would be ruined. The others looked at him, speechless at how his focus had completely shifted. Wang Mian sighed, stepped forward, and repaired Xuanhua's mask with a wave of his hand. Since it was only a partial time reversal, it didn't consume much energy. Damn it, those brats need to be taught a lesson. Xuanhua stood up, ready to pursue them. That's enough. Wang Mian stopped him, then turned to Tianping and asked, What's your plan? Tianping thought for a moment. I suggest we take down the dormitory building first. Right now, we can only exert our Zanjing level strength, so we're not suited for a prolonged fight. We should prioritize overcoming this challenge. Let's go with your plan, Wang Mian agreed. But be careful, it might already be their stronghold. Don't let your guard down. Yes, Captain, the group responded. They approached the dormitory building, observing the unusually quiet area. Gu Qi'an scanned the building, noting the dozens of recruits hidden inside, and suggested, Should we just demolish these 3 buildings? Wang Mian's face darkened. Stick to conventional attacks. We need to give the recruits a chance to perform, not just focus on winning. He then assigned tasks. Tianping and Xuanhua, take the left side. Yuegawei and Xiangwei, go to the right. I'll coordinate in the center with Huanming. Yes. The other 5 acknowledged and dispersed. After everyone left, Wang Mian looked deeply at Gu Qi'an. During our time together, I've sensed a violent streak hidden deep within you, as if you've been through countless bloody battles. Your every move exudes an air of arrogance, as if nothing can stand in your way. What's even more concerning is that you seem willing to do whatever it takes to achieve your goals, even if it means harming the innocent. As he spoke, Wang Mian recalled a recent incident by the warehouse, where Gu Qi'an acted decisively without regard for the safety of those around him, which left Wang Mian feeling uneasy. You haven't been through the boot camp, so you don't understand, Wang Mian said calmly and firmly. Our purpose this time is just to curb their arrogance and dispel their blind confidence. He gazed at Gu Qi'an and continued. Sure, with a few strikes, most of them would lose their ability to fight, but that would only cast a shadow over them for life. We're here to nurture, not destroy. Wang Mian observed the downcast Gu Qi'an with perceptive eyes. I can sense your passionate heart, yet it's shrouded in fog. You don't fit into this world, treating everything as mere game tasks. To you, we're just NPCs. You're an outsider, participating but not truly integrating. Your talent is exceptional, the best I've seen. Not even the Sword Saint Zhou Ping's abilities match your breadth. But you'll never reach the heights you seek, because it will be hard for you to break through your own mental barriers and understand your true self. With that, Wang Mian patted the frozen Gu Qi'an on the shoulder and walked away in silence. Standing there, Gu Qi'an looked at his hands, lost in deep confusion. He recalled once being an ordinary office worker, longing for a peaceful life with his family. Suddenly, he found himself in the world of Naruto, where the brutal wars and killings led him astray. In the Naruto world, he was alone, without real friends or clear goals, only endless tasks and slaughter. He was like a precise machine, moving along a predetermined storyline. Even though he could speak and laugh, he had long lost genuine emotion in that world. As the sun set, Gu Qi'an lay on the ground, gazing at the darkening sky. After a while, he sat up, looked at the battle nearing its end, and softly said, "Thank you, Captain." He brushed the dust off his clothes and leapt to Wang Mian's side. Facing Lin Qiye, who stood with a sword, Gu Qi'an spoke, "Captain, as promised, he's mine." "Are you sure?" Wang Mian looked at him with some surprise. "No," Gu Qi'an replied, his eyes locking onto Lin Qiye, gradually becoming resolute. "But right now, I just want a good fight." Wang Mian saw the determination in Gu Qi'an's eyes and smiled as he stepped aside. "Your opponent is me," Gu Qi'an declared. Lin Qiye warily eyed Gu Qi'an, who wore a mysterious eye mask. "Are you an agent of the gods too? I can sense the divine aura." "Yes, I'm Gu Qi'an, agent of the god of fate." "Nice to meet you." "I'm Lin Qiye, agent of the seraph." "Nice to meet you." Clang. Lin Qiye didn't hesitate after speaking. Drawing his straight sword, the power of the starry night dancer surged within him, transforming him into a shadow as he leaped toward Gu Qi'an. The red glow of Gu Qi'an's Mangekyo Sharingan caught every move Lin Qiye made. With his left hand gripping the sheath to block, his thumb flicked, sending a sharp blade of light slicing through the air. Lin Qiye's pupils contracted as he used the recoil from the sword to spring backward. His dynamic vision reached its peak, and his body twisted at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Gu Qi'an didn't pause upon seeing this. In a flash, he was in front of Lin Qiye. Their straight swords clashed repeatedly in the air, each collision sparking fiercely. With the Starry Night Dancer's boost, Lin Qiye had a slight speed advantage, but Gu Qi'an's swordsmanship was more refined and seasoned. Their dynamic vision was pushed to the limit in this close-quarters combat, their figures blurring in the night, with only the continuous clang of metal indicating the intensity of the battle. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in the darkness, dazzling the onlookers nearby. "What kind of monsters are these two? My eyes can't keep up," Li Fatty exclaimed, wiping sweat from his forehead. "This kid, Huanming, wants a pure sword fight. If he used his abilities, he might have won already," Xuanhua commented quietly. "Isn't he taking too big a risk? If he loses, it'll be embarrassing," Tianping worried. "Just watch and trust him," Wang Mian said, a hint of a smile on his lips as he watched the battlefield. Suddenly, Gu Qi'an's strike forced Lin Qiye back several steps. "Lin Qiye, improving during a fight, that's just like you. But that's not enough to win. It doesn't matter if I win or not. I just want to give it my all," Lin Qiye replied calmly. "Very well, the battle changes from here." Gu Qi'an exhaled deeply, and a subtle blade light emanated from him. Sensing the shift in Gu Qi'an's aura, Lin Qiye immediately adjusted his stance, his steps more agile, his golden pupils glowing brighter. Gu Qi'an dashed forward like lightning, his blade light splitting into multiple phantoms, all attacking Lin Qiye simultaneously. Lin Qiye barely dodged the assault, but his stance was disrupted. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qi'an swung down fiercely. Lin Qiye's eyes blazed with golden light as the divine power of the seraphim erupted. Simultaneously, the azure divine pressure surged in Gu Qi'an's eyes, and their forces clashed violently in the air. A powerful shockwave swept across the area, and Gu Qi'an's divine might suddenly surged. Dazed, Lin Qiye stepped back, a straight sword already poised at his neck. "The match is decided," Gu Qi'an said, withdrawing his sword and patting Lin Qiye on the shoulder. The spectators were amazed. Even Li Fatty in the distance was awed by the battle's intensity. In the underground base, the instructors finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Gang softly said, "We can announce the result now. The match is decided, the battle is over." Yuan Gang's booming voice echoed through every corner of the base via the broadcast system, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Xuanhua strode over, affectionately hooking his right arm around Gu Qi'an's neck, and laughed. "Good job, kid. If it weren't for you, our masked squad would have been a laughingstock. Finally, it's over." Yu Gue sighed, supporting his aching back, looking utterly exhausted. "I can finally get some rest. After today, I'm almost worn out." Tianping teased, leaning closer to Yu Gue with a playful grin. "Are you sure it's just exhaustion and not because you got beaten all day?" "Get lost," Yu Gue retorted, swatting Tianping's face away. "If you can't speak properly, just say less." Tianping noticed the uncontrollable smile on Qiangwei's face and rubbed his forehead in resignation. "Qiangwei, you might want to tone down that smile. If you keep it up, people might start thinking our masked squad is full of weirdos." Qiangwei, holding Molly's arm, beamed. "Today I gained a great sister. From now on, don't call me Qiangwei, call me Lily." Everyone turned their heads simultaneously, giving them odd looks. Tianping immediately quipped, "Qiangwei, you shouldn't say things like that. You're just wasting resources." Nearby, Bailey Pangpang felt the pressure, wondering if this was turning into a competition for affection. "Ugh, you men just don't understand true love." Qiangwei shot him a glare. The crowd wore expressions of bemusement. Wang Mian approached and patted Gu Qi'an's shoulder. "Qi'an, well done." He then turned to Lin Qiye. "You've done great too. I believe you still have many questions about the divine agents. Feel free to come to me anytime, and I'll share what I know." "All right, thank you." Lin Qiye replied sincerely. All right, you all should go assemble now. Half an hour later, on the training platform, Yuan Gang was shouting at the new recruits, making them hang their heads in shame. Afterwards, the squad members followed the instructors away, leaving the recruits to discuss excitedly among themselves. Wang Mian stood under the ruined dormitory, contemplating for a moment before raising his hand. The temporal marauder activated, and a powerful time field instantly enveloped the entire building. Invisible ripples spread, and time began to rewind, gradually restoring the structure to its pre-battle state. The others watched him with concern, knowing that even with Wang Mian's vast spiritual power, such a large-scale time reversal would leave him thoroughly exhausted. Indeed, Wang Mian's face turned pale, and he slowly sat down with the help of Tianping and Xuanhua. Cough. It's fine, just a bit drained. I just need some rest, Wang Mian said weakly. Tan Xiang waved his hand, releasing a soothing aroma to help Wang Mian replenish his nearly depleted spiritual energy. Captain, you shouldn't have pushed yourself. The logistics team could have handled the repairs. I was the one who wrecked these 3 buildings, so it's my responsibility. Besides, it's just some spiritual energy, not my lifespan, Wang Mian replied, finally regaining his strength under Tan Xiang's care. Xiang Wei shook her head with a sigh. You just couldn't bear to see those recruits without a place to sleep tonight, could you? The group fell into a contemplative silence. That being said, these new recruits are quite impressive, Tianping remarked, turning to Gu Qi'an, who was deep in thought. Especially the last few. Their performance was truly remarkable. Qi'an, how did it feel to go up against that Seraph agent? Recalling the battle with Lin Qiye, Gu Qi'an's eyes showed a hint of admiration. Very strong. It's not just his determination that stands out, but also his learning ability and combat awareness, which are top-notch. Although his swordplay is still a bit raw, he is undoubtedly worthy of being a Seraph's agent. Such high praise. Xuanhua raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wang Mian spoke in a serious tone. That's a Seraph agent. If he weren't strong, he wouldn't have been chosen. It's good that the younger generation is strong. It lightens our load for the future. He paused. You all know, ever since the Blue Rain team was wiped out, no new special teams have been formed. The situation has become more severe in the past 2 years, and the higher-ups are likely considering forming a new special team. Do they really have that capability? Yuegawei asked quietly. Who can say for sure about the future, but I have high hopes for them, Wang Mian said, standing up. Let's go, it's time to rest. As night deepened, Gu Qi'an leaned alone on the edge of the balcony atop the temporary dormitory, gazing at the star-studded sky. Wang Mian's footsteps approached from behind. Still haven't figured it out? Gu Qi'an was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Captain, I want to temporarily leave the masked team. Have you made up your mind? You're not surprised at all? From our previous conversation, I anticipated this, just not so soon. Wang Mian paused. Have you decided where to go? Not yet. How about I give you a suggestion? Wang Mian pointed to the training camp below. Right here. Huh. Gu Qi'an looked puzzled. I'm almost breaking through to the sea realm. What good would new recruit training do for me? Not to train, but to serve as a special guest instructor, Wang Mian explained. You're only 20, about the same age as them. Here, you can share your experience and make new friends, truly understanding what it means to be a night watchman. After some thought, Gu Qi'an nodded in agreement. Wang Mian yawned and left, leaving him alone to gaze at the stars. In the still of the night, Gu Qi'an looked at the starry sky, his mind filled with thoughts. He recalled his long-absent parents, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. Instructor Gu, huh? Maybe it's a good choice, he murmured to himself. After all, being the instructor for the main team is a rare opportunity. The next morning, the members of the masked squad gathered in the meeting room. Xiang Wei looked at Gu Qi'an, who was approaching slowly, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Qi'an, the captain said you have something to tell us. Gu Qi'an glanced at Wang Mian and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Captain, you're really putting me on the spot. Facing the curious looks from the other team members, he coughed lightly and scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Well, I might have to leave the squad temporarily. What's going on? Why do you have to leave? Xiang Wei immediately asked. Although they hadn't known each other for long, she had grown quite fond of this younger brother who usually seemed a bit aloof. Under the intense gaze of everyone, Gu Qi'an felt immense pressure. After a brief hesitation, he decided to push Wang Mian into the spotlight. The thing is, the captain thinks I'm not mature enough in my actions and wants me to serve as a special instructor here for a while. Everyone's eyes turned to Wang Mian in unison. This kid, using me as a shield, Wang Mian thought with an inward laugh. He then coughed lightly, exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Qi'an, and explained, Chief Instructor Yuan believes these new recruits are rare talents and wants to borrow someone from our squad to be his special instructor. After careful consideration, I thought Qi'an was the most suitable, so I assigned him this task. Is that really the case? Why specifically choose Qi'an? Xiang Wei still had doubts, as the special squad was always short-staffed, and there had never been a precedent for lending personnel to be instructors. Wang Mian explained calmly. These new recruits are exceptionally talented, and you all know Qian's strength and capabilities. He can definitely handle them, and the higher-ups value this, which is why this arrangement was made. Hearing that Gu Qi'an was about to leave the squad, everyone felt a bit downhearted. Xuanhua stepped forward, patting Gu Qi'an on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Qi'an, make sure to take care of yourself and keep a keen eye on things. Don't shoulder difficulties alone. Contact us at the first sign of trouble. Our squad is like a family, and no matter when or where, if you need help, we'll support you without hesitation. Go ahead and take on the challenge, but make sure to reach out to us if needed. Although Xuanhua usually seemed carefree, he had long noticed Gu Qi'an's struggles and had been trying to help the young man integrate better into the team. Gu Qi'an felt warmth in his heart and nodded firmly. Thank you, everyone. I understand. Qi'an, make sure to think of us over there. Keep in touch and don't forget about us, Xiang Wei said, despite her reluctance, understanding that it was a task that had to be accepted. Sister Xiang Wei, I definitely will, Gu Qi'an promised earnestly. The group sat together chatting for a while, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Finally, it was Wang Mian who broke the somber mood. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria for a meal. Qi'an isn't leaving the masked squad forever, just temporarily. In the cafeteria, Wang Mian and the others watched as the new recruits hesitated between raw beef and plain steamed buns, and couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. The instructor's arrangements are still the same old routine, they went through it the same way before. An enticing aroma of food wafted through the air as an elderly man in a white chef's uniform briskly approached, his face beaming with a smile. Oh, you little rascals are finally here. I heard you were coming, so I prepared your favorite dishes especially. Hello, Mr. Sun. Wang Mian immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. The other team members also stood up and greeted Mr. Sun with bows. It's been so many years, I'm used to it, Mr. Sun said with a chuckle, his eyes settling on Gu Qi'an. Is this your new team member? Yes, Mr. Sun. This is Gu Qi'an, Wang Mian introduced. Qi'an, this is Mr. Sun. He has taken good care of us in the past. Gu Qi'an gave a slight bow. Hello, Mr. Sunday. Oh my, joining the special squad at such a young age. Mr. Sun laughed heartily. I almost thought you were a new recruit. Indeed, Qi'an is quite impressive, Wang Mian said with a smile. Mr. Sun turned and headed towards the kitchen. The food should be ready. I'll bring it out now before it gets cold. A moment later, he returned with a large tray full of dishes, and the rich aroma spread instantly, making the new recruits in the distance swallow hard. Wow, all our favorites. Qi'an's eyes lit up. Everyone stood up to express their gratitude. It's my pleasure. It's rare for you to come back, Mr. Sun said, wiping his hands. If it's not enough, I'll cook more. Hurry and eat while it's hot. The group enjoyed their meal with laughter and chatter. The new recruits watched enviously from afar, and if not for the difference in strength, they might have rushed over to grab some food. Wang Mian suddenly waved. Qiye, come and join us. Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment, but under the envious gazes of others, he walked over. Wang Mian handed him a bowl and chopsticks. Have a seat. Don't you have some questions? We can talk while we eat. I'll pass on the food, Lin Qiye said, gesturing to the new recruits still gnawing on raw beef. I'm a new recruit too. I'll stick to their food. Wang Mian put down his chopsticks, nodding in approval. Good. That's the right attitude. After that, Wang Mian thoroughly answered Lin Qiye's questions about agents. When he finished, Lin Qiye turned to Gu Qi'an. And you? As a divine agent, what's your mission? Gu Qi'an looked at him meaningfully. To find Nyx, the mother of the gods from the Olympus myths. Nyx? Lin Qiye was surprised, but kept his face neutral. Why are you looking for her? She is the mother of the fate goddess I represent, Gu Qi'an explained. Although she disappeared a century ago, various signs suggest she hasn't perished. Are you referring to Atropos and her sisters, Clotho and Lachesis? Lin Qiye pressed further. Where are they? They should have dissipated. When I saw them, only their soul remnants remained. Gu Qi'an replied briefly, clearly mindful of the setting and not wanting to elaborate. Lin Qiye felt a tinge of disappointment. Every time he recalled Nyx holding a vase and crying, his heart ached. If her children were still around, perhaps the healing process could be expedited. The group continued to enjoy their meal, filled with warmth and joy. Lin Qiye watched the cozy scene, remembering his days with Team 136, and a small smile crept onto his face. A sharp whistle pierced the air, interrupting the laughter and chatter of the crowd. I've got to go assemble now. You guys carry on, Lin Qiye said, standing up and waving goodbye to the members of the masked squad. Go ahead, Wang Mian replied with a smile. Looking forward to our next meeting. It's about time for us to leave as well. Leave? Are you guys going? Lin Qiye paused mid-step. Yes, special squads are destined not to stay in one place for long. Well then, I wish you all the best, Lin Qiye said, jogging towards the assembly point. After the new recruits had departed, the members of the masked squad turned their gaze to Gu Qi'an, their eyes filled with reluctance. Qi'an, there's a mysterious sea creature in the north. We need to set off for the rescue. Wang Mian patted Gu Qi'an on the shoulder. I've already informed Chief Instructor Yuan. Just report directly. All right, Captain, Gu Qi'an replied, looking around at everyone and raising his glass. Though the journey was short, these times have been fulfilling and joyful. I wish everyone a smooth journey ahead, and I will always be a part of the mass squad. With that, he drank it all in one go. Hearing this, everyone stood up and raised their glasses in response. Though the gathering was brief, deep bonds had formed between them. With a heavy thud, Wang Mian placed his glass down and took a deep breath. Mass squad, let's move out. He donned his mask, threw on his cloak, picked up his black case, and strode out of the canteen. The other team members followed suit, donning their masks and preparing to depart. Gu Qi'an watched their figures recede into the distance, their forms becoming clearer in the sunlight. He bowed deeply in their direction, hiding his emotions. Goodbye, everyone. I look forward to the day when I can truly become a member of the masked squad. After a while, when he lifted his head, a determined look had replaced his earlier expression. Suddenly, a powerful surge of mental energy erupted from within him, sweeping out like a raging wave. His eyes glowed with a strange red light, the hexagram patterns within them becoming bolder, mysterious lines emerging to form a peculiar design within the hexagram. At this moment, strands of azure light emanated from his body, coalescing into a thick cocoon that enveloped him. As the azure cocoon pulsed, the surrounding air seemed to become denser, drawn in by this force. Gu Qi'an felt his consciousness sinking into a deep ocean. Just before losing consciousness, he managed to release Xiao Zi and then fell into a deep sleep. In the chief instructor's office of the training camp, Yuan Gang, who was preparing for the afternoon's extreme training, suddenly frowned. A powerful mental wave interrupted his thoughts, and the unusual disturbance coming from the direction of the cafeteria immediately caught his attention. Without hesitation, he quickly made his way to the cafeteria. Upon arrival, he was met with a strange scene. A small, chubby purple dragon was leaning against a large azure cocoon, its big eyes watching him warily. Yuan Gang immediately tensed, gripping the handle of his sword with a serious expression. The appearance of a mysterious creature of immense power within the camp was no small matter. Just as the tension peaked, Xiao Zi suddenly spoke in a soft, childish voice. Are you a friend of Xiaonan? This innocent question left Yuan Gang momentarily stunned. Xiaonan. Xiaonan is Gu Qi'an. Realization dawned on Yuan Gang, and his expression shifted from tense to surprised. Are you the purple dragon from yesterday? I'm a thunder dragon, not just a purple dragon, Xiao Zi corrected with its adorable big eyes. You can call me Xiao Zi. Feeling awkward, Yuan Gang scratched his head and relaxed his guard. A flood of questions filled his mind, but Xiao Zi had the same answer for each one. I don't know. In this stalemate, Old Sun emerged from the kitchen and gave Yuan Gang a detailed account of the events. Learning that Gu Qi'an had broken through to a new level, Yuan Gang immediately took a series of actions, ordered a news blackout, arranged for personnel to sign confidentiality agreements, set up a security perimeter, and planned to build a new cafeteria. After handling these matters, Yuan Gang returned to the cocoon, looking at the still clueless Xiao Zi, and instructed it to contact him through the guards if needed, then turned and left. Xiao Zi stayed close to the azure cocoon, growing increasingly anxious as time passed, circling it repeatedly and occasionally touching it gently with its little claws. Suddenly, the cocoon began to glow faintly, and cracks spread rapidly like a web. With a brilliant azure light, Gu Qi'an emerged from the cocoon. The cocoon dissolved into tiny specks of light, all absorbed into his body. At this moment, Gu Qi'an's aura was transformed. His black hair had turned azure, the mysterious patterns in his eyes deepened, and he exuded a unique aura. The baptism of destiny's essence not only enhanced his power, but also greatly increased his affinity with the laws of destiny. His perfectly sculpted features, paired with his flowing azure hair, radiated a noble and mysterious charm. Gu Qi'an took a gentle breath, smiled warmly at the bouncing Xiao Zi, and said, Thank you, Xiao Zi. In the main instructor's office of the training camp, Yuan Gang's gaze fell on Gu Qi'an standing before him. This young man exuded an ethereal aura, with his striking silver hair being particularly noticeable. When did you dye your hair? Yuan Gang couldn't help but ask. Gu Qi'an awkwardly scratched his head, a gesture that instantly shattered his transcendent demeanor. I don't know either. It turned like this after advancing to the sea realm. Yuan Gang decided not to dwell on the hair color issue and got straight to the point. For the next year, you'll serve as a combat instructor here. Your task is simple. Conduct practical training with these new recruits. All right, when do I start? The recruits just finished their extreme training yesterday, so your combat sessions will be scheduled in the afternoons. To what extent should I push them? Yuan Gang's lips curled into a meaningful smile. To their limits. Gu Qi'an nodded in agreement, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. That afternoon, the training platform was bustling with people. Yuan Gang personally attended, observing the neatly assembled recruits below with satisfaction. Starting today, I've brought in a special instructor for your practical exercises, Yuan Gang announced. beckoning with a light gesture. A figure instantly appeared on the platform. Gu Qi'an scanned the crowd below, his voice calm and clear. Hello everyone. For the next year, I am your combat instructor, Gu Qi'an. You can call me Instructor Gu. Is it him? Lin Qiye looked at the figure on the platform with a trace of surprise in his eyes. The other recruits also recognized the familiar face, and whispers spread through the crowd. Yuan Gang patted Gu Qi'an on the shoulder. I'll leave it to you now, he said before turning to leave. Gu Qi'an surveyed the scene and continued. Over the next year, I will teach you courses on combat drills, wilderness survival, field combat, tracking, and counter-tracking. The sole purpose is to ensure you survive in times of crisis. He paused briefly. Now, pick up your weapons and come up one by one to spar with me, so I can assess your skills. The first to step onto the platform was Rookie Li Lian, who looked at Gu Qi'an with admiration. Hello, Instructor Gu. Are you a member of the masked squad? I'm Rookie Li Lian, please instruct me. Gu Qi'an nodded, signaling him to begin. Li Lian immediately swung his blade, but Gu Qi'an effortlessly sidestepped, not even using a weapon, and delivered a punch to his abdomen. Li Lian flew out like a kite with a broken string. The recruits below gasped collectively. Gu Qi'an spoke calmly. In real combat, the enemy won't hold back. You must give it your all. After several rounds, no one lasted more than a single move against Gu Qi'an. His overwhelming presence enveloped the entire training ground. Next, Lin Qiye took a deep breath, gripping his bamboo sword as he stepped onto the platform. Instructor Gu, Rookie Lin Qiye, please instruct me. A hint of interest flickered in Gu Qi'an's eyes. Lin Qiye launched an attack first, his sword technique swift and fierce. This time, Gu Qi'an took the match more seriously, beginning to dodge and look for opportunities to counterattack. Thud, thud, thud. On the martial arts stage, blades flashed. After a few exchanges, Gu Qi'an seized the opportunity and delivered a fierce diagonal slash that sent Lin Qiye flying. Lin Qiye staggered to his feet, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Your swordsmanship has the form but lacks the spirit, Gu Qi'an said, sheathing his sword and fixing Lin Qiye with a piercing gaze. You're merely mechanically imitating others' techniques without truly understanding them. I noticed in our last bout that your swordplay was chaotic. He paused briefly before continuing. From now on, you need to practice at least 500 sets of basic sword movements daily until you can develop your own style. Thank you, Instructor Gu, Lin Qiye replied respectfully, clasping his fists. Instructor Han mentioned this issue this morning as well. It seems I really need to pay more attention to it. A glint flashed in Gu Qi'an's eyes. Why don't you try dual wielding for now? I've noticed that when you draw your sword, your left hand seems eager to move. You must have learned dual sword techniques before. As he spoke, he casually tossed a bamboo sword to Lin Qiye. Let's go again. As Lin Qiye caught the bamboo sword, a familiar feeling surged through him. Memories of being dominated by Chun Mai flashed through his mind. He closed his eyes slowly, and when he opened them again, they were as sharp as blades. Huh! With a fierce shout, Lin Qiye shot forward like an arrow, launching a relentless assault with his dual swords. Not bad. That's more like it, Gu Qi'an said with a slight smile, drawing his sword to meet the attack. The two engaged in an intense duel on the stage, their blades intertwining in a flurry of indistinguishable movements. Ultimately, Gu Qi'an found an opening and struck Lin Qiye in the abdomen, sending him flying once more. This time, Lin Qiye's eyes shone like stars as he bowed deeply to Gu Qi'an. Thank you, Instructor Gu. Gu Qi'an nodded with a smile, then looked out at the crowd below. Next, Chao Yuan stepped forward, looking dejected. Hello, Instructor Gu. I can't touch a sword. I know your situation, Gu Qi'an said, his gaze deep. As the bearer of the Black King's sword, your sealed power causes you to lose self-control. In other words, go berserk. He paused before asking, do you want to master this power completely? Completely master it. Chao Yuan asked, surprised. Yes, pick up the sword, and let me see your condition. The crowd below stepped back several meters, afraid of being caught in the chaos. Chao Yuan took a deep breath and picked up the bamboo sword from the ground. Roar! In an instant, a black aura of malice erupted skyward, its terrifying pressure engulfing the area. Gu Qi'an watched the mindless Chao Yuan intently and sighed softly. It seems there's no self-awareness left at all. He activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, frowning slightly. The influence of the sealed monument is greater than expected. We'll try to lift the seal after taking him away from its range tonight. His pupils vibrated, and a divine pressure descended upon Chao Yuan. As the ominous aura dissipated, Chao Yuan collapsed. Gu Qi'an turned to Lin Qiye. Take him away for now. We'll address his issue later. The new recruits took turns stepping onto the stage, each leaving clutching their injuries. Yet, their eyes showed no disappointment, only joy, as Gu Qi'an offered them targeted guidance. After everyone had finished their bouts, Gu Qi'an surveyed the crowd. I understand your situations now. Although your starting points differ and talent is hard to choose, standing here proves your excellence. Remember this. Life may be as insignificant as an ant's, but aim high like a swan. Your fate may be fragile as paper, but have an unyielding spirit. The world is undecided, and we are all dark horses. His voice was firm and resonant, striking a chord with the recruits who stared at him in awe as if he radiated boundless light. That's all for today. Gather at the same time tomorrow. With those words, Gu Qi'an vanished from the stage, leaving the recruits standing in stunned silence. The setting sun cast long shadows as Gu Qi'an stood alone on the rooftop of the dormitory, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Footsteps approached from behind, and Yuan Gang appeared with a smile. I didn't expect you to have such a knack for being an instructor, Yuan Gang remarked, a note of approval in his eyes. Your words had an unexpected impact. Instead of my usual scolding, they actually motivated the recruits more. After you left, the training ground was full of people doing extra practice. Gu Qi'an withdrew his gaze and replied softly. I just did what I could. They remind me of myself, suddenly gaining extraordinary powers. From initial excitement to later confusion, unsure of how to handle it. He paused. All I can do is guide them a little. Ultimately, they have to find their own path. Besides, I'm on this journey too. Yuan Gang patted his shoulder. That's enough. Sometimes a little encouragement can change a lot. By the way, Gu Qi'an changed the subject. I'm taking Chao Yuan out tonight to see if we can temporarily seal his powers. We can't have him unable to handle a sword forever. Can you do it? Yuan Gang looked at him in surprise. We'll try tonight, Gu Qi'an said with a hint of confidence, though he didn't elaborate. As night fell and the recruits finished their day's training, Gu Qi'an took Chao Yuan out of the training camp to a large boulder. Under the moonlight, their figures were clearly visible. Are you ready? Gu Qi'an asked, looking at Chao Yuan. Sorry for the trouble. Chao Yuan nodded solemnly. Gu Qi'an's azure eyes slowly turned crimson, and with a flash of red light, Chao Yuan lost consciousness. The next moment, Gu Qi'an found himself in a dark, damp corridor. At the end stood a massive iron cage, within which a figure, engulfed in the black flames of malevolent energy, was howling madly. Chains pierced through 7 apertures on the figure's body, clanging sharply with every struggle. Is this the Black King? Gu Qi'an frowned, observing the entity within the cage. The concentration of malevolent energy is terrifying. No wonder Chao Yuan loses control when he touches a sword. He had intended to use a dream of fate to trap the Black King in an eternal dream. So Chao Yuan would only have to face pure malevolent energy when wielding a sword. But the creature's current state made him abandon the idea immediately. Not to mention whether his ocean-level power could affect the Black King. The uncontrollable black flames alone could incinerate Chao Yuan in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qi'an spread his hands, summoning countless strands of azure light. This was a new ability he gained upon reaching the ocean-level fate binding. The light wove into ribbons, covered in intricate, mysterious runes. With a wave of his hand, the fate ribbons turned into streams of light, sealing the iron cage tightly. Instantly, the entire space fell silent, with only traces of malevolent black flames slowly seeping out. It seems this is as far as we can go. Gu Qi'an gazed at the specially crafted cage and chains before him, his brows slightly furrowed. Even with these restraints, he felt he was almost unable to suppress the power of the Black King. No wonder this was a being capable of directly challenging the highest realm in a human form. Its power was indeed astonishing. But perhaps this was for the best, as it would allow Chao Yuan to gradually adapt to the power of the sinister black flame. He watched the ribbons being constantly scorched by the sinister flames and sighed softly, his figure gradually disappearing from the silent place. On a rock, Gu Qi'an waited quietly for Chao Yuan to awaken. It wasn't long before Chao Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and sat up quickly. Am I awake? He looked around, his gaze landing on the bamboo sword Gu Qi'an tossed him. The moment he took the bamboo sword, wisps of sinister black flames slowly rose from the blade, starkly different from the previously rampant fury. Feeling the power he could finally control, tears fell from Chao Yuan's eyes as he bowed deeply to Gu Qi'an. Amit Ba. Thank you, Instructor Gu. Gu Qi'an patted his shoulder. This seal is only temporary. What you need to do next is to hone your will until you can suppress this power on your own. Only then will you truly be free. Rest assured, Instructor Gu, I will give it my all. Chao Yuan gripped the bamboo sword tightly, his eyes filled with determination. All right, it's time to head back. Once we're at the camp, the town-suppressing monument will further suppress your sinister black flames. During this time, focus on honing your will and swordsmanship. After returning to the training camp, Gu Qi'an left on his own. The other recruits were surprised to see Chao Yuan walking around normally with his sword. Chao Yuan, is that? Li Pang Pang approached quickly. Thanks to Instructor Gu helping me suppress my abilities, I can now practice my swordsmanship, Chao Yuan said, his face beaming with joy. Congratulations, you no longer have to worry about losing control, Lin Qiye said as he walked over. See, your benefactor was indeed Instructor Gu, who helped you suppress the forbidden power. That's different, Chao Yuan said firmly. Instructor Gu is indeed a benefactor, but I believe in Master Jin Chan's teachings. Only you can help me atone for my sins and achieve complete merit. Say what you will, but I'm not here to solve anyone's problems, Lin Qiye said, waving his hand dismissively. No worries, I believe it, Zhao Yuan replied. Woof, Li Pang teased from the side. Chao Zhe, you really know how to flatter. In the office of the chief instructor of the training camp, Gu Qi'an gave Yuan Gang a detailed report on Chao Yuan's situation. It's good that it was successful. This will greatly aid his future growth, Yuan Gang said with a pleased expression. Qian, what do you think of this batch of recruits? They're all quite good. Have you considered selecting some of them to form a new team? Yuan Gang asked meaningfully. The higher-ups are interested in having you establish a special team under your leadership. No, Gu Qi'an declined without hesitation. I will only be a member of the masked team. Oh, why is that? As far as I know, you haven't been with the masked team for long. No particular reason. Maybe it's just fate. All right, I'll convey your thoughts to the higher-ups. Gu Qi'an waved and left the office. Watching him walk away, Yuan Gang recalled Wang Mian's words before he left, a slight smile forming on his lips. Wang Mian was right, it seems. In the following days, Gu Qi'an rigorously trained the new recruits with unyielding methods. Each sparring session was relentless, leaving the recruits groaning in pain. However, this stringent training proved effective. Many who initially couldn't withstand a single move could now spar with him for several rounds. One day, Gu Qi'an stood on the martial arts platform, arms crossed, gazing down at the seated recruits below. His eyes swept over their determined faces as he slowly announced, starting today, we're adding a new element to the training. Let me introduce a new instructor. With a wave of his hand, he said, Xiao Zi, come on out. Instantly, a cerulean rune appeared in the air, followed by the silhouette of a dragon. To everyone's surprise, a chubby little dragon let out a playful cry and leaped onto Gu Qi'an, clinging tightly to him. Xiaonan, you haven't let me out in ages, Xiao Zi said, its big, watery eyes filled with indignation. Gu Qi'an's face turned dark as he tried to peel off the affectionate dragon. All right, don't be upset. I'll let you stay out for the next few days, but you must behave. And please, stop calling me Xiaonan. But it sounds so endearing. Xiao Zi replied mischievously. You said calling me Xiao Zi was endearing too. Gu Qi'an was momentarily speechless. The recruits below were dumbfounded by the interaction between the man and the creature. One whispered, did I hear that right? That mystical creature just spoke and called Coach Gu Xiaonan? Bailey, with his mouth agape, was astonished. Lin Qiye, however, seemed contemplative. Seeing that creature, doesn't it remind you of anything? He recalled the giant dragon ridden by the masked squad and felt a sense of foreboding. What do you mean? I think this creature is quite adorable, Bailey replied, puzzled by Lin Qiye's wary expression. Let's hope you still think that in a moment, Lin Qiye sighed. Gu Qi'an addressed the recruits. I don't want you to face a powerful mystery in the future and be unable to wield your weapons. So today, you'll experience what true pressure feels like. He turned to Xiao Zi, signaling it to begin. Understanding the cue, Xiao Zi soared into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, it transformed into a massive purple dragon over 100 meters long. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky, its enormous wings blocking out the sun, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the area. The recruits were stunned. The adorable little beast had suddenly become a formidable dragon. Under its oppressive aura, many recruits' legs gave way, with some collapsing to the ground. Stand up, Gu Qi'an barked, frowning. If you can't withstand this pressure, how will you face real danger? The recruits gritted their teeth and forced themselves to stand. Xiao Zi circled in the air before swooping down, stopping just meters above the ground. The powerful gust from its wings knocked the recruits around, but this time, none backed down. They clenched their fists, standing firm. From now on, those who can endure Xiao Zi's pressure for 10 minutes will get an extra meal tonight. Gu Qi'an's promise acted like a motivational boost, spurring everyone on. The recruits steadied their breaths, resisting the invisible force. Xiao Zi gradually intensified the pressure, crackling with lightning. As time ticked by, the increasing pressure took its toll on the recruits. Finally, the first recruit succumbed and collapsed, quickly whisked away from the pressure zone by Gu Qi'an. As new recruits continued to succumb under the overwhelming pressure of the dragon's might, Gu Qi'an quickly escorted them off the training ground. Among the remaining recruits, Li Pang, though flushed and drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and persevered. Lin Qiye's eyes shone with a faint golden light as he resolutely withstood the pressure. Chao Yuan, Shen Qingzhu, and Molly were drenched in cold sweat, but managed to control their trembling bodies. After the grueling 10-minute trial finally ended, Xiao Zi retracted its massive dragon form and transformed back into its chubby, round shape. A satisfied smile spread across Gu Qi'an's face. Well done. Go and rest. I'll ask Elder Son to prepare a special meal for you tonight. Keep up the good work. Hooray. Long live Instructor Gu. Li Pang jumped 3 feet high with excitement, and the others, though exhausted, also wore smiles of relief and joy. At that moment, Xiao Zi flapped its tiny wings and flew over, speaking in a mock-serious tone. Not bad, You managed to endure my dragon's might for quite a while. Its babyish voice, paired with a pretentious demeanor, instantly amused everyone. Ha! Li Pang couldn't hold back his laughter, completely forgetting that this adorable little creature was the same formidable thunder dragon from moments ago. The others were also delighted by the contrast, their earlier fear evaporating. Stop laughing. If you keep it up, I'll transform back and scare you again. Xiaozi threatened in mock anger, baring its tiny claws, which only made everyone laugh even harder. The other recovered recruits gathered around, curiously observing the purple chubby creature. Was I really scared by this little goof? Molly's eyes sparkled. It's so cute. Xiaozi, can I pet you? No way. You were just laughing at me. Humph. Xiaozi turned its head in a huff. Li Pang teased. How do those tiny wings of yours carry your chubby body? You're the chubby one. Your whole family is chubby. Xiaozi retorted, flustered. Yeah, I'm chubby too. You can call me Pang. And so, the recruits and Xiaozi became fast friends, their playful banter filling the air. Gu Qi'an watched silently from the side, knowing that such interactions were perfect for alleviating the lingering effects of the dragon's might. Lin Qiye sat down next to Gu Qi'an, his eyes full of envy. Instructor Gu, is this dragon your summoned creature? Yes, it's a thunder dragon, my faithful companion. How enviable. I wish I had a dragon like that, Lin Qiye said longingly. Gu Qi'an, recalling that Lin Qiye would one day have several dragon summons of his own, smiled and said, You will. Really? Lin Qiye's eyes lit up. As the agent of the goddess of fate, I can foresee a bit of the future. You will have a dragon enveloped in flames and another exuding chilling cold, Gu Qi'an said confidently. Hearing this, Lin Qiye couldn't help but imagine himself riding dragons in the future, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As the sun set and dusk gradually descended, the entire training camp was enveloped in a soft, orange-ered glow. Gu Qi'an had just finished a sumptuous dinner and was now taking a walk with Xiaozi along the forest path of the camp. Xiaozi, rubbing her slightly rounded belly, chuckled. Xiaonan, the food here is so delicious. I absolutely love it here. Call me Qi'an, not Xiaonan. Gu Qi'an frowned instantly. And you just ate as much as the recruits would in a week. He recalled the helpless look in old son's eyes before they left and turned his face away in embarrassment. No way. Xiaozi quickly waved her chubby little hand, her voice unconsciously lowering. I only ate a tiny bit. Gu Qi'an glanced at her coldly. Do you believe that yourself, looking the way you do now? Xiaozi blushed with embarrassment, muttering softly with her head down. All right, I'll eat a little less in the future, okay. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from a distance. Li Pang, Lin Qiye, and Xiao Yuan approached quickly, with Li Pang speaking first. Instructor Gu, are you walking with Xiaozi? Yes, Gu Qi'an nodded and smiled. Just finished eating, taking a walk to help digest. Instructor Gu, Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with admiration. You don't seem much older than us, yet you're already so accomplished. How did you achieve that? Gu Qi'an chuckled and shook his head. The level you guys are at when you're 20 is certainly not inferior to mine. It's just a matter of experiencing more and accumulating more knowledge. Besides, you all have great potential, and as long as you keep working hard, your future achievements will undoubtedly be significant. Could you tell us about your experiences? Li Pang asked with wide, expectant eyes, so we can avoid taking unnecessary detours. My experiences are quite ordinary, Gu Qi'an said with a faint smile. From the outside, our special team seems impressive, but most of the time, it's just repeating tedious tasks. However, I'm fortunate to have met a group of like-minded partners in the team. He paused, then asked, By the way, why do you all want to keep getting stronger? Li Pang leaned lazily against the chair, his rounded figure causing it to creak slightly. In response to everyone's inquiries, he waved his hand with a grin. Me? I just find staying at home all day too boring. As for getting stronger, I don't really care. I'm just looking for some fun. Xiao Yuan remained silent, his hands clasped together in a traditional Buddhist greeting. His voice was gentle yet firm. For me, it's about cleansing the sins of my past. Ever since you helped me with the Forbidden Ruins issue, I've found a real motivation to become stronger, hoping to do what little I can. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Qiye. He pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. To be honest, I never intended to join the Night Watchers at first. Back then, I just wanted to live a simple life with my aunt and cousin. It was only after meeting the man who protected my entire world with his life that I decided to protect everything he wanted to safeguard. Protect, huh? Gu Qi'an gazed up at the night sky, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Lin Qiye asked curiously, So, Instructor Gu, what about you? Gu Qi'an lowered his head slightly, deep in thought. To be honest, even I don't really know. It's because I don't know what I want to protect or what I want to do that I chose to temporarily leave the team. I want to explore this unfamiliar world and find something truly precious to dedicate my life to. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting his azure hair slightly. In the twilight, Gu Qi'an's figure seemed particularly aloof. as if he were both part of and apart from everything around him. Instructor Gu, Lin Qiye and the others looked at him in confusion. It's nothing. You should get some rest. There's training tomorrow. Gu Qi'an gestured for them to leave. Though worried, they respected his wishes and eventually departed. Once they were gone, Xiaozi flew to Gu Qi'an's side, her eyes filled with concern. Xiaonan, what's wrong? Just now, I had a sudden bad feeling, like you were going to leave me. Gu Qi'an gently stroked Xiaozi's head, smiling softly. Don't worry, I'm really fine. No matter what happens, I won't leave you, trust me. Xiaozi nodded vigorously, but still clung tightly to Gu Qi'an, afraid he might suddenly disappear. Xiaonan, you must keep your promise. Never leave me. Feeling Xiaozi's attachment, warmth filled Gu Qi'an's heart. He lightly patted her back. All right, let's go back. Back in the dormitory, Gu Qi'an summoned Xiaozi back and lay on his bed, entering a mental space. Facing a small sapling glowing with azure light, he fell into deep thought. Was it the power of destiny at work? Unfortunately, with the little white fox gone, he couldn't verify it. After pondering for a long time without any answers, Gu Qi'an decided to set the question aside for now and see how things unfold. Within the Divine Asylum, Lin Qiye finally advanced Nyx's treatment progress to 51, acquiring a new divine power, Dark Erosion. This ability not only allowed him to briefly bring Nyx out of the asylum, but also filled him with an eagerness to show her the world outside. He led Nyx to the rooftop of the dormitory. Under the night sky, Nyx had shed her hospital gown for a black starry gown, exuding her divine nature. She stood gracefully at the edge, like a true goddess descending to the mortal realm. Mother, this is where I live, Lin Qiye said, gazing at the scene before him with a touch of emotion. Nyx looked at the brilliant city lights in the distance and softly asked, Thanatos, is this your divine kingdom? It's beautiful. She paused suddenly. Huh? Why is Moira also in your divine kingdom? Why doesn't he come to see me? Lin Qiye was momentarily speechless. Mother, this isn't a divine kingdom, it's the real world. And who is Moira? He wondered if there were other deities in Songnan City. Nyx gently explained, Moira was gone by the time you were born. He split into three, who are your sisters Atropos, Clotho, and Lachesis. At that moment, Gu Qi'an's several flashes appeared on the rooftop. He had sensed the anomaly when Nyx descended and rushed over. To everyone's surprise, as soon as Nyx saw Gu Qi'an, she rushed forward to hug him tightly. Moira? Is it really you? Why did you take so long to visit your mother? Nyx trembled with excitement. Gu Qi'an stood frozen, looking to Lin Qiye for help. Despite Lin Qiye's hurried explanation that this was his instructor, Nyx insisted. No, he carries Moira's unique aura, which cannot deceive me. In this peculiar atmosphere, Gu Qi'an involuntarily called out, Mother. This call made Nyx even more emotional as she gently patted his back. Noticing Gu Qi'an's azure eyes and hair, Nyx suddenly showed concern. You've chosen the path of fusion, but your current strength is too low, and you're beginning to be eroded by the divine nature of fate. If this continues, you'll become a puppet of destiny. What should I do? Gu Qi'an asked, alarmed. Nyx regretfully said, Unfortunately, I don't have a body now, so I can't use the extraordinary power of birth to recreate you. After a moment of thought, she added, the only way now is to quickly ascend to godhood, and all problems will be resolved. Your mother used some method to elevate your soul to a level capable of bearing the laws of fate, but your current body is still mortal and cannot resist the erosion of this power. Gu Qi'an furrowed his brow, his expression grave. The issue was more troublesome than he had anticipated. The path to becoming a god was far from smooth. He recalled Lin Qiye's experiences from the original story, similarly trapped by the laws of causality, but with entirely different symptoms. Lin Qiye, with his primordial spirit, found his soul unable to withstand the power of these laws, while Gu Qi'an's mortal body couldn't contain the might of the laws of fate. Do I need to follow Lin Qiye's example and split my power in half to reshape my body? This thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly set aside. Looking at Nyx, who appeared worried, he gently reassured her, Mother, don't worry, I know what to do. The word, mother, came much more naturally to him now than when he first called her that. Lin Qiye stood nearby, his mind in a daze. He seemed to have overheard something astonishing, but knew it wasn't the right time to ask questions. Thanatos, why are you standing over there? Come and meet your brother. Nyx gestured for Lin Qiye to come over. Brother. Under Nyx's encouraging gaze, Lin Qiye reluctantly spoke. The title made his skin crawl. Calling Nyx mother in front of others was awkward enough, and now he had to call instructor Gu brother. Gu Qi'an smiled and nodded. The deal was worth it. Thieving the cosmic will of this world, call him brother was an honor. Noticing the slightly awkward atmosphere, he suggested, Mother, why don't you let Thanatos show you around? Sure, I'd love to see Thanatos's divine realm. Nyx agreed happily. Gu, brother, Lin Qiye hesitated. Can we really go out? Aren't we supposed to stay in the training camp? It's okay to leave temporarily. I'll explain the situation to Chief Instructor Yuan. Nyx looked puzzled. Isn't this Thanatos's divine realm? Why do you need someone else's permission to leave? Thanatos is still quite young and is training here. Informing them before leaving is a sign of respect. I see. Nix nodded and then suggested. So, where would you like to go? In this night, I can take you anywhere. Lin Qiye looked at Gu Qi'an, who nodded. With anticipation, he said, Mother, I want to go somewhere. Mother, you go with Thanatos. I'll wait for you here. You're not coming? I need to handle things here. Your arrival will surely alert Chief Instructor Yuan. Thank you. Lin Qiye said gratefully. We're family. No need to be polite. Gu Qi'an smiled and waved them off. Moira, I'll take your brother and be right back, Nick said, and with a flash of night, they vanished. Gu Qi'an rubbed his temples. The night's unexpected events were surprising, but considering Nix's warm demeanor, acknowledging her as his mother didn't seem so bad. Before long, Yuan Gang appeared on the dormitory rooftop. Qianan, what are you doing here? Was there a divine presence just now? I sensed the aura of a god, he asked, looking serious. Yes, the goddess of night, Nyx, was here. I've already met her. Nyx? The mother of the Olympian gods? Why was she here? Yuan Gang was taken aback. She came to find me. The deity I represent is her daughter, and my divine task is to find her. Rest assured, she is a benevolent goddess on humanity's side. That's good. Yuan Gang sighed with relief, patting his chest. He wasn't confident enough to face a deity directly and had prepared for the worst. Where is she now? After speaking with me, she found someone suitable to be her representative and temporarily took him away. They'll be back soon. Who did she choose? Yuan Gang asked eagerly, knowing the opportunity to be a divine representative was invaluable. Lin Qiye. What? Who did you say? Lin Qiye. On the rooftop of the boys' dormitory, the night breeze was slightly cool. Yuan Gang stood in front of Gu Qi'an, his face full of disbelief. He repeatedly mulled over the news he had just heard, his brows furrowed. Hasn't Lin Qiye already become the agent of the Seraph? Why would Lady Nyx still choose him? Yuan Gang muttered to himself, suddenly having a revelation. Wait, could it be possible for one person to become the agent of multiple deities? Gu Qi'an shrugged as he watched Yuan Gang's realization. Just because it hasn't happened before doesn't mean it's impossible. This is the choice of Nyx, the goddess of the night. We have no right to interfere. Unprecedented, Yuan Gang said, rubbing his chin with a hint of excitement in his eyes. It looks like the first dual deity agent is about to be born. He paused before asking, when will they return? They should be back soon, but I can't say for sure, Gu Qi'an replied. Are you going to wait here for them? Yuan Gang wanted to witness Nyx's presence, but after a moment of thought, he shook his head. Forget it. I better leave to avoid causing any trouble. Besides, I need to report back. A top human has already started heading this way. He advised, if there are any issues later, remember to report to me promptly. With that, he turned and left the rooftop. Once Yuan Gang was gone, Gu Qi'an let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, got through that. I need to sync up with Lin Qiye later. Just as he finished speaking, the night descended quietly, and the figures of Lin Qiye and Nyx emerged beside Gu Qi'an. Moira, we're back, Nyx's gentle voice sounded. Gu, did anyone come by? Lin Qiye asked, clearly in good spirits after returning from his aunt's house. Yeah, Chief Instructor Yuan just left. Gu Qi'an turned to Nyx. Mother, how do you feel? Thanatos' divine realm is indeed beautiful, but it doesn't compare to the warmth of home, Nyx said with a smile. With you around, Mother is happy anywhere. Mother, it's about time we head back, Lin Qiye said, concerned that staying longer would attract more trouble. Nyx held Gu Qi'an's hands, reluctant to part. Is it time to go? Very well. Moira, you should visit me as often as Thanatos does. Mother, I can't go to your place, Gu Qi'an said, feeling awkward. But if you have time, come out more often, so I can spend more time with you. Why can't you go to Thanatos' home? Nyx asked, puzzled, looking at Lin Qiye. Mother, he can't go there for now, Lin Qiye explained helplessly. Thanatos, would you allow Moira to visit there? Of course I would. Upon hearing this, Nyx raised her hand toward the starry sky. Endless night gathered in the air, outlining a mysterious rune. The mark drifted toward Gu Qi'an, merging into his forehead before disappearing. This is the mark of night's origin, Nyx said softly. With Thanatos' consent, you can activate it any time to come home and visit me. Nyx stood pale on the rooftop, exerting her divine power with great difficulty. Gu Qi'an felt a wave of emotion seeing his mother's frail appearance. Mother, thank you. We're family. Just spending more time with me is enough, Gu Qi'an said softly. Nyx smiled lovingly. All right, I should be going back. Thanatos, make sure you visit often too. Her voice faded as she disappeared into the night. Only Gu Qi'an and Lin Qiye remained on the rooftop. After a moment of silence, Gu Qi'an pointed to his forehead, resignedly saying, sorry, I didn't expect her to give me something that allows access to that place. It's fine. It seems you know something about that place, Lin Qiye pondered. I know a bit. Another power of fate. Yes. The two fell into a brief silence. Lin Qiye broke it, asking, are you really Moira? Yes, and no. Gu Qi'an considered his words carefully. I have inherited everything from him. If Moira is just a title, then I am. I always thought you were an agent of the gods, but it turns out you're a god yourself, Lin Qiye said in surprise. Gu Qi'an shook his head with a wry smile. A god? That's too soon to say. Right now, I'm still human, and I haven't even overcome the divine erosion. Lin Qiye sensed the gravity of the issue from their earlier conversation and looked at Gu Qi'an with concern. Is it difficult for a human to become a god? Very difficult. There's no precedent of a human becoming a god since records began. Gu Qi'an shifted the topic. Let's not talk about it. If someone asks tomorrow, just say you're now a dual god agent. He then shared his conversation with Yuan Gang with Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye was touched, understanding that Gu Qi'an was shouldering responsibility for him. At that moment, he fully acknowledged Gu Qi'an as a reliable brother. Brother, want to come over to my place? Mother would be very happy to see you. Lin Qiye invited sincerely. Gu Qi'an raised an eyebrow and agreed. All right, see you in a bit. He then disappeared into the night. Back in the dormitory, Gu Qi'an activated the source mark of the night on his forehead and instantly entered the god's asylum. He walked along the dim, ancient corridor to a modern area. Lin Qiye, dressed as the director, waved at him. Brother, over here. In the activity area, they saw Nick sitting on a swing. A young man in an orderly uniform was trying to persuade her. Grandma, Dad was just here. He probably won't come again today. You should rest. No. They promised to visit me. I have to wait here. Nix clutched the swing's ropes, tears in her eyes. Seeing this, Gu Qi'an glanced teasingly at the obviously embarrassed Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye coughed to mask his embarrassment, then called out. Mother, look who I've brought. Nix looked up and, seeing them, immediately got up to greet them. Thanatos, Moira, you've finally come. Gu Qi'an stepped forward and gently embraced Nike's, speaking softly. Mother, we're here to see you. A happy smile spread across Nike's face, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes smoothed out. Standing nearby, Lin Qiye curiously observed the stranger and whispered, Who is this person? His name is Gu Qi'an. He'll be visiting Mother often from now on. Lin Qiye introduced with a smile, then gestured to the seating area. Come, let's sit over here. Nike's turned to Lin Qiye and instructed, Grandson, go get the best tea leaves and make some tea. Got it. Lin Qiye responded enthusiastically, quickly heading towards the storage area. As he passed through the ward section, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. What used to be 6 rooms had inexplicably become 7. Next to Nike's ward, an additional room had appeared, with a large azure tree painted above the door. Forgetting about the tea, Lin Qiye rushed back to the activity area. Qiye, something's wrong. There's an extra room in the ward section. Lin Qiye was startled and immediately got up, heading towards the ward section, with Gu Qi'an and Nike's following closely behind. Gu Qi'an stared at the azure tree on the door plate, lost in thought. Lin Qiye's gaze shifted between the tree and Gu Qi'an's azure hair and eyes, as if something had clicked in his mind. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye pushed the door open. The room was simply furnished, with only a bed against the wall, giving it a very spacious feel. Looking up, he saw lines of text appearing on the wall. Special ward. Patient, Moira Gu Qi'an. Description. This is a special patient brought by patient Nikes. As the director, you have the authority to decide his stay. Task. Help Moira treat mental illness. Once the progress bar reaches 100, you can randomly acquire one of Moira's abilities. Current treatment progress, 84-inch. This room seems to be specifically for you, Lin Qiye said, looking at Gu Qi'an with a complex expression and a mind full of thoughts. That's wonderful, Moira. Now you have a place to stay, Nike said happily, examining the room. Yes, I'll be here often to keep you company, Gu Qi'an replied with a smile, suppressing the emotions swirling inside him. Indeed, Mother, it's time for you to rest. It's getting late, Lin Qiye reminded her. All right, I'll go rest now. You all should rest early too, Nike's nodded lovingly. As long as you visit often, Mother will be very happy. With Lin Qiye's support, Nike's returned to her ward. Lin Qiye watched with joy as Nike's treatment progress visibly increased, then turned to Gu Qi'an with concern in his eyes. Brother, what's going on? What did it say on that wall? Gu Qi'an asked, looking up. You knew about it too? Lin Qiye asked, surprised. I could vaguely sense it. Gu Qi'an nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Qiye suddenly understood. It said you're also a patient with mental illness. I guess it's due to the fate divinity erosion Mother mentioned. Sigh. So that's how it is. Gu Qi'an rubbed his brow, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Brother, do you have a way to solve it? Lin Qiye asked worriedly. Not yet, but I have some ideas. Don't worry. In the asylum of the gods, Gu Qi'an stood in front of Lin Qiye with a gentle smile on his lips. Director Lin, won't you brew a good pot of tea to welcome a new patient like me? Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, then smiled broadly. Sure, I'll do that right away. Let's go to the recreation area and sit for a while. After Lin Qiye left, Gu Qi'an stood alone in the center of the room, his gaze slowly sweeping across the surroundings. Mental patients, huh? He murmured to himself, a thoughtful smile curving his lips as he turned and walked towards the recreation area. In the recreation area, Gu Qi'an and Lin Qiye sat across from each other. The fragrance of tea wafted gently, and the two engaged in low conversation, the atmosphere calm and harmonious. Not far away, Lin Qiye stood quietly, observing the new patient with curiosity. Suddenly, Gu Qi'an lifted his gaze and locked eyes with Lin Qiye. The brief moment of eye contact sent a shiver through Lin Qiye, as if those eyes could see right through him, giving him the unsettling feeling that his fate was being laid bare. Sensing the subtle tension between them, Lin Qiye introduced them with a smile. This is Lin Qiye, a very good friend of mine, and the first orderly here. Nanda Snake Demon Lin Qiye, Gu Qi'an nodded with a smile. I can see you're quite remarkable. As long as you stay true to your original intentions, this place will surely be a stage where you can shine and showcase your worth. Lin Qiye was taken aback by the compliment, scratching his head awkwardly. Thank you for your praise and encouragement. Although he seemed a bit flustered, there was a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. If you ever feel troubled by that other consciousness inside you, I can help separate it, Gu Qi'an suddenly offered. Lin Qiye became visibly uneasy. Lin Qiye, however, looked intrigued. Is that really possible? Would it affect him? Though he had temporarily suppressed the Nanda Snake Demon's consciousness with the asylum's contract abilities, it remained a latent issue. There will be no effect, Gu Qi'an assured. They are essentially two independent self-consciousnesses. Originally, the Nanda Snake Demon was the primary consciousness, and Lin Qiye was an auxiliary one. I don't know what method you use to temporarily suppress it, but once separated, they will become completely independent entities. Since there's no impact, let's proceed. Lin Qiye turned to Lin Qiye with a reassuring smile. After this, you will no longer be the Nanda Snake Demon, but truly Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye looked down at his hands, recalling the classmates and friends killed by the Nanda Snake Demon. Although his existence stemmed from it, he had never ceased to despise that identity. He bowed to Gu Qi'an resolutely. Please go ahead. A small matter, Gu Qi'an nodded, his azure eyes turning an eerie crimson, complex hexagram patterns flickering within them. His left eye focused, releasing a red glow, and soon a ball of ghostly green light emerged from Lin Qiye's body. Lin Qiye, you promised not to kill me as long as I stayed quietly within him. A voice filled with fear and fury echoed from the green light. Lin Qiye looked coldly at the light, a hint of harshness in his eyes. Nanda Snake Demon, the sins you've committed are too great. If not for Lin Qiye's existence, I would have erased you long ago. Lin Qiye, I created you. Please, plead for me. I don't want to die, the light begged. Lin Qiye's eyes flickered with hesitation, but soon hardened with determination. I am not you. You killed so many of my classmates and friends. I've long despised your existence. No, I still have value, please. The Nanda Snake Demon continued to plead, but Gu Qi'an's right eye flashed, and a bolt of lightning enveloped the light. With a piercing wail, the Nanda Snake Demon's consciousness vanished completely. All done, Gu Qi'an said, looking at Lin Qiye. From now on, you are yourself, no longer the Nanda Snake Demon. Time flies like an arrow, as swiftly as a fleeting horse. In the blink of an eye, the deep winter months have arrived. 5 months have passed since the night the goddess of darkness, Nyx, descended. Every evening, Gu Qi'an has made a point to visit the asylum of the gods, spending time with the woman he deeply respects and relies upon. Through their daily interactions, Nyx has become more than just a familiar figure. She has truly become like a mother to him. Her kindness is as warm as the winter sun, and her care is like a guiding light in the night. Under her protection, Gu Qi'an's connection to the world has grown stronger. During these 5 months, although Gu Qi'an hasn't hunted any more mysteries, his mental strength has continued to grow, bringing him closer to breaking into the boundless realm. At this moment, he stands at the edge of the training platform, watching the new recruits stumble around under Little Z's special training, and can't help but smile. Class is dismissed, Gu Qi'an said softly. Little Z immediately bounced over to him, her tail wagging proudly. Xiaonan, how did I do? They were no match for me. Gu Qi'an affectionately patted her head. Little Z, you're amazing. Recently, he discovered that Little Z could also absorb the energy of fate, which not only accelerated her evolution, but also helped him bear some of the erosive effects of fate's power. While this only provided temporary relief, it was a decent stopgap until he reached the divine realm or found a divine item like the primordial spirit embryo. I still haven't recovered. Li Pang complained, rubbing his swollen cheek as he hobbled over. Little Z flicked her tail haughtily. Humph, that's what you get for calling me fat back then. Auntie, I was wrong. It was a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me. Li Pang said, regretting his words as he patted his now disappeared belly. These 5 months of special training had benefited him greatly, not only improving his physique, but also giving his features a more refined look, though he still retained a hint of his former chubby charm. His eyes darted around as he quickly changed the subject. Besides, our little Z is so cute. She doesn't have anything to do with the word fat, right, Qiye? Oomph, at least you have good taste, little Z said with arms crossed, looking pleased. Next time, I'll go a bit easier on you. Lin Qiye watched the scene and laughed. Pang pang, it's great. With little Z as your special instructor, you've really made a lot of progress. The other day during the intense training, you were the last one standing. Not many in our new recruits camp have managed that, Qiao Yuan said, striding over. Ever since he shook off the troubles from the Forbidden Ruins, he had become wild and unrestrained, a stark contrast to his once low-key demeanor. Sigh, the weather in Songnan City gets colder by the day, Wily Fatty sighed, gazing up at the sky, his tone tinged with nostalgia. I really miss the days in Guangshan, those big villas, soft beds, and the beautiful housekeeper sisters. Molly sister, you're here, Xiaozi said suddenly, eyes darting mischievously. Wily Fatty immediately straightened up and said, I've had enough of that lavish lifestyle. Songnan is much better. The fulfilling daily training is what I truly want. As soon as he said this, everyone burst into laughter. Realizing he had fallen into Xiaozi's trap, Wily Fatty patted his chest and complained, Xiaozi, you almost scared me to death. You shouldn't joke about that. What are you all laughing about so happily? Fatty, what scared you? A clear female voice came from behind Wily Fatty. Nothing, nothing. Wily Fatty quickly turned around, eagerly making space. Molly, come sit here. Over the past few months, with Xiaozi as a bridge, Molly's attitude towards him had noticeably softened. Though it couldn't be called fondness, they were at least friends now. Molly's sister. Xiaozi happily leaped towards her. These days, it was especially attached to Molly and would follow her around whenever Gu Qi'an was busy. Molly picked up Xiaozi and gently stroked its head, speaking softly. Xiaozi, you mustn't go easy on me during training, okay? Xiaozi squinted comfortably and shook its head. I don't want to fight you. But if you don't, I won't get real training, Molly sighed softly. You wouldn't want your sister Molly to get weaker, right? Xiaozi looked towards Gu Qi'an for help. Gu Qi'an, with a serious expression, said, Xiaozi, Molly is right. This is training. The stricter you are now, the better it will be for her. All right, I'll try to be a bit more serious during training from now on. Xiaozi reluctantly agreed. Noticing Shin Qingzhu resting with a few others, Gu Qi'an beckoned him over. Instructor Gu, Shin Qingzhu, despite his rebellious nature, maintained full respect for Gu Qi'an. Gu Qi'an looked around at the five present, then said seriously, you are the top trainees in the training camp. I believe regular training is no longer enough for you. I'm planning to take you out for a month of field training. This mission involves risks, and you have the right to refuse. This is just my initial idea. I wanted to hear your thoughts first. Lin Qiye and the others exchanged glances and then asked, Instructor Gu, when approximately would we leave? And where would the training take place? After the new year, I'll notify you in advance about the exact time. The location will be near Tsangnan, Gu Qi'an explained. If you all agree, I'll go ahead and apply to Instructor Yuan. After another round of exchanged glances, everyone expressed their willingness to participate. Gu Qi'an nodded in satisfaction. Good, I'll start preparing the necessary arrangements. He then turned and asked, Xiaozi, will you come with us, or stay here? I won't go. I'll stay and play with them. Xiaozi shook its head. All right, then you'll stay here. Gu Qi'an said to Lin Qiye and the others. Please take care of Xiaozi. Don't worry, Instructor Gu. Wily Fatty assured, patting his chest. Gu Qi'an nodded and headed towards Instructor Yuan's office. In the chief instructor's office of the training camp, Gu Qi'an gently pushed open the door and walked in slowly. The room was brightly lit, with Yuan Gang sitting upright behind the desk. Opposite him sat an unfamiliar middle-aged man. This man exuded a chillingly hard aura. His features were chiseled like they were carved with a knife, and a shallow scar on his forehead added to his fierce appearance. His presence was commanding, as if he were forged from ice. The moment Gu Qi'an saw him, a sense of familiarity flashed through his mind. As a transmigrator, he tried to recall the events from the original story at this point in time. Unfortunately, when he read Zhan Shun, it was merely for leisure, and many details were already blurred. Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck him. Wasn't this the moment when the new recruits training camp was attacked? And the man before him, could he be the renowned captain of Team 136, nicknamed Black Impermanence, Chunmai? With this realization, a cold glint flashed in Gu Qi'an's eyes. Qi'an, you're just in time, Yuan Gang called out. I was about to send for you. Have a seat. Once Gu Qi'an sat down, he introduced, this is Chunmai, captain of Team 136 stationed in Songnan City. Gu Qi'an stood up and shook hands with Chunmai. Captain Chun, it's an honor. I'm Gu Qi'an from the Masked Squad, codename Phantom Dream, currently serving as a special instructor for the new recruits training. Facing this legendary figure who had suppressed the Shura's grudge for 10 years, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Chunmai was taken aback. Special squads among the Night Watchers were few and far between, and they usually undertook the most dangerous and secretive missions. How could they spare someone to be a new recruit instructor? It seemed extravagant. He quickly composed himself and nodded. Instructor Gu, nice to meet you. Captain Chun, You mentioned someone plans to attack our training camp? Yuan Gang, seeing their pleasantries concluded, went straight to the point. That's correct, Chen Mai said with a grave expression. According to our team's investigation, a large number of rats have infiltrated Sangnan City, targeting this new recruit's training camp. Yuan Gang chuckled lightly. Do those rats really dare to come after us? Do they have the guts? You might not be aware, Chen Mai said slowly, but your camp is hiding some remarkable Talinsa dual god proxy and a young master from the Bailey family. The mere presence of these two is enough to drive many into madness. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment and calmly said, even so, we needn't worry too much. No, Gu Qi'an suddenly interjected. This time, it might not be that simple. Yuan Gang looked at him in surprise. What do you mean? Chen Mai also raised an eyebrow, interested in hearing the explanation from this member of the masked squad. I think it's definitely the ancient god church making a move this time, Gu Qi'an said with a serious expression, turning to Yuan Gang. Given the methods of the ancient god church, they must have thoroughly prepared before acting after all this time. Considering their intelligence network, they surely know about my existence, so they will likely send at least 3C realm experts for this operation. Rather than staying on the defensive while they remain hidden, it's better to take the initiative. Yuan Gang frowned. 3C realm experts? Isn't that a bit of an overestimation? Officer Yuan, Officer Gu's assessment is quite accurate, Chen Mai said, leaning back on the sofa and lighting a cigarette. We simply can't provide 24-hour protection for 239 new recruits. What's more troubling is that there's an entity within the ancient god church known as Whisper, who is adept at manipulation and mind control. Are you suggesting there might be a mole among our instructors? Yuan Gang's voice was filled with disbelief, clearly unwilling to accept the idea of betrayal by those he trained himself. Chen Mai took a deep drag on his cigarette, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke. The Bailey family's young master has put out a bounty of 800 million. Such temptation, it's hard to say. Since Captain Chen has come in person, I assume you have a plan? Gu Qi'an looked at Chen Mai. Chen Mai extinguished his cigarette, but a decoy operation, divide and conquer. Disband the new recruits training camp. Yuan Gang said in surprise. Gu Qi'an pondered for a moment. I have a suggestion. Let me take Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, Shen Qingzhu, Bailey Pangpang, and Molly away from the camp for a real field training exercise. These individuals are the best in the training camp, and continuing with regular training won't benefit them much. No way. Chen Mai immediately opposed. The ancient god church is too dangerous. They're still just recruits. Yuan Gang tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating before speaking. All right, let's go with Qian's plan. The other recruits will temporarily leave the camp for a break. But, Chen Mai wanted to argue further. Yuan Gang interrupted. Captain Chen, you might not be aware, but Qian is an agent of the gods. Even 3 boundless realm experts can't do anything to him. The recruits are safest with him. Stunned, Chen Mai looked at Gu Qi'an, and after a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement. Gu Qi'an stood up and shook hands with Chen Mai. I hope Captain Chen can assist us in rooting out the mole. Team 136 is ready at any time, Chen Mai promised. The three then delved into a detailed discussion of the specific action plan, making final preparations for the impending crisis. The dining table at the Asylum of the Gods was filled with an enticing aroma. Gu Qi'an, Lin Qiye, and Li Yifei were enjoying dinner with Nikes, all wearing satisfied expressions. Your cooking skills have really improved, Lin Qiye said sincerely, putting down his chopsticks. Li Yifei scratched his head sheepishly. Well, there's not much else to do around here, so I spend my free time experimenting. How's it taste? It's indeed good. Even the usually serious Gu Qi'an gave a rare compliment. If you all like it, feel free to come by often, Li Yifei invited with a smile. At this point, Nike's treatment progress had reached 85, largely thanks to the constant presence of loved ones. Yes, we'll come whenever we have time. Lin Qiye nodded, though a hint of worry flickered across his brow. He noticed that the latter stages of Nike's treatment were progressing more slowly, and medication alone was having little effect. Fortunately, Gu Qi'an's frequent visits had made a significant impact. In contrast, Lin's own visits had been fewer due to training commitments. Adding to Lin Qiye's concerns was Gu Qi'an's situation. He had assumed that with Gu Qi'an's treatment progress at 84, recovery was imminent, allowing them to harness his abilities. However, contrary to expectations, Gu Qi'an's progress had regressed to 76, and medications had become ineffective. Noticing Lin Qiye's worried glance, Gu Qi'an asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Has the erosion worsened recently?" Nikes asked with concern. Not really, Gu Qi'an reassured with a smile. Since Xiao Zi started helping me, the divine erosion has had minimal impact. He paused before continuing. By the way, Qiye, there's something I need to tell you. The training camp will have a short break tomorrow. Make sure to inform by Li Pangpang and the others. This period will be the beginning of your real test. Lin Qiye frowned at the news. A break? Isn't the training camp supposed to be fully enclosed? Why the sudden change? Gu Qi'an's expression turned serious. There's a special reason. We've received intelligence that someone is plotting against the camp. Instead of staying on the defensive, we're setting a trap. With your intelligence, you should be able to guess who their real target is. Me? Is it the ancient gods' church? Lin Qiye's eyes narrowed. Yes, Bai Li Pang Pang is also a target. His bounty on the black market has reached 800 million. This time, you all will be the bait. Gu Qian's eyes gleamed with confidence. Don't worry, with me around, no one will harm you. What should we do? Lin Qiye asked. After gathering tomorrow, return to Cangnan City to coordinate with Team 136. Your mission is to capture them all. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't intervene. Team 136? Captain Chun Mai and his team. Lin Qiye pondered aloud. Upon hearing the news, Lin Qiye felt a warm surge in his heart, recalling the many moments with Squad 136. Their cooperation with the local watchman squad during missions in Cangnan City was indeed inseparable. Gu Qi'an nodded and advised. Go back early and tell them not to spread this matter beyond the team members to avoid unnecessary trouble. Understood, I'll notify them right away. Lin Qiye stood up and turned to Nix. Mother, I'm leaving now. Go ahead, Nix replied with a smile. After Lin Qiye left, Nix's expression turned serious as she stared at Gu Qi'an. You must tell me honestly, how confident are you in resisting the erosion of divine fate? Rest assured, Mother, I am confident, Gu Qi'an reassured her. At this point, Nix was vastly different from the dazed state she was in at the beginning of her treatment. With 80 of her recovery complete, she had regained the majesty of the Mother of Gods. Perhaps I should transfer the essence of night to you, just for extra assurance, Nix suggested after a moment of contemplation. Gu Qi'an felt a warmth in his heart, the maternal love almost melting the last of his internal defenses. He firmly responded, Mother, there's no need. Leave this power for Qiye. I am confident I can ascend to godhood before being fully eroded. Nix gazed at him for a long time, finally sighing. Since you are so sure, I won't say more. Moira, remember, Mother will always be your support. You don't have to bear everything alone. This time spent together not only warmed Gu Qi'an, but also nourished Nix. Even after regaining her memory and realizing that Gu Qi'an and Lin Qiye were not Moira and Thanatos, she still chose to treat them as her own. Mother, I understand. I'll speak up when I need to, Gu Qi'an smiled. Come, let me accompany you for a walk. Meanwhile, the sound of a whistle signaling the assembly of new recruits pierced the sky, marking the official start of the campaign against the cult of the ancient gods. Instructor Hong watched the quickly forming ranks with satisfaction and announced, It seems you all have the makings of soldiers. Due to your outstanding performance, the instructor team has decided to advance to the next phase of training. Before that, you have a 4-day leave. Cheers erupted from the crowd, though Lin Qiye and his 4 companions remained serious, clearly aware of the truth behind the leave. But there's a condition: you must not leave Cangnan City during the leave. This is a strict order. Yes. The group, though surprised, was delighted to have the leave. Very well, pack your bags within half an hour. A vehicle will take you away. Understood. Understood. Dismissed. After packing, Lin Qiye and his team gathered early by Gu Qi'an's side. Gu Qi'an calmly instructed, First, go with the main group to join Squad 136. Lin Qiye will act as the temporary captain. I won't interfere with your decisions. Handle the small fish. I'll take care of the big ones. Remember to work as a team and don't act recklessly. Seeing their solemn expressions, he added, Once you leave the training camp, you should all be able to break through to the pond realm. Adapt quickly. Yes, the 5 responded in unison. Gu instructor, aren't you coming with us? Molly asked. I have matters to attend to. I'll catch up later. With that, Gu Qi'an disappeared from their sight. Qi'an, I'm entrusting them all to you. Please be extremely careful on the journey. Don't let anything go wrong. Yuan Gang stood at the entrance of the military camp, his eyes sharp as he gazed at Gu Qi'an. Gu Qi'an stood tall and confident, a slight smile playing on his lips. Rest assured, Chief Instructor Yuan. Although the journey has its risks, it's also a rare training opportunity for them. Besides, I've arranged for Xiao Zi to follow and protect us in secret. Hearing this, Yuan Gang's furrowed brow relaxed a bit, but his gaze remained piercing. All right, that's settled. I'll stay here and root out the traitor who dared to betray us, teaching them the price of crossing the night watchman. With that, Yuan Gang crossed his arms, exuding an intimidating aura. Understood, Gu Qi'an replied briefly before disappearing in a flash. This kid is becoming more and more unfathomable, Yuan Gang mused, shaking his head before turning back to his work. Gu Qi'an followed closely behind the bus, quickly reaching a military checkpoint. Just then, a sharp whistling sound came from the sky. He looked up to see 5 unidentified objects cutting through the clouds, trailing long tails as they sped towards them. So, they finally arrived? Gu Qi'an smirked, instantly channeling his internal spiritual power. His eyes turned crimson, the hexagonal star patterns swirling mysteriously. His formidable mental energy swept the surroundings like a storm, kicking up sand and stones. A blue flame rose from beneath his feet, rapidly outlining a massive figure. Bones, muscles, and skin appeared in sequence, forming a giant over 100 meters tall, bearing Gu Qian's likeness. The giant was clad in armor, wielding a gleaming blade, exuding an icy pressure that stilled the air with each breath. This was Gu Qian's destiny manifestation. The giant unfurled a pair of enormous wings, and with a single flap, unleashed a gale that whipped up a cloud of dust. Gu Qian stood within the diamond-shaped crystal on the giant's forehead, watching the 5 incoming missiles, then propelled the massive figure into the sky. Meanwhile, the recruits on the bus were still basking in the joy of reaching the pool realm, smiles on their faces, until the sight of the missiles streaking through the sky left them in a cold sweat. Everyone get down, grab onto something nearby, and hold on tight. That's a missile. Instructor Hong's roar erupted like thunder, instantly breaking the recruits' train of thought. In the blink of an eye, a massive azure figure soared into the sky, its enormous wings stirring up violent gusts with each beat, causing the bus to shake violently. That figure was none other than Instructor Gu in his giant form. Qiye, am I seeing things? Is that giant? Instructor Gu, Bailey Pang asked incredulously, rubbing his eyes vigorously. It's him, Lin Qiye confirmed, his gaze fixed on the figure in the sky, a faint golden light flickering in his eyes as a hint of worry crept into his heart. There were 5 missiles in total. The giant moved with lightning speed. With a sword in his right hand, he delivered a horizontal slash that tore through the air, the sword's light unfurling like a canopy and instantly slicing through the 3 missiles headed towards the training camp. Meanwhile, his left hand, crackling with lightning, struck down fiercely at the 2 missiles hurtling towards the bus. Boom, boom. 5 missiles exploded simultaneously in the air, orange-eared flames surging and expanding like raging waves. The deafening explosion shattered the air, with the shockwave scattering countless fragments. The blinding white light swallowed the entire sky in an instant. The recruits' ears rang from the explosion, yet they couldn't tear their eyes away from the sky. The azure giant stood resolute, unscathed by the countless missile fragments clanging against him. Inside the training camp, Yuan Gang lowered his binoculars, shock flashing in his eyes. He knew Gu Qian was formidable, but hadn't expected such overwhelming strength. However, his expression quickly turned grim, a murderous aura emanating from him. The traitor's identity must be significant to target the recruits so quickly. Once the giant landed and dissolved into light, Gu Qian's figure appeared in front of the bus. Are you all okay? A gulp broke the brief silence, followed by a chorus of exclamations from inside the bus. Lin Qiye and the others rushed out, with Bailey Pang so overwhelmed he was in tears. Instructor Gu, is that your forbidden ability? It's just like a Gundam, so cool. Just as Gu Qian was about to explain, a car smoothly pulled up beside them. Qiye, we're here to pick you up, a sweet voice called out. Lin Qiye looked up in surprise. Sister Hong Ying, Brother Qiamo, what are you doing here? We heard from the captain that you have a day off, so we came to pick you up, Hong Ying replied with a smile, turning her gaze to Gu Qian. You must be Gu Qian, right? The captain mentioned you. That giant Gundam earlier was incredible. I'm Hong Ying from Team 136 stationed in Songnan City. Nice to meet you. Slightly flustered by the sudden attention from this popular character, Gu Qian scratched his head awkwardly. Hello, I'm Gu Qian. In Songnan City, at the Peace Bridge, Gu Qian and his companions followed Hong Ying towards the Peace Agency. As they glanced at the shop signs on either side, they couldn't help but pause. In surprise, on the left was Peace Wedding Services, and on the right was Peace Funeral Services, with the Peace Agency awkwardly sandwiched in between. Noticing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, even the usually carefree Hong Ying felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks flushing slightly. Haha, don't mind these details. This area is more affordable, which is why our predecessors chose it, she explained quickly, leading everyone into the agency. Welcome, chimed a crisp electronic female voice at the entrance. Hong Ying walked briskly ahead, saying, the captain and the others are waiting for you in the basement. The basement hall was spacious and well lit, and the members of Team 136, either sitting or standing, focused their attention on Gu Qian and his group as they entered. Chen Mai stood up and stepped forward to shake hands with Gu Qian. Welcome to Team 130 SIXS base, Instructor Gu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Captain Chen, just call me Qian. Instructor Gu sounds old, Gu Qian replied with a smile. After Lin Qiye introduced both sides, Wu Xiangnan asked seriously, Qian, what are your plans for this operation? You should ask Qiye about that, Gu Qian replied easily, spreading his hands. This operation is entirely in his hands. He's the captain of their 5-person team. As soon as he said this, Wu Xiangnan frowned, and Hong Ying immediately became restless. She pulled Lin Qiye behind her. What do you mean? How can you let Brother Qiye participate in such a dangerous mission? He's still a rookie. Why don't you, with your skills, just handle it directly? Wu Xiangnan thought for a moment. Are you trying to train them? But this time, they're up against the ancient god church. Qiye. Before he could finish, Chen Mai interrupted. All right, Hong Ying, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Let's allow Qiye and his team to handle this mission. His tone was calm and firm. Hong Ying bit her lip, her face full of concern. But I'm still uneasy. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses and said earnestly, Hong Ying, you need to trust Qiye and his team. People need experience to grow, and overprotection can hinder development. If the captain made this decision, it was surely well considered. Sister Hong Ying, don't worry. I'm quite capable now, Lin Qiye said with a bright smile, feeling warmed by Hong Ying's concern. Gu Qi'an turned to Chen Mai. Captain Chen, could you please brief Qiye on the latest intelligence? They'll need to find a place to rest soon. Chen Mai nodded, handing a stack of documents to Lin Qiye. Here's the information we've gathered. You can decide on the specific arrangements yourselves. Isn't Brother Qiye staying at my place? Hong Ying asked, puzzled. We need to find another place to rest, Gu Qi'an explained seriously. There will inevitably be battles during this operation, and I'm sure you don't want the peace office to be damaged. Hong Ying sighed softly and nodded in agreement. Lin Qiye stood up, glanced around at everyone present, and after a brief farewell, left the peace office with Li Pang Pang and others. Once their footsteps had completely faded, Gu Qi'an waved his hand, and a pale blue formation appeared in the air, from which a chubby little dragon emerged. Xiao Zi, follow them and protect them from the shadows. Only intervene if necessary, and don't let them notice you, Gu Qi'an instructed. Xiao Zi pouted immediately. Xiaonan is the worst, letting me out only to do such boring tasks. I'll take you out for a feast once the task is done, Gu Qi'an coaxed with a smile. Really? Xiao Zi's eyes lit up, and she excitedly twirled in the air. Then I'm off. With that, the little dragon quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Chen Mai frowned at Gu Qi'an. Was that just now? My contract beast, Xiao Zi, Gu Qi'an replied calmly. An immeasurable realm thunder dragon. With its presence, even if they encounter a Klein realm expert, they'll be safe. This statement drew a gasp from those present. Who would have thought that the seemingly chubby little dragon was a legendary, immeasurable realm dragon? Gu Qi'an turned to Hong Ying. Now you can rest assured, right? Hong Ying blushed slightly. I was just worried about him. There's no need to be overly concerned, Gu Qi'an said gently. Qiye is the strongest in the new recruit training camp, which is why I appointed him as the team leader. His teammates are also exceptional 3 possessors of extremely high-risk forbidden ruins, and the Bai Li family's young master, known as the Forbidden Object Museum. Having Xiaozi follow them is just in case a Sea Realm expert gets involved. Thank you, Hong Ying said sincerely. You're welcome, Gu Qi'an replied with a warm smile. Qiye is like a brother to me, so I'll naturally look out for him. Suddenly, Si Xiaonan, who had been hiding in the corner, spoke up. Qiye? Qian? Are you 2 brothers? Huh? No. Gu Qi'an was momentarily taken aback. We just have a special bond. Si Xiaonan blushed and retreated back into the corner. At this moment, Chen Mai aptly broke the slightly awkward atmosphere. Where will you stay tonight? I'll just find a place to crash, Gu Qi'an shrugged. I haven't had a chance to explore Songnan City yet. With that, he waved goodbye and turned to leave the peace office. Captain, you should have seen how amazing he was, Hong Ying excitedly recounted. He transformed into a 100-meter turtle giant and intercepted 5 missiles aimed at the training camp in an instant, without a scratch. No wonder Instructor Yuan said that with him around, even immeasurable realm experts are nothing to fear. Chen Mai took a deep breath, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. If it weren't for that incident, I might at least be a Klein realm now. Beside him, Wu Xiangnan looked down at his own hands and silently shook his head. After Lin Qiye and his companions left the peace office, Chao Yuan immediately turned to Lin Qiye, who was deep in thought, and asked, Qiye, what should we do next? Let's find a place to rest first, Lin Qiye replied after a moment of contemplation. Bailey Pongpong's eyes lit up, and he eagerly patted his chest, saying, leave it to me. I'll have the family butler book a presidential suite. It should be spacious enough for all of us. Lin Qiye initially wanted a more discreet hideout, but, after reconsidering, nodded in agreement. All right, I'll leave it to you. Bailey Pang Pang, thrilled, quickly contacted the family butler. The efficiency of the Bailey family was impressive, and the room was booked in no time. Let's go to the Kalen Ski Hotel, luxury presidential suite, room 9039, Bailey Pang Pang announced excitedly, momentarily forgetting the seriousness of their mission. Shin Qingzhu frowned and said, isn't staying in such a high-profile place a bit too conspicuous? That's exactly the point, Lin Qiye explained. If we keep hiding, they'll just stay put. Shin Qingzhu nodded in understanding. The group headed towards the Kalinsky Hotel. On the way, Lin Qiye paused briefly, a subtle smile playing on his lips. She had sensed Xiao Zi stealthily following them. If not for his recent advancement to the Qi realm, expanding his sensory range, he might not have noticed. He didn't reveal this, knowing it was likely Gu Qian's arrangement for protection. Upon arriving at the hotel, the guest manager greeted them with a professional smile and led them to room 9039. As they opened the door, the opulent decor was overwhelming. For everyone except Bailey Pang Pang, it was their first time seeing such a luxurious place. So this is the extravagant life of the wealthy? Molly scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Bailey Pang Pang. Bailey Pang Pang shivered, suddenly remembering Molly's presence. He quickly explained with a pained expression, Molly, I don't usually live like this. It's all for the mission. He gave Lin Qiye a pleading look. Ugh, rich kids. None of them are any good. Molly snorted, turning away. Ahem, Lin Qiye interrupted. Let's focus on this information first. He found a spot to sit down. The group gathered around, studying the intelligence carefully. After reading, Lin Qiye took a deep breath, his expression serious. Everything else is manageable, but these two suspected Chuan realm experts are going to be tough. Everyone wore a solemn look. Lin Qiye looked around and asked, do you all remember what instructor Gu taught us about dealing with someone stronger? Use everything we can, Molly replied without hesitation. Lin Qiye looked around at everyone, his voice steady as he analyzed the situation. We need to deal with the others first, then figure out a way to handle those two strong opponents from Chuanjing. With our combined strength, if we play it right, we have a chance against one of them. Before he could finish, his expression suddenly turned serious, and he raised a hand to signal silence. Bai Li and the others immediately understood, holding their breath. Within Lin Qiye's sensory range, a suspicious figure was lurking at the doorway. After glancing around, the figure took out a square box and skillfully installed it in a concealed spot by the door, adjusting it before quickly leaving. Someone just installed something outside our door, Lin Qiye explained once the person was gone. It appears to be a timed bomb. He examined the device closely, noting the timer ticking down. It will explode in 3 hours. That long? Xin Qingzhu asked, puzzled. Lin Qiye glanced at the darkening sky. They probably plan to make their move tonight. Molly asked worriedly, should we try to disarm the bomb? Could it harm innocent people? I'm afraid not. Lin Qiye shook his head. The bomb likely has a touch-sensitive trigger. Opening the door would set it off. But I've sensed around, and there are no other guests nearby, so there shouldn't be any casualties. But why place the bomb at the door? It doesn't really affect us, Chao Yuan questioned. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow in response. If it explodes, what's your first reaction? I know. Bai Li pointed toward the window. We'd probably jump out the window to escape. Exactly. Lin Qiye's eyes flashed sharply. The explosion's fire and shockwave would force us to jump out. It seems they've already chosen the time and place for us. Molly realized. You mean they'll ambush us under the hotel in 3 hours? Yes, Lin Qiye nodded. We have 2 hours to rest and prepare for a tough fight tonight. Convinced by his analysis, the group went to their rooms to rest. Meanwhile, Gu Qi'an finished shopping in Sangnan City's mall, bought some snacks, and headed to a secluded spot. He noticed a gray rat in the corner staring at him, and he smirked. I've been waiting for you. A red light flashed in his eyes, and the rat's eyes immediately transformed into the shape of a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Take me to your master. The rat nodded as if understanding and scurried toward the nearest sewer, with Gu Qi'an following. As he looked at the dark, damp sewer, Gu Qi'an muttered with a frown, what a strange preference, choosing to live in a place like this. In an underground bunker, a bespectacled boy suddenly became alert. Someone's coming? He quickly donned a black trench coat, the hood concealing his delicate features, and headed out of the bunker. Gu Qi'an hadn't walked far behind the rat when he saw a figure approaching in the distance. He raised an eyebrow with a smile. Knowing I was coming, you still dared to show up alone. Not bad courage. I know you. You're with Lin Qiye, so I know you're not an enemy. And Xingyu looked directly at the visitor, his tone filled with unwavering certainty. Gu Qian's lips curled into a faint smile. He tilted his head, examining the young man, and asked, good observation. Won't you invite me to sit over there? Seeing and Xingyu hesitate, he added, did you come here specifically to find me? How do you know about me? Even Lin Qiye probably doesn't know I exist. And Xingyu looked somewhat taken aback by the overly familiar visitor. My name is Gu Qi'an, Lin Qiye's elder brother and currently his training instructor. Gu Qi'an introduced briefly, his azure hair glinting subtly in the dim light. Brother? And Xingyu frowned slightly. Doesn't Lin Qiye only have an aunt and a cousin? Not by blood, just a bond of fate. Gu Qi'an replied nonchalantly, lifting the shopping bag in his hand, full of snacks. So, are you really not going to invite me over? After a moment of hesitation, and Xingyu nodded silently and led Gu Qi'an to his base. Inside the air raid shelter, Gu Qi'an glanced around. Lab equipment was scattered everywhere, and the floor was cluttered with research material. It's a bit messy, make do with it. And Xingyu said, scratching his head a bit embarrassedly. This is a typical engineer's space, Gu Qi'an remarked, finding a spot to sit and pulling a bottle of Sprite from the bag, offering it to Xingyu. Thanks. And Xingyu took the drink, took a sip, and spoke frankly. You seem to know a lot about me. If I said it was just a coincidence, would you believe me? No. You're a tough little one, Gu Qi'an said calmly. Chasing down everything too thoroughly can leave you friendless. You don't seem much older than me. And Xingyu fixed his gaze on Gu Qi'an's azure eyes. Besides, I don't need friends. I just want to pursue the truth. Is that so? Gu Qi'an gave a knowing smile. If you really didn't want friends, You wouldn't be so interested in Lin Qiye, would you? And Qingyu blushed slightly at the remark, then angrily retorted, what do you really want from me? Ah, see? That's much cuter. It's no good being gloomy all the time, Gu Qi'an teased. And Qingyu immediately straightened his back, forcing a calm demeanor. All right, no more teasing, Gu Qi'an said, dropping the playful tone. Have you considered joining the Night Watchers? Not at the moment. And Qingyu shook his head. I'm not interested in the Night Watchers. I seek absolute truth, and I don't want to be bound by their rules. Gu Qi'an took a sip of Sprite, his gaze falling on the dissected mysterious corpse nearby. Why do you think the Night Watchers have so many rules? Their sole purpose is to ensure public safety. As long as you have the ability and don't endanger the public, the Night Watchers can offer more help. Like this, he gestured to the corpse. Wouldn't it be more convenient if someone helped you capture it? In the damp, dark basement, Gu Qi'an's voice carried a hint of mockery. Instead of staying in this gloomy, damp place, waiting like a sitting duck. Do you know how many mysterious occurrences happen in Songnan City in a year? How about the entire Xia in a year? He looked directly at Qingyu. With your current abilities, hunting mysteries on your own might be difficult. Are you still planning to rely on Team 136? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Qingyu's face as he sighed. You're right. But you also know that with my current strength, there's no way I can convince them to let me study the mysterious. That's why I'm here. Gu Qi'an's lips curled into a confident smile. With me backing you up, I believe you'll get the attention you deserve. And Qingyu scrutinized the young man in front of him, who didn't seem much older than himself, with a hint of skepticism in his eyes. What? Don't believe me? Gu Qi'an, being questioned for the first time, spoke with a hint of indignation. Don't be fooled by my current Sea Realm strength. I could easily take down a formidable Boundless Realm opponent. And Qingyu lowered his head, pondering for a moment, before speaking slowly. I can join the Watchers, but I have a few conditions. Oh, agreeing so soon. If I don't agree, would you let me leave? Ahem, fair point. Gu Qi'an cleared his throat. Go ahead, what are your conditions? First, provide me with a quiet environment for my research. Second, allow me to dissect various mysteries. Third, I don't want to spend a lot of time on meaningless tasks. Fourth, stop. Enough with the conditions. Gu Qi'an quickly interrupted. I can agree to the first two, and as for the third, the Watchers only assign meaningful tasks. What do you think we are, an informal organization? Unperturbed, and Qingyu smiled slightly. All right, then I'm willing to join the Watchers. You're too weak right now, Gu Qi'an said seriously. Although the training camp has been going on for 5 months, I hope you'll join it from now on. Of course, I'll provide you with the mysteries appearing in Songnan City for your research. The training camp has been running for so long already? Can I still join? And Qingyu didn't mind, knowing he could learn a lot of valuable knowledge there. Gu Qi'an explained, you can join Lin Qiye's team temporarily as my student and help them complete their training task. With this achievement, you can join the training camp. I'll also publicly announce you as my new student, so no one will object. All right. And Qingyu agreed briefly. Then go find Lin Qiye. Gu Qi'an waved his hand. With your abilities, you should be well aware of the situation in Songnan City. I won't take you there. What about you? Aren't you going to help? Already lying on the messy bed, Gu Qi'an replied lazily. It's not time for me to act yet. When I'm needed, I'll naturally appear. I'll just spend the night here. And Qingyu hesitated, then simply tightened his hood and left silently. Watching in Qingyu's departing figure, Gu Qi'an smiled slightly. That's more like it. Staying in such an environment all the time. No wonder you seemed so quiet in the original story. It's better to interact with people more, and I think that's the kind of life you long for. In the luxurious presidential Suite 9039 at the Kalansky Hotel, Lin Qiye looked around at his energized teammates and said with determination, it's time for us to move. But how are we supposed to get out of here? Qiao Yuan asked, frowning as he surveyed the enclosed space around them. A sly smile appeared on by Li Pengpeng's lips as he pulled what seemed to be an ordinary piece of chalk from his pocket. He walked briskly to the wall and deftly drew a perfect circle on its surface. As he did so, the space within the circle began to ripple, and the wall vanished like a mirage, revealing a passageway to the adjacent suite. Let's go, Li Pengpeng said, brushing the chalk dust from his hands with satisfaction. This is our exclusive route to the next room. Pengpeng, are you Doraemon reincarnated? Qiao Yuan teased. Li Pengpeng puffed out his chest. Hey, I'm a master at collecting all sorts of magical contraband. Lin Qiye patted Li Pengpeng on the shoulder, a hint of a smile on his face. Don't get too cocky. Let's move quickly. With that, he stepped through the opening in the wall. This unexpected surprise saved him the trouble of resorting to his original plan of cutting through the wall with a knife. The others followed closely, moving lightly through the passage. They held their breath, minimizing the sound of their footsteps, and slipped out of the Kalansky Hotel like ghosts. Soon, they found a concealed spot nearby to hide, vigilantly watching their surroundings. At that moment, a familiar figure approached them. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. recognizing the newcomer. Qiye, long time no see. And Qingyu greeted with a shy smile. And Qingyu, what are you doing here? Lin Qiye quickly pulled him into their hiding spot. Teacher Gu Qi'an sent me to assist you with your mission. We can discuss the details later. And Qingyu explained briefly. Hearing the mention of Teacher Gu, the group's wariness eased somewhat. And Qingyu introduced himself to the others, who reciprocated with their introductions. Have you awakened the Forbidden Ruins too? Lin Qiye asked curiously. We'll talk about that later. And Qingyu replied seriously. The people you're waiting for are about to arrive. They are 4 former night watchmen who escaped from the Fasting Institute. He then shared detailed information about these individuals. How do you know all this? Lin Qiye asked in surprise. And Qingyu smiled confidently. It's my ability. I can control the movements of mice and share their vision. I call them seeds, and right now, the movements of all enemies in Songnan City are under my surveillance. That's impressive, like you're a born intelligence expert. Chao Yuan quipped, causing the others to exchange exasperated glances. You scoundrel, your thoughts are truly filthy, Li Pangpang said with a look of disdain, pulling in Qingyu aside and whispering conspiratorially. Qingyu, your ability is really impressive. Can you teach me? And Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, then replied seriously. Sure, I developed this by dissecting the head of the Nanda snake demon and analyzing its characteristics. A string of technical terms left by Li Pangpang scratching his head. Lin Qiye quickly intervened, pulling the two away from each other. You two, one dares to teach, and the other dares to learn. He shifted to the main topic. Our primary task now is to eliminate the enemy. Qingyu, how long until they arrive? At most, 10 minutes. All right, let the hunt begin. Meanwhile, not far away, 4 figures were engaged in conversation in the shadows. Since we've escaped from the fasting place, why get involved in such a dangerous mission? Asked a man carrying 3 swords, frowning. A burly man replied in a deep voice. We owe them for our escape, and we must repay this debt. A woman holding a bow and arrow chuckled. They're just rookie soldiers who haven't even graduated. What's there to fear? Once it's done, we'll flee far away, and the Night Watch won't make a fuss over a few rookies. The bounty on by Li's young master is 800 million, said the balding older man, opening a black box and taking out a marker. With this job, our later years will be worry-free. The burly man signaled. Hurry and set up the no-boundary zone, so Team 136 won't find us. The balding older man quickly set up the area within the no-boundary zone. The woman with the bow leapt to a high vantage point to ambush. However, they were unaware that Lin Qiye and his team had already been observing everything. Lin Qiye silently signaled and transformed into a shadow, pursuing the woman with the bow. A sudden explosion rang out. The woman with the bow stared intently at room 9036, puzzled why the target hadn't appeared. She failed to notice the danger behind her. Lin Qiye had quietly approached, reversing his grip on the knife and swiftly cutting her throat. Her pupils dilated in shock, never understanding what happened as life left her. The battle commenced. Shen Qingzhu unleashed an airwave at the burly man, followed closely by Chao Yuan, surrounded by controllable black flames of malevolent energy, slashing swiftly with his straight sword. The burly man dodged the sword but was directly hit by the airwave, crashing into the wall and spitting blood. Molly shouted, shocking blade slash, sweeping her katana with resonant force. The man with 3 swords hastily blocked, but all 3 of his swords flew from his grasp, his body numb. Li Pangpang seized the moment, waving his right hand, and the sky was instantly filled with golden sword shadows. 1 becomes 3,000, kill. Countless sword shadows pierced through the man with 3 swords. Seeing the situation was dire, the burly man, blood seeping from his mouth, weakly asked, cough. How did you know we were coming? Before he could finish, Chao Yuan, as a black flame, swept past, and his head rolled to the ground. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses calmly. The old man setting up the no-boundary zone outside has been dealt with too. Thus, the 4-person team of former Night Watch members who had escaped from the fasting place was completely annihilated. Lin Qiye leaped from the rooftop and landed steadily beside his companions. All sorted, Li Pangpang asked with a smug expression, flexing his arm muscles. Of course, with such trash, it's a piece of cake for me. Don't get complacent, Lin Qiye warned gravely, his voice low. After all, they're strong fighters from the Night Watch. If we hadn't acted first and prevented them from using their abilities, it wouldn't have been easy to wipe out their squad. What are we planning next? Shen Qingzhu inquired. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, the lenses catching a faint glint in the dim light. According to the information from my scouts, there's a true-level fighter upstairs. He intended to attack you directly in the hotel. Are fighters of this level acting so soon? Chao Yuan asked, frowning in confusion. There are at least a dozen true-level fighters roaming Songnan City, and 2 high-level fighters hidden deep, not to mention any others that might be undetected. And Qingyu explained, a hint of grayness crossing his gaze. The group was taken aback. Molly couldn't help but ask, I thought there were only supposed to be 2 true-level fighters? Don't worry, and Qingyu reassured them. Team 136 has already begun their operations. We're not fighting alone. Lin Qiye suddenly looked up at the hotel rooftop, as if sensing something. Since there's a true-level fighter acting alone here, let's take him out first. He's probably watching us from the rooftop, but he can't see us clearly because of the void zone. He quickly devised a plan. Chao Yuan, you and I will confront him directly. Qingzhu, Molly, Pangpang, you three stay hidden and look for opportunities to strike once the battle begins. Turning to Qingyu, he added, Qingyu, I'm not sure of your current abilities. Can you fight directly? And Qingyu shook his head with a wry smile. I don't have much combat ability right now. That's okay. Stay hidden. Your scouting and analysis are crucial for us. Everyone took their positions according to the plan, leaving only Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan pretending to rest in place. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked through the void zone towards them. Well done, the man said. I knew those losers wouldn't stand a chance against you. Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan immediately went on guard. Who are you? What's in it for us if we join you? Join us, the ancient god cult, and you'll become one of the elite, Zhang Guangxing said, raising his hands with longing. TCH, not even the highest rank, Lin Qiye scoffed. Zhang Guangxing's face turned angry. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Being elite is the highest honor for you. If you won't join, then you must die. Before he finished speaking, his right fist, carrying a fierce wind, shot straight at Lin Qiye's face. Lin Qiye sidestepped, and Chao Yuan seized the moment, delivering a swift roundhouse kick aimed at Zhang Guangxing's back. Zhang Guangxing seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. With a swift backward sweep of his left hand, he sent Chao Yuan stumbling back with his powerful force. Is that all you've got? Zhang Guangxing sneered, suddenly leaping into the air and launching a heavy punch straight at Lin Qiye's face. Lin Qiye quickly retreated with the aid of the Starry Night Dancer, but as Zhang Guangxing's fist touched the ground, there was a thunderous explosion. Intense flames shot skyward, and the violent shockwave sent Lin Qiye flying. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Chao Yuan drew his straight sword from his waist, enveloping himself in a shroud of sinister black flames. He executed a fierce sword slash at Zhang Guangxing, the dark blade arc tracing a line in the air. Zhang Guangxing stomped his right leg heavily on the ground, causing it to shatter instantly. Towering flames mixed with debris formed a natural barrier, blocking the deadly strike. In the distance, Qingyu's eyes flickered with a gray hue, and in a moment, he saw through the secret of Zhang Guangxing's forbidden realm, injecting flames at a point and compressing them to the extreme, causing them to lose stability and explode. He immediately communicated this discovery to his teammates through the earpiece. Armed with this intelligence, Lin Qiye drew his dual blades and engaged Zhang Guangxing in fierce combat. With his sharp swordsmanship, extraordinary dynamic vision, and the support of Chao Yuan's diversion, Lin Qiye gradually gained the upper hand. Kid, you've got some skills, Zhang Guangxing admitted, finding himself at a disadvantage in close combat. He punched the ground, attempting to use his forbidden realm to escape. At that moment, a crisp snap echoed from afar. Qingzhu had delivered the crucial blow. This time, Zhang Guangxing's heavy punch hit the ground with no effect. Before he could react, Lin Qiye's blade had already left a bloody mark on his shoulder. In a panic, Zhang Guangxing leaped to escape the danger, only to see Molly appear midair, her katana gleaming with cold light, imbued with a forceful shock as she struck down. Caught off guard, Zhang Guangxing crossed his fists to block, managing to stop the blade, but suffering internal injuries from the shockwave, causing him to cough up blood. In that critical moment, Bailey Pongpong's Yaoguang transformed into two spinning crescent moon blades, swiftly severing his arms. Falling heavily to the ground, Zhang Guangxing let out a despairing roar. He gathered all his flames, intending to perish with his enemies. But Qingzhu smirked disdainfully. Playing with fire in my mental domain? With another snap of her fingers, she extinguished all the flames around Zhang Guangxing. Lin Qiye's eyes glinted with a pale golden light, his terrifying divine power enveloping Zhang Guangxing. Under this pressure, Zhang Guangxing momentarily lost consciousness. Lin Qiye crossed his blades, slicing across at his neck, blood spurting as his head flew high. Sheathing his blades, Lin Qiye's face broke into a smile. They had taken down their first powerful opponent in the Sichuan realm through their seamless teamwork, but it was clear this would not be the last. Near the Wujie airspace by the Kailansky Grand Hotel, a few individuals were tidying up the aftermath of a battle. Lin Qiye took a bottle of water from his backpack, took a swig, and looked at Qingyu. Qingyu, where do we go next? I think we should find those lone Chuanjing experts. And Qingyu paused with the water in his hand, his deep eyes meeting Lin Qiye's. Before that, we should check on your aunt's house. What do you mean? Lin Qiye frowned. The Scorpion mercenaries who vanished 3 years ago have been lurking near your aunt's house recently. And Qingyu said calmly. You know what their goal is. The words hit Lin Qiye like a hammer to the heart. He jumped to his feet, the water bottle dropping to the ground with a thud, and a chilling murderous intent erupted from within him. Without waiting for the others to react, he He sprinted towards the small building he yearned for, but dared not approach. Qiye, wait for us. Li Pangpang realized what was happening and immediately chased after him. The others exchanged a glance and followed closely. Lin Qiye's mind was blank, caring nothing for any training, only wanting to reach his aunt's house as fast as possible. Anyone who dared harm his aunt and Ajin would be torn to pieces. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Chunmai was coldly watching the enemy lying in a pool of blood. He gripped his sword tightly and jerked it out of the enemy's body, causing blood to gush out and stain the ground. Who would have thought? Chunmai stood up straight, his sword still dripping with warm blood, that our little Tsangnan city would attract so many rats. It seems the ancient god church is making a serious move this time. Standing nearby, Hong Ying clutched her spear, her knuckles white with tension. Captain, could Qiye and the others be in danger? The intel said there were only 2 Chuanjing experts, but we've killed far more than that. Don't worry too much, Hong Ying. Wu Xiangnan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Remember, little Z the dragon is with them. With little Z's strength, they should be safe. Hong Ying sighed, relaxing a bit. I hope so. Captain, we need to hurry and find the other lurking Chuanjing experts. Her words were barely out when she charged forward with her spear. Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged a glance and followed with Wen Qimo and Si Xiaonan, their figures quickly vanishing into the blood-scented night. At that moment, a blue-haired figure suddenly appeared in front of Hong Ying, blocking her path. Recognizing the person, Hong Ying came to an abrupt halt. Huh, what are you doing here? Gu Qi'an stood still, a gentle smile on his lips. He turned to the members of Team 136 who had followed him, his gaze sweeping over each face. I got bored lying around, so I came out to get some fresh air and happened to run into you. Chunmai frowned as he sized him up. So, do you want to join us in cleaning up those rats from the ancient god church? Sure, why not? I'm free anyway. Gu Qi'an replied with a casual shrug. Then we'll be counting on you. Chunmai nodded, already calculating how much smoother their operation would be with Gu Qi'an as their ace in the hole. Hong Ying's eyes lit up. Great. We get to see Gu Qi'an in action again. Si Xiaonan peeked out from behind her, curiously observing the legendary figure. Gu Qi'an shook his head and led the group to the bodies of the enemies that Team 136 had just taken down. His azure eyes fixed on the corpses, where countless threads of fate intertwined. No need for a pointless search. He flicked his fingers, sending a few strands of fate off into the distance. Follow me. Gu Qi'an moved along one of the threads, and Team 136 followed closely, no one questioning his unique abilities. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye stopped near the small old buildings in the old district. The remnants of his rational mind told him that acting on impulse would only put his aunt and Ajin in greater danger. Li Pangpang and the others caught up to him, noting Lin Qiye's serious expression. I need your help, he said. Qiye, we're brothers. Your problem is my problem. Li Pangpang promised, patting his chest. Chao Yuan placed a hand on Lin Qiye's shoulder. Just tell us what you need. You're our temporary team leader, and besides, they're the target of this mission, Shen Qingzhu added. We always have each other's backs. Molly didn't speak, but stood firmly by Lin Qiye's side. After several collaborations, she had come to respect this strategic leader. Qiye, you were too impulsive. I hadn't even finished speaking before you ran off, and Qingyu shook his head, continuing. The Scorpion Squad isn't much of a threat. They're just a bunch of reckless fugitives without a sanctuary. The real trouble comes from the 2 people behind them, the 16th seat of the ancient god church, and a woman known as Lady Serpent. Her aura is somewhat similar to yours, suggesting she's also a powerful figure. Lin Qiye frowned. Aura? Are you saying she's the Medusa agent of the ancient god church? And Qingyu thought for a moment and nodded in confirmation. Are those 2 nearby? Lady Serpent isn't here, but the 16th seat should be nearby, though he's hidden his presence. My fish scouts haven't located him yet. How many people are in the Scorpion Squad? 9 people, scattered around to monitor your aunt's house. Hearing this, a glint flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes, and a plan began to form in his mind. Under the leadership of Gu Qi'an, the members of Squad 136 were carrying out a silent assassination mission. Along the way, they had successfully taken down more than a dozen powerful members of the ancient god cult from the Chuan region. These formidable fighters, who would normally instill fear, seemed utterly helpless in front of Gu Qi'an. Shu, the last of the Chuan region warriors, fell without a sound, not even having a chance to struggle. Watching this, Hong Ying couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. If you can handle them all by yourself, why bring us along? When Qima, usually silent, couldn't resist asking. Gu Qi'an shrugged casually. I thought it would be boring to do it alone, so I brought you guys along for the ride. He paused for a moment, then added, why not let you take the lead next? Chunmai lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. I didn't expect you to be skilled in assassination too. Young people these days are really something. But it's good, at least it makes things easier for the support team. I think it's great. Si Xiaonan beamed. We didn't even have to lift a finger, and no one got hurt. I'm curious, Wu Xiangnan frowned. Weren't you planning to train Lin Qiye and the others? Why did you decide to handle it directly? Gu Qi'an replied calmly. Isn't it New Year's Eve tomorrow? I'd rather they have a good holiday than worry about training. Besides, there are enough enemies left for them to handle. Mai gave him a meaningful look. Tomorrow, you all come to the peace office. I'll personally cook for you. That sounds wonderful, Gu Qi'an smiled. I've heard Lin Qiye talk about your exceptional cooking skills, Captain Chun. Looks like we're in for a treat tomorrow. His expression then turned serious. Let's go. The next target is a high region expert, and it won't be as easy to assassinate. Hearing this, everyone became serious and followed Gu Qi'an without hesitation. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Chao Yuan, Molly, you two come with me to deal with the Mad Scorpion squad. We need to keep it quiet, Lin Qiye commanded decisively. And Qingyu, send a scout ahead. Fatty, Shen Qingzhu, and in Qingyu, your skills aren't suited for assassination, so find a place to keep watch and be on guard for any sudden appearances from the Chuan region. And Qingyu summoned a gray-skinned rat with a wave of his hand, and Lin Qiye and his team followed it stealthily. Soon, they spotted the 3 members of the Mad Scorpion squad chatting idly. We've been lying in wait for so long, Scorpion 3 grumbled impatiently. Let's just grab that woman and child, and see if those divine agents dare to show up. Don't rush, Scorpion 4 advised. Follow the boss's orders. They're all asleep. What are we even watching for? Scorpion 6 complained. At that moment, a shadow shot forth with lethal intent, a blade slicing through Scorpion 3's throat. Sensing danger, Scorpion 4 and Scorpion 6 reached for their radios, only to see Lin Qiye raise his hand and twist, a dark glow enveloping the radios, instantly twisting them into a mangled mess. Molly and Chao Yuan worked in perfect sync, swiftly covering their target's mouth from both sides. Their blades flashed, and in a silent moment, blood sprayed forth. 3. Lin Qiye's deep voice resonated in the darkness. Follow the fish to the next location. I've spotted 2 snipers lying in wait. Understood. Chao Yuan replied curtly. Then he and Molly quickly followed the trail of the gray rat. Lin Qiye's figure melded with the night as he appeared behind Xiejio in an instant. A flash of steel cut across the enemy's throat, and without pausing, he moved toward the second sniper. Xieba sensed something was wrong, quickly raising his gun to aim, only to find himself immobilized by an unseen force. The darkness consumed him, a blade glinted, and blood splattered. From a distance, Lin Qiye observed through his sniper scope, a hint of approval on his lips. Well done. Lin Qiye reappeared beside Chao Yuan and Molly. All sorted. Yes, 3 in total. Chao Yuan confirmed briefly. I'll handle the last one. Lin Qiye's eyes were sharp. I'll make some noise to draw out that expert from Chuanyu. His target is me, and he'll definitely make a move when he sees I'm alone. Chao Yuan grinned, understanding the plan, and withdrew into the shadows with Molly. Lin Qiye briefed Pang Pang and the others through his earpiece, receiving 3 acknowledgements in return. In the darkness, Lin Qiye followed the fish's guidance, closing in on the last Scorpion team member. Scorpion 1 gripped his radio tightly, calling out to his teammates, but there was no answer. Realizing something was wrong, a blade aimed for his throat. He dodged quickly, but his left arm was severed at the shoulder, blood spraying. Ah! Scorpion 1 gritted his teeth against the pain, staring at the shadowy figure before him. You're Lin Qiye? What happened to my teammates? They're already waiting for you in hell. Lin Qiye's eyes darkened, and a giant hand formed from shadows lifted Scorpion 1 into the air. You dare threaten my aunt, Anna Jean? Scorpion 1 writhed in agony, black blood oozing from his orifices, while the blood from his severed arm turned dark. Lin Qiye remained cold, extending his senses to their limits. Soon, a blurry figure crept closer. A slight smile played on his lips. Here we go. Then, with a sudden clench of his fingers, the shadowy hand snapped Scorpion 1's neck and discarded the body carelessly. Lu Liang stepped through the snow, approaching Lin Qiye step by step. He looked at the young man who was coldly watching him, lit a cigarette with a composed gesture, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I'm Lu Liang, the 16th seed of the ancient god church followers. You must be the dual god representative, Lin Qiye, right? He gestured towards a small building not far away. I didn't expect you'd dare to come alone. I was planning to capture that old man and the boy to force you to show up. Lin Qiye gripped the straight blades in his hands tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, glaring coldly at Lu Liang without saying a word. You do have some courage, Lu Liang remarked dismissively with a sneer. But I suggest you be more cautious. Do you think I'm the same as those others? I'm a peak Chuan realm, nearing the high realm. So what? Lin Qiye finally spoke, his voice as cold and biting as the snow beneath their feet. Lu Liang laughed loudly. Such arrogance. Today, I'll show you what it means to be a Chuan realm powerhouse. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lu Liang's figure vanished like a specter. Lin Qiye, relying on his extraordinary dynamic vision, precisely anticipated the direction of the attack and crossed his blades in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Lu Liang's fist smashed into the crossed blades. The immense impact pushed Lin Qiye back several steps, but with the support of the Starry Night Dancer, he quickly regained his footing, propelling himself like an arrow towards Lu Liang. Snowflakes flew in all directions as they engaged in fierce close combat. Lu Liang was secretly alarmed. The boy he thought he could easily defeat was proving to be quite troublesome. With a wave of his hands, countless vines appeared out of thin air, growing wildly in the air and winding towards Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye retreated repeatedly, his blades moving like silver light, cutting down the approaching vines. However, the vines grew faster than he could cut them, and it seemed they would soon envelop him completely. At this critical moment, a blade enveloped in ominous black flames sliced through the air, carbonizing the vines instantly with its high temperature. Lu Liang hurriedly retreated, severing his connection with the vines, and watched warily at the sudden arrival of reinforcements. Years of honed instincts immediately alerted Lu Liang to the unfavorable situation opposite him was not only the dual god representative, but also someone who could counter him with fire-based abilities. Without hesitation, he leapt back, preparing to leave the battlefield. However, a sudden air cannon blasted towards his escape route, forcing him to halt his retreat. The explosion's aftershock lifted his robes, and the firelight behind him resembled a small setting sun. As Bai Li and Molly were on the verge of making a move, Lin Qiye quickly pressed his earpiece, signaling them to hold their positions. Seeing their confusion, and Qing Yu quickly explained, "This ancient god church follower is quite cautious. With only the three of us at the Qi realm here, he still believes he has a chance to escape, so he will only engage in a standoff. If we all charge at once, he will undoubtedly fight back with a death wish. A desperate attack from a half-step high realm powerhouse could severely injure or even kill us." Lu Liang watched the approaching trio warily, with only one thought left in his mind: escape. He slammed his hands onto the ground, and in an instant, countless green vines burst forth, snaking towards Lin Qiye and his companions. Qiao Yuan's straight sword gleamed with a cold light, and the black flames of his killing aura surged around him. A trace of madness flickered in his eyes as he charged at Lu Liang. The vines he passed were quickly carbonized by the intense heat, turning to ash. "Damn it, this guy's ability is too restraining for me." Lu Liang cursed under his breath, waving his right hand to make the vines grow rapidly, forming a massive green hand that struck towards Qiao Yuan while he rapidly retreated. Shen Qingzhu raised his hand to conjure dozens of air cannons, snapping his fingers with a boom. The air cannons exploded, sending sparks flying and cutting off Lu Liang's escape route. Seeing this, Lu Liang quickly erected a giant shield of vines to barely withstand the explosion's aftermath. Shen Qingzhu didn't stop there. He manipulated the combustible gases in the air to converge and ignite, forming a towering fire tornado that swept towards Lu Liang. Damn, they're all playing with fire. Lu Liang was forced to halt, increasing his mental energy output to thicken the shield. Just then, Lin Qiye closed in, his twin blades weaving a web of silver light, launching a fierce attack on Lu Liang. Lu Liang countered with vine-covered hands. Although Lin Qiye was only at the pool realm, the five-fold boost from being a Starry Night Dancer, combined with his masterful blade technique, made him a formidable close-quarters opponent. The two exchanged blows, locked in a heated battle. As the fight reached a stalemate, Lin Qiye suddenly withdrew his blades, using the Starry Night Dancer's support to leap high into the air, spinning once before his blades slashed down with a chilling gleam aimed at Lu Liang's head. Lu Liang hastily crossed his arms to block, but with a crack, the vines on his arms shattered. At that moment, Qiao Yuan seized the opportunity, dodging the entangling giant vine hand. The madness in his eyes grew more pronounced as he let out a thunderous roar. The black flames of his killing aura soared, enveloping his body like armor. Hee. Qiao Yuan's expression lost its usual calm, replaced by a maniacal laugh as he charged at Lu Liang like a ravenous wolf. Seeing the danger, Lin Qiye quickly retreated. What the hell is this monster? Lu Liang had no time to react before being slashed away by the frenzied Qiao Yuan. Ignoring the vines clinging to him, Qiao Yuan pursued relentlessly. From a distance, Bai Li Pang was dumbfounded. Xiao Zhe's gone crazy again. However, he didn't notice in Qing Yu's grave expression as he held his earpiece and whispered, "Xie, we need to finish this fight quickly. The snake woman is heading our way, and she's accompanied by a powerful sea realm expert." In the outskirts of Tsangnan City, Gu Qi'an led Team 136 swiftly to this location before suddenly halting, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Raising his hand to signal his team to stop, he gazed ahead and remarked, "I didn't expect them to show up voluntarily. I thought they'd continue hiding." Chun Mai and the others immediately went on high alert, scanning their surroundings cautiously. Gu Qi'an spoke with a relaxed tone. "Two people have come, one from the sea realm and the other from the boundless realm. The ancient god church is really pulling out all the stops this time." Watching Gu Qi'an's calm demeanor, Hong Ying couldn't help but think to herself, "That's a boundless realm powerhouse. Can't you be a bit more serious? The one from the sea realm is yours to handle, all right?" Gu Qi'an turned to Chun Mai. Chunmai exchanged a glance with his teammates. We'll give it a try. Soon, two figures approached, revealing themselves a long-bearded elder in traditional Han clothing and a middle-aged man in a suit. Oh, the ancient god church is generous, sending two more to their deaths? Gu Qi'an joked with a smile. The elder's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. You're Gu Qi'an, the agent of the goddess of fate? Young man, arrogance doesn't suit you. Gu Qi'an crossed his arms, teasingly. Looks like the ancient god church is well informed, knowing we would come and sending heads our way. Humph. The elder was furious, unleashing the terrifying pressure of the boundless realm. Chun Mai and the others felt an overwhelming force bearing down on them, but they stood firm, gritting their teeth and enduring, sweat soon soaking through their clothes. Gu Qi'an shook his head slightly, stepping forward to block the pressure completely. Is that all you've got? The elder snorted coldly, golden lightning flickering in his eyes. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder, and lightning roaring. Chun Mai and the others quickly retreated. This is the power of the boundless realm, even affecting the weather, Hong Ying murmured. When Qima observed the celestial anomaly with a frown, while Wu Xiangnan explained in a deep voice, this is Forbidden Ruin Series 086, Thunder Wrath, an extremely high-risk Forbidden Ruin, with pressure approaching the Klein realm. Si Xiaonan looked at Gu Qi'an with concern, but the suited middle-aged man sneered. Instead of worrying about him, you should worry about yourselves, Night Watchers of Team 136. With that, he transformed into a dark streak, charging towards them. Chun Mai snorted, wielding his dual blades fearlessly as he met the attack heat-in. Boom. The aftermath of the collision swept through the area like a fierce wind. With a flick of her red spear, vivid crimson flames instantly enveloped her. She leapt into the air, the flames trailing behind her like a comet as she aimed directly at the man in the suit. When Qima swiftly formed hand seals, runes flowing like water to precisely disrupt his opponent's movements. Si Xiaonan cast a timely spell, enveloping her teammates in a protective white glow. Team 136 coordinated seamlessly, engaging the man in the suit in fierce combat. On the other side of the battlefield, Gu Qi'an faced the long-bearded elder's summoned lightning with a hint of disdain in his eyes. It seems your ancient god church didn't do its homework, using lightning against me. His blue eyes gradually turned crimson as he gazed at the churning thunderclouds above. The long-bearded elder, enraged, slashed his right hand downwards, and the lightning from the sky poured down. Yet, all the lightning suddenly halted midair, as if recognizing a master, and converged towards Gu Qi'an. In an instant, 100-meter-long lightning spear took shape, with endless bolts surging along its shaft, exuding a terrifying pressure that left everyone breathless. Why? This can't be, the elder exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as the lightning he summoned submitted to his opponent. I summoned this lightning. How can it obey you? That's what I mean by not doing your homework, Gu Qi'an smirked disdainfully. Next time, make sure you're prepared. Oh, wait, there won't be a next time. Before he finished speaking, he raised his arm slightly. Attack. The massive lightning spear obeyed his command, targeting the long-bearded elder. The elder hastily summoned golden lightning to defend himself, but it was absorbed, feeding the spear. With a thunderous roar, the spear vaporized the elder, leaving a massive crater in the ground. As Team 136 stood momentarily stunned, the man in the suit turned to flee. Gu Qi'an, quick to react, summoned azure chains to bind him. He crouched in front of the captive. Is this all your ancient god church can do? Sending you here was just sending you to your death. Don't get cocky. The church won't let you off, the man snarled. That depends on whether they have the ability, Gu Qi'an replied, standing up and addressing Chun Mai, who approached. Take him to the monastery. Maybe we can extract more information about the ancient god church. Finally, it's over. I can enjoy the new year now, Gu Qi'an said, stretching lazily. Only then did Hong Ying snap out of her daze, looking at him with admiration. Qi'an, that spear you just conjured was amazing. Chun Mai stood at the edge of the massive crater, his brow slightly furrowed. The jagged edges and the black soil scattered everywhere painted a scene of shocking destruction. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he wouldn't have to pay for the repairs. Qi'an, you're amazing, Si Xiaonan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As the support from the rear, she was the only one who witnessed the entire process. The terrifying thunder seemed to respond to a call, forming long spears in the sky at Gu Qi'an's command. After a night of fighting side by side, she had grown familiar with Gu Qi'an and spoke with ease. Gu Qi'an shook his head gently, his tone calm. It's just my Shinshu ability. Oh, when will I reach such a level? Hong Ying said dejectedly. I wish one day I could summon flames to form spears with just a gesture. Gu Qi'an suddenly remembered a question that had long puzzled him. Hong Ying, what's your Forbidden Ruins sequence? I've never seen it in the sequence. Oh that, Hong Ying smiled slightly. Mine is an unknown Forbidden Ruins, temporarily classified as high risk. I named it myself Rose Fire Feather Garment. Nice right? Gu Qi'an mused. I think your Forbidden Ruins ability isn't fully developed. In battle, you only attach flames to your weapon, relying mainly on your spear skills. Hong Ying's eyes lit up. Do you have any way to help me develop it? I'm not entirely sure, Gu Qi'an scratched his head. But we could try some special training, like starting with controlling the shape of the flames instead of just attaching them to a weapon. Shape change. Hong Ying and the approaching Si Xiaonan asked in unison. Chun Mai and the others gathered around, curious. Gu Qi'an didn't say much, but slowly extended his right hand. In an instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning danced in his palm like a lively sprite, accompanied by a sharp screech, as if thousands of birds were chirping at once. Everyone present felt the terrifying power capable of tearing through space. Next, he extended his left hand. The scattered lightning seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, quickly converging into his palm. The lightning compressed and fused, gradually forming a stable sphere. As it continued to compress, the sphere became smaller, but the energy within grew increasingly violent. Finally, the sphere underwent a miraculous transformation, becoming a purple lotus flower. The lotus was crystal clear, with no trace of lightning flowing on its surface, resting quietly in Gu Qi'an's palm like a fine piece of art. Everyone held their breath as they gazed at the unopened lotus flower, knowing that once it bloomed, its destructive power would far exceed their imagination. Hong Ying watched this astonishing scene and muttered to herself, "Is this really formed from that violent lightning?" At that moment, the sight presented by Gu Qi'an's hands left everyone present in awe. A serene lotus in his left hand and restless lightning in his right, creating an ultimate contrast of stillness and motion. With a gentle wave of his arm, the lightning dissipated instantly, and he turned to Hong Ying, saying, "Your flame has an unusual rose color, which means it must contain special abilities yet to be discovered." Hong Ying opened her small hand, revealing a rose-colored flame in her palm. She gazed at the flickering flame, a trace of confusion in her eyes. "Does it really have other abilities?" "That's for you to explore," Gu Qi'an explained. "What I demonstrated just now was the transformation of lightning between dynamic and static states. You might want to explore from that direction." With determination in her eyes, Hong Ying clenched the rose flame in her hand. "Qi'an, thank you." "You're welcome," Gu Qi'an said with a yawn, looking weary. "Ultimately, it depends on you. By the way, how are things on Qiye's side?" Si Xiaonan asked softly. This question jolted everyone awake, reminding them that Lin Qiye and the others were still in danger. Gu Qi'an gestured for everyone to stay calm. "They're fine. Xiao Zi is watching over them. I can keep track of the situation through Xiao Zi. We should go and finish things up." Meanwhile, in a small distant building, Xiao Heilai silently watched the snowy battlefield ahead. Yang Jin, dressed in pajamas, looked worriedly into the distance. "Xiao Tian, can you feel it too? My brother is over there." "Woof woof. You mean the purple dragon? It should be there to protect my brother and the others. With it around, there won't be any danger," Yang Jin said, unable to suppress a smile as he glanced at the rooftop. A dragon-shaped little chubby figure was crouching in the corner, staring intently at the battlefield. On the snowy battlefield, Lin Qiye calmly observed Lu Liang entangled with the frenzied Chao Yuan and issued commands through his earpiece. "Fatty, Jasmine, seize the opportunity and coordinate with Chao Yuan." "Got it," they responded in unison. Chao Yuan, now in a complete berserk state, had lost all consciousness, but deep within his chaotic mind, he held on to one persistent thought: "Oh, kill the enemy controlling the vines." In his current state, his unleashed power was terrifying. Surrounded by murderous aura, black flames soared into the sky as if to incinerate the heavens. The rolling, roaring black fire waves exuded a terrifying, heart-palpitating presence. In the face of this terrifying black flame, Lu Liang's vines appeared exceptionally fragile. The green vines, upon nearing within half a meter of Chao Yuan, instantly vaporized, as if touching molten lava, dissipating into wisps of smoke. No matter how Lu Liang tried to enhance the vine's toughness and speed with his mental energy, all efforts seemed futile against Chao Yuan's overwhelming black flames. Without the vines in his way, Lin Qiye deftly leaped to the side, his long knife glinting coldly as each strike aimed precisely at Lu Liang's vital points. Lu Liang's expression turned serious as he twisted his body like a fish, narrowly dodging the lethal blows. Suddenly, a giant hand, black as ink, struck from the side, slamming him forcefully into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, snow scattered everywhere, and a deep crater formed instantly. Lu Liang staggered to his feet, blood tinged with a dark glow dripping from his mouth. Normally cautious, he now displayed a fierce side, a glint of madness in his eyes. "You forced me into this." Before his words had fully left his mouth, Lu Liang's hands waved sharply, and countless thick vines erupted from the snowy ground. Some shot towards the group like arrows, while others quickly gathered around him, forming a terrifying vine giant with a blood-red eye. The giant raised its hand to strike Lin Qiye, the force so immense it made the air tremble. Lin Qiye's pupils contracted, and he instinctively leaped back. Boom! The giant hand landed, leaving a massive handprint on the ground, snow flying everywhere. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Qiye's forehead. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been crushed. At that moment, Chao Yuan, in a berserk state, charged at Lu Liang, surrounded by flames of malevolent energy. Though the flames ignited the vines, the plants grew back at an extraordinary speed, sprouting new shoots as soon as they burned away. Lin Qiye focused intently, noticing Lu Liang hidden within the giant's head. His skin visibly aged, and white strands appeared in his black hair. So he's burning his life force. The malevolent black flames not only failed to harm Lu Liang, but were manipulated by him into weapons of attack. A barrage of flaming fists rained down, and Lin Qiye dodged them with his remarkable reflexes. A heavy punch targeted Shen Qingzhu, who only had time to conjure an air shield before being blasted away. Qingzhu. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth, using the speed boost from the Starry Night Dancer to leap up and catch the falling Shen Qingzhu. Are you okay? I'm fine, but how did he suddenly get so strong? Shen Qingzhu asked in confusion. He's burning his life force. We just need to stall him. Lin Qiye watched Chao Yuan being repeatedly knocked back with a serious expression. Shen Qingzhu voiced concern. Is Chao Yuan going to be okay like this? He's in a berserk state now. He won't go down easily. He just needs to hold out for a while. You call that holding out? He's getting pummeled. Ahem, same difference. Lin Qiye replied with an awkward cough. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, a storm mixed with lightning sweeping across the battlefield, smashing into the vine giant. The giant stumbled back a step, giving Chao Yuan a chance to breathe. The malevolent black flames around him visibly dimmed. Damn, it's that tough. Li Pang Pang exclaimed from a distance, dumbfounded, with a broom in hand. Idiot, Molly rolled her eyes. It's a vine. What do you expect wind and lightning to do? Li Pang Pang scratched his head and let out an awkward laugh. Quickly, he shoved the broom back into his pocket, replacing it with a gleaming large sword. 1 into 3,000, he shouted, raising the sword high. Instantly, countless sword shadows multiplied, densely covering the sky and converging into a roaring dragon of sword energy, crashing fiercely toward the giant vine creature. The sound of clashing was incessant, and wherever the sword energy passed, the vines were severed. Yet, new vines grew continuously, as if never ending. Just as Lin Qiye was furrowing his brows, pondering a strategy, and Qingyu approached him, gray light flickering in his eyes as he stared intently at the colossal creature before them. Its weakness is at the throat, and Qingyu said in a low voice. That's where its mental energy gathers. If we sever it there, its mental energy won't be able to reach its limbs. This crucial information was relayed to everyone through their earpieces. Lin Qiye watched as the frenzied Chao Yuan was once again knocked away and immediately transformed into a shadow, darting toward the vine giant. He deftly dodged the incoming massive fists, swiftly climbing up its arm. Pang Pang. Molly's eyes sharpened, and she launched herself into the air with a powerful leap. Got it. Li Pang Pang grinned, the shimmering light from his chest forming a wheel to precisely catch the descending Molly. Using this momentum, Molly soared once more, reaching the height of the vine giant's head. In her right hand, she gripped a long blade, vibrating with invisible ripples. Seeing the dire situation, Liu Liang raised his hand to strike. Shen Qingzhu unleashed all his mental energy, manipulating the air to form a giant shield, blocking the fatal blow. Simultaneously, Lin Qiye's eyes blazed with intense golden light, his terrifying divine power targeting Liu Liang within the giant's head. With a thunderous boom, Liu Liang's mind went blank, his output of mental and life energy abruptly halted. Molly seized the fleeting opportunity and shouted, vibrating slash. Her long blade swept out, enveloped in vibrating force, slicing precisely across the giant's throat. The vine giant's head jerked back violently, and its body, deprived of mental energy support, began to crumble, dissipating into specks of green light in the air. Everyone's gaze turned to the now motionless Liu Liang. His once black hair had turned gray, his face lined with wrinkles, his life force completely spent. What do we do now? The snake woman and that powerful sea realm being are on their way. And Qingyu asked, frowning. Lin Qiye smiled slightly. Don't worry. Do you think Instructor Gu would be without a backup plan? The sea realm's strength is beyond what we can handle. Everyone agreed, feeling reassured as they sat down to rest. Just then, a vine suddenly straightened, shooting like a spike towards Lin Qiye's chest. Though he noticed immediately, his exhausted body was a beat too slow, unable to do anything but watch as the vine approached. Watch out, and Qingyu shouted, lunging toward Lin Qiye. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered. The vine pierced through in Qingyu's body, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Everyone stood as if petrified, staring in shock at the sudden scene before them, their faces filled with astonishment, as if time had frozen at that moment. Qingyu, Lin Qiye shouted, swiftly leaping up from the ground to rush to Qingyu's side and support him. Lying on the ground, Liu Liang let out a broken laugh, his aged voice filled with malice. Lin Qiye, even though I couldn't kill you, I'm satisfied to have killed your teammate. I want you to live in pain forever. He then started coughing violently. Ah! Lin Qiye roared, ready to charge forward, eyes blazing with killing intent, but Qingyu held up a hand to stop him. I'm fine, Qingyu said calmly. His gaze was steady as he unhesitatingly grasped the vine embedded in his body and pulled it out with a swift motion. Blood spurted out as the vine was removed, yet his expression remained unchanged, as if he felt no pain at all. Even more astonishing was that his wound began to heal at a visible speed, flesh regenerating, and soon there wasn't even a scar left. What is this? Lin Qiye watched the scene in shock, and Qingyu scratched his head, revealing a shy smile. That's my other ability, rapid regeneration. Lu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched this, finally passing away with resentment, unable to find peace. Good thing you're okay, Lin Qiye sighed in relief, patting Qingyu on the shoulder. Thanks, Qingyu. No need to thank me, we're teammates now, Qingyu grinned. At that moment, two figures suddenly approached. One was a seductive woman with snake-like eyes, who first glanced coldly at Lu Liang's corpse and spat. What a waste. Then, playing with her curly black hair, she licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with a strange light. Wow, such handsome men and beautiful women. I'm suddenly reluctant to kill you all. Beside her, a man with a long spear on his back and long hair flowing in the wind, looked indifferent. I am Han Xiaoyan, the 13th seat of the ancient God Church. Lin Qiye stepped forward cautiously. Ancient God Church? You've finally come, so eager to kill me. Han Xiaoyan bowed slightly. We're just here to eliminate unstable factors, like you, the unprecedented dual god agent. The snake woman giggled. Since you're all quite good-looking, I'll give you a chance. Come with us obediently, and maybe you'll survive. In your dreams. Lin Qiye snorted coldly, and those behind him immediately assumed fighting stances. Han Xiaoyan slowly drew his long spear, shaking his head slightly. My target is only you. The others can leave now, and I won't trouble them. There's no need for unnecessary sacrifice. The group exchanged smiles, with no one showing any intention of leaving. Baili Pang Pang made an exaggerated funny face at them, widening and blinking his eyes while playfully sticking out his tongue. This provocative gesture instantly enraged the snake woman, her eyes flashing coldly. You're courting death, she exclaimed, ready to pounce on the audacious chubby man. Han Xiaoyan reached out to stop the furious snake woman, his gaze fixed on Lin Qiye and his companions, who remained calm and composed. A slight smile played on his lips. It seems you have something to rely on. But, Instructor Gu and Team 136 are already preoccupied with us, and Chief Instructor Yuan is still at the training camp. Even if others rush over, it won't make a difference. It seems you know quite a bit about us, which is why you dared to come so confidently, Lin Qiye remarked, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Let's hope you really have a backup plan, Han Xiaoyan said, sweeping his long halberd to create a fierce gust of wind. Lin Qiye, you are indeed exceptional. If possible, I wouldn't want to make a move against you. Lin Qiye remained composed, turning to call out to someone behind him. Xiaozi, I'll leave them to you. Baili Pang Pang and the others were stunned, following Lin Qiye's gaze. In an instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the sky, and a majestic dragon-like figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Qiye. Huh. Xiaozi tilted her head, looking at Lin Qiye. How did you know I was there? I was hiding so well. Lin Qiye recalled the comical image of Xiaozi with her rear and sticking up in his perception, his mouth twitching involuntarily. But wisely, he didn't expose her and quickly covered it up, saying, I just guessed, Xiaozi was hiding so well. How could I possibly discover you? Is that so? Xiaozi scrutinized Lin Qiye with suspicion. Lin Qiye nodded repeatedly, afraid that the dragon-like entity would see through the truth. Xiaozi, it was you protecting us all along. Baili Pang Pang exclaimed excitedly, rushing over. The group immediately gathered around, chatting eagerly, completely ignoring Han Xiaoyan and the snake woman, who were already drenched in cold sweat not far away. The moment Xiaozi appeared, a vast dragon aura swept across the scene, firmly suppressing the two of them. They felt as if they were being stared down by a giant dragon, their bodies frozen and unable to move. Aren't you Gu Qi'an's summoned beast? Han Xiaoyan forced down the shock in his heart. There are boundless realm experts over there. Aren't you afraid something might happen to Gu Qi'an? Just a boundless realm, huh? Xiaozi scoffed dismissively. Little Anan already took him down in one move. Through her visual connection with Gu Qi'an, Xiaozi was well aware of the battle's progress on that side. Han Xiaoyan was initially taken aback, but then he relaxed, a faint smile appearing on his lips. His lifeless eyes finally showed a trace of vitality. This is fine too. He tightly gripped his halberd, suddenly sweeping it towards Xiaozi. The surrounding icy wind transformed into massive wind blades, howling as they slashed towards the group. Xiaozi merely lifted her gaze, and lightning wove into a net in the air, effortlessly blocking the fierce attack. With a thunderous crash, the terrifying collision's aftermath turned into a raging wind, sweeping up the snow and instantly enveloping the entire snowy battlefield in a blinding white. Get out of here now. Han Xiaoyan seized the fleeting opportunity, shouting at the snake woman. She finally broke free from the dragon's suppression. The Medusa's power erupted, and her figure vanished in an instant. Seeing the snake woman escape, Xiaozi was instantly furious. A massive dragon claw entwined with lightning appeared out of nowhere in midair. Accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, it slammed down towards Han Xiaoyan. The overpowering dragon claw descended like a mountain, and Han Xiaoyan didn't even have time to blink before the terrifying strike drove him straight into the ground. In the snowy battlefield, Lin Qiye and his companions stared intently at the bottomless pit ahead, swallowing hard. The ease with which a powerful sea-level being was defeated made them recall their regular training sessions with Xiaozi. Only now did they realize that Xiaozi had been merely playing with them, her true strength far beyond their imagination. Xiaozi stood proudly, arms crossed, and scoffed. If it weren't for Xiao Ainan's specific instructions to spare your life, that strike would have turned you into mince. From the pit, Han Xiaoyan staggered to his feet. Gone was his previous gentlemanly demeanor. He was charred all over, his clothes soaked with blood. He coughed violently but maintained an inexplicable composure. Cough. You shouldn't have held back. Suddenly, Han Xiaoyan unleashed all his mental power, the howling wind lifting him into the air. Though his form was unstable, his gaze was resolute. Now, witness the true might of the great storm. If you can't stop it, this city will face nature's relentless wrath. He clasped his hands together, forming a deep blue eye of the storm in his palms. For the first time, a serious expression crossed Xiaozi's face. While this power couldn't harm her, it would wreak havoc on the surrounding environment. Just as she prepared to transform into her true dragon form, a crisp snap of fingers rang out. Using air currents in front of me? Shen Qingzhu raised his right hand, his eyes locked on the expanding eye of the storm. As soon as he spoke, the storm eye vanished mysteriously. Han Xiaoyan was taken aback, then understood. I see, this is Qi Min. Thank you for sparing me from further sin. Deprived of the wind's support, he crashed heavily onto the snow, another mouthful of blood spewing forth, his injuries worsening. Despite being gravely injured, Han Xiaoyan showed no fear. He struggled to gaze at the star-studded night sky, as if seeing the green-clad woman who haunted his dreams, a gentle smile unwittingly appearing on his lips. Han Xiaoyan stood at a high vantage point, his eyes distant as he gazed into the horizon. His voice was barely audible, carrying 5 years of pent-up longing and guilt. Ching, I'm finally coming to join you. It's been 5 years, I'm late. So, you really want to die? A sudden voice interrupted his murmuring. Han Xiaoyan turned to see a blue-haired boy in a gray trench coat standing beside him, his piercing azure eyes fixed intently on him. Who are you? Han Xiaoyan asked with a frown. Gu Qi'an, the boy replied, his voice cold and calm. Han Xiaoyan managed a bitter smile. What else? Are you going to let me go? Or send me to a monastery? Do you want to destroy the ancient god church? Gu Qi'an went straight to the point. What? Do you want to avenge your teammates? Gu Qi'an's tone grew sharper. Just answer yes or no. Han Xiaoyan was silent for a moment, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Yes, I want it more than anything. But what can I do? I've been bound by the dream's soul contract, completely turned into their puppet. Good, Gu Qi'an replied, unfazed. I can remove that contract for you, but you'll need to stay as a mole within the ancient god church. Whether you succeed in getting revenge is up to you. What did you say? You can remove that soul contract. Han Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly brightened. Gu Qi'an said nothing more. His pupils turned crimson, revealing a 6-pointed star pattern that emitted a piercing light. A powerful mental force surged into Han Xiaoyan's mind. The intense pain was overwhelming, but soon, the sense of bondage from the depths of his soul began to dissipate. Moments later, Gu Qi'an withdrew his mental force. Han Xiaoyan exhaled deeply, his eyes full of gratitude. I owe you a great debt. My life is yours from now on. That's not necessary. You'll need to figure out the ancient god church on your own, Gu Qi'an said casually. Han Xiaoyan stood up and bowed deeply to everyone. I've caused a lot of trouble before. I hope you can forgive me. I'll do my best to make amends if I get the chance. With that, he turned and walked into the distance, his steps firm despite his disheveled appearance. Chun Mai walked up to Gu Qi'an, watching Han Xiaoyan's retreating figure. I know him. He was the captain of the night watch team in Suzhou. I didn't expect to see him here. He's had a tough time. Yes, that's why I gave him a chance, Gu Qi'an said, turning to Lin Qiye and the others. This mission was a complete success. You all did very well. I'll report everything to Chief Instructor Yuan, and you won't miss out on any medals. Go home and rest well. Tomorrow we'll celebrate the new year together. Captain Chen promised to cook for us. Hooray, long live Instructor Gu. Baili Pangpang jumped up in excitement. With these medals, he could finally prove to his family that he was no longer just a good for-nothing who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and anticipation, their cheers echoing around them. The peace office in Sangnan City. The afternoon sun filtered through layers of clouds, casting a warm golden glow on the snow-covered ground. In the distance, the sound of firecrackers echoed in the cold air, as if bidding farewell to the passing year. Lin Qiye stood alone at the entrance of the peace office, his gaze sweeping over the snow-blanketed streets. Last night's intense battle scenes replayed in his mind, yet at this moment, it felt like everything was on pause. The approach of the new year seemed like a signal to restart, rekindling hope for the future. Why are you standing here alone? Gu Qian's voice came from behind. My aunt just called me, Lin Qiye said, with a hint of longing in his voice. Missing home? Gu Qian smiled at him. If you miss home, why not go back and visit? Lin Qiye's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed again. As much as I want to go back, returning now would only bring danger to my aunt and to Jean. Besides, I told them I went to Qiqihar, so going back suddenly. If you want to go back, just go, Gu Qian said, patting his shoulder with a meaningful tone. Just be careful. Going back once or twice occasionally is fine. Just find an excuse to cover it up. It's good to spend some time with family on New Year's Eve, so you won't regret it later. Filled with excitement, Lin Qiye didn't notice the deeper meaning in Gu Qian's words. Brother, can I really? Yes, go ahead. I'll handle everything. Gu Qian smiled and waved him off. Thanks, brother. I'll be back after dinner. Please let Captain Chun and the others know. Lin Qiye hurried off. Watching Lin Qiye's excited figure disappear into the distance, Gu Qian sighed softly. Another new year. I wonder how things are at home now. I might really not be able to go back. At least Qiye still has the chance to return. It's good for him to go back once, especially since this miraculous city will soon disperse. Xiao Anan, come help me. Xiao Zi's call interrupted Gu Qian's thoughts. He turned to see the lively scene inside the peace office, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Inside, everyone was gathered, preparing to make dumplings. The aroma of various fillings filled the room, accompanied by laughter and chatter. Xiao Zi tugged Gu Qian to the table with her tiny paws, handing him a ball of dough. Come on, we need to make the most special dumplings. Where's Qiye? Hong Ying asked, noticing Gu Qian was alone. He missed home, so I told him to go back for the new year. Gu Qian replied, kneading the dough with a smile. Hong Ying paused, then smiled knowingly. That's good. Isn't Qiye having New Year's Eve dinner with us? Bai Li, covered in flour from his first attempt at making dumplings, asked with enthusiasm. Gu Qian laughed at him. He's spending New Year's with his aunt, but he'll be back later. Oh, I was hoping to have New Year's Eve dinner with him, Bai Li Pang pouted, with his round face covered in white flour, resembling an adorable dumpling. Ha ha. Molly laughed so hard she could barely stand up straight. Pang, are you trying to make us die of laughter? How do you manage to turn yourself into a flower person just by making dumplings? Is it really that bad? Bai Li Pang said, as he instinctively wiped his face with his flour-covered hands, turning it completely white. This scene triggered another wave of laughter, and the room was filled with joyful energy. Not far away, Gu Qian was being expelled by Xiao Zi from the dumpling-making team. His dumplings were truly appalling. Bai Li Pang stood by, looking like an expert critic. Officer Gu, to be honest, your dumplings look worse than mine. Even a dog would shake its head. Gu Qian turned his head, gave him a meaningful look, patted his shoulder, and walked away silently. This strange reaction sent a chill down Bai Li Pang's spine, prompting him to quietly ask Zhao Yuan. What's up with Officer Gu? He's not going to get back at me during training, is he? Zhao Yuan shot him a disdainful look. I doubt it, but you were just shaking your own head. Such a grudge. Bai Li Pang immediately wore a underscore expression. Amidst the laughter and joy, Lung Xian raised his camera to capture this warm and lively moment forever. Elsewhere, Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Wen Qima were sitting together enjoying tea. Gu Qian joined them, and Chun Mai promptly poured him a cup. It's been a long time since this place was so lively, Chun Mai remarked, gazing at the bustling office. Yes, ever since old Zhao. Wen Qima stopped mid-sentence, realizing his slip, and quickly slapped his own mouth. Wu Xiangnan gave him a stern look, then turned to Gu Qian. Qian, these kids have incredible potential. Did you bring them together for a reason? Are you talking about the 5th Special Squad? Gu Qian's eyes drifted towards Bai Li Pang and the others who were playing around. Chun Mai looked at Wu Xiangnan with concern, but the latter waved it off. Don't look at me like that. That's all in the past. These kids are exceptional. If it's them, I'd actually be quite happy. After a moment of silence, Wu Xiangnan pressed on. Has there been any word from above? Not yet, but it should be soon, Gu Qian replied, sipping his tea. They wanted me to form another team, but I have no intention of leaving the masked squad. If you could be their leader, their growth would be more secure, Wu Xiangnan said earnestly. Gu Qian pondered for a moment. You're right, but unfortunately, there isn't much time left for them to grow slowly. My presence might make them too comfortable. Ultimately, they have to forge their own path. Besides, you should trust Qiye. He's more than capable of leading them as a captain. Not much time. Chun Mai frowned. I know the situation is tense, but it can't be that dire, can it? Gu Qian simply replied with 2 words, divine beings. Gods. Chun Mai and the other 2 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Gu Qi'an set down his blue porcelain teacup, his voice steady. Yes, with our current strength, we are far from capable of handling this. Noticing the serious expressions on their faces, he added, don't worry, when the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. It's not our concern yet. True. When Qima shrugged, showing a relaxed smile. I'm just at the pool level. Thinking about these things is too far-fetched for me. Chunmai forced a slight smile, but his eyes deepened with thought. He recalled the suppressed resentment of Shiva that had lingered for nearly 10 years, and his own deteriorating health. This war of the gods might just erupt in Songnan City. He shook his head in resignation and sighed, drinking his tea in one gulp. The high-quality tea that once had a fragrant aroma now tasted bitter, lingering in his throat like medicine. Gu Qi'an quietly observed Chun Mai's reaction, hesitant to speak, and finally turned his gaze to Wu Xiangnan. Vice Captain Wu, you must be the immortal swordsman from the Blue Rain squad back then, right? When Qima was taken aback, surprised by his vice captain's past identity, and unsure why he chose to come to this small town, Wu Xiangnan nodded calmly. Yes, but those are stories of the past, not worth mentioning. I've heard about your deeds from the captain. Gu Qian's eyes fell on Wu Xiangnan's bandaged hand. I understand your trouble. The injury on your hand can actually be healed. These words struck Wu Xiangnan like a bolt of lightning. He stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed intensely on Gu Qi'an. What did you say? The power to heal the scars left by the Tsurugi sword comes from only two sources: miracles and destiny. Gu Qi'an stated confidently. Wu Xiangnan stood frozen, muttering to himself, miracles? Destiny. Then he realized, you mean? That's right, Gu Qi'an nodded. Qia's mortal realm and my eye of destiny. But right now, our power is still insufficient. Wu Xiangnan sat back down, hope flickering in his eyes. Thank you so much. At least now I see hope, which is much better than groping in the dark before. Gu Qi'an smiled and nodded, turning his gaze to Wen Qima, who immediately straightened up. Your forbidden domain is the mind demon binding technique, right? Wen Qima nodded obediently. To put it simply, your ability is to use illusions to control others, Gu Qi'an said with a confident smile. And I have some insight into illusions myself. Don't forget, my codename in the team is Phantom Dream. Hearing this, Wen Qima's eyes lit up, and he leaned forward unconsciously. Can you teach me? As an illusionist, he knew well that there were very few experts in this field among the Night Watchers, making his journey to enhance his forbidden domain particularly arduous. Gu Qi'an tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before saying, your illusions can currently only temporarily restrain enemies. Against strong opponents, you'll find yourself helpless, and using them recklessly might backfire. When I have time, I'll organize my insights on illusions for you to reference. How can I accept that? When Qima rubbed his hands together excitedly, his face full of anticipation. Don't be so bashful after getting a good deal. Chunmai smacked him on the head. Aren't you going to thank him? When Qima immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Gu Qi'an. Thank you, Qi'an. Gu Qi'an waved his hand, indicating there was no need to be so formal. At this point, Chunmai stood up. All right, it's getting late. I'll go prepare dinner while you all sit for a bit. The night of New Year's Eve quietly enveloped the city, with streetlights already glowing, their warm yellow halos piercing the cold air and intertwining with the lights spilling from the office. The sound of fireworks and firecrackers echoed, adding a festive cheer to the rare gathering. Inside the office, a large round table was laden with steaming dishes, filling the air with delicious aromas. 14 chairs were arranged a bit tightly, but it only added to the coziness. Hong Ying and Bai Li Pang stared intently at the array of food, swallowing eagerly. Xiao Zi, unable to contain herself, lay on Gu Qi'an's shoulder, with drool glistening at the corner of her mouth. Although Shen Qingzhu and Qing Yu, Molly, and Xiao Yuan sat poised, their frequent glances at the table betrayed their thoughts. Suddenly, Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, and Lung Xian stood up together. Chen Mai looked around at everyone and spoke solemnly. The successful resolution of the Songnan City crisis was entirely thanks to everyone's strong support. As the Night Watchers of Songnan City, we express our heartfelt gratitude. With that, the entire team 136 bowed deeply to Gu Qi'an and the others. Bai Li Pang and the others hurriedly stood up, clearly taken aback by the formal gesture of thanks. Gu Qi'an also stood, his gaze profound. Captain Chun, there's no need for such formality. As Night Watchers, this is just part of our duty. Chen Mai shook his head slightly. Regardless, we will remember this kindness. Today is New Year's Eve, so let's put aside those heavy matters and enjoy the moment. Everyone, Happy New Year. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lin Qiye pushed the door open and entered, bringing in the chill of the night, clearly having run all the way. He caught his breath and moved to the seat reserved for him, noticing an empty spot beside him, a flicker of sadness passing through his eyes. But he quickly raised his glass with a smile. How could I miss this? Happy New Year, cheers. Everyone exchanged smiles. Happy New Year. On New Year's Eve, the entire city of Tsangnan was enveloped in a lively and warm atmosphere. Fireworks burst continuously in the distant night sky, painting the darkness with vibrant colors. Inside the peace office, a New Year's Eve dinner had just concluded, and the air was still filled with the aroma of food and a faint hint of alcohol. The dining table was a mess, with empty wine bottles lying haphazardly. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone was sprawled out on sofas and recliners, snoring, some even mumbling in their sleep. Chunmai stood alone by the window, a lit cigarette between his fingers. The fireworks outside reflected on the glass, casting flickering light on his silhouette. This year flew by so fast, Chunmai remarked softly. It feels like last year's celebration was just yesterday, and now another year has passed. I wonder how much longer I can protect this city. Are you still worried about what I mentioned this afternoon? Gu Qi'an asked, having appeared behind him unnoticed. Chunmai shook his head with a wry smile, turning to look at Gu Qi'an. I'm curious. You seem to care a lot about everyone in Team 136, going out of your way to help them. I just feel a connection with them. And they all have good personalities, Gu Qi'an replied in a calm tone. Chunmai chuckled, not entirely convinced but choosing not to press further. I noticed you seemed like you had something to say this afternoon. Is now a good time to talk about it? Gu Qi'an gazed at the dazzling fireworks outside, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. In my eyes, this city is shrouded in a golden illusion. Everyone, including you, is enveloped by the power of a miracle, the source of which is Lin Qiye. You all seem both real and illusory, like bubbles that could burst at any moment. Hearing this, Chunmai was taken aback for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Of course, you know everything. He shifted the topic. Have you heard of the Chevalier's grudge? Seeing Gu Qi'an nod, Chunmai continued. Over 9 years ago, after the Divine War broke out at the border, I was given a special mission by the commander to come to Tsangnan City and find the blasphemer from Zeus's prophecy. During the search, Gaia got hold of Chevalier's grudge and inscribed the words Tsangnan City on it. From that moment on, the city and I were conceptually erased by its power. Chunmai's voice carried a touch of bitterness as he glanced at Lin Qiye sleeping on the sofa. Fortunately, a miracle of the seraphim descended, covering this area and restoring Tsangnan City from being erased by Chevalier's grudge. In hindsight, that was probably when Qiye became the seraphim's agent. I really need to thank him properly. Even though Gu Qi'an already knew the truth, hearing Chunmai recount it stirred a sense of heaviness in his heart. Over the years, I've relied on the unique nature of the Forbidden Ruins' black impermanence to suppress the resentment of Shiva, which is why my strength hasn't improved at all. Recently, I've even felt like I'm regressing, and I don't think I can hold it back for much longer, Chunmai said, his voice slightly hoarse. Bottles and cans gradually piled up around them, and the ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. As the alcohol took effect, Chunmai opened up, sharing the story of his life. He spoke of his parents from his youth, his devoted wife, and his beloved son, with memories flooding back like a tide. When Chunmai finally passed out, Gu Qi'an gently covered him with a blanket and walked over to the window. Through the glass, the cityscape unfolded before him. Neon lights twinkled like stars, and fireworks burst across the sky, painting a vibrant and warm picture of the bustling city. Is this the place you put all your heart and soul into protecting? Gu Qi'an murmured to himself, his gaze penetrating the dazzling lights, as if he could see countless figures striving to defend this city. Gradually, a resolute smile appeared on Gu Qi'an's face, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. Since you wish to protect this world, let me protect you and everything you hold dear. Suddenly, a cerulean glow emanated from Gu Qi'an. Sensing the anomaly, he immediately dashed towards the underground base. His bonded beast, Xiao Zi, awoke instantly from its slumber and followed closely behind. At that moment, Gu Qi'an's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan erupted with astonishing brilliance, the blood red intertwined with mysterious dark purple. He hovered in midair, currents swirling around him, each breath stirring the energy of the world. The patterns in his Sharingan spun wildly, like two stars on the verge of exploding. When the light dissipated, his eyes no longer held the eternal Manjikyu, but instead, a pair of deep Rinnegan. The ripple-like patterns in his pupils expanded continuously, as if containing the supreme essence of life and death cycles. The cerulean glow gathered into a giant cocoon, enveloping Gu Qi'an completely. Seeing this, Xiaozi immediately released lightning to form a protective barrier, isolating the area, and then quietly stood guard nearby. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on everyone, while the sound of fireworks and firecrackers continued outside. Chunmai woke up, rubbing his aching temples, and felt a wave of warmth upon seeing the neatly covered blanket on him. Lin Qiye also opened his eyes, glanced at the mess around them, and exchanged a smile with Chunmai before starting to tidy up. As he picked up scattered bottles, he joked, "Captain, just how much did you and my brother drink last night? There are so many bottles on the floor, I can't even count them." "Sorry, we might have gone a bit overboard last night," Chunmai said, rubbing his forehead, indulging himself like this for the first time in years. His gaze swept over the team members sprawled all over the place, causing Lin Qiye to smirk. Sometimes it's good to let loose, Chunmai said, sitting for a moment until the alcohol's effects had mostly worn off, then got up to help Lin Qiye clean up. Hong Ying was awakened by the noise, turned over on the sofa, and mumbled, "Let me sleep a bit more, my head hurts." Others gradually woke up, shakily joining in the cleanup. Except for Bai Li Pang Pang, who remained in a peculiar sleeping position bottom up, hugging a bottle tightly, snoring loudly, with half his body almost sliding off the couch. Lin Qiye walked over and gently patted his backside. "Pang Pang, wake up." Seeing him only squirm a bit and continue sleeping, Lin Qiye leaned down and whispered in his ear, "I heard Molly has a crush on someone." The words acted like a spell, and Bai Li Pang Pang sprang up immediately. Who dares to compete with me for Molly?" The room fell silent as everyone's eyes darted between Molly and Bai Li Pang Pang. Hong Ying sat up straight, ready to enjoy the drama. Molly's face, pale from the hangover, flushed red instantly. She spat at Bai Li Pang Pang and hurried into the bathroom. Embarrassed, Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head and pretended to play dead, prompting everyone to burst into laughter, which eased the discomfort of their hangovers. After tidying up, Lin Qiye stretched and turned to Chunmai. "Captain, where are my brother and Xiaozi?" Chunmai looked around. They must have already gone out. Just as he spoke, a small figure burst out from the basement. Si Xiaonan, looking panicked and out of breath, shouted towards Chunmai, Captain, come quickly and take a look." Last night, after drinking with the others, Si Xiaonan had returned alone to the basement bedroom to rest. This morning, as she got up to wash up, she was stunned by the sight before her. The entire basement was enveloped in a strange, deep blue light. The blue was so profound and clear, it seemed to expose every secret. Si Xiaonan stood frozen, facing this unfamiliar and mysterious phenomenon, afraid to act hastily for fear of triggering unforeseen consequences. Her call immediately caught everyone's attention. "What's going on?" "You'll understand once you go down there yourselves," Si Xiaonan said after a moment of contemplation, realizing she couldn't quite describe the scene before her. With a mix of apprehension and curiosity, the group slowly made their way to the basement. As they stepped into the underground space, everyone's eyes widened in awe. The sight was nothing short of astonishing. The entire basement was bathed in a mysterious azure glow. This dreamlike blue hue painted the walls, floor, and ceiling, as if transporting them into an entirely unfamiliar dimension. They stood frozen in place, disbelief etched across their faces. Lin Qiye stared at the azure light, a familiar figure flashing in his mind as he murmured softly, "Is this my brother's doing?" Xiaozi, who had been lounging nearby in boredom, perked up at their arrival and flew over excitedly. "Qiye, you finally made it. I was bored to death." "Xiaozi, what's going on here?" Lin Qiye asked in confusion, while Chunmai and the others looked on inquisitively. "Xiaonan is advancing to the boundless realm. It was the same last time when he broke through the sea realm," Xiaozi explained casually. "This is a breakthrough," Hong Ying exclaimed in shock. "A breakthrough causes such phenomena? Isn't it supposed to be over in an instant?" "I'm not entirely sure, but Xiaonan should be out in a day or two," Xiaozi reassured them, putting their minds at ease. They curiously observed this azure world, their eyes inevitably drawn to the massive azure cocoon at the center, gently pulsating as if alive. Chunmai marveled inwardly, acknowledging the distinctiveness of a divine agent. Only Lin Qiye knew the truth. Gu Qi'an was not merely a divine agent, but a true deity yet to reach full maturity. The scene shifts to the asylum of the gods. Nyx, clad in a black starry gown, sat gracefully on a swing, chatting with Li Yifei, who wore a blue orderly's uniform. At this moment, Lin Qiye, dressed in his director's attire, approached. "Mother, Thanatos, you've come to see me?" Nyx's face lit up with a smile. "Yes, how have you been feeling lately, mother?" "I'm well, but why hasn't Moira been here these past 2 days? He used to visit me every day. Is something wrong?" Nyx asked with concern. Lin Qiye recounted the scene he had witnessed that morning. Nyx nodded and said, "Your brother is evolving, undergoing the baptism of the law of fate. It's a process of gradually adapting to it. Does that mean he won't be affected by the law of fate anymore?" "Not exactly. As long as he hasn't become a god, this will always be a challenge. But after evolving, his understanding of fate will deepen, giving him more ways to resist its power," Nyx explained. After spending some time chatting with his mother, Lin Qiye rose and headed towards the second ward. He paused in front of the tightly closed door, his gaze falling on the wand emblem etched on the nameplate. As he placed his hand on the doorknob, a flash of light dispelled the seal on the door. With a slight creak, the door slowly opened. On this day, the Asylum of the Gods welcomed a new patient, the legendary Wizard Merlin. The next day, in the basement of the peace office, a massive azure cocoon was pulsating at an astonishing frequency, each throb resonating like the powerful beat of a giant heart. Within the cocoon, in Gu Qi'an's mental realm, a sapling of fate was rapidly growing under the nourishment of destiny's power. As an azure leaf unfurled, Its intricate patterns and unique hue revealed the mysterious force of fate. The light purple in Gu Qian's eyes gradually gave way to a deep azure, as if the profoundest nebulae of the universe had gathered in his gaze, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. His pupils were etched with dense black lines radiating outward, resembling ancient runes containing the secrets of life and death cycles. At this moment, the eye of destiny and the eye of reincarnation had perfectly merged, showcasing unprecedented might. Xiaozi lazily sprawled beside the large cocoon, basking in the energy waves that greatly benefited it. Suddenly, the cocoon's light intensified, and cracks appeared on its surface. This anomaly immediately caught the attention of Lin Qiye and Chun Mai, who were practicing their sword techniques. Their fierce duel halted abruptly as they turned their alert eyes toward the source of the change. Meanwhile, Hong Ying, who was focused on training in flame transformation, was also startled and looked up at the cocoon. With a resounding crack, the azure cocoon shattered like a celestial flower. Gu Qi'an emerged, his long azure hair flowing freely, adding a wild edge to his presence. The aura surrounding him was so powerful, it seemed as though it could tear the very fabric of space. When he slowly opened his newly merged eyes, a blinding light flashed, and everyone present felt an intangible pressure, instinctively stepping back a few paces. Gu Qian's lips curled into a slight smile as he savored the surge of newfound power within him. He raised his arm gently, as if gravity and repulsion were under his command abilities unique to the Eye of Reincarnation. I didn't expect to advance directly to the Eye of Reincarnation this time, he murmured, gazing into the distance. Now, I have at least some power to alter the storyline. Let's start with Songnan City. Xiaozi joyfully circled around Gu Qian, increasingly enamored by the aura he emitted. Chen Mai approached and patted him on the shoulder. Congratulations on your advancement. Gu Qian returned the gesture with a smile. Thanks, same to you. This simple response left Chun Mai momentarily puzzled, unsure of what he had to celebrate. Lin Qiye also joined in. Bro, your progression was spectacular. Yeah, Qian, we're about the same age, and you've reached immeasurable heights while I'm still at a humble stage, Hong Ying said with a tinge of frustration, suppressing the flutter in her heart. Gu Qian smiled gently at the young man in front of him and said, keep practicing the transformation technique I taught you. Unleash your fire abilities. I believe you will achieve great things. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Brother, what are our plans next? Today is the day we return to the training camp, the young man asked. Gu Qian thought for a moment and replied, you all should head back with the new recruits first. As for Qingyu's situation, I will inform Chief Instructor Yuan in advance. Okay. The scene shifts to the captain's office. Gu Qian stared intently at Chun Mai, who was sitting on the sofa opposite him, feeling a bit uneasy under such an unusual gaze. Chun Mai cleared his throat to break the silence. Qianan, why are you looking at me like that? And what did you mean by shared joy earlier? I'm considering whether a miracle can become reality. Gu Qianan replied calmly, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. Chun Mai couldn't immediately grasp the meaning behind this and frowned slightly. Chun Mai's eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at Gu Qianan. Reviving someone who has been dead for 10 years is something even the gods find difficult to achieve. Seeing his shock, Gu Qianan explained, simply reviving someone who has been dead for many years is beyond my current ability. However, your body contains some miraculous power, which gives us a chance to try. Chun Mai showed no joy, but rather a serious expression. Would the cost be great? If it's too dangerous, don't attempt it. You are too important to Daxia. Daxia can lose countless Qin Muis, but it cannot lose you. He understood the importance of a divine proxy wielding the power of destiny to Daxia, not to mention Gu Qianan's remarkable talents. Gu Qianan gave a warm smile. Don't worry, it only consumes some mental energy. We can give it a try, and if it becomes too taxing, I'll stop immediately. Really? Chun Mai still seemed a bit skeptical. In response to his doubt, Gu Qianan simply gave him a firm look. Eventually, Chun Mai sighed and slowly nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. In the captain's office at the Peace Bureau, Gu Qian focused his mind, slowly raising his hands. A pen of destiny, emanating a pale blue light, materialized in his palm, and the tip gently touched Chun Mai's forehead. In an instant, a blue book of destiny unfurled in the air, filled with dense text chronicling Chun Mai's life. Gu Qian's eyes gleamed with a blue light, and mysterious black patterns appeared on his cheeks. He carefully searched for a pivotal moment 10 years ago and cautiously began to alter that part of the destiny. Initially, everything went smoothly, but as time went on, a sharp mental pain surged through him, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. A dazzling blue light enveloped Chun Mai, transforming the golden miracle within him into reality. As the light faded, Chun Mai felt an immense relief, as if years of shackles had vanished. He looked at Gu Qian, his throat tight, expressing his gratitude with a deep bow. Gu Qian, weakened, helped him up with a smile. It seems we succeeded. Congratulations on your new beginning. Chun Mai nodded heavily, his eyes moist. Tears shimmered at the corners, as the long-buried desire and courage surged like a flood, finally giving him the strength to face the mother and child he longed for. Gu Qian saw through his thoughts. Tomorrow, I'm going to the Night Watch headquarters in Shangjing City to meet Commander Yi. Would you like to come? It's a good chance to visit your family. Chun Mai's heart trembled, and he showed a determined expression. Yes. However, toying with destiny would eventually have its consequences. Although nothing seemed amiss on the surface, Gu Qian's healing progress had abruptly dropped from 76 to 72. He felt some subtle changes in his body, making him hesitant to help Wu Xiangnan alter the fate of his hand injury, fearing a stronger backlash. After Chun Mai left to prepare for the next day's journey, Gu Qian lay on the sofa to rest, remembering he hadn't visited Nyx for several days. He then immersed his consciousness into the activity room of the God's Asylum. Gu Qian entered the room, his gaze sweeping around, but there was no sign of Nikes. Instead, a young man in a deep blue robe sat calmly within. He was slightly taken aback, then realized. Lin Qiye had now advanced to the pool realm, meaning the door to the second ward must have opened, and this person before him was likely the second patient in the hospital, the legendary wizard Merlin. Merlin's deep, wise eyes were fixed on Gu Qian, and his raspy, low voice spoke. You bear a striking resemblance to the little girl from 10 years ago. Your past, present, and future are all like a void, as if you don't belong to this world, making it impossible to discern. Yet, the aura around you undeniably stems from the rules of this world, the power of destiny. So who exactly are you? Gu Qian was startled. As expected of the legendary wizard, the embodiment of prophecy and wisdom, he discerned his nature with just a glance. Gu Qian stepped forward and gracefully bowed. Honorable Merlin, I am Gu Qian, Lin Qiye's elder brother. I see. Merlin slowly rose, returning the gesture with the same gentlemanly etiquette. No wonder the director visited a day later than I had foreseen. Your presence must have altered the course. I am the wizard Merlin, pleased to meet you, Qian. At that moment, Nikes, having heard the commotion, approached. Upon seeing Gu Qian, her eyes lit up, and she quickened her pace, saying, Moira, you've finally come. It's been days since you visited your mother. Thanatos said you've advanced, let your mother see. Gu Qian displayed a gentle smile, his eyes full of concern. Mother, how have you been lately? I've been delayed by matters these past few days and couldn't come to accompany you. Everything is well, Nikes replied, a joyful smile on her face. The living conditions here are comfortable, exactly the life I longed for. Now with a new friend to keep company, it's even livelier. Gu Qian turned to Merlin and sincerely said, Lord Merlin, I'll call you Uncle Merlin from now on, and you can just call me Qian. Please take care of my mother. Merlin waved his hand lightly. It's no trouble, being with Lady Nikes makes the days interesting. Nikes gently patted Gu Qian's hand. Child, don't worry too much about me. As for you, though you have ascended to the fifth realm, the path to becoming a god is still distant. Remember to stay true to your heart and don't rush. Mother, I understand, Gu Qian nodded solemnly. Joyful times are always short. The three of them enjoyed a delightful afternoon together. Merlin, true to his sage reputation, shared valuable experiences with Gu Qian. The teachings from both him and Nikes would become precious assets on Gu Qian's future path. Finally, Gu Qian waved farewell to Nikes and the others and left the Asylum of the Gods. In the underground training arena of the peace office, Hong Ying stared at the flame flickering in her palm, her brow slightly furrowed. The flame was bright but refused to change shape as she desired, prompting her to sigh in frustration. At that moment, the sound of Gu Qian's footsteps approached from behind. Hong Ying's eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward. Qian, you're just in time. My flame never transforms into the intricate shapes like yours. Why is that? Gu Qian crossed his arms, focusing intently on the flame dancing in her hand. The issue lies in how you're exerting force. Controlling the flame isn't about brute strength. You need to guide it like flowing water, in harmony with its nature. As he spoke, he raised his right hand in demonstration, and a brilliant blue lightning burst forth from his palm. The lightning, as if imbued with life, swiftly transformed into a graceful phoenix ready to take flight. Hong Ying watched with shining eyes and immediately attempted to mimic the action. However, her flame merely flickered a few times before reverting to its original form, causing her shoulders to slump. Gu Qian gently patted her shoulder in comfort. Don't worry, this skill takes time and practice. I failed countless times at first. As he finished speaking, a hint of azure light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Hong Ying felt a surge of mental energy flooding her consciousness. Just as she was about to instinctively resist, she heard Gu Qian's gentle voice. Relax. She eased her mind, and soon, a wealth of unfamiliar yet valuable knowledge poured into her mind. These are insights on shape transformation. Take your time to absorb them, Gu Qian explained. Hong Ying's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled with delight. Thank you, Qian. Gu Qian nodded with a warm smile, as comforting as a spring breeze. By the way, where's Qiemo? I need to teach him some illusion techniques. He should be upstairs. I'll go get him, Hong Ying said, and then dashed off energetically. Gu Qi'an shook his head with a light laugh, waiting patiently. He didn't notice that Hong Ying's face was flushed as she left. In the hallway, Hong Ying took a deep breath, lightly patting her flushed cheeks, and murmured to herself, Hong Ying, what are you thinking? Someone like him is way out of your league. Shaking her head, she continued her search for Lin Qiye. Before long, Hong Ying returned to the training arena with Lin Qiye. Qian, I heard you were looking for me? Lin Qiye asked, puzzled. Yes, I mentioned teaching you illusion techniques, and now I have time. Relax your mind. Gu Qi'an used the same method to impart his knowledge of illusions. When Qiye, about to express his gratitude, suddenly felt a wealth of techniques and insights about illusions fill his mind. He bowed deeply, eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Qian. I will make good use of this knowledge to improve myself. All right, take your time to absorb it. I'm off now, Gu Qi'an said, waving as he stepped forward, disappearing from sight. Hong Ying and Lin Qiye exchanged glances, their eyes shining with determination. Meanwhile, in a small old building in the old district of Sangnan City, Yang Jin was bent over his desk, working on his winter break homework, with Xiao He lie dozing at his feet. Suddenly, Yang Jin's hand paused, and he looked out the window, brows furrowed. Xiao He Lai also stood up, alert. Is it him? A look of shock flashed in Yang Jin's eyes. Why would he contact me this way? Could it be? He clearly remembered that this aura belonged to the person who had accompanied his brother last time. Gu Qi'an steadied himself and turned his gaze to Xiao He Lai, saying, let's go. Since they've come looking for us, we should meet them. He leaned against a utility pole by the roadside, quietly observing the approaching figure and his dog. At this moment, Yang Jin had shed his usual docile demeanor, his brow exuding arrogance, his eyes fixed intently on Gu Qi'an. Who exactly are you? How do you know me? Yang Jin questioned in a deep voice. Gu Qi'an looked at his tense face and teased. I'm the brother your elder brother recognized. Who do you think I am? This statement caused a flicker of surprise in Yang Jin's expression. He knew Lin Qiye too well. Without genuine acknowledgement, Lin Qiye would never easily open his heart to someone, let alone recognize them as a brother. With this in mind, Yang Jin's gaze towards Gu Qi'an softened slightly. Do you need something from me? Gu Qi'an put aside his playful demeanor and respectfully greeted Yang Jin. Gu Qi'an of the Great Xia Night Watchers, at your service, true lord of clear source and mystic path. You do know my identity, Yang Jin said, furrowing his brow. But judging by your aura, you seem more like a deity from Olympus rather than a person from Great Xia. I just happen to inherit some abilities by chance. Essentially, I'm still a person from Great Xia, Gu Qi'an explained with a smile, then got straight to the point. So, what do you want from me? I implore the true Lord to slay a god. Yang Jin's brow furrowed deeply. Since you know my identity, you should understand that we deities of Great Xia have entered the cycle of reincarnation. Our cycle is not yet complete, our powers have not been restored. So how can we talk about slaying a god? I can help you temporarily regain your strength, Gu Qi'an said seriously. Though it won't be at your peak, it should be enough to deal with a foreign minor deity. Why? Yang Jin pursued. You must have heard about the battle 10 years ago. At the mention of the past, a trace of sorrow flickered in Yang Jin's eyes, and he nodded with gritted teeth. I know. It won't be long before Qiye can no longer maintain this massive miracle. When that happens, the entire Sangnan city will become nothingness, Gu Qi'an said, meeting the sorrow and hatred in Yang Jin's eyes. I want to restore the whole of Sangnan. Yang Jin looked up sharply, staring intently at Gu Qi'an. After a long while, he shook his head. Impossible. Even the goddess of fate at her peak might have a chance, but with your current strength, it's impossible. I know I can't do it alone right now, Gu Qi'an replied solemnly. But what if there are two deities as sacrifices? Do you know the consequences of doing this? I do. Gu Qi'an responded with a calm smile. Yang Jin's expression turned serious. If you can truly achieve this, on behalf of the deities of Great Xia, I thank you. The gods of Great Xia will owe you a debt. No need. I'm also a person from Great Xia. Gu Qi'an silently thought to himself. Although it's a different Great Xia, this is where those I wish to protect also wish to protect. Afterwards, Gu Qi'an outlined his plan. Yang Jin pondered for a long time before finally nodding. All right, when the time comes, I'll make my move. Thank you, true lord of clear source and mystic path. No need for thanks, Yang Jin said. If you can truly accomplish it, it is I who should thank you. Since my brother acknowledges you as an elder brother, you can call me Yang Jin or Yang Jin in the future. Late at night, Gu Qi'an stood alone in front of Zhao Kongqing's grave, recalling the admirable man he had read about in the novel. Although we have never met, your actions are indeed admirable. Since I'm restoring all of Sangnan, I might as well bring you back to life too. With a wave of his hand, Gu Qi'an sent a beam of azure light into Zhao Kongqing's coffin, layers of life force enveloping his body, beginning to slowly restore his physical form. Now rest here in peace, waiting for the moment of your revival. Gu Qi'an said softly, and then his figure quietly vanished into the night. On the morning of the third day of the Lunar New Year, Gu Qi'an and Chun Mai waved goodbye to the members of Team 136 at the airport and embarked on their journey to Shanjing City. As the plane smoothly ascended into the clouds, Chun Mai looked out the window, visibly uneasy. Gu Qi'an noticed his fingers gripping the armrest, turning slightly pale, and gently patted his shoulder. Don't overthink it. Everything will get better from now on. My son should be in first grade now, Chun Mai said, staring at the clouds with a hint of longing in his voice. I remember when he was little, chubby, and so small. It's been so many years. I wonder if he still recognizes me as his father. He took a deep breath. As a night watchman, I have no regrets. But as a father, I've been quite neglectful. Your wife is an understanding person. She'll surely understand. Gu Qi'an comforted him gently. Throughout the flight, Chun Mai shared bits and pieces of his family life, and Gu Qi'an listened patiently. It was a mix of the joy of reunion and the anxiety of a man returning home after years away. Gu Qi'an thought to himself that if he ever had the chance to return home, he would probably feel the same way. Upon arriving at Shanjing City Airport, the two walked out of the terminal together. Chun Mai stopped and said solemnly, Qi'an, I'm heading off now, and thank you. Go ahead, brother Chun. Your wife will be very happy to see you. Gu Qi'an smiled as he waved goodbye, watching Chun Mai leave by car. He took a deep breath, turned with determination, and headed toward the night watchman's headquarters. At the headquarters entrance, a middle-aged man approached. Hello, Gu Qi'an. I'm Zhuqing. Captain Wang Mian said you wanted to meet the commander. Hello, Director Zhua. Thank you for coming to meet me. Gu Qi'an greeted him with a handshake. It's nothing. The commander is waiting for you. I'll take you there, Zhuqing said, casting an approving glance at the young man. Walking through corridors filled with high-tech equipment, they arrived at the commander's office. Zhuqing knocked lightly on the door. Commander Yi, Gu Qi'an is here. Come in. A steady and powerful voice responded from inside. Zhuqing gestured for Gu Qi'an to enter and then took his leave. Inside, Yi Fan was sitting on the sofa, reviewing documents. Gu Qi'an bowed slightly in greeting. Hello, Commander Yi. Yi Fan set down the documents and gestured for him to sit. It's surprising to see you've reached the boundless realm in just a few months. I was fortunate to have some opportunities and experiences, Gu Qi'an replied modestly. Yi Fan's expression turned serious. You must have important matters to discuss? Gu Qi'an straightened up. It's about Songnan City. Yi Fan frowned, his gaze sharp. Songnan City? You've already noticed? Yes, I sensed something unusual when I first arrived in Songnan City. Then I met Lin Qiye and discovered that his divine realm is intricately connected with the entire city, Gu Qi'an stated clearly. At that moment, I realized that Songnan City existed because of him, and there wasn't much time left. The remaining power of miracles wouldn't last long. Gu Qi'an sat at the large desk, briefly outlining the situation. Yi Fan, with his hands clasped on the table, frowned as he gazed at him. Do you have a way to slow down the loss of the miracle's power? His sharp eye seemed to pierce into the depths of Gu Qi'an's thoughts. Commander Yi, do you remember Captain Chun Mai of Team 136? Gu Qi'an asked calmly. This name clearly struck a nerve with Yi Fan. His expression became complex, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, Of course, I remember, Black Impermanence Chun Mai. To be honest, if it weren't for the special mission I assigned back then, he wouldn't have gone to Songnan City at that time. As he spoke, a hint of guilt flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. I have already brought him back to life. The words exploded in the office like a thunderclap. Yi Fan looked up sharply, staring at Gu Qi'an in disbelief. He's alive? Yes, he's already in Shanjing City, but I told him to visit his family first, Gu Qi'an confirmed with a nod. A look of joy and relief spread across Yi Fan's face. Good. It's good that he's back. He composed himself and pressed further. How did you do it? This is a new ability I gained after advancing to the infinite realm, Gu Qi'an explained seriously. It's also the main reason I'm here. I have a way to restore the entire Songnan City. Yi Fan's pupils constricted, and he frowned deeply. Let's not talk about anything else. Do you know how much energy is needed to restore a city? Even the Archangel Michael could only maintain Songnan City's operation for 10 years. You're only in the infinite realm now. How can you possibly do it? What if we use two deities as sacrifices, combined with the current miracle law power sustaining Songnan City? Gu Qi'an's gaze was unwavering. Deities? Wait, are you thinking of using Shiva's grievance? Yi Fan looked at him in shock. Yes. Qi'an, Yi Fan shook his head with a wry smile. Killing a god is no easy task. Even if we unleash our full power, we can only temporarily suppress a deity. Only a god can kill a god. Before Yi Fan could finish, Gu Qi'an revealed his final trump card. What if a deity from the Great Xia also joins the effort? What if the gods of Xia join forces? Yi Fan suddenly stood up from the sofa, eyes wide open, staring intently at Gu Qi'an. Are you saying the Xia gods? Do you know where they are? His voice trembled with excitement. Yes, Gu Qi'an replied, his expression serious. I've managed to contact one of the Xia gods, and he has agreed to help. Indeed. the Xia gods haven't abandoned us. Yifan sank back into the sofa, deeply relieved, as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Gu Qi'an pondered for a moment. Commander Yi, they have always been around, just silent due to some special circumstances. Yifan's face showed unprecedented relief as he exhaled deeply. I had suspected their existence from some classified files, but never saw any trace. Which god did you contact? Qing Yuan Miao Dao Jinjuan, Erlang Shenyang Jian. Erlang Shenyang Jian. Yifan sat up in surprise. If he's involved, taking down 2 gods should be easy. Gu Qi'an shook his head, frowning. No, his divine power hasn't fully recovered yet. He can only handle one for now. We'll have to deal with the other ourselves, which is why I came to see you. Divine power recovery? Yifan frowned. What do you mean? Is he injured? Gu Qi'an fell into contemplation. Since ascending to the boundless realm, he felt as if an unseen presence was watching him. He hesitated to share the true reason behind the Xia god's disappearance with Yifan, fearing unpredictable consequences. But ultimately, looking at the commander who dedicated his life to Xia, he decided to reveal the truth. Commander Yi, Gu Qi'an said solemnly. Do you want to know the truth behind the silence of our Xia gods? You know? Yifan, already shocked several times today, realized this young man seemed to hold all the world's secrets. Yes. Black lines appeared in Gu Qi'an's pupils, and the blue light in his eyes grew intense. Let me show you the truth from back then. Ripples spread through the space, and the azure divine light enveloped Yifan. Instinctively, he wanted to resist, but remembered Gu Qi'an's words and relaxed, curious about what surprises lay ahead. Moments later, their consciousness appeared in the sky. Is this the Xia border? Yifan looked around the endless ocean, realizing it was an illusion. Yes, Gu Qi'an nodded. This is the truth of the disappearance of the Xia gods. It was an image he had seen through the eye of fate from Yangjian, now partially presented to Yifan. The land at the border of Xia is truly vast and boundless before the mist descends. Yifan marveled as he gazed at the endless expanse before him. Indeed, this is what the border of Xia looked like a century ago, Gu Qi'an said, his eyes fixed intently on the horizon. Suddenly, he spoke with urgency. It's coming. No sooner had he spoken than an ominous black mist appeared on the horizon, spreading rapidly towards Xia. Wherever it reached, vegetation withered and life was extinguished, as if the grim reaper's scythe was sweeping across the land. Yifan's eyes widened. Even with his power, he could sense the terrifying force within the mist that could easily consume him in an instant. How did Xia defend against such a dreadful force back then? At that moment, beams of divine light shot into the sky, forming a defensive line of deities with overwhelming presence, ready to challenge the heavens. However, as soon as these deities came into contact with the mist, the situation turned dire. Panic spread among them, and they turned to flee. The mist followed relentlessly, engulfing many deities in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Those who managed to escape were severely wounded, their bodies tainted with the aura of the mist. In the face of this crisis, a colossal figure of a divine ape wielding a sky-high staff appeared. With a thunderous roar, it swung the staff to temporarily halt the advancing mist. Next, a three-eyed giant emerged, wielding a trident. The eye on his forehead emitted beams of divine light to intercept the mist approaching from the right. Meanwhile, a man in a black imperial robe summoned 6 radiant silver discs, creating an impenetrable barrier on the left flank. Other deities unleashed their powers, casting vibrant spells that lit up the sky. Yet, their efforts only managed to slow the mist's advance. The intelligent mist continuously sought out weak points in the defense to break through. As Xia's fate hung in the balance, a commanding voice pierced the heavens. By the order of the Heavenly Lord, the decree of the Celestial Sovereign. This solemn and poignant voice echoed through the heavens, penetrating time and space, reaching the depths of every heart. A great calamity befalls us, and all beings suffer. We, the gods of the great Xia, have long been sustained by the incense offerings of the mortal world. How can we turn a blind eye? In 10 breaths, using the essence of the celestial cord as a foundation, 9 divine monuments will be forged to guard the borders of our great Xia. We, the gods of great Xia, who care for all beings, must sacrifice our divine forms and channel our divine power, using our blood and flesh as ink and our divine souls as pens, to inscribe the inscriptions on the national monuments. We must construct a grand protective formation to repel the malevolent forces beyond the borders, ensuring the well-being of the people and peace throughout the land. 1,000 trials, 100 lifetimes, time passes in the blink of an eye. The celestial court shall be re-established, and we shall return. The divine might of great Xia shall surely shake the 4 seas and protect the 9 provinces. Fellow immortals, the road ahead is long. May we renew our immortal bonds in the next life. In midair, upon hearing this voice, Yifan clenched his fists unconsciously, his knuckles turning white. His body trembled slightly, his eyes bloodshot, his heart filled with indescribable sorrow and awe. So that's how it is, he muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and trembling. At this moment, the mystery that had troubled the night watchman for years was finally unraveled. Why the gods of Great Xia had not appeared for so long, and why the entire world was shrouded in a strange mist, yet only Great Xia remained unharmed. Just then, a deep, resonant humming sound came from the sky. Yi Fan and Gu Qi'an simultaneously looked up, peering through the layers of clouds towards the source of the sound. High above, amidst the swirling clouds, a majestic celestial palace appeared. Immortal energy cascaded down like a river from the heavens, the palace walls of gold and jade extending endlessly, with glazed golden tiles gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. The decorative columns adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings soared into the clouds, vividly lifelike, as if ready to take flight at any moment. This was the celestial kingdom of Great Zayeth Celestial Court, a sacred place carrying countless legends and beliefs. Suddenly, a massive alchemical furnace appeared out of thin air, its body covered with ancient and mysterious runes, radiating intense light. This was the alchemical furnace of the supreme, pure virtuous sovereign, powerful enough to reshape the universe. As the lid slowly opened, the humming sound resonated throughout the entire celestial court. Flames surged from the furnace, melting the grand palace, the crystal-clear celestial jade, and the golden dragon columns into streams of dazzling light. In an instant, the entire celestial court was refined into a small golden sphere, suspended in midair, emitting a gentle and mysterious glow. This was the essence of the celestial court, embodying the past glory and boundless power of the celestial court. At that moment, the figure of Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly appeared. His aura was restrained, his face kind yet exuding an awe-inspiring majesty that made it hard to look directly at him. He gently raised his hands, holding the essence of the heavenly court, a deep sorrow flickering in his eyes, yet his actions were resolute. Rise! With a low command from Yuanshi Tianzuan, the golden orb burst into a blinding light, splitting instantly into 9. The light grew ever more intense as 9 gigantic national guardian monuments took shape, each emitting an overwhelming pressure. Seal. With a grave expression, Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand, and the 9 monuments shot through the sky, flying to the borders of Xia. The air was filled with thunderous roars, and the ground trembled violently. In an instant, the 9 monuments stood firm at the borders, 9 beams of white light piercing the sky, halting the advancing black mist in its tracks. The gods of Xia looked up at the towering monuments, their hearts a mix of emotions: reluctance, melancholy, bitterness, but not fear. In the end, all these complex emotions transformed into a single resolve. Without hesitation, they offered their divine power, a burst of multicolored light illuminating the sky. Some gods formed seals and entered a meditative state, merging into the monuments as streams of light. Others burned their bodies, inscribing the monuments with searing flames. They chanted in unison their oath of protection. I, the Queen Mother of Heaven and Earth, solemnly obey the decree of Tianzuan, sacrificing my divine form and pouring my divine power, inscribing the National Guardian Monument, to protect the safety and well-being of Xia's people and the integrity of its mountains and rivers. Clad in gilded robes and adorned with a phoenix crown, the Queen Mother was the first to move. She took a deep look at the mountains and rivers behind her, smiled serenely, and transformed into a green light that merged into the monument. Following her were Fengdu Emperor, Southern Pole Longevity Emperor, Neza the Third Prince, Erlang Xinyang Jian, and other deities who successively made sacrifices. Their oaths echoed one after another, each word resounding. When the last deity completed their sacrifice, the 9 monuments shone brightly, instantly forming a great national protection array, keeping the covetous black mist at bay. Yi Fan stood in midair, speechless at the awe-inspiring scene. The god's resolute sacrifice struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Beside him, Gu Qi'an, though aware of the outcome, was equally moved by the grandeur of the moment. The two exchanged a glance, then stood straight and saluted the monuments with a standard military gesture. Yi Fan gazed at the national guardian monuments on the horizon, silently vowing, I, Yi Fan, though lacking the talent of the divine, have the heart to serve and will do my utmost to protect the people of Xia. His eyes were filled with determination and perseverance. In the office of the commander-in-chief at the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Shangjing City, Yi Fan was deeply sunk into the sofa, his eyes bloodshot as he stared blankly ahead. After a long while, he slowly straightened his back, his brows furrowed into a deep crease. Trembling, he took a cigarette from the pack, and after a few flickers, the lighter finally ignited the tip. Yi Fan inhaled deeply, letting the smoke linger in his chest for a moment before exhaling slowly, as if trying to expel all the heaviness from his heart. So, everything we just saw was real? He asked, staring intently at Gu Qi'an, his voice laced with unprecedented fatigue. Yes, Gu Qi'an replied shortly. The images of the gods facing their demise still lingered in his mind, leaving a lasting impact. After a brief pause, he said with a serious tone, Commander Yi, these matters need to remain confidential for now. We'll make further arrangements once the deities of Xia are fully awakened. Yi Fan nodded, extinguishing the cigarette, but his expression becoming unusually resolute. It's time for the Night Watchers to take action. Let our ancestors see that the people of Xia will not disgrace their sacrifices. He then posed two crucial questions. Qian, first, if a divine war breaks out, how many deities will be involved? After all, the number of deities coveting Shiva's grudge is unknown. Second, while we can suppress the deities, without the proper laws, we can't completely destroy them. This makes it impossible to gather the necessary sacrifices. How do you plan to restore the entire Songnan? Yi Fan continued. Songnan's situation is already settled. The priority is to give you enough time to grow. With your current strength, you are not yet ready to partake in a divine war. Such matters of confronting deities should be handled by us veterans. However, Gu Qi'an responded with a calm smile, exuding strong confidence. I am well aware of my capabilities and am fully confident in ensuring safety. He then shifted the topic. Commander Yi, do you understand the origin of Shiva's grudge? Yi Fan was taken aback. I only know it's related to Shiva, one of the three supreme deities of India, and possesses the world-ending level god ruins of sequence 008. Beyond that, I don't know much. Gu Qi'an explained solemnly. Shiva's grudge is a forbidden object forged from the divine body and soul of the supreme Indian god Shiva after his death, which is why it possesses such terrifying power. Yi Fan's pupils contracted sharply, looking at Gu Qi'an in disbelief. I never imagined that the small piece of parchment was crafted from the divine body of a supreme god. No wonder that forbidden item is so unique, almost as if it has a soul of its own. Gu Qi'an looked at the Shiva grudge in front of him, deep in thought. If it weren't for Chun Mai's Forbidden Realm Black Impermanence having a unique suppressive effect on souls, this location would have long been discovered by the outer gods. As for the other offering, a gleam flashed in Gu Qi'an's eyes. Don't we already have one ready? We don't need to slay another deity. We just need to hold our ground. Given the current situation, there's no need to provoke another pantheon. Once the gods of Xia are fully revived, we'll settle everything. Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Gu Qi'an. You want to use the Shiva grudge as an offering? Is that even possible? Hasn't it already been forged into a forbidden item? Why not? Gu Qi'an met Yi Fan's gaze with determination. Although it has lost its supreme god powers, it's more than sufficient as an offering for an ordinary deity. Yi Fan was silent for a moment, his gaze lingering on Gu Qi'an's face before he finally asked, So, what do you need me to do? Gather a large number of mysterious corpses, Gu Qi'an replied succinctly. The more, the better. Mysterious corpses? Yi Fan frowned. What do you need them for? Gu Qi'an explained. I need to harness the special power within these corpses to temporarily restore Yang Jian to his peak state. Yi Fan suddenly understood and stopped asking questions. Qian, since you have a plan, I won't say more. Just remember, your safety comes first. Gu Qi'an gave Yi Fan a nod and turned to leave. Yi Fan watched his back, then went to his desk, pulled out a pixel-style phone from a drawer, and dialed a number. Jin Yan, I need your help this time. After leaving the Night Watcher's headquarters, Gu Qi'an looked up at the warm sunlight, feeling much more at ease. He took out his phone and called Chun Mai. Hey, Qian. Chun Mai's voice was cheerful. Brother Chun, how's it going? Has your wife kicked you out yet? Gu Qi'an joked. Chun Mai laughed heartily. Ha, as if. Everything's going smoothly. Are you done with your work? If you are, come over to my place. I'm cooking for you today. Really? Gu Qi'an's eyes lit up. That's great. I was just wondering where to eat. I won't be shy then. There's no need to stand on ceremony with me. Chun Mai said, giving him the address. Hurry up and get a taxi over here. All right, I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Gu Qi'an hailed a taxi and headed to Chun Mai's home. The sun streamed softly through the windows of Chun Mai's home in Shanjing City, casting a warm glow over every piece of furniture. Chun Mai stood in the middle of the living room, rubbing his hands together unconsciously, his gaze somewhat evasive as he glanced at the woman on the sofa. Qingwan, a friend of mine is coming over later, he said, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Given their divorce status, inviting a friend over without her consent left him feeling quite uneasy. Yi Qingwan looked at him quietly. She had shoulder-length hair with slightly inward curving ends, giving her a clean and neat appearance. Beneath her light, willow leaf eyebrows were long, slender eyes with slightly drooping corners, naturally exuding a gentle aura. Is it one of your comrades? She asked, a slight smile on her lips, her eyes shining with understanding. Seeing his unease, she stood up, took a gentle step forward, wrapped her arms around his waist, and rested her head against his firm chest. I'm already very happy that you're back this time, she said softly yet firmly. I know you're a narcotics officer and your job is extremely dangerous, but I really don't mind. I'm glad you're willing to have friends over. It shows you consider this place your home. She slowly released her embrace, stepped back, and looked up at him. Tears welled in her eyes, and her voice was tinged with a slight sob. My, can we remarry? This sentence hit Chun Mai like a sledgehammer, shattering the chains in his heart. He stood frozen, looking at the woman shedding tears for him, and felt the burdens of his heart collapse. He stepped forward, gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eye with his fingers, and then held her tightly in his arms. Okay, he said, his voice trembling but firm. Having been through near-death experiences, he had come to terms with many things. Yi Qingwan wept softly in his embrace, her shoulders trembling as long-repressed emotions finally broke free. Chun Mai held her silently, allowing her to release the accumulated grievances, worries, and longing of the past years. She was a tenacious woman, gentle and charming in her daily demeanor, yet unwavering in her convictions. Chun Mai was the man she had chosen for life, and she simply wanted to be by his side, even unto death. After a long while, Yi Qingwan's sobs gradually subsided. Leaning against him, she spoke in a hoarse voice from crying. My, you're holding me too tightly. Chun Mai stiffened, quickly releasing her, anxiously checking her over, afraid he might have hurt the petite woman. Seeing his nervousness, Yi Qingwan broke into a smile through her tears, lightly patting his chest. Go prepare dinner, your friend will be here soon. I haven't had your cooking in so long, and I've been craving it, she said, tidying her hair and picking up her coat. I'll go pick up Yang Yang. His class is almost over. With that, she walked briskly toward the door. Chun Mai watched her silhouette, his lips curling into a smile, his heart filled with warmth and happiness. This tranquility was suddenly interrupted by a child's innocent voice. Uncle, are you here to see my dad? Gu Qi'an looked down at the little boy standing at the door. The 6 or 7-year-old was gazing up at him, and there was a faint resemblance to Chun Mai in his features. You must be Yang Yang, right? I'm a friend of your dad's. Is he home? Gu Qi'an asked gently. Dad's in the kitchen cooking. Yang Yang's eyes lit up at the mention of his father. Mom says Dad's cooking is super delicious. Yang Yang, let the uncle in. A gentle female voice called from inside. Uncle, please come in. Yang Yang smiled and stepped aside to let him in. Gu Qi'an ruffled the boy's hair and followed him inside. In the living room, a woman tidying up turned around. Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Gu Qi'an. He placed the fruit and toys he brought for Yang Yang on the coffee table. Hello, I'm Mai's wife, Yi Qingwan. She smiled as she poured Gu Qi'an a glass of water, a hint of surprise in her eyes. This young-looking comrade was different from what she had imagined. Thanks to a little illusion spell Gu Qi'an had cast, his hair and eyes appeared in normal black, otherwise he might have attracted more attention. Qi'an, please have a seat. I'll be ready soon, came Chun Mai's voice from the kitchen. Take your time, Chun. Before long, the table was filled with the aroma of homemade dishes. Qi'an, come and eat, Chun Mai said, drying his hands, his eyes brimming with happiness, his earlier nervousness completely gone. After dinner, the two men stepped out onto the balcony. As night fell and the moon hung high, Gu Qi'an gazed at the sky and said softly, Congratulations. Thank you. Chun Mai replied, gratitude in his eyes. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the courage to take this step. Just make sure to spend more time with your family. Gu Qi'an paused. I'm heading back to Songnan City tonight. So soon? Have you finished everything? Yes, and I'm also a guest instructor at the new recruits training camp, so I can't be away for too long. Gu Qi'an turned to Chun Mai. You should stay a few more days with your family. No, I have to go back tomorrow too. I don't feel at ease being away from Songnan City for too long. Chun Mai instinctively touched the parchment paper tucked against his chest. Gu Qi'an knew Shiwa's lament was hidden there. It was too dangerous, and if its aura leaked, a divine war could break out in Shangjing. He had considered using the fate bind to try to suppress it, but the time wasn't right, and he couldn't afford to take any chances. All right, once Songnan City gets through this crisis, you can bring your family to live there permanently. That's what I'm planning, Chun Mai replied, his mood uplifted, finally at peace since his revival. By the way, have you booked your flight? No, I'll let Xiao Zi take me back later. After bidding farewell to the Qin family, Gu Qi'an blended into the night and vanished. In the next moment, he was suspended in midair, his hands gracefully tracing a massive azure magic circle. A surge of purple light shot skyward, revealing Xiao Zi's enormous dragon form nearly 100 meters long, like a moving mountain. Its purple scales shimmered with a ghostly glow, and its colossal wings unfurled with a sudden gust, causing a tempestuous wind to howl. With a swift movement, Gu Qi'an appeared atop the broad dragon head. His robes fluttered as he stood firmly, gently patting Xiao Zi's head, saying, Let's go, Xiao Zi, back to the Songnan training camp. Xiao Zi's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to dispel the boredom of recent days. It let out a low roar, its wings lightly flapping, accompanied by a deafening rumble and blinding lightning, slicing through the sky like a bolt of thunder toward Songnan City. The fierce wind brushed against Gu Qi'an's face, sending his hair flying, yet it did nothing to disturb his calm demeanor. Soon, The outline of the new recruits' training camp appeared in view. Xiaozi, let's go down. Gu Qi'an gently stroked the dragon's head. Xiaozi nodded in agreement, its glowing form swiftly shrinking until it transformed into a small, chubby purple creature. Its tiny wings fluttered as it landed on Gu Qi'an's shoulder, looking smug. Gu Qi'an shook his head in resignation but with affection in his eyes, then swiftly headed toward the training camp. Meanwhile, inside the head instructor's office at the Cangnan City recruits training camp, Yuan Gang sat upright on the sofa, meticulously reviewing piles of documents. His posture was straight, and his focus unwavering as he turned page after page. Suddenly, a familiar presence was felt from above, and a slight smile appeared on Yuan Gang's lips as he immediately understood. He set the documents aside, retrieved an exquisite box of tea leaves from a drawer, and began brewing tea at the table. His movements were fluid and graceful, and soon the rich aroma of tea filled the office. At that moment, Gu Qi'an entered the room. The fragrant tea aroma caught his attention, and a look of delight flashed in his eyes. He sat down opposite Yuan Gang with a smile. Chief Instructor Yuan, where did you find such fine tea? Its aroma is unmistakably exceptional. Despite abstaining from alcohol and tobacco, Gu Qi'an had a particular fondness for tea. Uninterested in the tea scent, Xiaozi simply curled up beside Gu Qi'an and fell asleep. Yuan Gang pushed a cup of tea toward him, smiling. I got this from my captain, knowing you enjoy it. In that respect, you'd get along well with the master. He's quite the tea enthusiast too. Gu Qi'an took a sip of tea, letting the aroma linger in his mouth. After a deep breath, he asked, did the higher-ups award any medals for the impressive performance of Qiye and the others this time? After reading your report, I sent it to the higher-ups, Yuan Gang replied, sitting up straight. Lin Qiye received a star medal, and the others were each awarded a starshine medal. Since they are not a formal team, no collective medal was given. This response was expected by Gu Qi'an. Although Lin Qiye's achievements didn't quite meet the criteria for a star medal, the higher-ups were keen to win over this dual god agent, making approval a foregone conclusion. Yuan Gang's gaze fell on Gu Qi'an's calm face, and he smiled slightly. He reached for an exquisite box nearby, and carefully pushed it toward Gu Qi'an. This star medal was specifically awarded to you by the higher-ups. Gu Qi'an squinted as he accepted the box. Opening the lid, he saw a deep blue metal lying quietly inside, its starlight glow shimmering under the light. My captain mentioned, Yuan Gang continued with a hint of envy in his voice, that this afternoon, the higher-ups held a special meeting. General Yi, for some reason, went against all opposition to secure you an extremely rare personal Starcy medal. Gu Qi'an was taken aback, his expression momentarily dazed. General Yi applying for a Starcy medal for him was indeed unexpected. What extraordinary feat did you accomplish in Shangjing City? Yuan Gang asked curiously. To have General Yi go to such lengths, and with no specific achievements announced, this is unprecedented. Gu Qi'an smiled as he handed over his empty teacup. Yuan Gang immediately refilled it, his eyes full of anticipation. Secret, Gu Qi'an said calmly, taking a sip of tea. Yuan Gang shook his head helplessly. Fine, I won't press further. But I should remind you, the formal awarding ceremony will only take place once all related facts are fully disclosed. Gu Qi'an nodded seriously, his clear eyes indicating his understanding. After a moment, as if remembering something, he asked, by the way, how are you planning to arrange for Qingyu? You mean your disciple? He's going straight into the training camp, Yuan Gang replied cheerfully. Where did you find such a prodigy? He learns everything quickly, though his physical fitness is a bit lacking. Yes, his Forbidden Ruins is very unique, an unknown one. I've done some research. It resembles the true eye of Forbidden Ruins sequence 315, yet it's entirely different. It also allows control over rats and rapid regeneration, so it's likely a supportive type of Forbidden Ruins. He'll have to figure it out on his own. Gu Qi'an remained calm, secretly thinking, smart kid, keeping some secrets. He stood up and gently picked up the sleeping Xiaozi. Thank you for your hospitality, Chief Instructor Yuan. I won't disturb you any longer. All right, go get some rest, Yuan Gang said, standing to see him off. Continue teaching the recruits tomorrow. You can plan the course content yourself. I'm sure they'll be eager. After Gu Qi'an left, Yuan Gang sat back down on the sofa, shaking his head with a wry smile. That kid is becoming more and more inscrutable. In the recreation room of the Asylum of the Gods, a farce was unfolding. SpongeBob, let's go jellyfishing. Merlin, acting like Patrick Star, waved a fishing net and ran wildly around the room, with Li Yifei, holding a godly tranquilizer syringe, chasing closely behind. The entire room plunged into chaos. Lin Qiye sat to the side, watching the commotion with a helpless sigh. Just then, he caught a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye and quickly stood up. Brother, you're back? Gu Qi'an nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene in the room, his mouth twitching involuntarily. What is this? Squidward. Squidward. You're here too. Before Lin Qiye could answer, Merlin, still acting like Patrick Star, joyfully ran up to Gu Qi'an, circling and jumping around him. Gu Qi'an rubbed his forehead, watching Merlin dart away again, and turned to Lin Qiye. Is he always like this? He seemed pretty normal the last time I chatted with him. Lin Qiye shrugged and explained. He's usually fine, but when he enters deep thought, this happens. With my current abilities, I can't influence him. He paused. By the way, where's Mom? Mom found it too noisy here, so she went for a walk outside, Gu Qi'an replied. Lin Qiye glanced up at the progress bar above Gu Qi'an's head, noticing it had dropped to 72, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Brother, your progress bar has dropped again. Are you okay? He explained. I've noticed the progress bar has stages. Below 50, mental instability occurs. Look at Nyx at that level. She's just dazed and confused. It's fine. I know my limits. Gu Qi'an reassured him with a wave of his hand. I'll go find Mom. You handle things here. With that, he left the recreation room. The scene shifted to the training camp's martial arts platform. Gu Qi'an, his gaze sharp as a hawk, scanned the recruits below. In the coming period, you need to form your own teams of 6. With 240 of you, that makes 40 teams. In one day, I want to see fully formed team rosters. He called out, Lin Qiye, Bai Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, Molly, Shen Qingzhu, and Qingyu, step forward. Yes, instructor. The 6 responded in unison. Gu Qi'an gestured for them to wait aside, then turned to the rest of the recruits with a stern expression. Once the 6-person teams are formed, what I value most is your teamwork and cooperative combatability. Remember, only by achieving a high level of coordinated effort can each person's abilities be fully utilized. Let me make it clear. I do not want to see anyone trying to play the hero for the sake of showing off. Gu Qi'an looked at Lin Qiye and the others, announcing that the 6 of them would demonstrate first. All of you attack together with full force. Don't worry, I'll only use my power at the pool level. Before his words had even finished, Lin Qiye and the others exchanged quick glances, coordinating their attack formation with precision. A tense atmosphere filled the air, ready to explode at any moment. Lin Qiye, eyes sharp as a hawk, was the first to move, his figure blurring into a dark shadow. Chao Yuan, Mo Li, and Qingyu followed closely, launching themselves at Gu Qi'an like arrows from a bow. Bai Li Pangpang and Shen Qingzhu tactically retreated, seeking optimal positions for support. Chao Yuan unsheathed his sword at the front, the piercing sound of metal echoing all around. An aura of hellish black energy flared up around him, like a raging beast. His long sword, wreathed in flames, carved a deadly arc through the air. Mo Li's figure darted to the left with ghostly agility, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Lin Qiye charged from the right, his eyes glowing with a faint golden light, gripping a straight blade in each hand, their cold gleam menacing. In midair, Qingyu hurled a surgical knife with pinpoint accuracy at Gu Qi'an's vital points. Confronted by attacks from all sides, black lines appeared in Gu Qi'an's eyes, and his blue gaze turned deadly. He raised his hand lightly, a faint halo emanating from his palm, unleashing an invisible repulsive force. Boom! The air was violently compressed, producing a deafening explosion. Lin Qiye and the others were flung backward before they could react, crashing heavily onto the distant ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Gu Qi'an's assault continued, his hands flipping over to aim at the retreating Shen Qingzhu and Bai Li Pangpang. A powerful suction force, like a black hole, swept them off their feet, pulling them forward against their will. Despite their struggles, they couldn't resist the force, ultimately being drawn to Gu Qi'an like leaves in the wind. With a slight smirk, Gu Qi'an clasped their throats in his iron grip, slamming them into the ground with force. Bang! Stones scattered, and dust enveloped the scene as the two were left seeing stars. The display left all the new recruits present in awe, swallowing hard with shock evident in their eyes. Bai Li Pangpang lay motionless on the ground, pretending to be unconscious. Gu Qi'an lightly kicked his backside, unable to hold back a chuckle. Come on, I know exactly how much force I used. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Li Pangpang sprang up like a spring, standing at attention and saluting. Yes, Instructor Gu. Lin Qiye and the others also stood up, looking at Gu Qi'an with confusion. Sensing their bewilderment, Gu Qi'an got straight to the point. Are you wondering why you could defeat enemies at the Chuan level before, but now struggle against me, even though I'm suppressed to the Qi level? Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. Even though it's not nighttime now, the gap shouldn't be this big. The 2 Chuan level opponents you faced before were just average. You only succeeded by relying on ambushes, teamwork, and exploiting their weaknesses, Gu Qi'an said, his eyes becoming exceptionally serious as he scanned each new recruit with a sharp gaze. Never become complacent just because you've defeated a Chuan level opponent. Strategically, you may underestimate your enemy, but tactically, you must respect them, always maintaining the utmost vigilance. Lin Qiye and his companions fell silent, having to admit they had underestimated their opponent earlier. They all knew Gu Qi'an was formidable, but seeing him suppressed to the Qi level made them overconfident in their 6-0 advantage. Seeing they had learned their lesson, Gu Qi'an nodded in satisfaction. Let's go another round. This time, you must have the resolve to take me down, or you might end up leaving here horizontally today. The eyes of Lin Qiye and the others sharpened, completely abandoning their complacent mindset, their presence now filled with a heavy atmosphere. Although the battle remained challenging, Gu Qi'an could no longer handle them as easily. In the end, the six still ended up defeated, lying on the ground bruised and battered, yet their eyes gleamed with a sense of achievement. Through combat and Gu Qi'an's guidance, they not only recognized their shortcomings, but also gained valuable practical experience. Gu Qi'an waved his hand to release healing energy, treating their internal injuries. Then, he slowly turned to the other new recruits, a gentle smile playing on his lips. What should have been a comforting smile felt like a devilish grin from hell to the recruits, their bodies instantly tensing. The sight of Lin Qiye and his companion's miserable state was still fresh in their minds, clothes torn, bodies covered in wounds, and their painful groans still echoing in their ears. Thinking about enduring the same beating soon filled the new recruits with a chilling fear that crept up their spines, leaving them covered in goosebumps, filled with terror and anxiety. Gu Qi'an stood in front of the new recruits, a gentle smile on his face as he scanned each young face. Have you formed your groups? Before he finished speaking, the recruits looked at him with wide, surprised eyes, their mouths forming an O shape. Meanwhile, in the training camp's chief instructor's office, Yuan Gang frowned as he reviewed the scores in his hand. The results were a mixed blessing. Every recruit scored at least 15 points during the Carnival Day assessment, with some even achieving a perfect score of 20. However, these outstanding scores left him feeling helpless because it meant the difficulty of the assessment was set too low, failing to truly test the recruits' limits. Reflecting on yesterday's Carnival Day, the initial chaos caused by the sudden appearance of three mysterious entities from Sichuan was quickly managed. The recruits demonstrated impressive adaptability, swiftly forming six-person teams and working together with the cohesion of seasoned night watchmen. Some teams distracted the enemies, others focused on disruption and delaying tactics, while others seized the opportunity for a decisive strike. This well-coordinated tactical cooperation left the instructors in awe. Yuan Gang rubbed his aching temples and turned to Gu Qi'an, who was leisurely sipping tea. What should we do about this? We can't just submit these results to the higher-ups, can we? Why not? Gu Qi'an took a sip of tea, his demeanor calm. They earned those scores fair and square, without any cheating. He paused, adding, your tea here is still the best. Yuan Gang's forehead creased even more, but he was accustomed to Gu Qi'an's approach. It seems your group training over the past few months has been very effective. Honestly, I'm reluctant to send them off to different cities. Their teamwork is just too seamless. Let them be scattered. Gu Qi'an remained composed. The world is full of uncertainties. They need to learn to adapt. If they can't change the environment, they must change themselves. If they're truly talented, they'll shine wherever they go. Yuan Gang pondered this for a moment before smiling in understanding. You're right, I'll just submit these to the higher-ups and let them worry about it. After leaving Yuan Gang, Gu Qi'an arrived at a small building filled with high-precision instruments. Opening the side door, he was greeted by the heavy scent of blood and formaldehyde. And Xingyu was intensely focused on dissecting a mysterious body, a near-manic smile on his face and gray light flickering in his eyes. Teacher, what brings you here? And Xingyu looked up, slightly surprised to see Gu Qi'an. I'm here to check on your research progress. Gu Qi'an's gaze fell on the disfigured, mysterious body. I selected this for you specifically. It possesses the ability to control forbidden ruin elements, which should complement your offensive capabilities. The research is almost complete, and Xingyu said, his eyes alight with joy. He raised his right hand, and various elemental forms, flames, wind blades, lightning, water spheres appeared in succession in his palm. Gu Qi'an nodded in approval. Good, now you'll never lack offensive options. Thank you, teacher, and Xingyu said sincerely. This time, the term teacher was not used out of necessity, but from genuine respect. During their time together, Gu Qi'an's calm demeanor, broad vision, and formidable strength had completely won him over. Gu Qi'an casually pulled over a chair and sat down, a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Xingyu and calmly explained, elemental control might seem unremarkable at first glance, but by fusing elements, you can greatly enhance its power. Also, your forbidden domain is quite unique and has a lot of potential for growth in the future. Hearing this, Xingyu's eyes lit up, and he nodded thoughtfully. Yes, this ability really suits me. Thank you, teacher. By the way, Gu Qi'an waved his hand, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Have you thought about what to name your forbidden domain? And Xingyu pondered for a moment, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. I'll call it the only correct answer. The only correct answer? Gu Qi'an thought to himself, as expected. So, what does this correct answer solve? All the truths of the world. And Xingyu answered earnestly. What do you think truth is? Gu Qi'an asked, looking directly into his eyes. I don't know. And Xingyu said, a trace of confusion in his eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. But it's precisely because I don't know that I must pursue it. Gu Qi'an didn't intend to interfere with his pursuit of truth, but he advised sincerely. You need to get out and see the world more. The journey is long. Isn't the scenery along the way part of the truth too? Spending all your time buried in research, you gain a lot, but you also lose much. Ever since obtaining that mysterious corpse, and Qingyu had been engrossed in research after training, which wasn't beneficial for his overall development. And Qingyu paused, then nodded. I understand, teacher. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. Gu Qi'an stood up to leave, but suddenly remembered something. He pulled a cold can of Sprite from his pocket and tossed it over. Don't forget to eat later. With that, he left without looking back. And Qingyu instinctively caught the flying drink, feeling the coolness in his palm. He glanced at it and couldn't help but smile, a warm feeling spreading in his heart. In the mental space, Gu Qi'an watched Xiaozi lazily lying beside the sapling of destiny. Threads of azure light emanated from the sapling, falling on Xiaozi, whose energy was surging in indication of an imminent breakthrough. Gu Qi'an squatted down gently, stroking Xiaozi's head. Xiaozi slowly opened its eyes and whimpered weakly upon seeing Gu Qi'an. Xiaonan, am I going to die? I feel so uncomfortable all over. Gu Qi'an's face darkened slightly, his mouth twitching as he thought of the little drama queen, but he still reassured softly. You're about to advance to the Klein realm. Don't worry, just sleep it off. Upon hearing about the advancement, Xiaozi perked up instantly. Really? But isn't it usually slow for us dragons to advance? Why am I advancing so quickly? This year, you've absorbed a large amount of the energy from the source of the laws of destiny, so advancing now is quite normal. Gu Qi'an replied, thinking that must be the reason. That's great. Then I can help Xiaonan defeat lots and lots of bad guys. Xiaozi beamed with excitement, imagining itself as a mighty force, unable to contain its joy. It then stopped resisting the surging energy within, allowing the energy waves around it to rapidly expand. Gu Qi'an felt warmth in his heart. Yes, now have a good sleep, and when you wake up, you can help me fight. Xiaozi nodded obediently, and in an instant, a dazzling azure light burst from within her, flowing around her body like a stream. The light quickly condensed, forming a massive cocoon-like structure around her, completely enveloping her figure. Gu Qi'an watched this scene and sighed softly. I wonder how long this evolution will take. He murmured, his eyes filled with anticipation. But judging by this light, there will definitely be earth-shattering changes once it's complete. He then withdrew his consciousness from the mental space and entered the asylum of the gods. The familiar sight of Merlin sitting quietly at his stone table greeted him. Uncle Merlin. Gu Qi'an approached and sat down beside him. Qi'an, you're here. Merlin nodded with a smile, then shifted the topic. How have you been lately? Feeling any better? What, do you think I'm sick too? Merlin fixed him with a piercing gaze. Of course not, Gu Qi'an replied with a slightly awkward smile. Merlin gave him a suspicious look, but soon became serious again. Qi'an, when I saw Director Lin a few days ago, I had a vague sense that he is about to face significant changes. Gu Qi'an nodded in response. As expected from the pioneer of prophecy, you've sensed it so early. It seems you're well prepared, Merlin thought to himself. Even though he hasn't fully matured, this young god of destiny indeed shows extraordinary talent and prediction. As they were talking, Lin Qiye, dressed in a white coat, walked over. Brother, Uncle Merlin, why aren't you in the activity room? Merlin raised the book in his hand. It's quieter here. Ever since Aju arrived, that place has become too lively. Graduation is just a few days away. Gu Qi'an turned to Lin Qiye. Aren't you going to spend more time with them? After all, you'll be parting soon. Brother, where will I be assigned? Lin Qiye asked, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Sangnan City, Gu Qi'an replied firmly. Isn't it based on grades? Lin Qiye asked in surprise. Because you must be in Sangnan City, Gu Qi'an decided to reveal part of the truth to prevent Lin Qiye from wasting a year at the retreat center. Why? Both Lin Qiye and Merlin looked at him with puzzled expressions. Do you know about Shiva's grudge? Gu Qi'an asked. Chief Instructor Yuan mentioned it. In the Great Divine War back then, Gaia, the Earth Mother of Olympus, seized Shiva's grudge and paid a huge price to inscribe 3 words on it, Sangnan City. What did you say? Lin Qiye looked up sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief, his body trembling slightly with shock. He knew all too well what this meant. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before looking up at Gu Qi'an, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Brother, according to what you said, shouldn't Sangnan City have disappeared long ago? Why does it still exist now? Gu Qi'an didn't answer immediately, but instead asked, do you know when you became an agent of the Seraph? When I encountered the ghost-faced man. I was nearly killed by him, and then. Lin Qiye instinctively replied, only to be interrupted by Gu Qi'an. That's not right. Gu Qi'an shook his head. That was just your survival instinct triggering the burst of seraphic power within you. You truly became an agent 10 years ago when you saw the Seraph Michael on the moon. Lin Qiye's frown deepened. But at that time, I was completely blind and felt no seraphic power at all. As he spoke, it seemed he realized something, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Qi'an. Gu Qi'an explained softly, your blindness was because you couldn't withstand the power of the divine. And technically, you weren't truly blind. You just couldn't open your eyes. He paused, his voice becoming heavy. At that time, Shiva's grudge erased the entire Tsangnan city from existence, and everyone and everything disappeared, except for you. Seeing Lin Qiye frozen in place, Gu Qi'an sighed and continued. The reason you survived was because Jin Yin saved you. She won 3 artifacts from your mother, Uncle Merlin, and the god from the third ward to set up a formation that shielded you from Shiva's grudge. Merlin, who was nearby, put down his book, deep in thought. No wonder she hurriedly won my crystal ball. She seemed anxious, as if she foresaw something significant. But she was shrouded in a layer of mist, and I couldn't deduce any signs. Gu Qi'an nodded, turning to Lin Qiye. Qiye, do you know what a miracle is? Faced with this question, Lin Qiye shook his head in bewilderment, his mind blank. Gu Qi'an patted his shoulder. A miracle is turning the impossible into possible. The more impossible something seems, the more likely it is to happen in the face of a miracle. Back then, Michael chose you and infused your eyes with immense miraculous energy. And in your subconscious, Sangnan City never disappeared, which gave rise to the giant divine ruin covering the entire city. Through the power of miracles, Sangnan City, erased by Shiva's grudge, was able to reappear. This is the true mortal realm divine domain. The existence of Sangnan City relies entirely on you. He continued to explain, you think that the mortal realm divine domain has only the simple ability of dynamic vision, unworthy of its rank as Divine Ruin Series 003, because you've been subconsciously maintaining this miraculous city, unable to wield true miraculous power. Once you leave Sangnan City, the miracle will cease, and the city will vanish again. Hearing this, Lin Qiye suddenly looked up, hope gleaming in his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. Then, as long as I don't leave, Sangnan City can exist forever? Gu Qi'an slowly shook his head, his expression serious as he said, no, the divine power granted by Archangel Michael can only last for 10 years. This statement hit Lin Qiye like a sledgehammer, shattering the last glimmer of hope in his eyes. His body suddenly lost all support, and he collapsed to the ground, murmuring, 10 years. Sangnan City will disappear, Aunt, Ajin, all of them. Nix heard the commotion and quickly approached. Seeing Lin Qiye's desolate state, her heart ached, and she immediately embraced him. Seeing this, Gu Qi'an briefly explained the situation. Thanatos, pull yourself together. Nix gently comforted Lin Qiye, holding him tightly. It hasn't happened yet. We can still find another way. Merlin, observing Gu Qi'an's composure, understood that this teacher must have a plan. Qi'an, stop beating around the bush. Just tell us your plan. Gu Qi'an turned his gaze to Lin Qiye, speaking with a serious tone. Qiye, since I'm telling you this, it means I have a solution. Remember what I always emphasize in class. Stay calm and analyze the situation. Even if Sangnan City disappears due to the depletion of divine power, don't you want to find a way to save your aunt? How can you protect your family if you fall into despair? Lin Qiye took a deep breath, trying to calm down as he straightened up from Nix's embrace. He forced a faint smile to reassure Nix, though his voice remained hoarse. Brother, go ahead, I'm listening. Don't worry, Gu Qi'an sighed softly. I've already coordinated with the higher-ups for a comprehensive plan regarding Sangnan City. I will use my abilities, drawing on the power of fate, to manifest the entire city from the void. Nix's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. No, even with Michael's miracle, your current power can't alter the fate of an entire city. Doing so would only lead to your death, and Sangnan City would still vanish. Gu Qi'an smiled and held Nix's hand. Mother, don't worry, I have a plan. Hear me out, and then help me assess its feasibility. Soon, I will use the Shiva's wrath to incite a divine war in Sangnan City. Shiva's wrath is in your possession? Lin Qiye asked in surprise, gradually regaining his composure. No, it's been with Chun Mai, Gu Qi'an explained. The captain? Lin Qiye was taken aback. Yes, his Forbidden Ruins black impermanence can suppress the aura of Shiva's wrath, preventing detection by external gods. Moreover, Chun Mai was erased along with Sangnan City 10 years ago. Gu Qi'an shrugged, a confident smile on his face. You should know, Bai Wuchang Xiaopinga, who is on par with him, has already reached the peak of Klein. I've already experimented on him, successfully reviving him, so this method is viable. In the Special Operations Team lounge, Xuanhua leaned back lazily in his chair, swinging his legs as he turned to Wang Mian. Captain, the new recruits training camp is about to wrap up. I wonder when Qian will be back with us. Wang Mian's lips curled into a slight smile, as if recalling something amusing. It should be soon. Vivi, you keep in touch with Qian the most. Do you have any idea? Xuanhua shifted his gaze to Qiangwei, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Qiangwei shook her head gently, a hint of regret in her voice. I haven't contacted him these past few days. I've been completely focused on breaking through the Wuliang realm. I'll give him a call later. Captain, do you think we should head over to Tsangnan to pick up Qian? Tan Xiang asked eagerly, her eyes full of anticipation. Wang Mian pondered briefly. We'll see how things go. If we're free, we can go over. I heard that kid advanced to the Wuliang realm at the beginning of the year. It's insane. Yu Gue sighed, clearly frustrated with still being at the peak of the high realm. Xuanhua chuckled smugly. Luckily, I've already broken through. Otherwise, I'd be too embarrassed to face Qian. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw Qiang Wei glaring at him. Xuanhua quickly scratched his head awkwardly. Ha ha, Qiang Wei, I wasn't talking about you. Qiang Wei huffed and turned away, ignoring him. Qian's done quite a lot in the new recruits training camp. He's even earned a star medal and a star C medal. Xinghin said enviously, having not yet earned a single star medal himself. At that moment, Tianping burst through the door, excitement written all over his face. Captain, there's news from the training camp. What news? Xuanhua immediately sat up straight, and everyone's eyes focused intently on Tianping. This batch of recruits scored unbelievably high, with several scoring above 90. That dual god agent Lin Qiye actually scored an impressive 96. Tianping said, slightly nervous under the intense gaze of the group. 96? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Yeah, and the 4 points deducted were all from the shooting assessment. He scored full marks in everything else. Unbelievable. Wang Mian and the others were visibly stunned. Tianping tentatively suggested, Captain, should we apply to bring him into our team? I've heard he's really close with Qian, so he'd probably agree if Qian asks. Wang Mian waved it off, sounding helpless. Forget it. The higher-ups won't allow 3 god agents in one small team. If we hadn't found Qian early, he probably wouldn't be with us either. True, it's a shame for such a promising talent, Tianping sighed. Xuanhua looked at Tianping with disdain. Be content. The higher-ups have tried more than once to persuade Qi and to form a special squad. If he weren't so determined, he would have been reassigned long ago. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mian said, it seems the higher-ups are gearing up to make a move. A genius like Lin Qiye will certainly be the centerpiece in forming the 5th special squad. And the teammates are likely already in place, given the number of talents in this training camp. I heard that the new recruits this year are impressive, all thanks to Qian. That kid is really making a name for himself, Tianping remarked, leaning back on the sofa with genuine admiration in his voice. Wang Mian, sitting nearby, had a slight shift in his expression. He recalled the once confused young man standing at the entrance of the special squad, who had now transformed into a capable instructor. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. Just as his thoughts began to drift, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to see Gu Qian's name on the screen. Speak of the devil, Wang Mian said with a smile, pressing the speaker button. Let's all hear this. Captain, are you busy? Gu Qian's slightly hesitant voice came through the speaker. Qian, it's rare for you to call me. Wang Mian leaned back in his chair. We just finished a mission in Huaihai City and are taking it easy now. I've been busy, Gu Qian replied, a bit awkwardly. The training camp ends tomorrow, so I called as soon as I had a moment. What? You want us to come pick you up? Wang Mian teased. Captain, Gu Qian paused. I might not be able to return immediately. I need to stay in Sangnan City a bit longer to finish up some things here. Everyone present was taken aback. Qiang Wei immediately sat up straight, concern in her voice. Qian, is the task there not completed? Sister Qiang Wei, you're all there? Gu Qian explained. After Lin Qiye and the others graduate, I plan to take them for some outdoor training in Sangnan City, so I can't come back right away. If there's a task, finish it first. No rush to return. Qiang Wei gently reassured him. Xuanhua leaned closer to the microphone, joking. Qian, I hear you're doing great over there, training those new recruits into shape. Your task sounds way better than ours. We're running around all the time for rescues. After chatting for a while, they ended the call. Xuanhua sighed, looking disappointed. I thought we'd see that kid soon. Looks like the higher-ups have already decided on the members for the 5th special squad, Tianping analyzed. Otherwise, they wouldn't let Qian take them for outdoor training. Yeah, I didn't expect them to act so quickly this time. After everyone else had left, Wang Mian sat alone by the window, his brow furrowed. Ever since the training camp was set in Sangnan City, he felt something was off. Gu Qian could choose other places for the outdoor training, especially since Sangnan City was usually peaceful, with few mysterious incidents throughout the year. Coupled with Gu Qian's unexpected receipt of the Xinghai medal, all signs pointed to one possibility: something significant might be about to happen in Sangnan City. Gazing at the darkening sky outside, Wang Mian muttered to himself, I hope I'm just overthinking this. In the conference room at the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Shangjing City, the atmosphere was tense. A group of senior officials sat around the large conference table, engaged in a heated discussion over an important issue. Commander Yi, one senior official said, resting his folded hands on the table. I believe they should be assigned to various cities. Yes, another senior official chimed in, his expression serious. I understand your intention to make them the 5th special squad, but they are still at the Qi level. They should first be stationed in various city squads for training, and then we can consider further plans when the time is right. The senior official sitting opposite Yi Fan tapped the table. If Gu Qi'an is at the core, I'm in favor of forming a squad. His accomplishments this year are evident, and he can indeed lead a team well. But Gu Qi'an is a member of the masked squad and has no such intention. Lin Qiye is excellent and has enough potential, but he lacks experience and needs a few more years to mature. Commander Yi, another senior official spoke firmly. We should directly order Gu Qi'an to form the 5th special squad. The Night Watchers operate on the principle of obeying orders. We can't let him do as he pleases. Yi Fan shook his head in disagreement. Gu Qi'an has other arrangements. With his potential, he'll soon break through to the Klein level, and forming a team wouldn't be suitable for him. As the debate intensified, Zhuqin cleared his throat and distributed a stack of documents to everyone present. These are the combat data of Lin Qiye's team, including their performance against enemies in Songnan City and their practical records with Gu Qi'an over the past 6 months. After the senior officials reviewed the data, Zhuqin continued, the rapport and combat awareness they've developed over the past 6 months are rare. Instead of breaking them up, it's better to let them continue training as a temporary squad. Gu Qi'an also agreed to lead them for a while longer. More importantly, all 6 members are on the verge of breaking through to the Chuan level. At that point, they could serve as a temporary special squad, alleviating the burden on other special squads. At this point, Zhuqing's mouth twitched slightly. Even Xia Siming from the Phoenix squad has complained several times, saying we're treating them like beasts of burden and threatening to lead a revolt. The senior officials present reacted with peculiar expressions, evidently believing that Xia Siming was indeed capable of such actions. Yi Fan raised his hand to signal for silence, his gaze sweeping across the room like a hawk. All right, let's proceed to the voting. Those in favor of forming a temporary squad with Lin Qiye at the core, temporarily led by Gu Qi'an, please raise your hands. Meanwhile, over the recruit training camp in Songnan City, a massive black cloud, like a dark curtain, rapidly descended. The azure sky was instantly obscured, and the heavy clouds hung low, pressing down on the earth with a suffocating sense of oppression. The air seemed to freeze, stiflingly hot, and making it hard to breathe. On the martial arts platform, Instructor Hong was reading out the orders for the new recruits. Although the recruits stood as straight as pine trees, the tense atmosphere caused everyone's hearts to beat a little faster. When the orders were finished, an unexpected silence fell over the crowd. Suddenly, a clear voice broke the quiet with a report. Speak. Hong Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Why doesn't Lin Qiye's group have orders? The new recruit voiced the question that was on everyone's mind. I'm not entirely sure at the moment. There must be other arrangements from the higher-ups. Hong Hao replied honestly. These are the only orders I received from them. As he spoke, Gu Qi'an and Yuan Gang appeared on the training ground. Yuan Gang stood below the platform, his gaze sweeping over the recruits with a satisfied expression. Lin Qiye, Shun Qingzhu, Bailey Tuming, Chao Yuan, Mo Li, and Xingyu, Yuan Gang's voice rang out clearly. For the time being, you will continue your training as a temporary team, led by Gu Qi'an. The rest of you are dismissed. This announcement drew envious glances from the recruits, but no one showed jealousy. After all, the strength of this 6-person team was apparent. People in the crowd nodded in acknowledgement to the 6, murmuring congratulations as they left in an orderly fashion. The 6 remained standing straight, neither puzzled nor elated, maintaining their usual composure. Gu Qi'an approached them with a warm smile and said, You all will be following me for now. If you have any objections or questions, now is the time to speak up. Qiye, you start. Yes. Lin Qiye stepped forward, looking at Gu Qi'an, a thought crossing his mind. When did his goals change? Probably when he met this man. From simply fulfilling a 10-year promise with Zhao Kongqing, he now wanted to follow this man's path, to stand at the top and see the true landscape of the world. Instructor Gu, I have no questions. I'm willing to continue training under your guidance, Lin Qiye said firmly. You understand what this means? I do. Gu Qi'an nodded in satisfaction and turned to Bailey Pang Pang. What about you, Pang Pang? Instructor Gu, are we forming a new special team? Bailey Pang Pang asked, scratching his head. That's a bit premature. You all need to reach the Sea Realm first. For now, consider yourselves a special team in training. Hearing this, Bailey Pang Pang beamed with joy. He was no longer the idle waste of the Bailey family and couldn't wait to share the good news with his family. He stood straight and saluted Gu Qi'an solemnly. Instructor Gu, I have no objections. Seeing his expression, Gu Qi'an sighed inwardly but knew this wasn't the time to discuss it. He silently decided to visit the Bailey family with Bailey Pang Pang soon, to show them that those who follow Gu Qi'an aren't to be underestimated. What about you, Chao Yuan? Wherever Qiye is, that's where I'll be. Chao Yuan answered decisively. Wow, that's quite the loyalty. Bailey Pang Pang couldn't help but comment. For a moment, everyone was speechless. Even Yuan Gang couldn't help but glance back and forth between Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan, as if he had discovered something amusing. Gu Qi'an sighed and rubbed his forehead, looking slightly resigned. He ignored Chao Yuan, who was being peculiar, and turned his attention to Shin Qingzhu. Qingzhu, what about you? To me, it doesn't matter where we go, Shin Qingzhu replied calmly. A hint of amusement flickered in Gu Qian's eyes as he pondered the meaning behind the cool guy's secret glance at Lin Qiye earlier. And what about Molly? Gu Qian's gaze shifted to the only girl in the group. Molly looked down, her voice tinged with hesitation. Instructor Gu, I'm afraid I might hold everyone back. She was torn, recognizing the excellence of Lin Qiye and the others. Even the seemingly unreliable Li Pang possessed various forbidden items. Gu Qian didn't answer directly, but looked around at everyone. Do any of you think she would hold us back? No, they replied in unison, with Li Pang shouting. Molly, you're the best. Gu Qian frowned at Molly. Your forbidden realm is sequence 076, universal motion, and your swordsmanship is excellent. What makes you think you're not as good as the others? Molly kept her head down, avoiding eye contact, fearing she'd see disappointment in their eyes. Is it because you're a girl and feel out of place? No, I'm not, Molly retorted, lifting her head abruptly. Gu Qian's blue eyes met hers directly. Molly, I've seen every bit of effort you've put in over the past year. With your pride, you wouldn't stand for being left behind. You'd rather avoid it, using this as a way to numb yourself. You may not be the strongest in the team, but so what? Find your position, play to your strengths, and you'll be an irreplaceable part of the team. Molly was silent for a long time before finally raising her head. Eyes slightly red, but gaze resolute. Instructor Gu, I understand. I choose to join. Good. Always remember the look in your eyes today. The strong need unwavering belief. Without it, you lose the drive to move forward, Gu Qian concluded, secretly reflecting on his own past. He turned to Qingyu with a smile. Qingyu, it's your turn now. And Qingyu glanced at Lin Qiye and the others. I always thought the pursuit of truth was a lonely path. Now I feel that having like-minded companions to walk with is a good thing. It seems you've gained a deep understanding, Gu Qian nodded approvingly. And Qingyu shyly scratched his head. All right, since everyone has made up their minds, it's settled. A heavy rain is coming, so you should head back. Yes. The six of them replied in unison. After they left, Yuan Gang frowned slightly, his eyes locked on Gu Qian, full of inquiry. Gu Qian understood and nodded slightly. Upon receiving the response, Yuan Gang turned around and walked away with steady steps. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced through the quiet of the rainy night. Beep beep. This unusual, urgent whistle signaled an emergency assembly. The new recruits sprang into action upon hearing it, and the instructors, without hesitation, dashed out of the barracks, ignoring the torrential rain. The downpour was relentless, and through the dense curtain of rain, the headlights of several military off-road vehicles cut through the darkness. The tires splashed through the pooled water, creating a striking sight in the rain. Yuan Gang stood straight in the rain, his expression stern and serious. He took a deep breath and his voice carried through the rain. Now, everyone get in the vehicles as fast as you can. I will explain the situation on the way. The recruits, with resolute expressions and swift, efficient movements, quickly boarded the vehicles in an orderly manner. The engines roared to life, and the convoy left the training camp, plunging into the pitch-black night. Inside the vehicles, the dim light and cramped space were filled with a tense atmosphere. The windshield wipers worked tirelessly, but couldn't completely clear the rain from the glass, leaving the view shrouded in a misty curtain. The sound of raindrops hitting the windows mingled with the roar of the engines. Qiye, what do you think is happening? It feels like this situation is very urgent, Li Pang asked in a low voice. Lin Qiye frowned, pondering for a moment before speaking. Do you remember the ground tremors we felt earlier at the training camp? I think it's likely related to that. He looked out at the rain outside the window, his tone certain. Moreover, this is probably not a small matter. It must be a landslide. With this weather and the recent earthquake, the landslides on Jinan Mountain must have been triggered, and Qingyu analyzed. Before anyone could respond, Yuan Gang's heavy voice came through the military radio. Everyone, 15 minutes ago, due to the earthquake and heavy rain, a massive landslide disaster occurred near Jinan Mountain, affecting 6 surrounding villages with an estimated casualty count of over 200 people. We are not only the night watchers of Xia, but also its soldiers. In such circumstances, we must be at the forefront, without hesitation. I now urge you all to utilize your full capabilities and reach the disaster site for immediate rescue. Every second you save could mean a life saved. Every rescue could be a life saved. After hearing Yuan Gang's words, determination and resolve shone in everyone's eyes. They understood deeply that as night watchers and soldiers, they were the last hope for the disaster-stricken people. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Yuan Gang, who had just spoken with such gravity, was leisurely sitting at a tea table with Gu Qi'an, enjoying tea. Qi'an, you're truly clever to have come up with such a plan. In the chief instructor's office of the new recruits training camp, Sunlight streamed through the window, and Gu Qi'an was leisurely enjoying a cup of tea. His expression was calm, but his eyes shone with wisdom. This was the perfect moment to give the recruits their final lesson. Yuan Gang stood in front of the desk, his brow furrowed with confusion. He stared at Gu Qi'an, his voice puzzled. How dare the ancient god cult attack again? Don't they know you're still at the camp? Aren't they afraid of repeating past mistakes? Gu Qian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. This time, it's all thanks to Han Xiaoyan's clever plan. He set down his teacup and continued. The ancient god cult originally didn't intend to strike again, but Han Xiaoyan secretly spread the word that I had left the training camp. I cooperated by letting the higher-ups release information that I had returned to the masked squad. With this bait, they took the hook. Han Xiaoyan. Yuan Gang widened his eyes in surprise. You mean the Han Xiaoyan from the former Gusa 017 Night Watcher squad? Didn't he already defect to the ancient god cult? Gu Qi'an briefly recounted Han Xiaoyan's story. After listening, Yuan Gang couldn't help but sigh. He's indeed pitiful, but a mistake is a mistake. You shouldn't have let him go back then. If he's pretending to be loyal and leaks your ability to break the soul contract, the ancient god cult will surely target you. No need to worry. Gu Qi'an's eyes gleamed sharply. These eyes can see through people's hearts. His actions this time have proven everything. Even the nightmare projection of Whisper was drawn to him. Besides, his voice suddenly turned cold. Even if they want to deal with me, they should see if they have the capability. Yuan Gang nodded in agreement. Acknowledging Gu Qi'an's current strength made it difficult for the ancient god cult to confront him. By the way, what about those people from the ancient god cult? Gu Qi'an smiled. They've been sent where they belong, just to give the recruits some extra practice material. Seeing Gu Qi'an's confident demeanor, Yuan Gang couldn't help but smile too. Having Gu Qi'an in charge indeed brought peace of mind. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Whisper woke up in a disheveled state. His usually meticulous hairstyle was a mess, his clothes torn, and his body tightly bound with ropes. He looked around in confusion, muttering to himself. Where is this place? Originally, he had taken advantage of Gu Qi'an's absence, leading a group of followers to Cangnan City with the intent to create chaos at Jinan Mountain and eliminate Lin Qiye. However, as soon as they arrived at Jinan Mountain, a pair of cold, merciless giant eyes appeared in the sky, seemingly gazing down at them like ants. He lost consciousness then, and upon waking, found himself here. With a creak, the door opened. Azu walked in on her short legs and was startled to see Whisper staring directly at her. She immediately turned and ran, shouting, "Oh no, the bad guy is awake. His gaze is terrifying." Wah. Hearing the commotion, Lin Qiye quickly rushed over. After all, this was someone Qian had specifically instructed to be watched closely. Awake, Lin Qiye stood in the dimly lit room, rhythmically tapping a rolling pin against his palm, creating a dull, ominous sound. Aju cautiously hid behind him, peeking out with a mix of curiosity and fear at the scene before her. On the floor, Yu struggled to get up, but it was as if invisible ropes bound him, rendering him immobile. Don't waste your energy, Lin Qiye sneered. Brother Qian's binding spell isn't something you can easily break. This smile made Aju instinctively take a few steps back. She had never seen Lin Qiye with such a terrifying expression, and it brought tears to her eyes. Gu Qi'an? Yu's eyes flickered with surprise. Haven't you already left the training camp? Only then did he realize he'd fallen into a trap, cursing inwardly. Which fool provided false information? If I get back, I'll tear them to pieces. I heard you're called Chin'erniu, Lin Qiye mocked. With your pretentious demeanor, you've got quite the cultured name. I suppose your parents are intellectuals? These words hit Yu's sore spot, and veins bulged on his forehead. But before he could react, Lin Qiye was already advancing on him with the rolling pin, a sinister smile on his face, occasionally letting out a creepy chuckle. What do you want? Yu tried to maintain his composure, but the fear in his eyes was unmistakable. Don't forget, I'm a Klein realm powerhouse. This is just a nightmare projection. You can't scare me. Oh, I'm so scared. Lin Qiye exaggeratedly feigned fright. Want to kill me? Wait till your real self finds this place. This is the asylum of the gods, where deities roam. Little Klein, laughable, laughable. Before he finished speaking, Lin Qiye swung the rolling pin and charged forward. Stay away. Yu's terrified cries echoed through the room. Lin Qiye ignored him, the rolling pin leaving trails as it landed accurately on Yu. As he struck, he counted Yu's offenses. This one's for glaring at our Aju. This one's for scaring spiders. This one's for frightening children. This one's for putting on airs. This one's for choosing the name Erniu. This one's for daring to threaten me. I'm not a pig. Aju couldn't help but protest softly from the side. Finally, Aju mustered the courage to tug on Lin Qiye's sleeve. He's passed out. If you keep going, you'll kill him. Bah. Lin Qiye disdainfully tossed the rolling pin aside. He talks about being a sea realm clone, but he's so fragile. He exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile on his face. It's been a while since I felt this good. Brother Fei, your smile is so sleazy, Aju remarked. But you were super cool, just now. Of course, Li Yifei replied, full of himself. When he wakes up, we'll go another round. Yeah. Aju, no longer fearful, said excitedly. Let me have a turn next time. Sure, next time it's all yours. Deep in the mountains of Jinan, torrential rain poured down. Lin Qiye and his group of 6, along with other new recruits, huddled in a temporary shelter, guarding the last batch of rescued survivors. The day-long rescue operation in such extreme conditions had left them physically and mentally exhausted, but watching lives slip away before their eyes, none of them were willing to stop. A few female recruits had reddened eyes, silently wiping away tears. Jia, have something to eat. Bai Li, the chubby one, handed out rations from his bag of treasures. This should be the last batch. Lin Qiye took the food, chewing with a furrowed brow, his eyes filled with confusion. It's strange. I've suddenly lost control over the nocturnal creatures here, as if some external force is manipulating them. And the environment here feels off, and Qingyu said, his gray eyes scanning their surroundings warily. What do you mean? Xiao Yuan looked out at the pitch-black rainstorm, the sound of the downpour growing more intense. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it feels disjointed, like a fake scene, and Qingyu said gravely. This downpour has lasted an entire day. Normally, it should have triggered a flash flood, but there's no sign of that happening. Lin Qiye stood up and walked to the entrance, staring into the pouring rain. Qingyu, send your fish species deeper into the area. I have a feeling this incident is more complicated than it seems. They're already on it, and Qingyu nodded. We should have news soon. Lin Qiye raised his hand and drew a summoning circle, from which a small mummy appeared, reminding everyone of Gu Qian's summoning of Shaozi. Mumu, keep watch for us and report any developments immediately, Lin Qiye instructed briefly. Mumu nodded in agreement and moved towards the entrance. Everyone, take a rest and regain your strength, Lin Qiye said, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Tonight might not be peaceful. The others exchanged glances and each found a spot to rest. Meanwhile, at the training camp, Gu Qian's lips curled into a slight smile as he muttered to himself. I knew I couldn't hide it from you for long. It's time to bring the pieces into play. With a light movement of his fingers, he placed a black piece on the chessboard before him. At that moment, on Jinan Mountain, a burly figure holding a giant axe, with an eerie gleam in his eyes, turned and began walking slowly in the direction of Lin Qiye and his group. Lin Qiye immersed his consciousness into the mental asylum of the gods and saw Li Yifei approaching. He asked, Li Yifei, has my brother been here today? Huh? No, Brother Qian hasn't come today. Li Yifei hurriedly waved his hands in denial. Why are you so nervous? Lin Qiye asked, puzzled. Am I? Maybe I'm just too tired lately. Li Yifei replied awkwardly, scratching his head. All right, go get some rest. If you see my brother, tell him I urgently need to talk to him. Okay. Lin Qiye nodded and quickly headed towards the activity room without saying much. After he left, Li Yifei patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief, grateful he hadn't been discovered. Inside the activity room, Nyx and Merlin were sitting there. As Lin Qiye entered, Nyx's eyes lit up. Thanatos, you're here. Mother, Uncle Merlin. Lin Qiye greeted them as he sat down and got straight to the point. Is my brother not here today? Why? Do you need him for something? Merlin asked. Lin Qiye briefly explained the current situation at the recruits' training camp. Merlin looked at him seriously. Dean Lin, have you noticed that you're becoming overly reliant on Qian? Nyx hesitated to speak, but remembered Gu Qian's instructions and chose to remain silent. This comment left Lin Qiye stunned and deep in thought. Dean Lin, Merlin continued. Everyone's path to growth is different. Qian can't always be by your side. One day, you will have to face the world on your own. As the captain, you are the core and backbone of your team. While Qian provided initial guidance, the responsibility of truly leading the team forward rests on you. You should lead them out of difficulties, not just rely on others. I understand, Uncle Merlin. Thank you. Lin Qiye quickly grasped the concept. Go on, Merlin nodded. Your teammates still need you. Lin Qiye stood up, his gaze becoming firm. After bidding farewell to his mother and Merlin, his consciousness returned to his body. Nyx expressed her concern. Isn't it too early to put this pressure on him? He's still young. Merlin smiled and explained. No, Qian is right. It's important to nip this dependence in the bud before it grows deeper. Just then, Gu Qi'an appeared beside them, inquiring about Qiye's visit. Upon learning that his brother had understood, he breathed a sigh of relief. Addressing Nyx's concerns, Gu Qi'an held her hand and explained, Mother, I also want him to grow under my protection, but time waits for no one. With the internal threat of the ancient god cult eyeing us and foreign deities coveting from afar, he needs to grow quickly to better protect himself. Nyx could only nod in agreement. At that moment, Li Yifei and Azu dragged in a whisperer who had been beaten beyond recognition. Seeing the whisperer's pitiful state, Gu Qian's mouth twitched. Li Yifei awkwardly explained that the guy had been unruly after waking up, so they had to teach him a lesson. Just leave him on the ground. Azu, get a basin of water to wake him up, Gu Qi'an instructed. I have a new ability. and I want to try it out on him. Qiye, 3 individuals were spotted on Jinnan Mountain, and one of them is heading this way. And Qingyu said, frowning with a hint of caution in her voice. The new recruits present immediately stood up, their expressions wary. They're coming after all. Lin Qiye's eyes sharpened as he asked, can you determine their level? They should all be at the Chuan level. Lin Qiye looked around, his expression grave. We can't let them get close, or the survivors here will be in danger. Deng Wei, Wen Qingqing, Li Jia, Li Liang, your team must escort these people to safety and find a hidden spot. But, Deng Wei glanced at Shen Qingzhu, hesitating. Clearly, they preferred to fight alongside Brother Shen. Not good. And Qingyu suddenly exclaimed, their speed has increased. Quick, follow Qiye's plan and evacuate. Shen Qingzhu ordered decisively. At that moment, a burly figure descended from the sky like a cannonball. Lin Qiye reacted instantly. Mumu. Mumu opened his mouth wide, launching a rocket straight at the incoming attacker. Boom. The explosion was thunderous, lighting up the pitch-black night as if it were day. However, the imposing attacker only paused briefly, raising a massive axe and continuing to charge at Lin Qiye and the others. Get out of the way, Lin Qiye shouted. The attacker landed heavily, carving a deep trench in the ground. He hoisted the large axe, a cold smile playing on his lips. So many ripe heads, all ready to be harvested. Scene shift. Splash. Azu eagerly poured a bucket of ice water over Yu. Yu jolted awake, instinctively trying to rise, but was bound and could only struggle on the ground. He looked fearfully at the man seated not far away. The man was slender, with long fingers resting casually on his knee, surrounded by an intimidating aura of cold detachment. His long cerulean hair hung loosely, shimmering with a unique luster in the dim light, giving him an otherworldly presence. Are you Gu Qi'an? Yu asked through gritted teeth. Yu, one of the 3 oldest gods of the ancient god cult, Gu Qi'an replied calmly. If something happens to you, what will your followers do? I'm just a nightmare projection. Even if I die, it won't affect the original. Yu replied with disdain in his eyes. Gu Qi'an smiled slightly. Oh? Do you really think that in the eyes of the fate goddess's proxy, there's no connection between you and your original form? These words sent a shiver through Yu's heart. He suddenly realized that the other's strange ability to control fate might indeed affect his original form. He struggled frantically, but under the constraints of fate, he could only flop like a fish out of water, his face full of defiance and anger. Gu Qi'an paid no attention to his struggles. He raised his hand, drawing an elegant arc in the air with his fingertips. A cobalt blue light, like threads of silk, gathered in the air with his movements, forming a mysterious rune spell. This was a newly mastered ability he had acquired just a few months ago. Fate's imprint, Gu Qi'an murmured softly. With a flick of his wrist, the rune directly embedded itself into Yu's body. What did you do to me? Yu stared in horror at the spot where the mark had vanished, unable to sense any abnormality. Your projection is naturally unharmed, Gu Qi'an replied with a slight smile, a strange gleam flashing in his cobalt blue eyes. But your true self might not be so lucky. He watched as the spell mark disappeared into the void along the thread of fate. What was that ability just now? Malin asked, puzzled, looking at Gu Qi'an. That mark was filled with an ominous aura. Gu Qi'an briefly explained the effects of the fate's imprint. Malin nodded thoughtfully. As expected of a power unique to fate, truly eerie. The abyss magic I wield can also affect the soul of the original body through their connection. I plan to take action myself, but it seems unnecessary now. Uncle Malin. Gu Qi'an glanced at Yu, who was now trembling in fear on the ground, and chuckled. Why not let him experience the taste of abyss magic too? Malin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled meaningfully. Serves you right for being unlucky enough to provoke Qi'an. Yu's eyes widened in terror as he looked at Gu Qi'an, a pleading look in his eyes. Seeing that Malin had already begun casting his spell, Yu trembled all over. Please, please don't As the abyss magic took effect, Yu collapsed onto the ground like a dead fish, his eyes vacant and filled with despair, his soul evidently severely damaged. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, a nobleman dressed in a black tailcoat was gracefully traversing the void, his silver hair meticulously groomed. Even while being pursued by a team of mediums, he maintained his elegant and noble demeanor. He glanced disdainfully at the figures chasing him. Even if your medium team is strong, catching up to me is still... What the hell? Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden mountain appeared in his path. Unable to dodge in time, he crashed directly into it. Crawling out in disarray, his exquisite tailcoat and silver hair were now covered in dust. Ugh, damn it, I was careless. He was about to curse when his expression twisted, and a sharp, bizarre sound emerged from his throat. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, an exaggerated smile appearing on his face. Patrick Star, let's go jellyfishing together. Captain Bouli of the Psychic Squad stared at the unusual scene before him, frowning slightly. Yu was in disarray, suddenly slapping his own face in a frenzy, as if he had lost his mind. It was the first time they had witnessed such behavior during their long pursuit. Without a moment's hesitation, Bully commanded his teammates to launch a fierce attack. EU dodged frantically, driven by survival instincts to fight back. Though his expression seemed somewhat normal, his pupils remained dilated, filled with confusion and anxiety. In a moment of crisis, EU was forced to burn his core energy, unleashing true nightmare with all his might. Instantly, an illusory glow emanated from around him, materializing multiple dreamscapes that engulfed Bu Li and his team's assault. He then spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure flickering as he vanished into the nightmare space, disappearing from the encirclement. What a pity, Bu Li murmured with a frown. Such a good opportunity, yet he escaped. But his unusual behavior, just now. The scene shifted to Gu Qi'an watching an absurd sight. Yu's projection had turned into a silly-looking pug. Lin Qiye was dumbfounded. Did you turn him into a dog? Malin raised an eyebrow and explained. The projection was useless anyway. Might as well bring some joy to the hospital. Before he finished speaking, Aju had already run up happily and patted the pug's head. The pug tilted its head, its eyes showing a hint of dullness. This dog looks so silly, Aju laughed. Malin shrugged. His soul has been severely damaged. Maintaining this form is already not easy. Aju, take it to play. With permission, Aju happily picked up the pug and left. Gu Qi'an got up to say goodbye. Mother, Uncle Malin, I'm leaving now. After leaving the Asylum of the Gods, he returned to the chessboard, staring at the game as if he could see everything on Mount Jinan through it. Meanwhile, on Mount Jinan, Lin Qiye watched coldly as a burly man wielding a giant axe struggled to fend off relentless attacks. The man clearly hadn't expected this group of recent graduates to be so troublesome. If not for the unevacuated survivors, Lin Qiye and his team would have already taken him down. Seizing an opportunity, the burly man swept his giant axe to force everyone back, then transformed into a human projectile, charging towards the group of survivors. Lin Qiye quickly summoned 2 giant hands of darkness to block him, but the man cleaved through them with a single stroke. Knowing that threatening civilians was his only chance to escape, the man resolutely charged into the crowd. Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang, who were escorting the survivors, exchanged glances and raised their swords to confront him. The burly man knocked them aside with one swing of his axe and continued his charge. Li Jia gritted his teeth, got back up, and stood in the man's path. You're courting death, the burly man roared in fury. Dare to block me, and I'll chop off your head. He raised his axe to strike at Li Jia's head. Li Jia's body trembled, yet he stood his ground, refusing to budge an inch. Boom. A figure darted like lightning to appear in front of Li Jia, instantly conjuring a massive shield of compressed air to block the deadly strike. Who do you think you're trying to behead? Shen Qingzhu tilted his head slightly, his gaze as icy as frost, locking onto the burly man. Before the words fully left his mouth, he snapped his fingers with a sharp, crisp sound. In the next moment, the air shield shattered with a thunderous explosion, flames roaring out like a furious tide, engulfing the burly man. The massive impact sent him flying, tracing a tragic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Go quickly, get them out of here. Shen Qingzhu turned to Li Jia and ordered succinctly. A look of reverence flashed in Li Jia's eyes as he nodded, obeying the command, and immediately returned to continue evacuating the survivors. The burly man staggered to his feet, looking around to find himself surrounded. Despair spread in his eyes. He knew there was no escape. Lin Qiye's blade flashed coldly, merging with the darkness, delivering a fatal strike to the throat. As the burly man fell, Lin Qiye exhaled a long breath, and the tense nerves of the group slightly relaxed, though a heavy atmosphere still loomed over them. Qiye, why hasn't Instructor Gu appeared yet? He should have noticed the situation here by now. Li Pangpang voiced his confusion. I don't know, Lin Qiye replied, his brow furrowed, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint what. He looked around at the group. We'll have to rely on ourselves for now. Qingyu, where are the other 2? My fish species have locked onto their location. We should move now. All right. Meanwhile, in the recruit training camp, Gu Qi'an looked at 3 dim chess pieces on the board, a smile tugging at his lips. As expected, the current Sichuan territory is no longer a threat to them. He slowly raised his hand, placing the last 2 pieces on the board. On Jinan Mountain, Lin Qiye and his team had just dealt with 2 more from the Sichuan territory and were about to take a brief rest when the ground started shaking violently, and the surrounding trees and mountains swayed crazily. Is this an earthquake? The 6 were stunned by what they saw. The entire mountain began to tilt, boulders tumbling down. From above, it seemed as though an invisible giant hand was slowly pushing the entire mountain to flip over. What's happening? It feels like the sky is falling. Chao Yuan exclaimed in shock. For some reason, the entire mountain is tilting and overturning. And Qingyu said, his eyes flickering with gray light, speaking gravely. This is absolute earth domain. There's an earth dragon on Jinan Mountain. Ever since Gu Qi'an mentioned he would have 2 dragon-type summoned beasts, Lin Qiye had researched extensively on mysterious dragon types and knew quite a bit about earth dragons. Are you saying there's an earth dragon in the mountain? Molly looked at Lin Qiye in horror. As someone who had been with little Z the longest, she knew the terrifying power of earth dragons. Everyone, grab onto me, Baili Pang Pang shouted, stepping onto the shaking ground. In an instant, the entire mountain flipped completely. Accompanied by deafening roars, the ground trembled, boulders shattered. A strong sense of weightlessness swept over them like a tide, and before the six could react, they were swept into the mountain's interior by the terrifying force. Are you guys all right? Lin Qiye steadied his shaky body, urgently scanning the faces of his companions. Their safe landing was thanks to Baili Pang Pang, despite it being his first attempt at carrying so many people in flight. During the process, Shen Qingzhu continuously adjusted the surrounding air pressure, sharing a significant amount of the burden, without which Lin Qiye's current abilities would not have sufficed for such a feat. We're okay, Qiye, Baili Pang Pang panted heavily, his face ashen. What do we do now? We descended about 2 kilometers just now. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses and calmly stated. He had maintained his observation of their surroundings throughout the descent. This figure made everyone gasp in surprise. None had anticipated they had delved so deep underground. Lin Qiye expanded his mental power, carefully probing the surrounding environment. His brow furrowed deeply. The underground cavern was complex and winding, making it impossible to determine its end. More unsettling was the oppressive heat that permeated the area, contrary to the usual cold and dampness of such places. This is likely a flame-vein earth dragon, Lin Qiye said gravely. To deploy such a large-scale absolute earth domain, its strength must be at least at the ocean realm level. And Qingyu raised his hand to gather fire elements, dispelling the surrounding darkness. I suggest we rest here for now. Given our current strength, in this subterranean environment, we wouldn't stand a chance against an ocean realm flame-vein earth dragon, let alone one of our own river realm level. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement and sat cross-legged. The extreme environment weighed heavily on them, rendering them silent. He immersed his consciousness into the asylum of the gods, compelled to seek Nyx's assistance. The flame-vein earth dragon was far beyond their capabilities. Thanatos, you're here. Nyx greeted him cheerfully. Mother, we might need your help this time, Lin Qiye said with a serious expression. Thanatos, whenever you need me, I am your most reliable support, Nyx replied gently. At that moment, a tremendous change erupted deep within the underground cavern. In the vast subterranean chamber, scalding magma flowed freely, the intense red light banishing the darkness entirely. A flame-vein earth dragon, over 50 meters long, slowly emerged from the magma, its mountain-like head raised high, with eyes glowing in eerie azure. A deafening roar echoed throughout the cavern, filled with boundless fury. With this roar, the surrounding magma seemed to come alive, churning and swirling wildly. The entire underground space was forcibly restructured by this power. The area where Lin Qiye and his group stood suddenly shook violently, rocks crumbling and dust filling the air. Lin Qiye's eyes snapped open, a glint of alertness flashing within them. The others immediately stood, warily surveying their surroundings. Why is it shaking again? Are we going back to the surface? Baili Pang Pang's eyes flickered with a hint of hopeful excitement. Lin Qiye's expression grew even more solemn. No, we've been discovered. It's using its absolute earth domain ability to transport us directly to it. What? Baili Pang Pang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Qiye, the color draining from his face. He stammered. Does this mean, are we going to die? Before he could finish, a powerful force suddenly struck. In a dizzying whirl, the 6 of them were transported deep underground. Molten lava surged around them, and the scorching air was suffocating. In this death-laden underground cavern, a massive flame-vein earth dragon stood before them like a mountain. Instinctively, the 6 of them gripped their weapons, their knuckles turning white from the pressure, and cold sweat seeping from their palms. Despite the dire situation, Baili Pang Pang managed a defiant smile and shouted. So this is the flame-vein earth dragon? It doesn't look that impressive, nothing compared to our Xiaozi. Molly pressed her lips together, a fearless smile appearing on her face. This time, I won't back down, she said with unprecedented determination. Shen Qingzhu bared his teeth in a fierce grin. That's right, even if we die, we'll tear a piece off it. And Qingyu fixed his gaze on the dragon's eyes, where a fleeting azure light flashed. With his unique ability to understand, he immediately realized something and murmured, Teacher, it's really you. You've gone too far this time. Qiao Yuan silently tightened his grip on his straight blade, ready to unleash the Black King's annihilation with all his might, determined to win a chance for his comrades. Lin Qiye stepped forward, positioning himself in front of his teammates, shielding them. He met the wild, violent gaze of the flame-vein earth dragon without fear. Leave it to me, he said. The scorching heat waves lifted his hair, but his gaze remained unwavering. Remembering how Gu Qi'an once told him he would have a fire dragon and an ice dragon in the future, Lin Qiye's lips curved into a slight smile. Embody, he whispered, unleashing a divine pressure that exploded with force. The entire underground cavern was instantly shrouded in darkness, dimming the glow of the lava. Lin Qiye's short black hair grew wildly, transforming into flowing locks. His features softened, and he exuded a serene and profound aura, like a goddess of the night descending to the mortal realm, radiating a divine might that even made the flame-vein earth dragon tremble. Bailey Pang Pang and the others widened their eyes, staring intently at Lin Qiye standing before them. Molly instinctively touched her fair cheek, her eyes filled with undisguised astonishment, and murmured, "How can he look more like a woman than I do? This is just unfair." Beside her, Chao Yuan was staring at Lin Qiye, mouth agape, eyes full of fascination, until Bailey Pang Pang nudged him with an elbow, prompting him to reluctantly compose himself. Lin Qiye raised his hand slightly, and the entire underground cavern was instantly engulfed in dense darkness. Under this reign of darkness, the flame-vein earth dragon felt its control over the magma rapidly waning, letting out a roar full of apprehension. The beast opened its massive maw, quickly forming a giant fireball within, which surged forward like a burning meteor, hurtling towards Lin Qiye. With a stern expression, Lin Qiye was surrounded by a night-like aura that surged like a tidal wave. A giant hand, formed from pure night, suddenly appeared, carrying an overwhelming sense of oppression, and effortlessly swatted the fireball away. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the entire cavern violently, causing rubble to rain down as the magma, tainted by the darkness, roiled chaotically. Seeing Bailey Pang Pang and the others begin to retreat, dodging the splattering magma, Lin Qiye frowned slightly. He knew that if this continued, the entire underground cave would collapse, putting his teammates in grave danger. Holding his sword with both hands, he slashed towards the sky, creating two intersecting black beams that formed a massive cross, surging upwards with the power of night. Where the cross-shaped blade beams passed, it seemed to slice through the layers of rock effortlessly, opening a path straight to the surface. "Follow this path back to the surface. I'll deal with this big guy first," Lin Qiye said to Bailey Pang Pang and the others before his form transformed into a streak of black light, flashing to the side of the flame-vein earth dragon. The black light around him surged, transforming into dense darkness, taking the beast with him as they vanished from sight. Sensing this familiar aura, Gu Qi'an knew the exercise was about to conclude. His form disappeared like a phantom, leaving only a blurred afterimage in the air, reappearing in the blink of an eye above Jinan Mountain. He stood with his hands behind his back, floating midair, his gaze calmly observing the battle not far away. At this moment, Lin Qiye exuded a sharp divine aura, like the ruler of the night, completely suppressing the flame-vein earth dragon. Without the ground to rely on, the beast struggled against Lin Qiye, who bore the soul of Nyx, and in the high air, it lost its territorial advantage and its dominance quickly waned. It wasn't long before Lin Qiye found an opening and severed its head with a single stroke. When Lin Qiye looked up at Gu Qi'an in the distance, all the mysteries unraveled. He shook his head with a rueful smile and said, "Brother, I knew there was something odd about this mission, and it turns out you were behind it." Gu Qi'an responded with a smile. "The training began the moment you were assigned to my side." He glanced at Lin Qiye and added, "But you do look quite impressive like this." Hearing this, Lin Qiye's expression turned slightly embarrassed, and he quickly dispelled the host's state, returning to his original appearance. The soul of Nyx slowly detached from Lin Qiye's body and formed beside him. She looked at the slightly weary Lin Qiye, her eyes shining with approval. "Thanatos, your progress has truly exceeded my expectations. I originally thought your current strength wouldn't be able to sustain my soul for long, but it seems you're only a bit exhausted." Lin Qiye raised his hand to scratch his head and said sincerely, "Mother, I couldn't have done it without your help this time." Nyx smiled gently. "As your mother, it's what I'm supposed to do." Though not his biological mother, her genuine care warmed Lin Qiye's heart. "Thanatos," Nyx advised, "though you seem fine on the surface, your soul's fatigue needs time to recover. Make sure to rest well these next few days. Moira," she turned to the side, "take good care of your brother." With that, her form gradually faded and returned to the asylum of the gods. Just then, Lin Qiye suddenly remembered something. "Oh no, the others are still down there." He was about to turn around to rescue them when Gu Qi'an stopped him. "Finally remembered your teammates?" Gu Qi'an's expression turned serious. "This exercise you failed. There's a member of the Sea Realm ancient god cult down there who can assimilate with the environment, and you put your teammates in danger by not observing carefully. As the captain, this is a critical mistake. Under normal circumstances, you would have lost at least 1 or 2 people. If you had used Night Flicker to evacuate them immediately, you wouldn't have been in such peril." Lin Qiye was struck by these words, realizing he had been so focused on dealing with the flame-vein earth dragon that he completely ignored other potential threats lurking underground. "Qiye, we're out." Bai Li Pongpong's voice came from the cave entrance. The 5 of them, though injured, walked over unharmed. Seeing Gu Qi'an present, Li Pangpang excitedly recounted their encounter. Qiye, you won't believe it, we almost got taken down by that sudden Sea Realm powerhouse. If he hadn't mysteriously collapsed, we would have been in real trouble. Lin Qiye suddenly turned and bowed deeply to his teammates. I'm sorry, it was my negligence. I shouldn't have left you to face the flame vein earth dragon alone, putting everyone in danger. Well, no harm done, Li Pangpang said, waving it off nonchalantly. And Qingyu, however, seemed thoughtful. Teacher, this was all your arrangement, wasn't it? Seeing the others confused, he explained, this incident must have been a training exercise designed by the teacher using illusions. Not everything was fake, Gu Qi'an said calmly. Those ancient god cult members were real, but I controlled them as soon as they arrived at Jinnan Mountain. I created this illusion based on their plans to train you. I see, but luckily no civilians were harmed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Qi'an concluded, the exercise is over. Go back and rest. Reflect on the gains and losses of this training. Excuse me, teacher, can I use the flame vein earth dragon's body for research? And Qingyu asked eagerly, his eyes shining with excitement like a child who just found a new toy. Gu Qi'an shrugged. This flame vein earth dragon belongs to Qiye. You should ask him. And Qingyu immediately turned to Lin Qiye, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. To this research-obsessed genius, a complete earth dragon corpse was a treasure beyond compare. Lin Qiye paused in thought. He had originally planned to use the dragon's body as summoning material, but seeing the eager look in Qingyu's eyes, he nodded and said, you can have the flame vein earth dragon's body. Thanks, Qiye. And Qingyu sincerely expressed his gratitude. Gu Qi'an chimed in at the right moment. Qingyu, the dragon's heart should be enough for your research. You don't need the whole body, and it's too big for you to move anyway. The rest can be used by Qiye for summoning materials. Lin Qiye's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. The scene shifts to the head instructor's office at the training camp. Yuan Gang, observing Gu Qi'an sipping tea across from him, couldn't help but remark, Qian, you really went big this time. 3 river realms, 1 sea realm, and a sea realm flame vein earth dragon. You're the only one daring enough to let them face such a situation alone. It's a good thing you were there in the shadows, or the consequences could have been disastrous. Gu Qi'an set down his teacup, a slight smile on his lips. Without trials, how can they grow? I wouldn't have done it if I wasn't confident. You're the only one with such nerves, Yuan Gang sighed, shaking his head. If something went wrong, it would be hard to deal with the higher-ups. There won't be any mistakes, Gu Qi'an replied confidently. Their strength and determination are more resilient than we imagine. By the way, what about that flame vein earth dragon? Don't tell me it got away, Yuan Gang inquired. A hint of mystery flashed in Gu Qian's eyes. I've put it away for future use. Yuan Gang nodded silently. He knew the higher-ups had been collecting mysterious corpses for Gu Qi'an, though their purpose was unclear, so he didn't press further. Tomorrow is the swearing-in ceremony. They'll officially become night watchers. Yuan Gang changed the subject. Qian, it's been great working with you. I'll be sorry to see you go. Any chance you'd consider training a few more classes of recruits? Gu Qi'an rolled his eyes at him. Once is enough. What a pity, Yuan Gang remarked. You're the best instructor I've ever seen. The future recruits won't be so lucky. As the rain subsided, the sky cleared, and a brilliant rainbow stretched across the horizon. Puddles on the ground reflected the clear blue sky, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness, filling the air with the fresh scent of earth and grass. Shun, I feel a bit reluctant to part ways with you. You think you can stick with Shin? He's destined for great things. Yeah, Shun and the others are joining a special team with Instructor Gu. Shun is seriously impressive. Right? Shun is the best. Deng Wei and his 2 companions followed behind Shin Qingzhu, showering him with praise, their voices growing louder and attracting curious glances from passers-by. Shin Qingzhu's face gradually turned red as he glared at them, shouting, all of you, shut up. Nothing's set in stone yet. Ha ha ha, Shun's getting embarrassed. Faced with his friend's teasing, Shin Qingzhu could only quicken his pace. Go Shun. Li Pangpang approached with his right hand held high and a playful smile on his lips. Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, and Qingyu followed closely behind, their eyes filled with teasing amusement as they looked at Shin Qingzhu. You damn fatty. Shin Qingzhu's face flushed red with anger as he shouted and charged at Li Pangpang. Whoa, spare me, man. I was wrong. Seeing the situation turning against him, Li Pangpang turned and ran, shouting as he fled. Not far away on the balcony, Gu Qi'an leaned casually against the railing, his hands folded in front of him. The soft morning sunlight outlined his slender figure. He looked down at the playful scene below, recalling past times of banter with his teammates, and a faint smile unknowingly appeared on his lips. Honestly, you're only a few years older than them, yet you always act so old-fashioned, Yuan Gang remarked, holding a thermos cup with bright red goji berries floating inside, occasionally taking a sip. You're only in your 40s, and you're already drinking goji berry water, Gu Qi'an replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Yuan Gang paused, smiling awkwardly. There's just too much going on, I needed to keep my energy up. Gu Qi'an lightly patted the balcony railing with his hands. It's about time for the oath ceremony to start. Aren't you going to get ready, Chief Instructor? There's nothing to prepare for. I know this like the back of my hand, Yuan Gang said, but still put down his cup and began to neatly arrange his military uniform. The two walked side by side toward the training platform. By then, the new recruits were already lined up, each standing tall, and the atmosphere was solemn and respectful. Yuan Gang stepped onto the platform, his gaze sweeping over each new recruit with satisfaction. During yesterday's rescue drill, faced with an overwhelming disaster, you did not flinch, embodying the responsibility and commitment of a night watchman through your actions. Upon hearing the word drill, everyone except Lin Qiye and his 5 companions exchanged knowing smiles, while the others, including the instructors at the back, looked puzzled. Noticing their reactions, Yuan Gang continued to explain, "You don't need to doubt it. This was indeed a drill. The day before yesterday, Instructor Gu discovered members of the ancient god church on Jinan Mountain. Upon learning of their intentions, he decisively set up an illusion barrier over the entire Jinan Mountain, presenting what might have happened to you, allowing you to experience firsthand the scene of a disaster's arrival. This time, without him, the ancient god church's plot might have succeeded, and this drill could have turned into a real disaster with unimaginable consequences. Therefore, let's express our sincerest gratitude to Instructor Gu." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Gang turned and gave Gu Qi'an a standard military salute. Everyone else also turned in unison, raising their right hands to salute Gu Qi'an, their eyes filled with genuine respect and admiration. The morning light began to break over the training ground. Yuan Gang stood on the platform as several instructors pushed boxes filled with black cases slowly towards him. Li Lian, Yang Kan, Guijing, Huang Rong, Pan Jinlian. As each name was called, the recruits stepped forward to receive their standard-issue night watchman gear. The dark red uniforms gleamed in the sunlight, like newborn rays of the sun. Once everyone was fully dressed, Yuan Gang stood tall, his gaze sweeping over the orderly ranks below. He took a deep breath and spoke with a deep, solemn voice. "These are the honors that will accompany you for life: the sword to slay your enemies, the robe to protect you, and the final belief. Though they are not forbidden items, they will be your most trusted companions." On the platform, the red flag of Xia was slowly raised. Yuan Gang gripped the emblem tightly with his right hand, veins visible, while his left hand held the sword hilt firmly, his stance as steady as a pine tree. He looked up at the fluttering flag, his powerful voice echoing through the grounds. "I, Yuan Gang, hereby swear." Behind him, Gu Qi'an, wearing a gray cloak with determined eyes hidden under his phantom dream mask, also gripped his emblem and placed his left hand on the sword hilt, joining in the oath. "I, Gu Qi'an, hereby swear." Below the platform, the recruits raised their emblems in unison, guarding their sword hilts. One by one, they voiced their pledges. "I, Shin Qingzhu. I, Mo Li. I, Qingyu. I, Bailey Tuming. I, Chao Yuan. I, Lin Qiye." Their voices quickly formed a resounding vow. "When the dark night falls, I will stand before thousands, brandishing my sword against the abyss, staining the sky with blood." The vow resonated above the training ground, and Gu Qi'an felt the intense heartbeat within his chest. At that moment, he finally understood his blood burned just as fiercely, driven by the belief in his heart to defend, to strive, and to protect. Time passed, and Gu Qi'an stood in the center of his dormitory, his gaze sweeping over the small space that had been his companion for a year. A bed, a desk, a chair, the simple setup bore witness to his initial confusion and countless restless nights. He whispered a farewell. "I'm leaving." Finally, he went to the chief instructor's office and said to Chief Instructor Yuan, "Chief Instructor Yuan, I'm leaving." Yuan Gang lifted his head, gazing deeply at Gu Qi'an. "Are you sure you don't want to train a few more batches of new recruits?" Gu Qi'an gave a wry smile, his voice tinged with resignation. "Some things are enough to do just once. Besides, there are many other things waiting for me. With your abilities, you shouldn't remain just an instructor." Yuan Gang sighed softly. "There are broader horizons waiting for you in Xia." Gu Qi'an stood upright, giving Yuan Gang a solemn military salute. Yuan Gang rose to return the salute, his tone firm. "Qi'an, I look forward to the day you reach greater heights. Come visit me at the Night Watcher station in Shangjing City when you have time. Goodbye." "Goodbye." After bidding farewell to the chief instructor and others, Gu Qi'an headed to the assembly point. Lin Qiye and the other 6 were already waiting there, each with a suitcase by their side and a hint of reluctance in their eyes. "Over here, bro," Lin Qiye signaled. As Gu Qi'an approached, his eyes fell on Lin Kai's pink Peppa Pig suitcase, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Quite unique, isn't it? This was picked by Sister Hong Ying and Xiao Nan." Lin Qiye explained, embarrassed. "No worries. Real men should love pink. I get it," Gu Qi'an teased, patting his shoulder. The group burst into laughter, and even Bai Li Pang Pang couldn't help but add, "I've silently laughed at that for a whole year." At that moment, Lin Qiye wished he could toss the flashy pink suitcase away, regretting not finding an excuse to make them leave earlier. His reputation was ruined. After the laughter, and Qingyu asked, "Teacher, where are we headed next?" "To the base of Team 136, Gu Qi'an replied, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. "Great." Li Pongpong's eyes lit up. The meals Captain Chen made last time were amazing. The others also showed anticipation. Just then, a rundown white van wobbled over, its license plate awkwardly fastened with wire. With a screech, the vehicle came to a stop, and the door slid open. Hong Ying gracefully stepped out, her elegant demeanor starkly contrasting the shabby van. "Qiye, Qian, and everyone, long time no see. Sister Hong Ying, what brings you here?" Lin Qiye asked, pleasantly surprised. Hong Ying smiled warmly. "I heard from the captain that you graduated and would be staying at the peace office, so I thought I'd come by." And seeing your curious look at the van, she scratched her head sheepishly. "I figured with so many of you, a regular car wouldn't suffice, so I borrowed one with more space without being picky." Are you sure this van can carry all of us safely?" Hong Ying tapped the old car's body, producing a dull thud. "Don't worry, it might look shabby, but it runs pretty well," she said with a reassuring smile. Although Gu Qi'an and the others were somewhat skeptical, they still got into the car one by one. Surprisingly, despite the car's interior having a distinctly old-fashioned feel, the seats were remarkably spacious and comfortable. With the engine roaring, the seemingly rickety vehicle bumped its way out of the training camp. "Qiye, you guys are truly impressive this time," Hong Ying exclaimed from the driver's seat, expertly steering while glancing excitedly at Lin Qiye in the back seat through the rearview mirror. "I heard you're forming a new special squad? The captain has been talking about you non-stop, saying, our Qiye has really made us proud, and even plans to cook a celebratory meal when you return." Lin Qiye scratched his head sheepishly. "Hong Ying, don't exaggerate. We're just a reserve team right now, far from being an official special squad. We need to reach the Sea Realm level before we can be considered for that." "Oh, it's all the same." Hong Ying waved her hand dismissively, then lowered her voice mysteriously. "By the way, did you know a big shot has arrived in Songnan City?" "A big shot?" Lin Qiye asked curiously, drawing inquisitive glances from Li Pangpang and the others. Only Gu Qi'an remained calm, leaning back in his seat as if uninterested in the topic. "Qi'an, why don't you seem surprised at all?" Hong Ying asked, puzzled. Gu Qi'an smiled slightly. "I know who's here. They're probably looking for me." "Huh?" Hong Ying glanced at the rearview mirror in surprise. "No wonder I was wondering why such an important person would suddenly show up in Songnan City." "Hong Ying, you still haven't told us who it is." Li Pangpang asked anxiously. "Do you know about the 5 human pinnacles?" Hong Ying teased with a grin. "1 sword, 1 rider, 1 dignitary, 1 void, 1 scholar." Lin Qiye quickly replied. "Is it one of them?" "Exactly," Hong Ying confirmed with a nod. "It's the scholar. When he arrived by carriage, I was completely stunned. The captain and the others wanted to come pick you up, but they had to stay at the Peace Bureau to entertain the scholar. Others went to handle a mysterious case in the east of the city, so it was just me who came to get you." Gu Qi'an pondered for a moment. "Qiye, once you get back, assist Team 136 with that mysterious case. I need to go ahead. It wouldn't be right to keep the scholar waiting." Before he finished speaking, his figure had already vanished from the car. In the basement of the Peace Bureau, Chunmai was making tea for the elderly man across from him. His movements were smooth and practiced as he warmed the cups, placed the tea leaves, and poured the water. The old man, with white hair loosely tied up with an old wooden hairpin, sat on the sofa. He wore a loose robe and had a lean figure. His bright, lively eyes exuded a gentle warmth. "Captain Chun, it's been a hard 10 years suppressing the wrath of Shiva. You've worked tirelessly," the old man said softly. "But finally, you can enjoy a new beginning." Chunmai paused slightly, then managed a faint smile after a long moment. "Scholar, that's all in the past, and was my choice back then. Although my mental strength hasn't improved due to suppressing Shiva's wrath, I've lived quite contentedly. I'm already grateful for this fresh start." The bitter smile betrayed Chun Mai's inner struggle. As an envoy of the underworld, his inherent pride made it hard to accept lying low in the small world of Songnan City for a full decade. Looking at the once high-spirited night watchman before him, Chen Fuzi sighed softly, picking up the warm cup of tea. "Can you still suppress the Shiwa resentment?" Chen Fuzi asked, staring into the tea, his voice heavy. Chun Mai frowned, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. "The power of the Shiwa resentment is becoming increasingly overwhelming. I'm reaching my limit. It seems this battle is indeed inevitable," Chen Fuzi said, setting his cup down, his gaze deep. "Are you saying a divine war is going to break out in Songnan? Has the higher-up made any arrangements?" Chun Mai's voice carried a hint of tension. Chen Fuzi gently stroked the teacup, a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. "This time, it depends on the arrangements of our young friend Gu. We old folks must follow his lead. It's truly fortunate that Great Xia has such talent to walk alongside us." "Gu Qi'an?" Chen Mai's eyes widened. "He's going to command this divine war?" "Indeed." This brief answer left Chen Mai momentarily dazed. He had long known Gu Qian's extraordinary abilities and mysterious ways, but he hadn't expected this person to command the respect and obedience of the higher-ups. Thinking back to Gu Qian's visit to the Night Watchman headquarters 6 months ago, it became clear that everything had been set in motion since then. So your visit this time is also because of him? Before the words were fully spoken, a clear voice came from outside the door. I've long admired you, Fuzi. Gu Qian entered, exuding a calm confidence. No wonder Yi Fantian often mentions you. Chen Fuzi praised. Your presence is so subtle that even I didn't notice. Gu Qian of the masked squad, at your service, Fuzi. Gu Qian stepped forward, bowing respectfully. No need for formalities. Have a seat. Chen Fuzi gestured with a smile. I've heard you know tea well. This is this year's freshly picked preaching Ming Longjing. Have a taste. Gu Qian sat beside Chen Mai, took the cup, and sipped lightly. The aroma is lasting and fresh. The taste is pure and refreshing. It's indeed top-quality preaching Ming Longjing. Young friend Gu certainly knows his tea. Chen Fuzi's admiration deepened. You're too kind, Fuzi. Gu Qian replied with a gentle smile. I've just dabbled a little in it. You two make me feel out of place. Chen Mai couldn't help but interject. Chen Fuzi's expression suddenly became serious as he shifted the conversation. Young friend Gu, I suppose you have plans for the upcoming divine war? Gu Qian put down the teacup, his expression solemn. I wouldn't call it a plan, but I will need you to personally oversee Cangnan City this time. Bailey Pang Pang hung up the call with his family's butler, his face brimming with uncontrollable joy. Looking around at everyone, he eagerly announced, I've rented a villa near the peace office. The butler has already taken care of everything. Let's go settle in with our luggage first. Wow, that's really extravagant. Chow Yuan gave a thumbs up, his eyes shining with envy. But I like it. It's actually a necessity, Bailey Pang Pang explained with a smile. According to Instructor Gu, we'll likely be staying in Cangnan City for a while. We can't just keep living in a hotel. Molly shot him a sidelong glance. Although she didn't dislike Bailey Pang Pang as much as before, she still disapproved of his lavish lifestyle. Noticing her look, Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head awkwardly. All right, send me the location, and I'll take you there, Hong Ying said, turning to Lin Qiye. By the way, Qiye, are you staying with me, or with them? Lin Qiye thought for a moment. I'll stay at your place for now. I still have a lot of things to sort out. Aren't you coming with us, Qiye? Bailey Pang Pang asked, visibly disappointed. I'll stay there tonight, and see how things go tomorrow, Lin Qiye replied reassuringly with a smile. Before long, they arrived at a luxurious villa. Hong Ying looked at the opulent decoration in disbelief and turned to Bailey Pang Pang. Are you sure you sent the right address? Everyone gazed at the lavish building, their mouths twitching involuntarily, no doubt about it. Bailey was indeed the spendthrift of the family, with wealth to spare. It should be here, Bailey Pang Pang said, scratching his head awkwardly, clearly not expecting the butler to arrange such an extravagant place. A middle-aged man in a neatly pressed butler's uniform promptly approached and respectfully said, Young Master Bailey, I am the butler here. Welcome to your new residence. All right, you guys settle in. I'll see you at the peace office later, Lin Qiye said, watching them enter the villa. Half an hour later, they reunited at the peace office, gathered around a table laden with delicious dishes. Lin Qiye looked around and asked, puzzled, Captain, where's my brother? I don't see him. Chen Mai was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flickering before regaining composure. He smiled and said, he had something to attend to and left early. Lin Qiye frowned thoughtfully, and Qingyu noticed his expression and asked with concern, Qiye, is something wrong? It's nothing, Lin Qiye shook his head. Let's eat first. Chen Mai raised his glass, a gratified smile on his face. Here's to your successful graduation and the formation of your new special squad. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone echoed in unison. Meanwhile, Gu Qi'an was already seated in Chen Fuzi's carriage, arriving at the outskirts of Cangnan City. A massive warehouse loomed ahead. Several guards quickly approached, giving a crisp salute, their eyes filled with admiration. At Chen Fuzi's gesture, the warehouse doors slowly opened, and a chilling breeze swept out, instantly dropping the surrounding temperature by several degrees. The mysterious corpses you wanted are all stored inside, Gu Qi'an said as he pushed open the heavy warehouse door, with Chen Fuzi following closely behind. For the past 6 months, Lu Wuwei and I have been traveling from city to city, hunting the mysterious entities. Plus, there are those taken down by the special team. They're all here, though I'm not sure if it's enough, Chen Fuzi remarked, gesturing for Gu Qi'an to look inside the warehouse. Inside were hundreds of mysterious corpses, each with unique forms, piled up and filling the entire space. Some were twisted and deformed, others frozen in their final poses, each emitting a faint aura of mystery. Gu Qi'an surveyed these trophies, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. You've really worked hard. With these mysterious corpses, my chances are much better. As long as it's enough, Chen Fuzi nodded. I'll leave you to handle these mysterious corpses. I'll wait for you outside. Once Chen Fuzi's footsteps faded, Gu Qi'an's expression turned serious. In his palm, a deep azure flame appeared, flickering without any heat. With a swift movement, he slammed his palm onto the ground, and a resonant hum echoed the sound of destiny's resonance. The azure flame transformed into intricate patterns, quickly spreading from him as the center. In an instant, a massive azure magic array covered the entire warehouse. With a thunderous roar, flames surged from the array like a tide, engulfing all the mysterious corpses. This sentient sacrificial fire only consumed the mysterious corpses, leaving the surroundings untouched. As time passed, the corpses gradually dissolved into strands of azure light, sinking into the array. The now empty warehouse was left with only the eerie light of the array flickering. Gu Qi'an clasped his hands together, and under the influence of an invisible force, the array rapidly contracted, finally condensing into a ball of azure flame resting in his palm, shimmering with golden light the divine energy within the mysterious entities. He closed his eyes, focusing, and absorbed the flame into his mental world, letting it float beside the tree of destiny without allowing it to be absorbed. Just as he was about to leave, his heart suddenly throbbed violently, and a powerful surge of mental energy erupted from within him. Gu Qian's eyes snapped open as he sensed the anomaly inside him. The sudden surge of terrifying mental energy in the warehouse caught Mr. Chen off guard. He immediately frowned, expanded his mental landscape to envelop the entire area, blocking the mental energy from affecting the guards outside, and quickly pushed the door open to enter. Inside the warehouse, azure light surged like a tide, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The mysterious corpses that had been stored there were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a massive azure cocoon stood in the center of the warehouse. Mr. Chen recalled Gu Qian's file. This matched perfectly with the description of the azure cocoon that formed during his advancement. What a prodigy! Mr. Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. To reach the Klein realm in such a short time, it seems another figure comparable to Zhou Ping is emerging in Daxia. He couldn't hide his satisfaction, then sat down cross-legged, saying, "This time, let me personally guard you." Meanwhile, on the grass at the team building site, Bailey Fatty sat idly. "Where do you think Instructor Gu went? We've already solved the case, and he hasn't shown up. Have you noticed that Qiye's been acting a bit off lately?" Shin Qingzhu frowned, glancing at Lin Qiye, who was assisting Chun Mai. "Really? I think he's been normal," Bailey Fatty replied, surprised. Shin Qingzhu gave him a disdainful look and walked straight to Qingyu. Qingyu was playing with a strange thread, which originally belonged to the hotel owner and was forbidden. "My fish found it, and I thought it was a perfect fit," Qingyu explained with a smile. "Still no sign of Belcrand?" Chao Yuan asked, leaning in. Qingyu shook his head. "It might be hiding or has already escaped Songnan City. My fish are spread throughout the city, and I'll know immediately if it makes a move." He turned to Lin Qiye, his expression becoming serious. "Although we haven't found Belcrand, the authorities are conducting large-scale evacuations. From the arrival of Mr. Chun, the disappearance of our teacher, to the current actions of the authorities, it all suggests something big is about to happen in Songnan City. And Qiye surely knows something." Everyone looked surprised. "So what should we do now?" Shin Qingzhu asked. "Wait," Qingyu said confidently. "Since the teacher left us here, it means everything is well prepared, and we're supposed to be involved to some extent. Since Qiye knows the inside story, should we ask him first?" Chao Yuan suggested. And Qingyu smiled softly and said, "Don't worry, he'll speak up when he's ready. For now, let's enjoy this rare team-building opportunity. We might be busy again tomorrow." Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, Bailey Pangpang looked around and suddenly noticed someone was missing. "Where's Molly?" She went off with Hong Ying and Xiao Nan for a stroll. Chao Yuan replied with a teasing tone, glancing at Bailey Pangpang. "Still haven't caught up with her after all this time?" Just then, a joyful shout came from a distance. "Captain, look what we've picked." Hong Ying came running with a bunch of green flowers, her face beaming with joy. Molly and Si Xiaonan followed, each holding similar bouquets. Wu Xiangnan recognized the flowers and exclaimed, "These are green spider lilies, a very rare variety." "Huh? Aren't spider lilies supposed to be red?" Hong Ying asked, tilting her head. "This is a special kind that symbolizes eternal hope," Wu Xiangnan patiently explained. Hong Ying's eyes lit up, and she held the bouquet high. "That's wonderful. I'll plant it at the peace office to wish Team 136 everlasting prosperity." Chunmai laughed heartily. "Great, let's make it our team emblem." Si Xiaonan looked down at the flowers in her hands, gripping them tighter. Lately, she'd been having unsettling dreams, leaving her with a vague sense of unease. Noticing her demeanor, Hong Ying put an arm around her shoulder and asked what was wrong. Si Xiaonan forced a smile, saying it was nothing, just lost in thought. Meanwhile, Molly looked hopefully at Lin Qiye, who seemed puzzled. After some thought, he handed her a freshly grilled skewer. Hungry, Molly internally sighed, wondering what to do with such a dense captain. She almost considered leaving the team as she turned away. Lin Qiye watched her walk off, scratching his head, pondering if one skewer wasn't enough. Just then, Wen Qima and Lung Xian returned with a few freshly caught fish. Chen Mai took the fish and called out to everyone. The barbecue's ready. Dig in. The group gathered around, the aroma of grilled meat mingling with cheerful chatter. They shared stories, from childhood memories to recent experiences, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Lin Qiye occasionally captured these precious moments with his camera, preserving the warmth forever. As night deepened, in a warehouse on the outskirts of Tsangnan City, Gu Qi'an watched the newly sprouted azure leaves on the tree of fate, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. He reached out to touch the leaves, and instantly, a mysterious energy flowed through his fingertips into his body. Chen Fuzi looked at Gu Qi'an in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Gu, my young friend, you truly are extraordinary." At this moment, Gu Qi'an was indeed remarkable. His eyes were an unusual shade of azure, with mysterious light flickering in his pupils, exuding an aura that seemed detached from the mundane world. "This time, I must trouble you to personally guard me," Gu Qi'an said, bowing slightly with sincerity. "No trouble at all." Chen Fuzi waved his hand, his gaze deep as he looked at the young man before him. "I didn't expect you to advance so quickly, breaking through to the Klein realm. It's truly impressive." A hint of joy flashed in Gu Qi'an's eyes. "This was an unexpected surprise. It gives me more confidence for the actions ahead," he explained. His level had been close to a breakthrough point, initially planning to find an opportunity after the divine battle in Tsangnan City. Unexpectedly, during a mysterious sacrifice, he absorbed some divine energy, leading to this breakthrough. "Fuzi, how is the situation outside now?" Gu Qi'an asked, his expression becoming serious. Chen Fuzi's expression turned grave. "Early this morning, Chen Mai leaked the aura of Shiva's resentment as planned. Those outer gods should be making their move soon." Gu Qi'an nodded, his demeanor growing more solemn. "It seems I need to start preparing as well." He paused to think. "Should I protect Lin Qiye first?" He quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. "No need, let him stay with his teammates. It will be a valuable experience for them." Chen Fuzi frowned slightly. "Isn't that too risky? If something happens to Lin Qiye and Tsangnan City dissipates prematurely, our plan will be in vain." "Trust him," Gu Qi'an chuckled softly. "He is far stronger than you imagine. Moreover, for those he cherishes, he won't let anything happen to himself." Chen Fuzi nodded silently. "Fuzi, if a deity appears in Tsangnan, please hold them off for a moment. At that time, Yang Jian will step in to handle it," Gu Qi'an said solemnly. "Don't worry," Chen Fuzi smiled. "Though I'm not skilled in attack, I have some expertise in defense." Meanwhile, inside the Hong Ying family's villa in Tsangnan City, Si Xiaonan awoke abruptly from a dream, sitting up and gasping for breath. Cold sweat soaked her hair, leaving her looking particularly disheveled. "I am Si Xiaonan. I am Si Xiaonan of Team 136. She pressed her hands over her ears, repeating the words to herself. When she opened her eyes again, her usual innocence and shyness were gone, replaced by deep exhaustion. As she tried to calm herself, a familiar aura approached from a distance. "Xiaonan, it's me, Gu Qi'an." A gentle voice reached her ears. "Follow this aura, and come find me. I need to talk to you." Si Xiaonan furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with confusion. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, she chose to trust the person she had always relied on. Si Xiaonan quickly changed clothes, pushed open the window, and leaped out. Under the moonlight, her figure was as light as a feather, landing precisely on the grass below. She closed her eyes, feeling the faint presence, and hurried towards its direction. Soon, a quiet little park appeared before her. In the late night, the park was deserted, with only the streetlights casting a dim glow. She saw Gu Qi'an sitting alone on a bench, his posture calm and steady. "Qi'an, you wanted to see me?" Si Xiaonan stopped a few steps away, asking tentatively. Gu Qi'an didn't respond immediately. Instead, he fixed his azure eyes on her. The strange gleam in his gaze made Si Xiaonan involuntarily step back, as if all her secrets were laid bare under his scrutiny. Silence stretched between them, the air seemingly frozen. Just as Si Xiaonan was about to lose her composure, Gu Qi'an spoke, his voice low and clear. "Loki's agent, Si Xiaonan." The words hit Si Xiaonan like a heavy blow to the heart. She widened her eyes, looking at him in disbelief. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to calm her tumultuous emotions and said bitterly, "So you really know everything." Gu Qi'an nodded gently. Si Xiaonan's expression turned cold instantly, her voice carrying a hint of chill. "Indeed, I'm no night watchman, and the identity of Si Xiaonan is fabricated. As Loki's agent, deception and lies are my forte. I use trickery to disguise myself as a night watchman of Qi Jing, deceiving everyone, including myself, just to find the Shiva grudge." She paused, her gaze becoming sharp. "So what are you going to do? Kill me?" Before she finished speaking, she released the seal of deception on her body, and the oppressive aura of the Klein realm erupted, a chilling presence sweeping the surroundings. Gu Qian's eyes narrowed, and with a lift of his hand, he completely isolated the space around them from the outside world. You've reached the Klein realm?" Si Xiaonan looked at him in shock, her voice filled with undisguised surprise. Gu Qi'an sighed softly, his voice gentle. Xiaonan, since I know everything, how could I not understand what you truly want? Bearing all this alone must be very hard, right? His tone became even softer. The former agent of Loki, Si Xiaonan, was just a facade you created to deceive yourself. But the night watchman Si Xiaonan is the real you. The past 2 years of ease and joy, with friends, freedom, and hope, that's the life you truly desire. During that time, you showed your true self without reservation. Si Xiaonan's body trembled violently, tears glistening in the moonlight. But I have no choice. Her voice was filled with confusion and helplessness as she slowly crouched down, wrapping her arms tightly around herself, tears silently flowing. Seeing Si Xiaonan, who seemed like a helpless child at this moment, Gu Qi'an moved in front of her, crouching down to meet her gaze. His voice was gentle yet firm. Xiaonan, this time I can give you a chance to choose your own life. Is there really a choice? Si Xiaonan lifted her tear-stained eyes, her voice barely a whisper. Gu Qi'an looked at Si Xiaonan with a calm expression and said softly, only if you want to. A glimmer of hope flickered in Si Xiaonan's eyes, but quickly faded. She lowered her head, her voice tinged with bitterness. Qian, thank you. I don't want to ask for your help, but we're talking about Loki, the god of trickery. It's beyond what you can handle right now. Gu Qian's lips curved slightly, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. Who said I need to deal with him now? I just need to alter the soul contract he placed inside you. Huh? Si Xiaonan was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. Gu Qian's expression turned unusually serious, his deep gaze fixed on Si Xiaonan. Xiaonan, do you trust me? Seeing Si Xiaonan nod blankly, he continued, relax your mind, don't resist. It might hurt a bit, but bear with it. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qian's eyes shone with a brilliant azure light. A strand of golden blue flame emerged from within him, forming a pin of fate that emitted a mysterious glow. He grasped the pin and gently touched it to Si Xiaonan's forehead. Si Xiaonan bit her lip hard, enduring the excruciating pain deep within her soul. The once cold soul contract twisted under the azure glow, transforming into an equal contract. Black lines, exuding a chilling aura, seeped out of her body. Loki's power attempting to escape, but trapped by the destiny bindings Gu Qi'an had set up. Gu Qi'an lightly touched his fingertip, summoning the azure flame to consume the black lines completely. Soon, Si Xiaonan's expression relaxed, a sense of unprecedented ease washing over her. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye as she smiled brightly at Gu Qi'an. Thank you, Qi'an. Gu Qi'an waved his hand with a smile. You're free now, able to live the life you want. But for now, we need to keep this hidden from Loki. With your abilities, it shouldn't be hard to deceive him temporarily. Si Xiaonan nodded. Don't worry, as long as I don't confront him directly, he won't realize I've broken free. That's good. Gu Qi'an smiled. By the way, you should find a time to explain everything to the members of Team 136. They'll understand. It's better to face it openly than to be discovered later. Si Xiaonan hesitated briefly, but agreed. All right, go get some rest. I have other things to attend to. Gu Qi'an waved his hand, and his figure vanished, leaving behind only a faint trace of his presence. Si Xiaonan stared in the direction he disappeared for a moment. Then a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. She turned and walked towards Hong Ying's villa. 500 kilometers away from Sangnan City, Wang Mian put down his phone with a furrowed brow. His expression immediately caught the attention of his teammate, Xuanhua. Captain, what's wrong? Xuanhua asked, moving closer. Wang Mian looked around at his teammates, took a deep breath, and said gravely, do you remember how all the mysterious entities we've defeated over the past 6 months were taken away by helicopter? I had someone investigate, and all these bodies were sent to Sangnan City. It's not just our region. Every mysterious entity above the sea level from across the country is being sent there. Sangnan City? Rose mused. Could this have something to do with Qianan? Wang Mian's expression grew more serious. I don't know the specifics, but I have a feeling something big is about to happen. He turned to his teammates. Tianping, check for any unusual activities in Sangnan City. Vivi, contact Qianan immediately. Understood, they replied in unison. Rose quickly took out her phone to dial, but only heard a cold electronic voice. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. She tried several times, but couldn't get through. At that moment, Tianping approached quickly, looking grave. Captain, things are not looking good. Although the official channels are keeping it under wraps, I found out through internal sources that Sangnan City is undergoing a massive civilian evacuation. As of this morning, the city has completely cut off all contact with the outside world, including all forms of transportation. It seems the situation is indeed severe. Wang Mian's expression turned even more grim. Should we confirm with Vice Commander Zhua? Tianping suggested. Wang Mian shook his head. Qianan didn't inform us in advance because he doesn't want us involved. The higher-ups likely won't reveal the truth either. They might assign us other tasks instead. So what should we do? Wang Mian looked at everyone, his gaze firm. We go to Sangnan directly. even if it means facing a military court. After all, our teammate is there. The team exchanged smiles and responded in unison. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, 280 kilometers from Sangnan City, the Phoenix squad was on a military transport plane, puzzled as they looked at a man in military uniform in front of them. Why are we changing course? Xia Siming asked sternly. Weren't we heading to Sangnan City? What about the overseas mysterious entity? The man in the military uniform stood at attention and saluted, speaking with a heavy tone. I'm sorry, Captain Xia. The higher-ups have ordered a complete ban on anyone entering Sangnan City. What? Even special squads aren't allowed? Kong Shang asked incredulously. Yes, it's a complete ban, with no exceptions. A cold glint flashed in Xia Siming's eyes. I still need to go capture Lin Qiye. I mean, to eliminate that Bailai. And you're telling me we can't go? Faced with Xia Siming's piercing gaze, sweat appeared on the man's forehead. Xia Siming said coldly. I'm giving you two choices. Either you take us there willingly, or I knock you out and fly us there myself. At the border of Xia, by the East Sea, a dense fog shrouded the vast ocean, enveloping it in an eerie silence. Suddenly, the sea began to churn violently as a majestic figure emerged slowly from the depths. With each step he took, the waters roared under the pressure of his formidable presence. His black hair flowed freely, and he wielded a trident, exuding an aura of divine authority. With a slight raise of his trident, countless water columns merged in the air, forming a massive wave that surged toward the East Sea coastline. The grievance of Shiva can only be managed by us, the gods of Olympus, he declared, his voice deep and commanding. Along the East Sea coast, helicopters circled low in vigilance. A young man in a black shirt sat alone on a rock, the sea breeze tousling his hair. Noticing the gaze from the aircraft, he felt a bit uneasy and murmured, I really want to go home. I haven't even finished washing the dishes. Suddenly, he looked up sharply, his gaze piercing through the fog to focus on the immense divine power at the distant horizon. As expected, they have come. He stood up abruptly, his eyes becoming as sharp as a sword. Sword energy swirled around him as he gently tapped the sword case at his chest. Clang! A thunderous sword cry resonated through the sky, as a colossal sword shadow formed above, carrying a terrifying sword intent toward the giant wave. Wherever the sword shadow passed, the seawater vanished instantly. He stepped forward, standing firmly amidst the fog, surrounded by sword shadows. Beyond lies Xia, no gods may pass, he proclaimed, his voice echoing with the sound of the sword through the heavens. Meanwhile, at the northern border of Xia, Yifan stood amidst the dense clouds, his gaze piercing the desolate sky. Calmly, he took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, murmuring, Qian, this time it's up to you. Before he finished speaking, Yifan stepped forward, his body radiating golden light, accompanied by chants of Brahman. His left hand lightly brushed the sword hilt at his waist, his eyes calm, yet filled with intensity. Yifan, the supreme commander of Xia's night watchmen, is here. Hades, you have crossed the line. His voice boomed like a bell across the sky. In the office of the Peace Bureau's captain, Gu Qi'an sat across from the solemn Chen Muyue. Is it about to begin? Chen Muyue asked, his voice heavy. It has already begun, Gu Qi'an replied calmly. What should we do now? Leave the grievance of Shiva to me. Chen Muyue hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Entrusting the grievance of Shiva, the spark of the divine war, to Gu Qi'an was indeed the most prudent choice. He retrieved a roll of yellowed parchment from the inner lining of his clothing, and an eerie aura immediately filled the room. Gu Qi'an's expression grew serious, as pale blue light emanated from his hands, intertwining into ribbons that securely sealed the parchment. At the exact moment when the Shiva's wrath appeared, a black Maybach was speeding down the highway 25 kilometers from Sangnan City. The young man in the driver's seat had sharp eyes and a cold smile playing at the corner of his lips. Yes, that's the aura. This time, Shiva's wrath is destined to be mine. Just as he finished speaking, an unexpected voice came from outside the car window. Hello, your delivery. The young man froze, turning incredulously to see a delivery rider in a Meituan uniform keeping pace with the Maybach on an electric scooter, holding a delivery box with one hand. You're Loki, the trickster god of sequence 018, right? The delivery rider gave a meaningful smile. Here's your delivery. Please accept it. With that, he casually tossed the delivery box towards the car window. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the Maybach was instantly reduced to dust. The delivery rider, however, had already disappeared down the highway on his scooter, leaving no trace. On a small hill outside Sangnan City, a figure stood. Surrounded by an eerie aura, his form gradually twisted, and amidst the swirling black threads, he transformed into a man with a Western face. I'm the trickster god Loki, and you think you can stop me from entering Sangnan like this? He sneered as he looked towards the distant city lights. Since I can't pinpoint the location of Shiva's wrath yet, let's have some fun first. Loki waved his hand in the void, and the black threads around him danced wildly. He deceived space itself, tearing open a rift to Asgard behind him. Instantly, a group of burly blue giants streamed out of the rift, charging towards Seongnan City. Meanwhile, inside the peace office, a sinister crow of calamity let out a piercing scream. Crimson blood poured from its hollow eye sockets, dripping down its beak as its feathers fell. Hong Ying and the others watched this eerie scene in terror. What is happening? When Chima anxiously stared at the already dead crow. Since the captain brought this crow of calamity, it's the first time I've seen this happen. Wu Xiangnan's face was grim, clearly understanding what it meant. Just then, Gu Qi'an and Chun Moi walked out of the office. Brother, is it starting? Lin Qiye urgently stood up and asked. Gu Qi'an nodded, his tone calm. Your team should follow Team 136 and act accordingly. I have something else to attend to. Yes. Although X6 Bailey Pang Pang and the others had doubts, they responded firmly. Chun Moi's expression was serious. Let's go, head to the suburbs, and we'll discuss the situation on the way. Beside the low buildings in the old district of Seongnan City, Yang Jin watched Gu Qi'an with a complex expression. After 6 months without seeing him, Gu Qi'an now felt more like an imposing deity. It's starting, right? Yes. Are you confident? I am. Gu Qi'an replied succinctly but firmly. All right then. Yang Jin's youthful face took on a fierce determination. Let's show these foreign gods that Xia cannot be trifled with. Outside the city of Seongnan, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and lightning tore through the heavy overcast, illuminating the oppressive landscape. A horde of frost giants advanced towards the city, each step causing the ground to resonate with a deep rumble. As they moved, frost spread swiftly like a tide, enveloping the entire suburb in a biting chill. Squad 136 stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin Qiye's temporary team, their dark red cloaks flapping in the icy wind. Although Chun Mai had detailed the situation on the way, the oppressive sight still left everyone breathless. This number. Bailey Pong Pong's eyes widened in disbelief. This is insane, Chao Yuan muttered to himself. Is this what a divine war looks like? Shen Qingzhu's heart trembled. Can we handle over 200 of them? Molly's voice quivered. Lin Qiye gripped his sword tightly, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the giants. This is just the appetizer. The real terror is yet to come. Chun Mai stepped forward with a grin. We are the Night Watchers. Behind us, millions in this city await our protection. Are you afraid? Do you dare to stain the sky red with me and face the abyss? Everyone straightened their backs, their expressions turning resolute. Damn it, I'm not afraid. Hong Ying shouted, as a rose-colored flame shot into the sky. With her right hand raised, the fire coalesced into a massive lotus blossom, which she then hurled towards the frost giants. With a thunderous roar, the lotus bloomed amidst the giants. The frost giant at the center evaporated instantly, and the intense heat ignited the surrounding frost, the flames spreading like wildfire, turning the battlefield into a scorching sea of fire. Is Sister Hong Ying always this fierce? Lin Qiye and others were just as stunned as the members of Squad 136. You learned Qian's move? When Qima exclaimed in surprise. I've been studying the Forbidden Ruins for the past 6 months and found that my flames are easier to shape, Hong Ying said, quite satisfied with the destruction she caused. Well done. Chun Mai praised before summoning the Yanluo Hall and charging into the giants like a ghost. The battle erupted. Si Xiaonan used an invisible veil to shield everyone from the cold. When Shima's illusions left the giants dazed, and Lung Xian picked them off one by one with precise sniper shots to their foreheads. As he gripped the long sword, a familiar sensation surged through him like a tide. A fierce sword aura erupted from around him, and his figure transformed into a streak of sword light, heading straight for the frost giants. These giants of Chuanjing were no match for his blade, falling within 3 strikes. Lin Qiye and the others watched in awe at the astonishing combat power displayed by Team 136. Bailey couldn't help but exclaim, Qiye, your Seongnan truly is a place of hidden talents. These people have all reached the level of Chuanjing. Lin Qiye gathered his composure and quickly summoned Mumu, coordinating seamlessly with Lung Xian to launch a barrage of long-range attacks. Let's join in too. We can't let the seniors look down on us, he shouted. Under their fierce assault, the frost giants' attacks gradually slowed. However, new giants continued to pour out from the spatial rift. In the distance, Loki furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Lin Qiye. I see, he murmured with a chilling smile. A miracle indeed. As long as I take you away from Seongnan, everything here will vanish like a dream. Just as Loki was about to make his move, the roar of an electric scooter grew louder. A familiar delivery man skidded to a stop, expertly tossing a delivery box at Loki. Hello, your delivery. Damn. Loki immediately abandoned his plan to enter the battlefield, swiftly dodging. With a thunderous crash, a massive crater formed where he had stood. This time, having been on guard, Loki used trickery to evade the seemingly inevitable strike. Who exactly are you? Loki asked, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This delivery man had already taken out several of his avatars. Lu Wuwei, the delivery man replied calmly. Loki, you won't be interfering in other battles. You think you can stop me? Loki sneered. I know I can't beat you, but I can hold you off for a while. Is that so? Loki smirked, black lines swirling around him. In the sky, a massive void rift tore open. With a deafening howl, 100 maternal blood-red wolf dogs squeezed through the rift, its terrifying presence sweeping over the scene. Following it, countless giant tentacles stretched out from the rift, widening it even further. A colossal squid, towering at 150 meters, slowly emerged, exuding an even more dreadful aura than the wolf dog. The underworld hound Garm and the North Sea monster Kraken. Lu Wuwei's brow furrowed, his voice strained. You actually brought them both here. Loki cast a disdainful glance, mocking. So, who's stopping whom now? Outside Songnan City, the sky was dark as ink, and lightning flickered and danced among the thick clouds. The thunder of the battlefield merged with the storm, making it hard to breathe. Wave after wave of frost giants charged forward, and Squad 136, along with Lin Qiye and the others, struggled to hold them off. Wu Xiangnan stared intently at the void rift in the distance from which the giants were emerging, his brow furrowed. We need to destroy that rift first, or we'll be worn down eventually. Chunmai nodded in agreement, his expression serious. At that moment, the sky tore open with two more massive space rifts. Two colossal creatures slowly emerged, their terrifying presence making everyone's throats tighten. These were clearly mythical creatures of the Klein realm or higher. A transport plane roared across the sky, and 8 figures in golden cloaks leapt out of the cabin. Lin Qiye, the Phoenix Squad, is here. Join us, haha. Xia Ximing's laughter was abruptly cut off, stunned by the scene before her. What the heck is this? The underworld hound Garm, the sea monster Kraken, and this divine aura, it's Loki. Behind her, Kong Shang swallowed hard, staring in disbelief. Xia Ximing put aside her usual playfulness, her expression serious. We have to stop them. We can't let them get close to the city. All of us together can only hold off one. Even if we can't, we have to try. Xia Ximing gritted her teeth, her body glowing with golden light as she charged directly at the underworld hound Garm at the forefront. In the distance, a carriage sped towards them, shimmering with light. Is that the sage's carriage? Kong Shang's eyes lit up. Slow down, it's the sage coming. He quickly led his teammates to follow. Sage Qin sat inside the carriage, holding a cup, his gaze sharp as lightning. How dare you, vile creatures, threaten the great Xia. He lightly tossed the cup from his hand, and it expanded into a massive vessel, aiming to enclose the sea monster Kraken. At that moment, a thunderous pillar of lightning descended from the sky, shattering the giant vessel. From the lightning emerged a burly man with tea-brown skin, surrounded by an aura of lightning, standing majestically in midair. Hand over Shiva's forbidden object. He looked down at Sage Chun with disdain. That belongs to the temple of the gods. You mortals without divine favor have no right to possess it. Sage Chin's expression turned solemn. He took a deep breath and said to the boy outside the carriage, We need to retreat, find a place far from the city. Understood, Sage. The boy immediately turned the carriage around and sped away. You mortals of Great Xia have no gods. Where can you run? Indra sneered, enveloped in rolling thunder as he pursued them. Kong Shang's eyes widened, struggling to remain calm. That was the 016th installment of the Divine series, featuring Indra, the god of storms, at the Heavenly Temple. Xia Ximing stood in the center of the battlefield, her brow furrowed. The timely appearance of Mr. Chun had given the Phoenix Squad a glimmer of hope, but the emergence of a new deity had once again deadlocked the situation. What on earth is happening in Songnan City? Why has a divine battle broken out without any word from the top? She muttered to herself. It looks like we're on our own. Opposite her, the underworld hound, Garm, let out a thunderous roar. The darkness beneath its feet spread like a tide, with countless wraiths and corpses churning within it. A brilliant golden light enveloped Xia Ximing, the divine might of Athena manifesting tangibly around her. A golden spear materialized in her hand, and with immense divine power, she slashed down towards Garm. Garm was forced back a step by the strike, and then howled to the sky. Dense death energy surged around it, commanding a legion of wraiths and bones to attack Xia Ximing. With a fierce cry, Xia Ximing's spear erupted with blinding golden light, striking the undead like a meteor. The clash of gold and death energy in the air produced a deafening hum. In the distance, the massive sea monster Kraken, though slow, was gradually approaching the battlefield, its terrifying presence putting the Phoenix Squad in grave danger. Meanwhile, Gu Qi'an and Yang Jin stood atop a distant high-rise. Watching Indra now revealed, Gu Qi'an's expression was grave. We can begin, but remember, we have at most 1 incense stick's worth of time. Yang Jin nodded solemnly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That's enough. Gu Qi'an focused his energy, a blue-gold flame appearing in his palm, which he gently pushed towards Yang Jin. Yang Jin sat cross-legged, drawing the flame into his body to infuse his divine essence, causing divine power to surge and pressure to radiate. Gu Qi'an crouched down, soothing the restless little black toad. Stay here and guard your master. He'll wake up soon. With a hardened expression, he added, leave that side to me. The little black toad nodded, speaking in human words. Okay, I'll protect Qiye. Behind Gu Qi'an, a rift in the void slowly opened, and he leaped into it. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Wily Fatty wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Qiye, it seems we're just the appetizer here. The relentless frost giants had already worn him down. Lin Qiye's expression was solemn as he hesitated over whether it was time to channel the souls of Nyx or Merlin. Otherwise, the Phoenix squad might not withstand the onslaught of two mythical creatures. He closed his eyes, concentrating as his mental energy surged, and the figures of Nyx and Merlin appeared. Mother, Uncle Merlin, we might need your help this time. Nyx spoke gently. Thanatos, my child, as long as you need me, I will always be your strongest support. Merlin, however, offered a meaningful smile. I think not just yet, he's coming. Captain, the Kraken is approaching. Kong Shang watched the colossal creature drawing near, unease flickering in his eyes. Nearby, Xia Siming was struggling against another onslaught from Garm, the Hellhound. She managed to repel the beast, but left only minor wounds on it, which only served to provoke a fiercer attack. Damn it! Xia Siming gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. She glanced back at her teammates, her hands instinctively clenching into fists. I'm sorry, it was my insistence that brought you all to Chang'an City. I've gotten you into this mess. Kong Shang looked at the captain in surprise. It was the first time he had heard her say sorry. His tense expression softened into a slight smile. Captain, even though you sometimes seem unreliable, I have no regrets following you. Xia Simeng tilted her head with a playful smile. I'll forgive you for calling me unreliable this time. Her gaze swept over each team member's face, as if to etch their images in her memory forever. Taking a deep breath, she shouted, Phoenix Squad, present. Facing Garm's renewed charge, determination spread across Xia Siming's face. The 8 of them stood in a row, holding their crests, their golden capes flapping in the wind. Follow me, fight to the death. Yes. At that moment, a rift opened in the void, and a figure wrapped in azure light appeared out of nowhere. He landed heavily on Garm's head, driving the beast into the ground, sending dust flying and cracking the earth like a spiderweb. The Phoenix squad stared in shock. The figure, with a stern expression and blue hair flowing in the wind, said, Captain Xia, hello, I am Gu Qi'an from the masked squad. Please assist Team 136 in destroying the rift summoning the frost giant. Leave these 2 big guys to me. Xia Siming nodded in a daze, then immediately turned and ran towards the rift. Kong Shang sighed, rubbing his forehead. Sorry, our captain isn't usually like this. Thank you for your help. The Phoenix squad owes you one. We'll leave this to you. Captain, you're running too fast. This isn't like you. And why are you blushing? Kong Shang said exasperatedly as he caught up with Xia Siming. But that kick was so cool. Xia Siming retorted. Look at the masked squad's members, then look at you guys. Why can't I have teammates like him? She said, playfully lunging at Kong Shang. Kong Shang nodded approvingly. That's more like our captain. Xia Siming ignored him, taking a deep breath as she fixed her gaze on the void rift from which frost giants continuously emerged. She turned to the woman behind her and said firmly, Sanage, let's go. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to a distant figure Gu Qi'an standing steadily atop the head of the underworld hound, Garm. Is that Qi'an? That's incredible. When Qima swallowed hard, unable to hide his shock, Hong Ying nodded excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Finally, he's here. Chen Mai's tense expression relaxed slightly, while Si Xiaonan looked at Gu Qi'an with a complex mix of emotions in her eyes. The members of the makeshift team were instantly invigorated, their fatigue seemingly swept away. Lin Qiye exhaled deeply, realizing he wouldn't have to bear the soul of a deity. Beside him, Li Pang Pang, wearing a monocle, was nervously watching the 2 figures behind Lin Qiye, his body trembling slightly. Nyx and Merlin watched Gu Qi'an in the distance with smiles. A massive tentacle suddenly lashed out at Gu Qi'an. With agile movements, he leapt back to easily evade the Kraken's attack. Calmly, he observed the underworld hound Garm rising, as well as the Kraken waving its numerous tentacles nearby. Is it a contest of size? Gu Qi'an murmured. Instantly, a fierce surge of spiritual energy radiated from him, and a terrifying aura swept across the area. Dots of azure light gathered in the air, forming a towering 200-meter giant clad in ancient armor, with wings that blotted out the sky. Gu Qi'an's figure flickered at the giant's brow, his azure eyes radiating concentric circles of strange patterns, 6 tomo evenly distributed, emitting a deep glow. He raised his right hand, creating a massive black sphere, and hurled it at the Kraken. Before the Kraken could react, it was struck by the sphere. An infinite gravitational force erupted, drawing the Kraken's massive body into it. The ground cracked under the immense gravitational pull, small mountains crumbled, and fissures spread like a spider's web. Soon, the Kraken was entirely sealed within the giant stone sphere, slowly ascending into the sky. In the distance, Loki squinted, a dangerous look in his eyes. I didn't expect you to have someone capable of opposing the Kraken and Garm. Lu Wuwei remained indifferent. There are many things you haven't anticipated. Loki's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Do you think this is enough, pathetic mortals? He gestured to the void, and an even larger rift appeared, from which a several hundred-meter-long black serpent emerged, the Midgard serpent, Jormungandr, from Norse Asgardian mythology. Its terrifying aura burst forth, and the serpent swiftly slithered towards Gu Qi'an. Lu Wuwei watched the serpent with a somber expression, filled with worry. Gu Qi'an also noticed the anomaly, his brow furrowing. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It was. Gu Qi'an's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised his hand, conjuring a massive azure formation in the sky. With his gesture, a beam of purple light, enveloped in a roaring cascade of lightning, shot upward, piercing through the layers of dark clouds. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar suddenly erupted as the purple lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, tinting the entire sky in a purple hue. A gigantic figure emerged from the clouds, a majestic purple dragon, its body more colossal than a mountain. With a gentle stretch of its immense wings, it scattered the surrounding storm clouds. The dragon was enveloped in thick arcs of purple lightning, its whiskers dancing in the electric light, each movement accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Its eyes, like purple lightning spheres, emitted an overwhelming aura, gazing down imperiously at Yemengate in the distance. Is that Little Purple? Chun Mai and the others stared in awe at the formidable creature in the sky, finding it hard to believe this was the same Little Purple chubby they saw every day. Commander Gu is mighty. Little Purple is mighty. Bailey Fat Fat shouted, completely ignoring the tense atmosphere around. The members of the Phoenix Squad were equally astonished. Xia Siming exclaimed, "Is this our great Xia's divine dragon?" Kong Shang's eyes widened, and it was summoned by Gu Qi'an. Yemengate stopped moving, its massive body coiled like a mountain, its vertical pupils gleaming with caution as it stared intently at the purple dragon above. Suddenly, countless purple lightning spheres appeared around Little Purple, launching towards Yemengate. Yemengate's pupils contracted as it swiftly conjured numerous dark green water spheres to counter. The collision of lightning and water in the air unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, rippling through the surrounding space. Little Purple let out a skyward roar, its body wrapped in blinding purple lightning, charging at Yemengate like an arrow loosed from a bow. A thick lightning column erupted from its mouth, its power astonishing. Yemengate deftly dodged, simultaneously releasing a cloud of black poison mist, leaving desolation in its wake. The two colossal beasts clashed fiercely in the sky, with Little Purple's thunderous might starkly contrasting Yemengate's poisonous defenses. Although Little Purple had ascended to the Klein realm, transforming into a purple thunder dragon, the outcome of this battle remained uncertain. Jormungandr, the colossal serpent of Midgard from Asgard, nearly godlike in its presence, was locked in an intense aerial confrontation with Xiao Zi. However, Gu Qi'an had no time to focus on this potentially cataclysmic battle. His gaze was fixed on the underworld hound, Garm. Before him, time was of the essence, and he needed to finish this quickly. Despite the suffocating pressure, Garm showed no fear. Instead, it became even more ferocious. With a thunderous roar, countless wraiths and corpses emerged from the swirling darkness, surging towards Gu Qi'an like a tidal wave. Almighty push, Gu Qi'an whispered, his eyes narrowing. Boom! A terrifying repulsive force erupted, shattering the wraiths and corpses into dust. The force didn't stop there, catching Garm off guard and hurling it into the air. Universal pull. Gu Qi'an raised his right hand, and a powerful gravitational force locked onto Garm. No matter how it struggled and howled, its massive body was irresistibly drawn towards Gu Qi'an. For the first time, fear flickered in the eyes of the mythical beast. The aspect of fate extended its left hand, gripping Garm's throat. Blinding lightning exploded on contact, scorching Garm's body. It struggled desperately, only to find the darkness within it suppressed by the lightning, unable to move. Gu Qi'an's expression was stern as the aspect of fate's right hand slowly rose. An ancient straight sword materialized in a blue glow. A dangerous smile played on his lips. Judgment. The sword flashed, and Garm's head fell. Blood spurted like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. The legendary hound was decapitated with a single stroke. Thus, the once unrivaled underworld hound Garm was slain, and the sea monster Kraken was sealed. The aspect of fate, holding Garm's head, turned towards Xiao Zi and Jormungandr, still locked in their standoff. Blue flames erupted from his fingertips, consuming Garm's corpse entirely. Watching from afar, Loki frowned deeply. A seemingly novice individual in the Klein realm, yet so formidable, effortlessly killing the underworld hound, sealing the sea monster Kraken, and even managing to hold Jormungandr at bay in the sky. What puzzled him more was his inability to detect the presence of Shiva's resentment. As he pondered this, the cold aura around him grew more agitated. Suddenly, his expression froze. Staring at Gu Qi'an, disbelief spread across his face. This power of destiny. How can a mortal possess the power of destiny? Moments later, he burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! So that's it. No wonder I can't sense Shiva's resentment. He must have used the power of destiny to seal its presence. Only destiny could so perfectly seal that destructive force. His voice rose sharply. So, won't you come out, Garuda? Lu Wuwei's pupils dilated in shock upon hearing those words. Loki's face twisted into a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He had paid an unimaginable price to obtain the Shiva's grudge. For days, an inexplicable unease had lingered in his mind, as if something vital was slipping away. To this end, he meticulously crafted a scheme to lure Garuda to this place. Though this act meant offending two deities from the Temple of Gods, he resolutely went through with it for the sake of Shiva's grudge. Suddenly, the sky changed dramatically. A piercing screech shattered the clouds, stirring the winds and clouds into turmoil. A massive crimson bird dove down from the heavens, its wings spanning 100 yards wide, each feather glinting with interwoven gold and red hues, generating a fierce wind that forced everyone present to step back involuntarily. The arrival of this deity instantly shifted the battlefield's dynamics. Garuda's sharp eagle eyes fixed on Gu Qi'an, an overwhelming divine pressure filling the air. Mortal, hand over Shiva's forbidden artifact. Gu Qi'an's expression shifted, clearly unprepared for the sudden arrival of another deity. He took a deep breath, silently wielding his destiny avatar to slash out a gigantic blade aura. Garuda effortlessly dodged the attack with a slight sway. Insignificant ant, you dare challenge me? Garuda's voice thundered with authority and disdain. Gu Qi'an's lips curled into a fearless smile. You'll find out soon enough. Garuda snorted, flapping his wings with force to create a massive tornado of fire and wind, charging towards Gu Qi'an with destructive power. Gu Qi'an's expression turned serious, his eyes glowing with a bright blue light. He shouted, Shinra Tensei. The Destiny Avatar raised its left hand, unleashing a powerful repulsion force to clash head-on with the fiery tornado. As the two forces collided, a deafening explosion erupted, sending a terrifying energy storm raging in all directions, reducing everything around to dust. Garuda squinted his eagle eyes slightly. Interesting. He opened his mouth to unleash a thick pillar of flame, imbued with the power of laws, setting the air ablaze. The Destiny Avatar rapidly retreated, but the flames were too swift. Gu Qi'an made a split-second decision, abandoning the Avatar as a spatial rift opened behind him, allowing him to slip through. This was the new ability granted to him after ascending as a Klein Destiny's Bridge, a skill akin to the Underworld's Hirasaka when merged with the 6th Tomo reincarnation eye. Garuda made a surprise sound, evidently not expecting his opponent to possess spatial transfer capabilities. He emitted a golden-red glow, rapidly shrinking to take the form of a well-built man with red hair and eagle eyes. Gu Qi'an reappeared 100 meters away, surrounded by 9 seeking orbs, in his strongest current state. Garuda looked down on him with divine majesty. You have some skill. Surrender Shiva's forbidden artifact, and I'll allow you to join the Temple of Gods. Gu Qi'an stood silently with his sword at the ready, making his refusal clear through his actions. You're courting death, then I'll oblige you. Garuda's eyes flashed with cold light, divine power suddenly surging as he darted forward like lightning. The speed was so fast that even Gu Qi'an's dynamic vision couldn't keep up. He only had time to transform the seeking Dao Jade behind him into a shield in front of him. Boom. The Garuda's fiery claws struck the seeking Dao Jade with tremendous force, igniting everything around. Although the shield formed by the seeking Dao Jade blocked the fierce attack, it became covered in fine cracks, and the immense impact sent Gu Qi'an flying. Before he could stabilize himself, Garuda's second strike arrived. Gu Qi'an had no choice but to raise his shield again, getting knocked back once more. The relentless attacks left him completely on the defensive. Seeing this, Xiaozi surged with lightning, flashing toward the scene. A thunderous column of lightning struck at Garuda's back. However, Garuda didn't even turn. A crimson gold barrier automatically unfolded behind him, effortlessly neutralizing the lightning strike. Ignoring Xiaozi's attack, he continued his fierce assault on Gu Qi'an. At this moment, Yemengade seized the opportunity, lashing his tail towards the heaven explosion star in the sky. Moo! With an earth-shattering roar, the sea monster Kraken broke free, its enormous form appearing on the horizon. Amidst the heated battle, 7 figures suddenly swept in from a distance. They were clad in gray cloaks and masks, the entire masked squad. Leading them, Wang Mian placed his right hand on Yi Yuan, unleashing divine power and expanding a time field. The vortex behind him immediately coordinated, creating a spatial whirlpool connecting to the front of Gu Qi'an. A massive blade aura passed through the vortex, striking Garuda precisely and interrupting his offensive. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qi'an swiftly sliced through space to join Wang Mian and the others. He looked incredulously at the masked squad, as they were not supposed to appear in Sangnan according to the plan. Captain, why are you here? Wang Mian slowly removed his mask, looking gravely at the transformed Gu Qi'an before him. With something this big happening, you didn't inform us in advance. He then smiled slightly. Don't forget, our families are here. How could we stand by and do nothing? These words warmed Gu Qian's heart. He straightened his back and solemnly saluted Wang Mian and the others with a standard military gesture. Masked Squad Phantom Dream, requesting to rejoin the team. Phantom Squad Dream, requesting to return to the team. Wang Mian wore a gentle smile as he nodded slightly. Welcome back, Qian. His hand rested on the hilt of his Yuan blade. Eyes focused on the two colossal figures ahead and the mischievous-looking Garuda. His expression turned serious. Now, it's time to handle these big problems. Gu Qi'an quickly held down Wang Mian's hand that was about to draw the sword, shaking his head. Captain, you go support Xiao Zi against the sea monsters Kraken and Jormungandr. Leave Garuda to me. But you alone. Wang Mian met Gu Qian's determined eyes, took a deep breath, and nodded. All right, be careful. Captain. Rose spoke urgently, but Wang Mian had already turned toward Xiao Zi, his voice firm. Listen to Qian. Let's move. Rose could only reluctantly caution. Be very careful. Gu Qian's mouth curved into a slight smile. Don't worry, Sister Rose. In the distance, the Phoenix Squad, having just sealed a void rift, immediately noticed the battle here. The great Xia Divine Dragon was fending off Kraken and Jormungandr alone, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Xia Siming gritted her teeth and shouted, Let's go too. We must support that dragon. Members of Squad 136 and the temporary squad looked tense. Hong Ying slashed at an approaching frost giant with her spear, worriedly saying, Will Qian and the others be all right? Chen Mai stared into the distance, his voice steady. We can only trust him now. He gripped his dual blades tightly, the glow of the Yama Palace intensifying, as nether chains shot towards the frost giant horde. Hong Ying soared into the air, her spear transforming into dozens of meters of roseate flames, crashing into the enemy ranks. Si Xiaonan stood at the back, torn about whether to reveal her strength, but recalling Gu Qian's advice, she chose to continue shielding her teammates. Lin Qiye's gaze shifted to Merlin behind him. Uncle Merlin, I'm counting on you this time. He looked at his mother. Mother, perhaps you should return to the infirmary? Nyx gently shook her head. It's all right, I'll watch from here. She silently resolved that if they were in danger, she would aid them even at the cost of her soul's power. As Merlin merged into Lin Qiye's body, a terrifying divine aura erupted. Lin Qiye's power surged to an immeasurable level, his deep blue robes billowing, waist-length white hair flowing in the wind, and his profound eyes fixed on the distant battlefield. Merlin version Lin Qiye made a limited-time appearance. The team members seemed unfazed by Lin Qiye's transformation ability after all. Last time, he turned into a woman. Now he transformed into a magical boy, calmly gripping a straight sword. Qingyu, you lead the team here first. I'm going to help my brother. And Qingyu nodded solemnly. Don't worry. Lin Qiye flashed and flew towards another battlefield. When Qima watched the transformed Lin Qiye intently, his eyes widening at the completely different appearance. Other members of Team 136 were equally surprised by the scene. Chen Mai grinned. We from Team 136 are not exactly normal, are we? Si Xiaonan's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously, thinking to herself, the captain is absolutely right. On the outskirts of the battlefield, Indra hovered in midair, surrounded by lightning, coldly watching the battered carriage. Let's see where you can run now. Inside the carriage, Chen Fuzi sensed the dire situation, his expression grave. Originally, he only needed to hold Indra until Yang Jian revived, but he didn't expect another deity to be lurking in Sangnan City. With a sigh, he teleported the young driver to safety and resolutely leaped out of the carriage. Indra sneered in surprise. Mortal, finally stopped hiding? If you continued to cower, I really couldn't do anything to you for a while. Chen Fuzi held a ruler and said solemnly, the younger generation is fighting hard. How can I, as their senior, allow you, an outsider god, to run rampant on the territory of Daxia? Indra scoffed. Without divine favor, I can do as I please. What can you do? Such a pathetic pride. Before he finished speaking, the sky surged with lightning, and terrifying thunderbolts rained down on Chen Fuzi. Surrounded by a righteous aura, Chen Fuzi deflected all the thunderbolts with precise strikes of his ruler, accompanied by the clear sound of reading. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Garuda mocked with a sanctimonious expression. What's wrong? Finished reminiscing? Need more time for a last farewell. Gu Qi'an responded coldly. Since when did the temple's divine beast learn hypocrisy? Garuda erupted in anger, divine pressure suddenly exploding. You're courting death. At that moment, a roaring sound came from the highway entrance. A pixelated McLaren sped towards them at 300 km/h. The pixel fragments beneath the car wove a smooth road over the uneven ground, extending to Gu Qi'an. The McLaren stopped gracefully beside him, and a silver-haired, stunning girl leaned out of the window, her voice cool as she asked, "Hey, handsome, need some help? Are you Jinyan?" Gu Qi'an asked in surprise, looking at the silver-haired girl who had suddenly appeared. How do you know me?" Jinyan was taken aback. She stepped slowly out of the McLaren, her slender figure wrapped tightly in a tattered black cloak. As she moved, the luxury car dissolved into a flurry of pixels, surrounding her entirely. "Yeah, I've heard Yi Fan and Qiye mention you," Gu Qian replied calmly. Jin Yin nodded slightly, then turned her gaze to Kalavinka, her tone mocking. "Oh, isn't this the birdman from the Temple of the Gods? I didn't expect you would dare to come to Xia." Her words were like a fuse. Kalavinka erupted in anger, letting out a piercing screech that shattered the sky, his body bursting into crimson flames. The terrifying heat instantly ignited everything around, his eyes blazing like molten lava. "Ignorant ant, how dare you challenge the majesty of a deity?" A scarlet gold fireball formed in Kalavinka's palm, descending towards the ground with destructive force. Just as Gu Qian was about to summon his Dao Jade, Jin Yan acted first. The pixels around her coalesced into a massive shield, blocking the fireball securely. Then, an enormous cannon materialized on her shoulder. Boom! Countless beams of light pierced through the shield, streaking towards Kalavinka like a meteor shower. Gu Qian was stunned by her formidable combat style. "What are you waiting for? Join in," Jin Yan urged. Gu Qian snapped back to attention, the azure flame mark on his hand transforming into an ancient straight sword. He leapt into the air, summoning 9 thunder dragons to engage the retreating Kalavinka. Kalavinka morphed into a giant bird of crimson flame, clashing with the thunder dragons. The sky was a battlefield of intertwined lightning and fire, with deafening explosions echoing continuously. Gu Qian swung his sword, unleashing arcs of lightning, while Kalavinka shielded himself with fiery wings. The battle reached a stalemate. Kalavinka flapped his wings, unleashing a storm of fiery feathers that screamed through the air like missiles. Gu Qian repelled them with repulsion forces, while Jin Yin manipulated the pixels into a giant sword to clash with Kalavinka's flaming claws. At that moment, a brilliant divine light suddenly shot out from between the city's skyscrapers, piercing the sky like a celestial sword and tearing open a massive gap in the thick thunderclouds. A tall figure followed swiftly, trailing shadows as they soared upwards, their overwhelming divine presence sweeping across the surroundings. He was clad in silver armor, a vertical eye mark on his forehead emitting a dazzling divine light, and he tightly gripped a trident in his hand. Beside him, a black hound followed closely. This imposing figure suddenly descended, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Gu Qian saw this figure, let out a long breath, and finally revealed a relieved smile. Beside him, Jin Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing the most incredible scene of his life. In the distance, Indra felt the immense divine pressure and his expression froze, looking skyward in disbelief. Even the prepared Chen Fuzi couldn't hide his excitement, while Lin Qiye rubbed his eyes and stood with his mouth agape. The figure and the black hound were etched deeply in his heart. "Who says there are no gods in Xia?" The figure's gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping across the scene, and his deep voice echoed like rolling thunder. "I am Yang Jian, the true lord of pure source and wondrous way of Xia." Before his words finished, he had already appeared beside Chen Fuzi. Chen Fuzi immediately bowed. Chen Fuzi of Xia pays respect to the true lord of pure source and wondrous way. Yang Jian nodded slightly and calmly said, "Go help Qian and the others. Leave this to me." Chen Fuzi responded and hurried towards Gu Qian and his companions. Yang Jian turned to gaze at the astonished Indra, his voice filled with disdain. "You dare trespass on Xia's territory?" As Indra began to retreat and summon his lightning, Yang Jian stepped forward. With a swift sweep of his trident, he easily broke through the lightning and severed Indra's right arm. In an instant, divine blood splattered. Indra clutched his severed arm, looking in disbelief at the opponent who subdued him with a single move. Yang Jian looked down, his expression growing colder. "Do you call yourselves gods with such pathetic prowess?" With that, he effortlessly stepped through the lightning, kicked Indra away, and appeared above him, stomping heavily on his chest. "Relying on sacrificing the faith of your people to fend off the mist, barely surviving to this day. What face do you have to call yourselves gods?" Yang Jian's voice dripped with contempt. To protect Xia's peace and shelter countless citizens, Xia's gods sacrificed their divine bodies and poured their divine power, using blood as ink and spirit as pen, to inscribe the monument of the nation. As long as the monument stands, our land is safe, preventing the mist from stepping into Xia's territory. That is what it means to be a god. Indra roared, gathering all his divine power, unleashing a torrent of lightning in a desperate attempt to break free. Yang Jian chuckled coldly. His vertical eye on his forehead emitted a brilliant divine light, instantly immobilizing the surrounding lightning. He pressed down with his right foot, driving Indra deep into the ground, leaving only his head above the surface. "Since you dared to come to Xia, You must have been prepared to die. Yang Jian raised his trident high. Then let your body make one last contribution to Xia. The blade flashed, and Indra's head fell to the ground. The surrounding lightning dissipated instantly, and blood stained the earth. Yang Jian stood on the severed head, his vertical eye bursting with a divine light that pierced through time and space. His gaze fixed on the other divine nations in the mist, coldly declaring, "Today, I, Yang Jian, the true Lord of pure source and wondrous way, announce that the century cycle has arrived. Xia's divine might has re-emerged, and any who offend Xia shall be destroyed, no matter how far." At the border of Daxia, near the East Sea, the coastline was surrounded by sword energy, with the sound of swords clashing echoing through the sky. Countless streams of sword energy formed an impenetrable barrier, holding back the massive waves crashing in. Zhou Ping stood firmly atop a giant sword, his gaze piercing as he stared at Poseidon, the sea god, not far away. His voice was cold and resolute. "In the territory of Daxia, gods are forbidden. As long as I'm here, you shall not pass." Poseidon's expression shifted uncertainly. The strength displayed by this young man forced even the sea god to be cautious. He calculated silently, knowing that several divine forces had already infiltrated Daxia. If they could take Shiva away, they could join forces with Hades later. With this in mind, he decided to temporarily retreat. At that moment, a commanding voice accompanied by thunderous roars exploded in the sky. "Today, I, Yang Jian, the true lord of the pure source and wondrous Tao, declare that the centennial cycle has arrived. The divine might of Daxia has re-emerged. Those who offend Daxia shall be punished, no matter how far they flee." Poseidon looked up sharply, disbelief in his eyes as he glanced towards the direction of Tsangnan City. He sensed Indra's aura rapidly fading. The powerful deity had fallen. A gleam of joy flashed in Zhou Ping's eyes. Although Yi Fan had mentioned that Daxia's deities would manifest, he hadn't expected it to be the renowned Yang Jian. Seeing Poseidon's retreating intent, he coldly remarked, "What? Are you afraid now?" Poseidon frowned deeply. "Boy, I admit you're strong, but the majesty of the gods cannot be challenged. Even if your Daxia deities have returned, why should we Olympian gods fear you?" Zhou Ping was about to strike when the sky suddenly lit up with dazzling golden light. A golden arrow, brimming with overwhelming divine power, shot through the air, targeting Poseidon's vital point. Poseidon's pupils contracted as he swiftly retreated. Yet, the golden arrow seemed to have locked onto him, relentlessly pursuing despite his evasive maneuvers. In a critical moment, Poseidon unleashed all his divine power, summoning countless water columns to intercept the arrow. The golden arrow cut through the defenses effortlessly, breaking through the layers of water. In haste, Poseidon raised his trident to block, but the terrifying force sent him flying, the trident slipping from his grasp. The second golden arrow followed immediately, tearing through his arm. A commanding voice echoed from afar. "Since you have yet to enter Daxia, today I sever your arm as a warning. Leave now, or face death." Poseidon cast a venomous glance in the direction of Daxia, feeling a sharp, killing intent locking onto him, causing his scalp to tingle. Hastily retrieving his severed arm, he fled into the sea, disappearing completely. Watching Poseidon flee in disgrace, Zhou Ping let out a long breath and collapsed to the ground with shaky legs. Staring blankly, he murmured to himself, "It's finally over. I hope Uncle doesn't find out I left without finishing the dishes." Meanwhile, in the darkness of the northern frontier of Daxia, a completely different confrontation was unfolding. A ghastly face formed from netherworld energy suddenly froze. Hades stared in disbelief at his opponent. Yi Fan, surrounded by a golden Buddhist aura and chanting, flashed a bright smile and taunted, "Surprised? Didn't expect this, did you? Still brave enough to come. You knew all along?" Hades withdrew his deathly aura, his voice heavy. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, speaking casually. "As the commander of Daxia's night watch, it's normal to know some secrets, isn't it? Our gods in Daxia don't sacrifice our people, nor do we stoop to surviving by sacrificing Nyx's children." He added with a sly grin, "Oh, by the way, I have a message for you. Goddess Nyx has recently appeared in Daxia. It won't be long before she ascends to Olympus to avenge her children. Are you ready?" The news hit Hades like a sledgehammer, shattering his composure. His aura violently trembled as he exclaimed, "Impossible. Wasn't she supposed to be long dead?" Yi Fan's eyes were full of mockery, "Believe it or not. Now, get out of Daxia's territory." Hades scowled. "Don't think that just because Daxia's gods have returned, you can be arrogant. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a mortal." Before he could finish, the world was suddenly bathed in a divine Buddhist light. The peaceful white glow enveloped Hades, dissolving his deathly aura and wailing spirits. With a cry of agony, Hades roared, "Who dares to destroy my essence?" An elder in monk's robes stepped forward, standing before Hades. "Amitba, young friend, ye may not be able to defeat you, but that is no reason for you to linger at Daxia's border. Have you not heard the words of Taoist Yongjin? Those who offend Xia, even if far away, will be punished? Today, I, Jin Shanzi, shall deliver 10,000 wailing spirits for you. Any objections? Meanwhile, the battlefield on the outskirts of Tsangnan City had turned from tumultuous to silent. In the distance, a blood-soaked figure roared defiantly at the sky, drawing varied reactions from the onlookers, some in awe, some in reverence, and others in fear. Garuda watched with a grim expression, his body trembling. Is this the god of Xia? Indrahi. Before he could finish, his wings unfurled, attempting a desperate escape. Gu Qi'an blocked his path with a cold smile. Trying to run? Isn't it a bit late for that? Why not just stay put? Damn, it's actually a deity from the great Xia. Loki stared intently at the beheaded Indra by Yang Jian, clenching his jaw. At that moment, he realized that his plan had completely fallen apart, and there was no chance of acquiring Shiva's resentment. Worse still, Garuda might also meet the same fate. The consequences of these two deities' deaths would likely result in the Temple of the Gods placing half the blame on him. His cold gaze shifted to Lu Wuwei, pointing a finger at Lin Qiye, his voice chilling as ice. I failed this time, but don't think you'll have it easy. As long as that kid is taken out of this city. Lu Wuwei's expression changed drastically, not expecting Loki to have already discovered Lin Qiye's presence. He frowned. Loki, I won't let you get near him. Ha ha ha. Loki laughed wildly, holding his forehead, though his eyes grew colder. You know nothing of the trickster god's powers. A ghostly green light flickered on his forehead as he looked towards Squad 136, who had just annihilated the frost giants. As my agent, you can never escape your destined fate. Si Xiaonan, inheritor of trickery and deceit, it's time to unleash your full power. In the distance, Si Xiaonan turned to look at Loki, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This can't be. Loki's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized the soul contract between him and Si Xiaonan had vanished. What he didn't know was that just as he called out to Si Xiaonan, a cerulean light had silently entered his body through an invisible thread. Meanwhile, the Merlin version of Lin Qiye was surrounded by a deep magical aura, temporarily trapping the Kraken with a triple Rosen gate. A massive blade beam sliced through, severing two of the octopus's tentacles. Captain, this monster just won't die, Vortex said helplessly, watching the Kraken's tentacles regrow. Just keep it contained, Wang Mian responded gravely. He attacked with Yuan, while Shin Su's temporal marauder mainly provided support. Although the Kraken's power was greatly reduced on land, its terrifying regenerative ability made it impossible for the Boundless Realm fighters to kill it completely. The situation wasn't much better for Xiao Zi and the Phoenix Squad, who were struggling against Jormungandr. Just then, a pitch-black lightning bolt tore through the sky, striking the Kraken directly. Before anyone could react, a black giant hound had already bitten off a chunk of its flesh. It was the long-restrained howling celestial dog, who, seeing Yang Jian restored to full power, had rushed over and was now ferociously attacking. Surrounded by thunder, it pinned the Kraken down, savagely biting its head, scorching the sea monster's body with electricity. Moo! The Kraken let out a pained roar, its massive tentacles thrashing wildly in an attempt to shake off the ferocious hound that had sunk its teeth deep into the sea monster's flesh. The hound growled deeply, its claws gripping the Kraken's body tightly, with nails like steel spikes piercing through. With a sudden burst of strength, the hound tore the Kraken's head clean off. Foul-smelling blood gushed like a fountain, drenching the hound in red. The hound shook its head, revealing bloodied fangs, and gave Lin Qiye a familiar grin. Lin Qiye stared at the familiar figure before him, recalling Yang Jian's earlier appearance, and tentatively asked, "Are you Xiao Heilai?" The hound nodded in confirmation, its voice steady. "Xia, you all need to step back. In your current state, you won't last long, and that black serpent won't be easy to handle." Lin Qiye was stunned. Although he had anticipated it, hearing Xiao Heilai confirm its identity was still unbelievable. If Xiao Heilai was the hound, and Yang Jin was Yang Jian, then who could his aunt be? You court death. Garuda's roar interrupted his thoughts, though the fear in its voice was unmistakable. Gu Qi'an remained calm, holding his sword horizontally in front of him. He refrained from using his destiny-binding technique to seal the space. It would only push Garuda into a corner, making it a formidable foe for anyone present. His gaze was sharp, icy blue light flickering in his eyes, as he watched Garuda's every move. He seemed to move his feet casually, yet he effectively blocked all of Garuda's escape routes. Garuda was well aware of Gu Qi'an's threat, and the black orbs surrounding him were not easy to penetrate in a short time. Moreover, Jin Yin continued to fire shells to intercept him. As Garuda hesitated, Chen Fuzi raced towards them in a chariot. With the situation dire, Garuda's eyes flashed with cold determination, knowing it was time to fight for his life. A piercing bird cry shattered the sky, as crimson gold flames surged around him, swept along by a fierce wind. His body expanded dramatically, revealing his true form, and he soared towards the heavens. Chen Fuzi snorted coldly, enveloped in righteous energy, as the surroundings filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. His ruler expanded enormously, striking down on the red giant bird with force. Garuda frantically flapped his wings, unleashing countless fire tornadoes, and spewed a crimson gold flame to counter Chen Fuzi's attack. Chen Fuzi's ruler swung like the wind, dispersing all the fire tornadoes one by one. At that moment, a deafening boom erupted behind them. Jin Yan, wielding a massive cannon, aimed at Garuda's vast form and fired a thick beam of light directly at its wings. The terrifying power pierced through the feathers, causing Garuda's movement to falter. Gu Qi'an seized the opportunity, golden blue flames rising on his ancient sword as he locked onto the massive creature. He softly uttered, "Fate's judgment." An invisible barrier instantly enveloped Garuda, as a gigantic azure blade light cut through the sky, slicing across its body. Garuda twisted desperately, only to let out a piercing cry as severed wing, bloodied, plummeted to the ground. Garuda found himself in a desperate situation. Although the three people before him were mere mortals and couldn't truly harm his essence, they had completely cut off all his escape routes. Worse still, he could clearly sense the rapidly approaching presence of the deity from the Great Xia. Driven by survival instinct, Garuda unleashed his full power once more. Searing flames and violent gusts of wind coalesced around him, transforming into a pair of enormous wings that propelled him swiftly skyward. However, at that very moment, the void trembled. Yang Jian's figure appeared out of nowhere, his silver armor gleaming, exuding an overwhelming divine aura. Under this terrifying power, the space around him twisted as if it might tear apart at any moment. Trying to escape? Since you've entered the lands of Great Xia, you shall remain here forever. His authoritative voice boomed like thunder. The vertical eye on Yang Jian's forehead burst forth with brilliant divine light, instantly immobilizing Garuda's massive form midair. With a sweeping strike of his three-pointed, double-edged sword, a blade beam shrouded in immense divine might roared forth. In Garuda's terrified gaze, the blade beam flashed by. Amidst a piercing avian cry, his enormous body was cleaved neatly in two, and scorching divine blood poured down like a waterfall. Wow, Erling Shun is so cool. Jin Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at the awe-inspiring figure. She turned and patted Gu Qi'an's shoulder. "I heard you're familiar with Erling Shun. Can you get me an autograph?" Gu Qi'an looked at her speechlessly, a hint of helplessness on his face. "What's with that look?" Jin Yan protested, waving her fists. "That's Erling Shun. I grew up listening to stories about him and the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. If I could meet the Monkey King and get his autograph too, that would be perfect." "You'll meet the great sage someday," Gu Qi'an said indifferently, turning to leave. "Hey, what do you mean? Do you know where the Monkey King is?" "Hey, don't walk away," Jin Yan called after him. Seeing he didn't respond, she muttered, "Humph, so stingy, with that cold face, such a waste of a handsome face." In the sky, Yang Jian fixed his gaze on Loki in the distance, the terrifying divine pressure crushing down like a mountain or ocean. Loki froze, as if a primordial beast had set its sights on him, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his cheek. "I am the god of mischief. Even my avatar is not so easily defeated. Before that happens, let me give you a memorable gift." Loki gritted his teeth, exuding an icy, bone-chilling aura as eerie black patterns slithered like serpents. Under Lu Wuwei's astonished gaze, Loki's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing atop Jormungandr's head, his green robe fluttering as he looked down on everyone. "This is bad," Lu Wuwei exclaimed, rushing towards that direction on his electric motorcycle without even putting on his helmet. Yang Jian frowned, about to give chase, when suddenly his body shuddered. The divine aura around him abruptly contracted, and the golden blue flames attached to his divine cord dissipated rapidly before his very eyes. Yang Jian frowned deeply, feeling a wave of helplessness spreading throughout his body. The intense battles that led to the defeat of two deities had drained the golden blue flame energy, leaving only a flickering trace within him. Gu Qi'an quickly noticed Yang Jian's condition and instantly appeared by his side. Sensing the faint flame of destiny within Yang Jian, he immediately infused it with his own power. However, this force was only enough to prevent the flame from fading further. "You can't fight anymore," Gu Qi'an said with a grave tone, shaking his head slightly. "Right now, you can only maintain your divine power from diminishing. Loki is just a mere avatar. Leave the rest to us. We mustn't let him discover your weakened state, or the aura of power we've established will collapse instantly." "But his target is likely my brother," Yang Jian replied, his brow furrowed. Gu Qi'an gazed into the distance with calm assurance. "Don't worry, I have already made arrangements." At that moment, the trickster god Loki appeared with a cunning presence. Lin Qiye, the masked squad, and the Phoenix squad immediately tensed up, their eyes fixed on the Norse deity. The hair on the Hound of Heaven bristled as a thunderous growl rumbled from its throat, intimidating the surroundings. "Qiye, retreat quickly. Leave this to us." Shaozi roared towards the sky, unleashing a blinding burst of lightning. Purple electric serpents danced wildly around its body, its dragon eyes locked with terrifying intensity on Loki. Loki looked down on them with a sneer of disdain. A divine beast with incomplete power and a dragon-like creature barely entering the Klein realm. Jormungandr, my child, you disappoint me. Jormungandr let out a plaintive cry, its vertical pupils filled with grievance. A chilling aura swept across the scene as Loki commanded, hold them off with all your might. With a wave of his hand, countless eerie black threads emerged, entangling the Hound of Heaven and Shao Zi. Loki himself vanished in an instant, reappearing before Lin Qiye, reaching for his shoulder. Startled, Lin Qiye instinctively attempted to open a portal to escape, only to find the portal sealed by the encroaching black threads. Simultaneously, the black threads behind Loki ensnared the masked squad and the Phoenix squad as they tried to assist. Do you really think you mere mortals can stop the god of trickery? Loki smirked as his hand grasped Lin Qiye's shoulder, ready to take him away. In that critical moment, an intense azure flame erupted around Lin Qiye, and chains of destiny shot out, binding Loki tightly. Lin Qiye was initially stunned, then elated, realizing that Gu Qi'an had already implanted the power of destiny's restraint within him. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated. Loki examined the chains binding him with a dark expression. Interesting, planted in that boy beforehand, yet this won't hold me. His form began to twist into strange black lines, attempting to slip free, but the chains clung tightly to every thread. Impressive, the power of destiny, Loki remarked with surprise, before regaining his disdainful demeanor. Too bad you're merely a mortal. Suddenly, Loki's divine power erupted, and strange black lines spread outwards, shattering the chains that bound him in an instant. The broken chains turned into a sky, filled with azure light, slowly dissipating in the air. Just as he was about to pursue Lin Qiye, a rift suddenly appeared in the void before him. Gu Qi'an stepped out, his deep azure eyes locking onto Loki. Do you dare to stand in my way, you little brat who wields the power of fate? Loki's smile turned sinister, and his murderous intent spread along with the eerie green light surrounding him. Countless strange black lines slithered towards Gu Qi'an like venomous snakes. Gu Qi'an's eyes burst with azure light, repelling the incoming black lines with a terrifying repulsive force. In his palms, azure flames gathered, and he slammed them onto the ground. Instantly, a massive azure formation spanning 100 meters appeared, spewing flames that engulfed the nearby corpse of the sea monster Kraken. As the flames burned, Kraken's body gradually dissolved, transforming into strands of golden light that merged with the fire. This sight caused Loki to frown, unease rising within him. He drew a silver sword from the void, wielding divine power as he struck at Gu Qi'an. Gu Qi'an met it with a straight blade, golden blue flames dancing along its edge. However, the divine pressure emanating from Loki was overwhelming, and the strike sent Gu Qi'an flying. In midair, Gu Qi'an steadied himself, his ancient straight blade radiating intense light. Several massive blade arcs sliced through the sky, not targeting Loki, but precisely severing the black lines binding Xiaodian Dog, Shao Zi, and the members of the masked and Phoenix squads. Captain, you all retreat. Wang Mian nodded in acknowledgement and immediately led everyone to withdraw. Xiaodian Dog roared, breaking free of the black lines and charging directly at Jormungandr. Shao Zi, facing Loki's renewed assault, Gu Qi'an shouted. Understanding his intent, Shao Zi broke free and soared into the sky. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the heavens as Shao Zi emitted azure light, transforming into a beam of blue-violet light that merged with Gu Qi'an. In an instant, Gu Qi'an's aura surged, causing the entire sky to tremble. Purple lightning coiled around him, and azure hair intertwined with strands of lightning. A suit of purple dragon armor covered in scales manifested out of thin air, with majestic purple dragon wings unfurling behind him. Azure flames and purple lightning intertwined around him, exuding a terrifying divine presence. At this moment, Gu Qi'an finally displayed the true might of the new god of fate, capable of tapping into the power of destiny's essence. This was the new ability Shao Zi gained after being baptized by the power of Fatia, unique ability of the fate-bound beast known as the Destiny Resonance Fusion. Boom! With a powerful flap of the dragon wings behind him, Gu Qi'an sent ripples through the air. In a flash, he surged forward, the blade of judgment in his hand slicing through the sky, aimed directly at Loki's vital spot. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the heavens. Loki hastily raised his sword in defense, but the moment their weapons met, an irresistible force surged through him. His pupils contracted as he was flung backward like a kite with a broken string, his silver sword slipping from his grasp and falling away. Gu Qi'an lifted his left hand slightly, instantly forming a terrifying gravitational field that held Loki firmly suspended in midair. Lightning blazed in Gu Qi'an's eyes as purple thunderbolts gathered in the sky above, transforming into countless roaring thunder dragons that descended with world-shattering force upon Loki. Buzzed, the entire space trembled violently under the onslaught of thunder, the brilliant lightning consuming everything. When the light finally faded, Loki's charred figure emerged, his left arm and lower body reduced to cinders. Cough cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Loki's mouth, his cold gaze fixed on Gu Qi'an as he sneered. So that's it? Ha! You're the newly born god of fate. No wonder you could harm me despite my schemes. What do you think Zeus, the king of Olympus, will do when he learns of this? Loki laughed maniacally, his aura growing increasingly sinister. This avatar can die. My goal has been achieved. Guess where Lin Qiye is now? I am the god of mischief. Deceiving a mere mortal is child's play. Gu Qi'an remained calm, speaking with indifference. Do you really think the end comes with the death of an avatar? It seems you know nothing of fate. As for Lin Qiye's departure, it was part of my plan all along. At this moment, the azure magic circle had completely absorbed the corpse of the sea monster Kraken, transforming into a massive azure flame suspended in the air. Gu Qi'an's lips curled into a slight smile as he gestured with his left hand, and the flames swiftly contracted, merging into his body. Slowly, he raised his right hand, pointing at Loki's heart. In an instant, a mysterious azure rune appeared on Loki's chest, exuding an ominous aura. Loki's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the rune. When did this? With my current strength, it should have been impossible to plant a fate rune on your soul, Gu Qi'an calmly explained. But the moment your soul interacted with Si Shao Nan's soul, the rune I had prepared was quietly planted. Before he finished speaking, Gu Qi'an's eyes ignited with a brilliant gold and blue flame, releasing a terrifying, mysterious energy. He channeled the newly acquired gold and blue flames into the rune, which flared brightly before vanishing. Loki struggled frantically, unleashing all his divine power, but the rune embedded deep within his soul remained unmoved. Gu Qi'an's right hand transformed into a blue-purple dragon claw, which he drove through Loki's chest, shattering his heart. Good luck, god of mischief, Loki. The indifferent voice echoed in the air. Asgard, in the realm of Norse mythology. Loki, the god of mischief, walked slowly down the dimly lit Western-style corridor. The wall sconces on either side emitted a cold, eerie glow, casting his elongated shadow on the floor. Just as he was about to step into his own temple, he tripped over the threshold and fell forward. Inside the temple, a blond man in a red robe witnessed the scene, a slight smile involuntarily curling at the corner of his mouth. Loki was about to get up when he caught sight of the glaring red out of the corner of his eye, causing his body to tense up. An unusual atmosphere began to fill the temple. He stood up with forced composure, dusting off his robe, and his gaze coldly fell on the blond man. Thor, this is not a place you should be. Thor's smile faded, and his expression became serious. Did you go to Xia? This question seemed to touch a nerve with Loki, as his demeanor instantly turned icy. His duplicates had all been destroyed, and the information they relayed back was hard for him to accept, especially the words left by Gu Qi'an, which left him uneasy. So what if I did? Thor frowned, his deep blue eyes fixed intently on Loki. The gods of Xia have already awakened. There's no need for Asgard to provoke them. What I do is none of your concern, Loki retorted with a cold laugh. Thor suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Loki by the collar and pulling him close. We still don't know the source of the descending mist. I don't want you bringing disaster to Asgard. You're not to go to Xiao again, and if you do, don't blame me for what happens next. With that, he pushed Loki to the ground forcefully and walked away, leaving behind the echoing words, I hope you take care of yourself. Loki sat on the ground, his fists clenched, a chilling aura spreading throughout the temple. Damn Thor, and that new god of fate. What exactly did he leave inside me? He stared at the azure curse mark rooted deep within his soul, its ominous aura intensifying his unease. Outside the city of Tsangnan, after seeing Loki off, Gu Qi'an approached Yang Jian. The bodies of Indra and Garuda had been neatly placed together. Are you certain about this? Yang Jian asked, his brow furrowed. Gu Qi'an nodded, his tone confident. Yes, with one more god than originally planned, the two divine corpses, along with Shiva's resentment, are more than enough. Yang Jian exhaled deeply. Thank you. You've given the gods of Xia a chance to atone, and my mother a chance to live. We were too late back then. We won't give those foreign gods another chance. Jin Yan approached them, puzzled. What exactly are you planning to do? Revive Tsangnan City, Gu Qi'an replied calmly. Jin Yan was taken aback, staring at Gu Qi'an in disbelief. What? How is that possible? As a witness to the destruction of Tsangnan City and the one who saved the young Lin Qiye, she was all too familiar with that chapter of history. Yi Fan simply informed Gu Qi'an that Tsangnan City was about to face an invasion by foreign gods, without delving into the specifics. You'll find out soon enough, Gu Qi'an replied succinctly, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, as if gazing into a distant realm. What's with the mystery? Jin Yan commented with a pout. She suddenly turned to Yang Jian, her demeanor becoming bashful. Erling Shun, Could I get your autograph? Yang Jian was taken aback for a moment, looking at her in surprise before nodding awkwardly. Awesome. Jin Yin cheered, as pixelated particles in her hand swirled and condensed into paper and pen, which she eagerly handed to Yang Jian. He twitched his lips slightly, taking the paper and pen to sign his name. Jin Yin carefully tucked the autograph away like a treasure. Seeing this, the others began to gather around, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, their intentions clear. Yang Jian was momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Mian watched Gu Qi'an in the distance, hesitating to speak. At that moment, Gu Qi'an seemed unfamiliar to him. Nyx suddenly appeared behind Gu Qi'an, looking at him with concern. Her appearance immediately put everyone on alert. Yang Jian frowned slightly, recalling the presence of this foreign god near Lin Qiye, and surprised to see her here as well. Jin Yin looked puzzled. Nyx stepped forward and gently embraced Gu Qi'an, her voice soft but tinged with worry. Moira, my child, are you sure about this? In his mother's embrace, Gu Qi'an nodded gently, then slowly stepped back, offering a reassuring smile. Mother, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Jin Yin hurried over, and upon recognizing Nyx, she exclaimed in shock. You're Nyx, the goddess of the night. Why are you here? Nyx nodded with a smile. Hello, I remember you, the little girl from back then. Although her memory was hazy at the time, she still recalled Jin Yin taking her bracelet. However, after hearing from Gu Qi'an that it was to save a young Lin Qiye, she not only didn't hold it against her, but also developed a fondness for Jin Yin. Gu Qi'an looked at Jin Yin and gently shook his head, stopping her from asking further questions. Everyone watched curiously, not understanding when Gu Qi'an had gained a divine mother. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Gu Qi'an addressed the group. You all need to move back. Songnan is about to disappear. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye stood in the wilderness, dazed. He had only run a few hundred meters, yet he had already left the boundaries of Songnan City. In the distance, the entire city was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, a power he knew all too well as the divine domain of the mundane world. His eyes blazed with a dazzling golden light, an overwhelming divine pressure surging skyward, as he watched helplessly as the entire Songnan City slowly vanished. At the border of Songnan City, a massive figure descended before Lin Qiye. It was a seraphim enveloped in dazzling golden light, with 6 pairs of white wings gently fluttering behind him, exuding a sacred and fiery aura. This familiar form was identical to what he had seen 10 years ago. You have arrived. A divine and authoritative voice resonated directly in Lin Qiye's heart. You are the seraphim Michael. Aren't you supposed to be on the moon? Lin Qiye looked at the imposing figure that had suddenly appeared, unable to hide his surprise. Michael slightly shook his head, his voice continuing to echo in Lin Qiye's mind. This is the world within your heart. When you perfectly inherit the power of the mortal divine realm, I will appear within you. The world within my heart. Lin Qiye gazed at the majestic figure before him, his voice tinged with bitterness. Is there really no way to continue the miracle of Songnan City? No, maintaining it for 10 years is already the limit of the mortal divine realm. Continuing further would take it beyond the realm of miracles. Though he had anticipated this answer, Lin Qiye couldn't help feeling disappointed. He recalled that Gu Qi'an mentioned having a solution, but every time Gu Qi'an overused the power of fate, his healing progress would decrease. This filled Lin Qiye with a sense of foreboding. He dared not imagine what might happen when Gu Qi'an's healing progress reached 0, nor did he want to consider the cost Gu Qi'an would pay to resurrect the entire Songnan. If it's the power of fate, is it possible? Lin Qiye asked, his voice strained. Michael remained silent for a long while before speaking. It is possible. Hope immediately lit up in Lin Qiye's eyes. You speak of the nascent god of fate, Michael said slowly. I've observed him from the moon. If he follows his method, it is indeed feasible. But he is not yet a true deity and cannot withstand the backlash of fate. He will die. Those words struck Lin Qiye like a hammer to his heart, his pupils suddenly dilating as he became momentarily stunned, his complexion turning pale. The phrase he will die echoed incessantly in his mind, his hands clenching into fists, fingernails digging into his palms unnoticed. I must stop him, stop him. Lin Qiye muttered to himself, his eyes filled with struggle. But if I stop him, what will happen to Songnan City? Michael quietly watched him, a trace of regret flashing through his holy eyes. This should be his own choice. Whether he can withstand the backlash of fate, he should know best in his heart. Lin Qiye opened his mouth, but felt a wave of helplessness. It wasn't until Michael's figure gradually faded away that he came back to his senses. Uncle Merlin, did you already know? Lin Qiye softly asked, looking toward the direction of Songnan City. Merlin's figure appeared, gazing at the distant, vanishing Songnan City, his eyes reflecting deep, mysterious light, as if observing the trajectory of fate. Yes, he sighed softly. Lord Nyx and I have known for a long time. Qiye, it will be up to you now. At this moment in Songnan City, the entire sky had turned into a golden ocean. The old, varied height buildings and the crisscrossing asphalt roads all transformed into golden currents merging into the sky. Gu Qi'an stood silently beside the corpses of Indra and Garuda, holding an ancient parchment bound by azure chains in his hand. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, he closed his eyes, and when he reopened them moments later, a look of determination appeared, and terrifying divine power erupted. A cerulean magic circle appeared in the void, with blazing blue flames erupting like dragons, instantly devouring the two divine corpses and the parchment on the ground. The golden-blue interwoven flames transformed into a towering pillar of fire, with a terrifying divine aura sweeping out in all directions like a tidal wave. Gu Qian's body slowly ascended, lifted by the golden-blue flames, until he collided with the golden sea in the sky. The two colors intertwined and merged, as if igniting the entire firmament. The panicked crowd on the ground all looked up in unison, staring dumbfounded at this awe-inspiring scene. At that moment, a majestic voice echoed through the sky. "Book of Destiny, arise." With a heart-stopping hum, the entire sky trembled violently. The golden-blue flames quickly coalesced, forming a massive cerulean book of destiny that hung over Songnan City. Surrounded by specks of golden light, it emitted a sacred and harmonious aura, halting the city's impending disappearance. Gu Qi'an stood proudly in the sky, with a towering ancient tree appearing behind him. His eyes focused intently, and his cerulean pupils emitted a brilliant light as the Book of Destiny began to turn its pages under an invisible force. On the moon, the seraph Michael closely observed the situation in Songnan City, whispering softly, "It's rare for a being to bear the power of the laws of destiny. I'll lend you a helping hand. May you one day become a true god of destiny." No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying divine power erupted around him, with searing golden energy pouring into the Book of Destiny like a waterfall. The mortal realm of the gods unfolded on the pages. Gu Qi'an paused momentarily, then nodded slightly towards the moon in understanding. With the blessing of miraculous power, the Book of Destiny turned directly to the moment when Songnan City was engulfed by the power of Shiva's wrath. The destiny tree behind him swayed gently, and countless cerulean light points fell like rain, merging into the pages to begin rewriting the fate of that moment. With a thunderous hum, the Book of Destiny trembled again, unleashing a vast divine aura. A serene cerulean light enveloped the entire city, with endless vitality flowing within. On the ground, a mother who had been saying her last goodbyes to her daughter was suddenly surrounded by cerulean light, and the overwhelming vitality instantly restored her half-vanished body. She paused for a moment, then tightly embraced her daughter, sobbing uncontrollably. Similar scenes unfolded throughout Songnan City, with countless people moving from initial panic and confusion to relief, embracing each other in tears, deeply feeling the gratitude of surviving a calamity and the preciousness of life. In a certain grave in the Watcher's Cemetery of Songnan City, Zhao Kongqing suddenly opened his eyes as cerulean light dispelled the darkness inside the coffin. He was initially bewildered, then widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at his hands, murmuring hoarsely, "Didn't I perish alongside the Ghost King with the Ghost God ritual? How am I alive again?" In an instant, he returned to his usual boldness, laughing heartily. "Ha! I'm a damn genius. Even death can't claim me. I, Zhao Kongqing, am truly the protagonist of destiny." In the old district of Songnan City, Yang Zhen's avatar, Yang Jin, tightly embraced his mother, Wang Feng. Golden and blue lights intertwined within Wang Feng's body, and her long-bent figure visibly straightened. The power of life surged through her, dispelling years of chronic ailments. With tears in her eyes, Wang Feng gently patted her son's back, softly comforting him. "It's all right now. Everything has turned out fine. I'm okay." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Songnan City, Yang Zhen looked at Gu Qi'an, who was panting slightly in the sky, with a gentle expression. "Qi'an, thank you this time. I owe you a big favor." As Songnan gradually returned to its original state, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They looked up at the tall figure standing in the sky, their eyes shining with excitement, admiration, and curiosity. Chen Fuzi let out a long breath, watching the city slowly revive, and marveled. "Indeed, it's the power of destiny. This might is simply unfathomable. Instructor Gu is incredible." The members of the temporary team couldn't contain their excitement. Gu Qi'an's strength far exceeded their expectations, slaying the underworld hound Garm, sealing the sea monster Kraken, blocking the Indian god Garuda, defeating Loki's avatar, and ultimately reversing the fate of the entire Songnan city. "Thanks to Qi'an, we've finally saved Songnan," Hong Ying said with a bright smile. Chun Mai nodded silently. A heavy weight finally lifted from his heart. The others also breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the battle, which was incredibly difficult for them, was over. "Is this really Qi'an?" Xuan was said in disbelief, his mouth agape. "It's been just over a year since we last saw him, and he's already become this powerful." Tianping gazed at the sky in a daze, then smiled brightly. We should be proud of everything he's done. No matter what, he's our brother. Rose gazed tenderly at Gu Qi'an, who was panting slightly in the sky. Honestly, I wish he wasn't so strong. Reaching this level must bring him a lot of pressure. Xia Siming walked over to Wang Mian, prodding his shoulder. Where did you find such a monster? Wang Mian composed himself and smiled. Why are you jealous? Oomph. Just wait until I recruit Lin Qiye into our team and make you envious, Xia Siming said, her desire to recruit Lin Qiye growing stronger. Wang Mian glanced at her calmly. Don't even think about it. The higher-ups won't let someone like Lin Qiye join your team. Can't you see he already has teammates, he said, pointing to Bailey Pang Pang and the others. Xia Siming jumped up in protest. Why can Gu Qi'an join your masked team, but Lin Qiye can't join our Phoenix team? It's probably just a matter of chance, Wang Mian replied with a tilted smile. Xia Siming was instantly infuriated, and Kong Shang quickly pulled her away. Wang Mian paid no attention, simply looking up at Gu Qi'an in the sky and sighing softly. You're so outstanding. You make this captain feel quite pressured. Genian widened his eyes, his gaze shifting back and forth between the reviving city of Tsangnan and Gu Qi'an in the sky. Gu Qi'an was enveloped in a golden blue glow, hovering like a deity. Genian murmured to himself. Is this even possible? Could you be the chosen one of this world? Nix stood still with a heavy expression, eyes filled with worry as he watched the figure in the sky. At that moment, a space portal opened in the void, and Lin Qiye stumbled out. His face was pale, his body trembling slightly as he looked up at Gu Qi'an. His voice choked. Brother. Gu Qi'an glanced at Lin Qiye, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. Qiye, I'm leaving the temporary team to you. You've perfectly inherited the powers of the mortal divine realm and broken through to the river realm. I believe you can lead them well. Lin Qiye's eyes trembled violently. You didn't have to make such a huge sacrifice. What does Tsangnan City have to do with you? Why do all of you keep sacrificing everything for others? Before he could finish, an eerie aura suddenly surrounded Gu Qi'an. Azure flames surged from his body, enveloping him completely, with strands of light being absorbed by the destiny tree behind him. Is this becoming one with the Tao? Yang Jian stared at Gu Qi'an incredulously. He hasn't even broken through to the divine realm yet. How can he become one with the Tao? Everyone suddenly realized the meaning behind Lin Qiye's earlier words. Gu Qi'an had paid an immense price to reverse the fate of Tsangnan City. No, Rose cried out, attempting to rush forward. Seeing this, Balance quickly gestured, leading the members of the masked squad to charge towards Gu Qi'an. However, the blazing azure flames formed an invisible barrier, keeping everyone at bay. Gu Qi'an's feet had already turned into specks of light, dissolving and being absorbed by the destiny tree. Looking at Rose, whose eyes were brimming with tears, he spoke softly. Sister Rose, this is my choice, and also Destiny's arrangement. Don't worry, I will return. Why? Rose's eyes were red, her voice choked. You were just about to come back. I thought our brother was finally returning, and the team would be lively again. Wang Mian frowned deeply, a terrifying pressure emanating from him, causing the surrounding space-time to tremble. Just as he was about to use the power of the divine ruins to reverse time, a blue ribbon shot from Gu Qi'an's hand, binding him tightly. Captain, Gu Qi'an said softly, there's no need for that. The causality of this time period is too heavy, and you can't withstand the backlash. It's not worth wasting your lifespan over this. Upon hearing those words, Wang Mian clenched his hands so tightly they turned white, with veins bulging like worms on the back of his hands. The ribbon of fate bound him firmly, rendering him unable to move despite his struggles. He stared intently at Gu Qi'an, his lips moving slightly, but ultimately swallowed his words in the face of Gu Qi'an's determined gaze. A profound sense of powerlessness washed over him. As the proxy of Kronos, the god of time, his once proud abilities were now useless. Unable to protect his own teammates, this failure ignited an intense fire within him to become stronger than ever before. The members of the masked squad stood rooted to the spot, like wooden stakes. Who would have thought that their long-awaited reunion would unfold like this? Gu Qi'an saving Tsangnan City in such a way, while they could only watch as their comrade departed. Tan Xiang could no longer hold back her emotions, covering her mouth with both hands, her shoulders shaking violently as tears seeped through her fingers. At that moment, as if remembering something, Gu Qi'an raised his hand and waved. A massive purple thunder dragon separated from his body, spiraling in the air. The brilliant light gradually condensed into the figure of a little girl with purple hair. The girl appeared to be only 11 or 12, her dreamy purple hair loosely tied into twin tails, with a few strands playfully hanging beside her pale cheeks. Her round face was streaked with tears, and large teardrops streamed from her purple eyes, leaving dark spots on her clothes. Xiaonan, you promised you'd never leave me. Sob. Xiaozi wanted to rush towards Gu Qi'an, but was blocked by a barrier of azure flames. Seeing Xiaozi sobbing uncontrollably, Gu Qi'an felt a sharp pang in his heart and spoke gently. Be good, Xiaozi. I'm just leaving for a while. Stay with the captain and the others, okay? No, I want to stay by your side. Wherever you go, I go. Xiaonan, please let me stay with you. Xiaozi looked at him with tear-filled eyes, full of pleading. Remembering the promise he made to Xiaozi at the training camp, Gu Qi'an sighed softly. All right, then return to the mental space for now. Xiaozi nodded obediently and vanished into a beam of purple light. Gu Qian's gaze swept across each member of the masked squad, filled with warmth and reluctance. He forced a smile through the pain. Every day spent with you all has been a joy. Though it was only a few months, I felt your kindness and care. I wanted Xiaozi to stay with you in my place, but it seems that's not possible. I'm sorry. This time, I can't return to the team. Wait for me. Before he could finish, there was a thunderous explosion as the azure flames erupted, pushing everyone away with terrifying force. Gu Qian's body transformed into azure light, absorbed by the tree of fate, leaving only that warm smile forever etched in their memories. Chen Fuzi watched the scene, filled with sorrow, and sighed deeply. Ah, such a rare genius, gone like this. Fate is cruel. Fate is cruel indeed. The members of the temporary team and Team 136 stood frozen in place, as a series of sudden changes struck them like lightning. The familiar figure in the sky vanished, leaving only Qingyu trembling. His eyes were filled with a gray light, fixed intently on the tree of fate, as tears of blood streamed down his face. His gaze was filled with determination and unwillingness, as if trying to decipher something from the tree of fate, refusing to believe that the teacher he idolized as omnipotent had fallen. Hong Ying collapsed to her knees, tears flowing freely as she covered her face with her hands, unable to accept the reality before her. Chen Mai's fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, overwhelmed by remorse. Jin Yin stared at the sky in shock, disbelief flashing in her eyes, and sighed softly, mourning the handsome stranger. In the sky, the tree of fate swayed gently, releasing its terrifying power without restraint. Without the suppression of Gu Qian's high-dimensional soul, a sacred and harmonious aura surged upward, with countless blue lights surrounding it like stars. In an instant, the world changed. Heavy clouds gathered thickly in the sky, and blinding lightning tore through the clouds, illuminating the world as if it were daylight. Countless thunder dragons twisted and coiled within the clouds, the oppressive atmosphere making it nearly impossible for everyone present to breathe. What is going on? Is another deity about to descend? Baili Pongpong's reddened eyes gazed at the sky, his voice filled with panic. This question lingered in everyone's hearts, but no one could provide an answer. Anai Kasi stood still, her face growing increasingly pale. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. This scene was all too familiar to her, just like the birth of Moira years ago, which was also destroyed amidst such thunder. Her eyes were full of worry, silently praying that Gu Qian's plan would succeed. Lin Qiye was immobilized by the pressure, unable to move. Behind him, the phantom of Merlin appeared, his expression exceptionally grave. Merlin's eyes flashed with a deep light, as if trying to see through the source of this power. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, as if remembering something. He quickly set up a spatial shield around Lin Qiye, urgently shouting, "Dean Lin, hurry, or it will be too late." Lin Qiye nodded solemnly, focusing his mind on the asylum of the gods. The sky suddenly tore open, and a massive black vortex appeared, with countless chains shooting out like venomous snakes, tightly binding the tree of fate. With a dull roar, a powerful suction force swallowed the tree of fate. Merlin and Anai Kasi watched this scene, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Gu Qian's plan had initially succeeded. With the disappearance of the tree of fate, the lightning in the sky lost its target and gradually dissipated, returning the sky to calm. In this eerie silence, an invisible ripple spread across the sky. It felt as though a cold, deep, all-seeing gaze slowly swept across from the vastness of spacetime, sending chills down everyone's spine. The moment that icy gaze swept over them, everyone felt as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar, their blood seemingly freezing. Nyx and Merlin dared not linger and vanished from the spot, quickly retreating to the god's asylum. Vortex's legs trembled violently, and he had to lean against the wall to barely stand. His face was pale, and his lips quivered as he stammered. What was that just now? It was terrifying. Recalling the moment when the masked squad hovered in midair, with that gaze lingering on them for what felt like an eternity, he still felt a lingering fear. Rose watched the spot where the tree of fate had been swallowed by that mysterious black vortex, her brow furrowed with concern. What about Qian? She said worriedly, knowing that Gu Qian's resurrection was closely tied to the tree of fate. Now that the tree had been taken by an unknown force, it might affect his return. Wang Mian, however, shook his head calmly and said, Qian was so certain, he must have had a backup plan. The lightning in the sky earlier was clearly aimed at the tree. That black vortex taking it away might actually be a good thing. Everyone recalled that moment and couldn't help but nod in agreement, their tense hearts slightly eased. As for Qian's resurrection, Wang Mian looked around at everyone, his tone serious. We should pretend not to know. The fewer who are aware of such secrets, the better. Everyone agreed, nodding in understanding. Just as they had yet to recover from the series of events, a figure approached from afar, walking slowly towards them. It was a Taoist with long, dark hair tied up high, his face as clear and bright as the moon, exuding a transcendent aura. He wore a simple robe and straw sandals, seemingly unadorned, yet each step he took radiated a profound mystical rhythm. He walked unhurriedly to Yang Jian's side, and everyone suddenly felt their bodies immobilized, unable to move, staring in surprise at this unexpected visitor. Yang Jian was shocked to see the newcomer and exclaimed, "Heavenly Sovereign, what brings you here?" The Taoist smiled at Yang Jian, his eyes full of approval. "You did well this time, upholding the dignity of our great Xia deities. Well done indeed." Recalling his somewhat juvenile behavior earlier, Yang Jian couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It was all thanks to Gu Qi'an's help. Without him, I might have had to burn my divine essence to succeed. But now he's all ready. A hint of sorrow flashed in his eyes as he spoke. The Taoist looked at the now restored city of Tsangnan and sighed softly. This time, we deities of Great Xia owe him a great debt, and we must repay it someday. Heavenly Sovereign, you mean someday? Yang Jian suddenly looked up. But hasn't he already transcended? Could it be? The Taoist nodded slightly, his gaze seeming to pierce through the cycles of life and death. He truly possesses extraordinary courage, worthy of mastering fate. Don't worry, it won't be long before he returns. Hearing this, Yang Jian was overjoyed. Since the Heavenly Sovereign said so, Gu Qi'an must be safe, and his worried heart finally settled. We should leave, the Heavenly Sovereign said, looking at Yang Jian. The matter of Tsangnan is resolved. It's not appropriate to interfere too much in mortal affairs. We should start rebuilding the celestial court. The Taoist's voice was firm and steady, his gaze directed towards the distance. Yang Jian frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Can the celestial court really be rebuilt? The Taoist turned his head, a meaningful smile on his lips. Do you think only you recover quickly? Other deities have already acted, giving those who dared to invade the borders of Xia a profound lesson. He paused, his expression turning serious. Although rebuilding the celestial court is indeed difficult, in this era, without it, we deities of Xia lose our foundation. Yang Jian nodded in solemn agreement. Rest assured, the Taoist's eyes glinted with light. The cycle of 100 faces has arrived. As the deities of Xia gradually awaken, our celestial court will soon see the light of day again. Once the affairs of the mortal world are settled, come with me. Hearing this, Yang Jian was momentarily stunned, a touch of reluctance in his eyes. Heavenly Lord, what? Can't bear to leave. The Taoist looked at him with a smile. The grace of giving life is greater than the heavens. Yang Jian's voice was low. I wish to stay. The Taoist gently shook his head, his eyes filled with approval. It's rare to have such awareness. However, you can leave an avatar to accompany your mother. I will leave a wisp of celestial energy, so your avatar can exist for a long time. Yang Jian's expression brightened with joy, and he respectfully cupped his hands. Thank you, Heavenly Lord. The scene shifts to a special ward in the Asylum for the Gods. A large tree, surrounded by a cerulean glow, stands there, with a cluster of golden blue flames burning beneath it, as if the tree were growing from the flames. Mother, will my brother be all right? Lin Qiye looked worriedly at the wall behind the Tree of Destiny, where lines of text appeared. Special ward. Patient, Moira Gu Qi'an. Description: this is a special patient brought by Nyx. As the director, you have the authority to decide his fate. Task: help Moira treat his mental illness. Once the progress bar reaches 100, you may randomly draw one of Moira's abilities. Current treatment progress: 0. The Tree of Destiny had been forcibly admitted for a day, and despite Lin Qiye's efforts, the tree remained unresponsive. If not for the clear writing on the wall saying, Patient, Moira Gu Qi'an, it would indeed seem like an ordinary tree. Nyx gently shook her head. I don't know either. Merlin, standing nearby, looked grave and explained in a deep voice. For a mortal to truly become a god is impossible. A mortal body cannot withstand the laws. Although Qian's soul is extraordinarily strong and can bear the complete laws of destiny, his body is ultimately mortal. Even with the purification and evolution from the source of destiny, giving him a slim chance of becoming a god, his body will eventually become a shackle, limiting his potential to the level of a main god. Once he steps into the realm of the supreme god, his body will instantly collapse under the power of the laws of destiny. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in disbelief. My brother can become a god. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in shock, almost rendering him speechless. He stared intently at Merlin, his voice trembling slightly. My brother can become a god? As soon as he spoke, he urgently pressed on. Then why make such a choice? Couldn't he just avoid becoming the supreme god? By now, Lin Qiye was no longer the rookie among the night watchers that he once was. He was well aware that in human history, no one had ever truly stepped into the realm of the divine. Even the main gods were seen by him as unreachable, and the fact that Gu Qi'an had already touched this realm, let alone the unfathomable position of supreme god, was astonishing. Merlin slowly shook his head, a trace of helplessness appearing on his aged face. The laws of fate are incredibly powerful. I've spent my entire life using magic and prophecy to glimpse only a fraction of it. He paused, then continued to explain. At that level, even if Qian wanted to keep his realm at the level of a main god, it would be impossible. To be honest, I've never understood why he was so eager to take this step. Until yesterday, Merlin's gaze turned serious. In that thunderbolt that tore across the sky, I sensed an aura identical to the mist. The mist. Lin Qiye and Nyx both displayed puzzled expressions. Merlin nodded solemnly, his voice heavy. Yes, the mist. Since the mist's arrival, I've been researching its origin. This power doesn't align with the rules of our world, as if it comes from another dimension. Although I've never been able to see through the source of the mist, this time, I'm almost certain it's the work of someone with intent. He looked meaningfully at the Tree of Destiny. This might be why Qian chose to act now. He may have learned something. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, clearly not expecting the mist to be so deeply entangled. Merlin observed his expression, speaking calmly yet firmly. Dean Lin, your most important task now is to quickly enhance your strength. As for other matters, they are not yours to worry about at the moment. Uncle Merlin, I understand. Lin Qiye nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, within the peace office, members of Team 136 sat on the couch, looking downcast. Hong Ying's eyes were red, her voice hoarse as she asked, is it true? Is Qian really dead? Chun Mai held a cigarette in his mouth, taking a deep drag, just about to speak. Ding dong. Welcome. The door swung open, and a familiar figure walked in. Everyone simultaneously looked up, their eyes widening in disbelief. Tears streamed down Hong Ying's face as she opened her mouth, but couldn't produce any sound. Lao Zhao. When Qima stood up abruptly, shouting in disbelief. Chun Mai was so shocked that his cigarette fell onto his pants, only snapping out of it when he felt the burn. Only Wu Xiangnan remained cautious, his gaze sharp as a knife as he stared at the newcomer. Who are you? The others finally reacted, assuming defensive stances. Hey, what's with those looks? The newcomer spread his hands helplessly. It's me, Lao Zhao Zhao Kongqing. Don't you recognize me? Seeing their continued wariness, he complained. I haven't even died completely yet, and you've already buried me. It's strange, really. I used the ghost god invocation and didn't die. Even managed to keep the forbidden ruins. When Zhao Kongqing opened his eyes, he was enveloped in darkness. The cold wooden boards pressed against his body. As he reached out to feel his surroundings, a cold sweat broke out instantly. I was in a coffin. If it weren't for my awakened ability to escape, I'd still be trapped in there. Zhao Kongqing stood in the reception room of the Night Watchman's headquarters, a trademark smug smile on his face. Chun Mai carefully observed this long-lost friend, the familiar tone of self-admiration confirming it was indeed him. It's old Zhao, no doubt about it. No sooner had he spoken than Hong Ying rushed forward, embracing Zhao Kongqing tightly. Hey, Hong Ying, you're squeezing the breath out of me. Struggling, Zhao Kongqing glanced at Si Xiaonan, who was poking him. Xiaonan, are you checking if I'm real? Everyone gathered around, and Chun Mai gave Zhao Kongqing a hearty slap on the shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. Welcome home, old Zhao. Once everyone sat back down, Zhao Kongqing looked around. By the way, where's that kid Qiye? Has my charm brought him into the Night Watchman? An odd expression crossed everyone's faces. Chun Mai cleared his throat, a smile in his eyes. Qiye graduated from the training camp a while ago. He should be here soon. Wait, Zhao Kongqing suddenly sat up straight. What do you mean he's already graduated? Have I been dead for over a year? Seeing everyone nod in unison, he fell silent. After a moment, Zhao Kongqing looked up at Chun Mai, his voice calm, but with an undertone of seriousness. Captain, can you tell me what happened over the past year? And why am I alive again? It must be Qian who did it. Only he could pull off something like this. Chun Mai began recounting the events of the past year. Zhao Kongqing listened in silence, the growing pile of cigarette butts in the ashtray betraying his inner turmoil. By evening, in the southern district of Cangnan City, Zhao Kongqing stood alone, leaning against a utility pole, smoking one cigarette after another, his gaze fixed on the apartment building in the distance where his wife and child lived. Taking a deep breath, he extinguished his last cigarette and slowly walked towards the door. Standing before it, his hand hovered in midair, hesitating to knock. Just then, the door swung open. Kongqing, his wife stood in the doorway, the basket of groceries dropping to the ground, her voice trembling. You. I'm back. Zhao Kongqing's throat tightened, his voice hoarse. His wife stepped forward, embracing him tightly. They said you died in battle. They even brought back your clothes. I'm sorry, Zhao Kongqing whispered. She released him, her hands gently caressing his face, tears streaming but with a smile. It's okay. You're back. That's all that matters. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and Zhao Zhongbin ran to the door, pausing for a moment before excitedly leaping into his father's arms. Dad. In the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Shangjing City, Yi Fan slumped into the soft sofa, exhaustion evident in his eyes. He gazed at Jin Yin across from him, his voice gentle yet earnest. This time, can you stay? Jin Yin's body visibly tensed as she squinted at Yi Fan. Her scrutinizing gaze made Yi Fan shift uncomfortably. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? He asked. Don't look at me like that. Jin Yin took a deep breath, her tone teasing. You're making me feel like a runaway wife in a CEO romance novel. She waved her hand dismissively and sighed. Besides, just to be clear, even though we have a strong bond, I'm not interested in older men. I prefer younger, handsome guys. With a sharp sound, Yi Fan's sword at his waist unsheathed slightly, and he gritted his teeth. What did you just say? Say it again. Jin Yin quickly took a step back, trying to appease him. Hey, Yi Fan, you're getting more sensitive with age. I was just trying to lighten your load since you seem so stressed. Seeing Yi Fan sheath his sword, Jin Yin spoke seriously. I've got a ton of matters waiting at the Shangxie Society. If you hadn't said it was urgent, I wouldn't have made time to come back to Daxia. I was planning to leave right away, but I came to see you to ask about Gu Qi'an. Qian, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, looking suspicious. Why are you asking about him? Could it be you like him? I mean, Gu Qi'an is indeed handsome, strong, and has a good personality. No wonder he left an impression on you. You old fool, what are you thinking? Jin Yin rolled her eyes at Yi Fan, her tone full of disdain. He's just a cold fish. You call that a good personality? And you, the commander of the Night Watchers, have your head full of romance. Yi Fan's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Just tell me what you want to know about him. It seems he's really okay, Jin Yin said pointedly. Yi Fan paused, looking at her in confusion. What do you mean? Jin Yin's gaze was calm as she explained. The goddess Nyx was present at that time. Since Gu Qi'an called her mother, their relationship must be special. But she was only worried, with no other emotions. And knowing you, if he had really perished, you wouldn't be speaking about him so lightly now. Am I right, old fool? Yi Fan shook his head with a wry smile. I can't hide anything from you. No wonder you've become the president of the Shangxie Society. You've really improved over the years. Jin Yin raised her eyebrows proudly. Now, can you tell me about his background? Yi Fan pondered for a moment, his expression turning serious. In some ways, he's similar to you, appearing out of nowhere. When he joined the masked squad, we found he came from a small village in Fuxiao City. But further investigation revealed everything about him was fabricated, a complete illusion. If Wang Mian hadn't vouched for him, we would have sent him to the Purification Center for examination. He then shared all the information he had about Gu Qi'an. Jin Yin frowned in thought, her expression serious. Are you sure he appeared out of nowhere? Noticing her change in demeanor, Yi Fan asked in confusion. Why? Do you think there's something wrong with him? Jin Yin gazed into the distance, her brow slightly furrowed. If he can do that much for the entire Cangnan city, he should be capable. Her eyes sparkled with hope. You know what I've been searching for all these years? Yi Fan was taken aback, surprised. Are you saying the one you're looking for is Qian? Jin Yin shook her head, a smile playing at her lips. No, but I might have found someone who shares my vision. She recalled the unique soul aura when Gu Qi'an transformed, a feeling she knew all too well. What do you mean? Yi Fan looked at her, puzzled. Jin Yin smiled mysteriously and adjusted her tattered black cloak. I have to go. There's work to be done on the Shangxia side. By the way, if Gu Qi'an shows up, let me know. With that, she waved goodbye with flair. Watching Jin Yin's departing figure, Yi Fan shook his head helplessly. That girl is always so impetuous. Not long after, Zhuqing entered the room. Commander Yi, the senior officials have all gathered. We can start the meeting. Yi Fan nodded solemnly, rising to follow Zhuqing to the conference room. Inside the meeting room, senior officials were seriously discussing the matter of the Daxia deities. As Yi Fan and Zhuqing entered, one official immediately asked, Commander Yi, did a Daxia deity really appear during the Cangnan city battle? Yi Fan nodded in confirmation, and another official was overjoyed. That's wonderful. We finally have a deity to protect Daxia. Do you know where the Daxia deity is now? Yi Fan explained with a wry smile. I'm not entirely clear on the details. According to Mr. Chun, Qing Yuan Miaodao Jinjuan, Yang Jian, and the Celestial Hound appeared in Cangnan. Later, a mysterious Taoist arrived, whom Yang Jian called Tianzuan. This Taoist immobilized them all, but Mr. Chen couldn't hear their conversation. Tianzuan? One official exclaimed excitedly. There are probably only 3 in Daxia who could be called Tianzuan. A senior official beside Yi Fan spoke with a bitter tone. It's rare to have traces of Daxia deities, yet we can't communicate with them. Are they going to disappear again like before? Seeing the disappointment on their faces, Yi Fan spoke firmly. Why such expressions? Even without the Daxia deities, can we, the Night Watchers, not protect Daxia? Now more than ever, we should unite and show our predecessors our determination. Knowing the Daxia deities are still behind us is enough. The senior officials nodded gravely in agreement. Zhuqing aptly shifted the topic. There's also the matter of the temporary squad. With Gu Qian's death during his transformation, the squad is leaderless. How should we proceed? Mentioning Gu Qian cast a shadow over the room. One official lamented, "It's a shame about Gu Qian. He was a rare prodigy. I learned about the Cangnan city battle. To possess such strength and awareness at his age, he was destined to be a top-tier figure. Indeed, I had high hopes for him." Another official sighed. "As for the temporary squad, we currently lack a suitable candidate to lead. Commander Yi, do you have anyone in mind?" In the spiritual realm, Gu Qian's soul sat quietly by the tree of destiny. His body emitted a subtle glow, like a flowing galaxy, slowly merging into the tree. As this fusion occurred, the swirling gold and blue flames around him seemed to be summoned, gradually absorbed by the tree of destiny. These flames were divine substances produced after Gu Qian's physical form had transformed, carrying his past power and essence. As the divine substance continuously infused, a cerulean fruit began to take shape among the branches of the tree of destiny, amidst the interplay of light and flame. Time passed, and the entire spiritual world was enveloped in a cerulean glow, resembling a deep ocean. Suddenly, the fruit burst with a dazzling light, awakening Xiaozi, who was sleeping nearby. Xiaozi looked around in confusion, realizing Gu Qian's figure had vanished. "Xiaonan," she called out, but before she could react, a powerful force expelled her from the spiritual realm. Inside the God's psychiatric hospital, Aju was cleaning the courtyard as usual. When he opened the door to the special ward, a blinding cerulean light erupted. Aju's eyes widened, and he dropped his broom in shock. He turned and ran, shouting, "Great-grandmother, great-grandmother, something's happening in the special ward." His cry immediately caught the attention of everyone in the activity room. Nyx sprang to her feet and, using the cover of night, flashed to the entrance of the special ward. Inside, a massive cerulean cocoon hovered in midair, turning the entire space into a blue ocean. Merlin arrived shortly after, and upon seeing the scene, he remarked with satisfaction, "It's finally succeeded." Nyx nodded with a smile, her heart at ease. Yes, it seems Moira has developed self-awareness and is transforming the tree of destiny into her own body. At that moment, a handsome blonde man named Bragi approached them, curious about the situation. Merlin introduced him, "Lord Bragi, this is Gu Qian, a very important figure in our hospital. When he awakens, you'll understand." Bragi was a patient in the third ward that Lin Qiye had recently opened, the ninth son of Odin from Asgard, and the god of poetry and music. Merlin looked meaningfully at Bragi and said, "Perhaps he can help you find your wife." Bragi's eyes lit up with excitement. "Merlin, really? Then I am truly looking forward to it." Suddenly, a streak of purple light flashed from the cocoon, and a little girl with purple hair appeared before them. This delicate little girl was Xiaozi, her purple eyes filled with concern. Seeing this, Bragi quickly stepped forward, bowing slightly with a warm smile. "Hello, Gu Qian, my name is Bragi. It's a pleasure to meet you." Xiaozi tilted her head, puzzled by the golden-haired man whose smile was as bright as a sunflower, her purple pupils full of confusion. Nyx stood still, her gaze fixed intently on the little girl before her. The familiar face instantly brought back memories of the divine battle in Cangnan City. She quickly pushed past Bragi, a gentle smile blossoming on her face. "Are you Xiaozi?" Nyx asked softly. The little girl looked blankly at the stranger who had approached her, nodding instinctively. Seeing this, Nyx immediately opened her arms and embraced Xiaozi, her voice full of joy. "Good child, I'm Moira's mother. He often mentions you to me, and you can call me mother too." Xiaozi felt uncomfortable in the sudden embrace, her body stiffening as she attempted to break free. Just then, a figure in a white director's coat approached quickly. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiaozi broke free from Nyx's embrace and ran over cheerfully. "Qiye, you're here too. That's great." Lin Qiye looked at the lively little girl in front of him, surprised. "Xiaozi, how did you get here? Has your brother woken up?" Xiaozi shook her head. "I don't know." She sneaked a glance at Nyx and Bragi, then whispered into Lin Qiye's ear. "Qiye, are these two crazy? One is creepily calling me Gu Qian, and the other wants me to call her mother." Everyone present was a deity, so her whisper was easily overheard. Bragi's expression froze, his handsome face filled with shock. It was the first time anyone had described him as creepy. Lin Qiye's mouth twitched slightly as he pieced together the situation. He sighed and ruffled Xiaozi's hair, pointing at Nyx to explain. "Xiaozi, this is Nyx. Your brother should have mentioned her to you." Xiaozi's eyes lit up. "Are you the mother Xiaonan often talks about?" Nyx hugged her again, speaking softly. "Yes, Xiaozi, you're so adorable. Would you like to call me mother too?" This time, Xiaozi did not struggle and happily agreed. "Mother, I've wanted to meet you for a long time." "Ah, my good daughter, I've wanted to meet you too." Bragi, standing nearby, looked at Lin Qiye with a hint of resentment. "Director, won't you introduce me to?" Lin Qiye cleared his throat. "Xiaozi, this is Bragi, a friend of mine, and this is Uncle Merlin." Xiaozi politely greeted them. "Hello, Uncle Merlin." "Hello, Brother Bragi." Lin Qiye noticed that Xiao Zi seemed more mature after her recent transformation. Xiao Zi, can you tell us why you suddenly appeared here? Xiao Zi shook her head in confusion. I don't know. I was sleeping, and suddenly I felt a terrifying aura from Xiao and An's world, and then I found myself here. Knowing she was among trusted individuals, she shared everything she knew. Merlin pondered for a moment and calmly analyzed. It seems Qian has regained consciousness and is starting to merge with the Tree of Life. To protect Xiao Zi, he sent her out. We just need to wait now. He's past the most difficult stage. Lin Qiye gently stroked Xiao Zi's purple hair, speaking warmly. That's good. Xiao Zi, you can stay here for now. This place is somewhere your brother often visited, and there are many friends here who can keep you company. Knock, knock, knock. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains as Mrs. Gu gently called from outside the door. Xiaoan, time to get up. It's your birthday today. Your dad transferred 100,000 to your account, so you can celebrate with your friends tonight. There was no response from inside the room. Mrs. Gu pushed the door open to find the bed impeccably made, with the quilt neatly folded at the head. She paused for a moment. Huh? Where did he go? Why is he up so early today? At that moment, Gu Qi'an was walking alone down a familiar street. The city had already awakened, with people hurrying by and traffic bustling, yet he seemed out of place amidst the commotion. As he passed a basketball court, the sounds of laughter and bouncing balls reached him, and a basketball rolled right to his feet. He bent down slightly, his long fingers picking up the ball with ease. A young man, drenched in sweat, ran over with a cheerful face. Brotherin, how come you're here so early today? Want to join us for a game? Gu Qi'an smiled gently and handed the ball over. No, you guys have fun. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the young man scratching his head in confusion. What are you standing there for? Come on, called a teammate from afar. The young man watched Gu Qi'an's retreating figure and murmured to himself. That's odd. Brotherin seems different today. Gu Qi'an continued walking, his steps heavy. The trees, alleys, and streets held his carefree childhood memories, yet they felt as fleeting as a mirage. He stopped, looking up at the clear blue sky, and murmured hoarsely, a year has passed. It's enough. It's time to say goodbye. His phone rang, and it was his mother. He glanced at the screen and answered, Hello, Mom. Xiaoan, why did you leave so early today? Mrs. Gu's concerned voice came through. Have you planned where to celebrate with your friends tonight? Did you get the money your dad transferred? Make sure to relax and have fun. Gu Qi'an looked at the trees swaying in the breeze by the roadside, his fingers tightening slightly, his voice gentle yet firm. Mom, it's okay. I'll spend the evening at home. Tell Dad to come back early. I'll cook dinner myself. Really? Why aren't you celebrating with your friends this year? Mrs. Gu's surprise quickly turned to joy. I'll tell your dad to come home early. Yeah, I'm just out for a walk, and I'll head to the market to buy some groceries. Gu Qi'an looked up at the sky, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Mother Gu nodded repeatedly, her smile reaching her eyes. All right, I'll wait for you to come back. The word struck Gu Qi'an's heart like a heavy blow. He swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice steady. Okay, Mom, I'll hang up now. In the evening, the kitchen was filled with steam. Gu Qi'an stood at the stove, expertly stirring the food in the pan. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he focused intently on every step. Soon, plates of delicious-looking home-cooked dishes were laid out on the dining table, their aroma wafting through the room. Mother Gu stopped in her tracks, astonished by the sight of the table full of dishes. Just then, Father Gu entered, carrying a beautifully wrapped birthday cake. Look, old Gu. Mother Gu hurried over, her voice full of delight. Xiaoan made all of this. Father Gu paused, his gaze sweeping over the table. He was initially taken aback, then a proud smile spread across his face. Xiaoan has really grown up. The three of them sat around the table. Gu Qi'an raised his glass, a warm smile on his face. Mom, Dad, thank you for always being so understanding. You're our son. Who else would we be understanding towards? Mother Gu teased. The three glasses clinked gently in the air, producing a clear sound. Happy birthday to our Xiaoan. Thank you, Gu Qi'an said, his eyes shining with emotion. Laughter filled the table, and the warm light enveloped the cozy scene. Gu Qi'an stood up and approached his parents, his voice tinged with anticipation. Mom, Dad, let's put candles on the cake. I'd love to hear you sing the birthday song. Father and Mother Gu exchanged smiles, nodding indulgently. They placed the candles on the cake, the flickering candlelight reflecting on their faces. Though their singing wasn't melodious, it left an indelible mark on Gu Qi'an's heart. Suddenly, Gu Qi'an moved to the window. The sky split open with a massive crack, lightning and thunder flashing as a cerulean light danced across the horizon. The world began to collapse. Mom, Dad. Gu Qi'an turned around, his voice trembling. His parents looked at him, puzzled by his solemn demeanor. Gu Qi'an's gaze lingered on their faces, his eyes moistening slightly. He vowed to himself that no matter where he was in the future, this would always be his haven, his most beloved home. I hope I can spend every birthday with you from now on. He choked out, his tone resolute. Mother Gu paused, her eyes reddening as she smiled tenderly. Xiaoan, As long as you wish, we'll be with you every year. Okay. Gu Qi'an nodded with a smile. His body began to transform into cerulean specks of light, drifting toward the sky. Mom, Dad, I will definitely come back. As space collapsed and everything disappeared, only the cake, carrying the family's blessings, floated alone in the void. The flickering candlelight illuminated the words on the cake. Shaoan, happy birthday. Always be happy. In the spiritual realm, a pair of eerie six-tomo renegades slowly opened on the trunk of the Tree of Destiny. Black patterns rippled outward, with the six tomo evenly arranged in the eyes. A deep sense of sorrow and reluctance poured from these eyes, instantly enveloping the entire spiritual world. The once dead silent azure ocean seemed awakened by this emotion and began to churn violently. A faint sigh echoed in the air, and the fruits of fate on the branches burst into brilliant light. A mysterious rhythmic sound filled the space, as if calling something. The fruits of fate responded to this rhythm, detaching from the branches and rising into the air. The boiling azure ocean abruptly contracted, transforming into a raging torrent that surged into the fruits of fate. In an instant, the space plunged into darkness. With a deafening hum, countless azure runes appeared around the fruits of fate, forming an intricate magic array that shimmered with mysterious light. A profound aura seeped out from within the fruit. In the blazing light, the figure of Gu Qi'an gradually emerged. His features were handsome, his skin smooth like fine jade, and his dark brows slightly arched, exuding both elegance and youthful vigor. He stood tall and straight, his long azure hair cascading smoothly, with a few strands casually resting on his forehead. His deep azure eyes were like a starry sky, shining with wisdom and determination, as if capable of seeing through all illusions and deciphering the path of destiny. Gu Qi'an approached the tree of life, gently touching the trunk with his palm. The six-tomo renegade erupted with a strange light, and the entire tree of destiny transformed into a torrent, merging into his body. As the power returned, a terrifying mental force rampaged through this space. Over the past year, through continuous fusion with the Tree of Destiny, his mental strength had reached its peak. At this moment, he buried that deep sorrow and reluctance in his heart and stepped into the limits of human capability. In the activity room of the Asylum of the Gods, there was a chorus of laughter and joy. Nix, Merlin, Bragi, and Li Qiye were engrossed in a fierce game of mahjong, while Zhu attentively served tea. Two dots. For characters. South Wind. Who? Li Qiye exclaimed excitedly, a triumphant smile on his face. Xiaozi lay lazily in a rocking chair, with Han Yin fanning her like a devoted servant. Since arriving here, the overwhelming bloodline suppression had made Han Yin completely submissive, looking at Xiaozi with eyes full of reverence. Suddenly, Xiaozi abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up straight and looking towards the direction of the special ward. Her sudden reaction immediately caught everyone's attention. Nix put down the mahjong tiles, walked over to her, gently stroked her hair, and asked softly, "Hey, sweetheart, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Xiao Zi's eyes widened, filled with a gleam of joy. It's Xiaonan has woken up. As soon as the words were spoken, a terrifying wave of psychic energy erupted from the direction of the special ward. In an instant, a cerulean light swept over the entire psychiatric hospital like a tide, casting a mysterious hue over every corner. The Asylum of the Gods shook violently, as if some invisible force was rejecting something. The cerulean light was forcibly expelled, dissipating into the air. Everyone exchanged glances and immediately sprinted towards the special ward. Pushing open the door of the ward, the scene before them left everyone stunned. The large room was completely empty, and the massive cerulean cocoon that once stood in the center had vanished without a trace. "No, where's little Anin?" Xiao Zi cried out, her tears flowing freely as she stared at the empty room, her voice filled with anxiety and worry. Merlin gently adjusted the hood on his head and, after a moment of contemplation, explained, "It seems the hospital's consciousness has expelled Qi. After all, he is different from us, not a true patient of this hospital." When Qi'an's body transformed, his soul attached to the Tree of Destiny, allowing us to bring it here using the hospital's rules. Now that his body has recovered, the hospital's consciousness naturally rejects him. Nix gently caressed Xiao Zi's tear-stained face and softly comforted her. "Don't cry, child. Moira should have been transported to Tsangnan City by now, so there's no need to worry." Xiao Zi lifted her tearful face and choked out, "Can we go to Tsangnan now?" "We can't go," Merlin replied with a meaningful smile. "But you can, Xiao Zi. You have a symbiotic contract with Qi'an. By sensing the contract's mark, you can transport yourself to him." For over a year, he had been intrigued by this unique contract. Hope immediately lit up in Xiao Zi's eyes. She closed her eyes, focusing intently on sensing the contract mark within her. In the next moment, her form dissolved into a cerulean light, quietly vanishing from the Asylum of the Gods. Meanwhile, at the Tsangnan City Peace Office, Zhao Kongsheng slumped on the sofa, looking utterly defeated. "Captain, it's been over a year, and not a single mysterious event has occurred in Songnan City. I feel like I'm wasting away. Exactly. Hong Ying couldn't help but complain. We used to have at least a few mysterious events each year, but ever since the Divine War, no mysteries dare to enter Songnan City. Now we just train every day without any real combat opportunities. Meanwhile, Qiye and his team have missions all the time, and their skills are improving rapidly. Chun Mai leisurely sipped his tea and glanced at them. Isn't it better without any mysterious occurrences? If you want missions, you could talk to Qiye. His team is still looking for members. No way. I can't bear to leave Songnan City. Hong Ying quickly refused, waving her hands. Just as Chun Mai was about to say more, a terrifying wave of psychic energy suddenly erupted from the outskirts of Songnan City. He sprang to his feet, eyes wide. This aura. It's Qian, no doubt. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying's eyes turned red. All members of Team 136 felt Gu Qi and psychic energy and rushed towards the source of the wave. At that moment, the sky over Songnan City, originally a clear blue, was slowly being infused with a cerulean hue, exuding a sacred and peaceful aura. Suddenly, an anomaly appeared in the sky. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, looking up at the expanse shrouded in a cerulean glow. Voices of speculation rose among the crowd. Is this the end of the world? Why does this light seem so familiar? Yes, I feel the same, like I've forgotten something important. Amid the growing speculation, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. A massive purple dragon burst forth from the cerulean light, surrounded by purple lightning, with each scale shimmering with a crystalline sheen. The dragon spread its wings, casting a shadow over the land as it elegantly circled in the air. Panic erupted among the crowd, screams resonating through the air. Yet, they failed to notice the bewilderment and innocence reflected in the dragon's enormous eyes. Gu Qi'an opened his eyes and couldn't help but smile wryly at the scene. Xiaozi immediately transformed into a little girl and leapt into his arms, trembling slightly. Xiaonan, I've missed you so much, she said. Her voice choked with emotion as she clung to Gu Qi'an. Gently stroking her soft purple hair, Gu Qi'an replied softly, I've missed you too, Xiaozi. After a brief moment of tenderness, he patted her shoulder gently. Could you come down for a bit? If this continues, there might be chaos in Songnan City. No. Xiaozi clung even tighter, wrapping herself around him. As a destiny-bound creature, Gu Qi'an could sense her fear and anxiety, so he let her be. He looked down at the panicked crowd below, his eyes revealing a silent ripple. In the sky, an eerie pair of giant eyes slowly opened within the cerulean glow. Under the gaze of these eyes, the crowd's expressions shifted from terror to bewilderment, as if their souls had been momentarily extracted. In an instant, they returned to their normal selves, resuming their lives as if the chaos had never occurred. Gu Qi'an retracted his aura, and the celestial anomaly dissipated. The streets returned to their bustling state, filled with the hum of activity. At that moment, 7 figures cloaked in dark red capes rapidly approached. With a slight smile, Gu Qi'an tapped Xiaozi's shoulder. Xiaozi, you can come down now. Our old friends in Songnan City have arrived. Xiaozi reluctantly slid off Gu Qi'an, but still clung to the corner of his clothes, unwilling to let go. Gu Qi'an keenly sensed the change in the atmosphere among the members of Team 136, his eyebrows slightly raised, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Chun Mai's transformation was the most significant. Free from the erosion of Shiva's resentment, his mental strength soared, reaching the pinnacle of the immeasurable realm. Wu Xiangnan, after regaining the use of his hands, also underwent a transformation and stepped into the immeasurable realm, exuding an air of grace with every movement. Under Gu Qi'an's guidance, Hong Ying found her path, breaking through to the ocean realm. She was now like a phoenix reborn, her momentum unstoppable, a stark contrast to her past self. When Shima had reached the peak of the river realm, on the verge of another breakthrough. Although Si Xiaonan's realm remained unchanged, as the agent of the god of trickery in the Klein realm, his power was unfathomable. The middle-aged man exuding a sharp aura, Zhao Kongsheng, was also at the peak of the river realm. As for Lin Qiye, although he lacked the forbidden void, his arsenal of forbidden items and unparalleled shooting skills made him one of the few mortals capable of slaying gods. Gu Qi'an mused to himself that, under his influence, the strength of Team 136 in Songnan City was now comparable to, if not surpassing, the night watchers in major cities. The team members halted before Gu Qi'an, slowly raising their heads. Beneath their dark red cloaks were faces of shock, joy, or disbelief. The air seemed to freeze. Qi'an, is it really you? Chun Mai stared intently at Gu Qi'an, his voice trembling with excitement. I knew you must have had a backup plan, that it wouldn't be so easy for you to. Qi'an. Hong Ying stepped forward, her eyes red, her voice choked with emotion. Welcome back. With a gentle smile on his lips, Gu Qi'an's eyes reflected the joy of reunion. It's been a year, and I've made you all worry. Zhao Kongsheng stepped forward and bowed deeply. Thank you for giving me another chance. If you need anything in the future, Just say the word. Old Zhao, this isn't like you. Did the sun rise in the west today? When Qima looked at the unusually humble Zhao Kongqing in surprise, teasing him, his words broke the heavy atmosphere, adding a touch of lightness to the air. It's nothing. You're Qiye's guide, his regret, and it's only right to do this. At this moment, Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses, looking at Gu Qi'an in shock. He sensed the same mysterious aura from Gu Qi'an as those at the pinnacle of humanity. Qi'an, have you broken through to that level? Gu Qi'an nodded slightly, replying softly. I was fortunate to break through. Congratulations. Wu Xiangnan couldn't hide his excitement. Our night watchers have gained another human pinnacle. The members of Team 136 stood frozen in place, their eyes fixed on Gu Qi'an, unable to hide their astonishment. Chen Mai's voice was filled with admiration. Qi'an, I never thought you'd reach such heights. That's the pinnacle of human achievement. Reflecting on their first meeting, Gu Qi'an was just a strong figure from the ocean realm. But now he stood at the peak of human power. Gu Qi'an smiled slightly. You all have improved a lot too, and Brother Chun, you're almost breaking through to the Klein level, aren't you? Hong Ying blinked her big eyes, full of admiration. She then turned her gaze to Xiao Zi beside Gu Qi'an, waving enthusiastically. Xiao Zi. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she added. During the divine battle in Songnan City, we could only catch a glimpse of you from afar. Now, seeing you up close, you're just so adorable. Xiao Zi beamed with a radiant smile and made a playful face at Hong Ying. Yet, she clung tightly to Gu Qi'an's sleeve, as if afraid he might disappear if she let go. This endearing gesture amused everyone present and lightened the atmosphere, which had been slightly tense due to Gu Qi'an's achievement. When Qima looked at Gu Qi'an curiously, Qi'an, the 5 pinnacles of humanity are known as the Sword, the Rider, the Sovereign, the Void, and the Scholar. Have you thought about your new codename? Gu Qi'an scratched his head awkwardly. I haven't really thought about it. Maybe later. Everyone immediately launched into a lively discussion. Si Xiaonan suggested, I think Exile the Mortal suits you. You have that kind of aura. When Qima shook his head, how about Destiny? After all, you're the agent of the goddess of destiny. Zhao Kongqing struck a pose he thought was dashing, drawing his sword. Though it's my first time meeting Qi'an, I've heard his swordsmanship is extraordinary. Why not call him Blade Saint, to match the Sword Saint? It's so cool. Hong Ying rolled her eyes at him dismissively. That's too random. I say, how about Fated Light? It symbolizes the light of hope in destiny. Seeing the discussion getting more heated, Gu Qi'an quickly coughed twice to interrupt. Let's not talk about this for now. We'll decide later. He looked at everyone seriously. So, what are your plans next? With your current abilities, staying in Songnan City is a waste. No mysteries will dare to step foot here for years, and it would squander your talents. As he spoke, Gu Qi'an's gaze slowly swept over the members of Team 136, his expression slightly hesitant. Chen Mai, sensing the change in his expression, said gravely, Qi'an, do you have something in mind? Just say it. Without you, Team 136 might have already fallen apart. After a moment's thought, Gu Qi'an spoke. Are you interested in forming a special squad? A special squad? The group exchanged puzzled glances. From what they knew, the 5th squad was the only special squad yet to be formally established. If they became a special squad, what would happen to Lin Qiye and the others? Gu Qi'an looked around at everyone, his gaze filled with determination and understanding. I know what you're worried about. With your abilities, you can definitely support another special team. Qi Yi and his team will continue to serve as the reserve for the 5th special unit. He turned to Chen Mai with a meaningful smile. As for you, you'll form a team under the name of the 6th special unit. Chen, your good friend Xiaopinga is already the leader of Team 006. I'm sure you're eager to reunite with him as the leader of the 6th special unit. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. I'll propose this to the higher-ups. Chen Mai's eyes lit up at these words, but he didn't immediately respond. Instead, he turned to his teammates, his gaze questioning. The team exchanged glances, and Hong Ying was the first to speak up. Captain, I follow your lead. Zhao Kongqing grinned. Never thought old Zhao here could be part of a special team. I agree. When Qima nodded in agreement, I'm on board. Si Xiaonan said firmly, I'm fine with it. Wherever you guys are, that's where I want to be. Only Wu Xiangnan and Lin Qiye seemed hesitant. Wu Xiangnan's eyes flickered uncertainly. As a survivor of the former Blue Rain team, he instinctively resisted rejoining a special unit. The higher-ups had repeatedly approached him, hoping he would help locate Japan's Takamegahara. After all, he was the sole survivor of that disaster. Fortunately, Chen Mai had always shielded him from these requests. Gu Qi'an saw through his concerns and said calmly, I know what you're thinking. You want to enter Takamegahara to avenge the Blue Rain team, but now isn't the right time. When the time is right, I'll personally take you there. Wu Xiangnan looked up sharply, hardly daring to believe it. You know where Takamegahara is? The exact location is still unclear, but I know how to get there. Gu Qi'an replied with confidence, though a hint of gloom shadowed his eyes. This time with me around, the mass team won't meet the same fate. Wu Xiangnan nodded deeply. Thank you, Qian. The Blue Rain team is in the past, Gu Qi'an said gently. We can't forget the past, but we shouldn't neglect the present, right? Wu Xiangnan looked around at his teammates' expectant faces, recalling the moments they had shared, and felt warmth in his heart. He sighed softly. All right, I'm in. Everyone's attention then turned to Lin Qiye, the last one who hadn't spoken. He kept his head down, silent. Si Xiaonan couldn't help but call out. Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye still didn't lift his head, his voice hoarse. I'm sorry, I can't join you. Why? Aren't we family? Why wouldn't you want to be with us? Si Xiaonan asked anxiously. Gu Qi'an saw through his hesitation. You're worried that without a forbidden realm, you'll hold them back, right? After all, special units are different from ordinary night watchers. Lin Qian's silence confirmed Gu Qi'an's guess. He was willing to sacrifice himself rather than let his teammates be endangered because of him. Chun Mai frowned and said sternly, Lin Qian, we never considered you a burden. So what if you don't have a forbidden realm? Your shooting skills and combat abilities have already proven your excellence, and you're fully qualified to fight alongside us. Captain, Lin Qian began to refuse again, but Gu Qi'an interrupted him. What if I could help you awaken a forbidden realm? Lin Qian suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed intensely on Gu Qi'an, filled with an uncontrollable hope. This sudden reaction caught everyone's attention, their surprise evident. Have you all forgotten how Zhao Kongqing initially obtained the Forbidden Ruins? Gu Qi'an asked calmly, his voice steady. Hong Ying's eyes lit up as she caught the key point. Are you suggesting that after Lin Qian performs the ghost god summoning, you will bring him back to life? Gu Qi'an smiled slightly, his gaze resting on Lin Qian. There's no need for such trouble. I will directly connect your fate with the power of destiny, forcibly awakening your Forbidden Ruins. As for which one you'll awaken, that depends on your fortune. With his current strength, this wasn't difficult. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian bowed deeply to Gu Qi'an with sincere gratitude. Thank you, Qian. Gu Qi'an nodded slightly, his eyes suddenly flashing a cerulean blue. Instantly, a sacred and harmonious aura enveloped Lin Qian in a blue glow. Moments later, the light faded, leaving Lin Qian with an unprecedented sensation, and his eyes glowed faintly. This is Forbidden Ruins Sequence 315, the true sight eye, capable of seeing through illusions. Lin Qian exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. Although it was a lower sequence auxiliary Forbidden Ruins, he felt no disappointment, only joy. As a master marksman, the addition of true sight eye meant his bullets would always find their mark, no matter the complexity of the situation. Thank you so much, Qian. Lin Qian expressed his gratitude again. No problem. Gu Qi'an chuckled. Are you willing to join now? Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin Qian looked a bit embarrassed, but quickly nodded firmly and turned to face the members of Team 136, declaring, I will join. Great. Team 136 will never part. Hong Ying cheered enthusiastically. We are family, Si Xiaonan said happily. Yes, family forever. The other team members echoed, their faces beaming with genuine smiles. However, Si Xiaonan's smile froze when she inadvertently met Gu Qi'an's gaze. Gu Qi'an looked at her with interest, teasing. Xiaonan, haven't you told them yet? Huh? What's up with Xiaonan? Hong Ying was the first to notice something amiss and asked curiously. Everyone's attention turned to Si Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan blushed, stammering. I haven't found the right time. Shall I tell them? Gu Qi'an raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face. Xiaonan is actually? No, I'll say it myself. Si Xiaonan stomped her foot in panic, her face puffed up like a bun. Under everyone's expectant gaze, she took a deep breath and summoned her courage. Actually, I'm also a divine agent, the agent of Loki, the trickster god. I originally came to Tsangnan City to find the Shiva's grudge. She recounted her past. Everyone was momentarily stunned, surprised that the usually lively and adorable Si Xiaonan had such an identity. After a brief silence, Hong Ying gently wrapped an arm around Si Xiaonan's shoulders, smiling warmly. It's okay. I believe in our Xiaonan. The past is behind us. Zhao Kongqing grinned, his eyes shining with determination. Beside him, Lin Qian gazed at Si Xiaonan, his eyes filled with undisguised tenderness and affection. Xiaonan, Lin Qian began softly, a slight smile on his lips. No matter what you've been through, during these 3 years in Tsangnan City, you've become an inseparable part of our family. Our Xiaonan has always been a kind and pure-hearted child. As he spoke, Lin Qian carefully took out a slightly worn metal box from his chest pocket. He gently opened it and took out a stack of photos, placing them solemnly in Si Xiaonan's hand. Each photo captured precious moments of Team 136, showing they were frequently cherished. These photos record the bits and pieces of our journey together as a family, Lin Qian said, looking at Si Xiaonan with sincere and warm eyes. Every laughter, every battle we fought side by side, is in there. Now, I'm giving them to you. I hope you can always hold on to this innocence and never forget the days we spent together. Si Xiaonan stared blankly at the photos in her hand, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. She clutched the photos tightly, as if holding the most precious treasures in the world. Thank you, Lin Qiye, she choked out. I will take good care of them and never forget. Chunmai reached out to gently ruffle Si Xiaonan's hair, his voice soothing. All those things are just in the past. What matters is that you're our family now, Si Xiaonan. And Xiaonan, you're so amazing now. Already at the Klein level, and you'll protect your family well in the future, right? Si Xiaonan nodded vigorously through her tears, too moved to speak, feeling warmth surging in her heart. The other team members chimed in, expressing their understanding and acceptance of her. Meanwhile, in the commander's office at the Watchman headquarters in Shanjing City, Gu Qi'an, after saying goodbye to Team 136, arrived directly in Yi Fan's office through a space rift created by the Destiny Bridge. Yi Fan, who was processing documents, sensed the sudden presence and instinctively placed his right hand on the sword at his waist. When he saw who it was, his expression froze momentarily before he stood up, delighted. Qianan, you're back on your feet? His gaze then shifted to the purple-haired little girl clinging to Gu Qi'an's coat, and he smiled. This must be Xiaoji. Commander Yi, it's been a while, Gu Qi'an replied with a smile. Xiaoji also waved politely. Hello, Commander Yi. Yi Fan was about to nod when his expression suddenly froze, his smile fixed on his face. He stared at Gu Qi'an in disbelief. You've broken through? Gu Qi'an's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded gently. Reflecting on his experience of merging with the Tree of Destiny felt like a lifetime ago. At that moment, he was unprepared when drawn into an illusion. Although he could have quickly escaped, he chose to stay due to his deep longing for his family, spending a whole year with his loved ones. This seemingly impulsive decision unexpectedly helped him break through a mental barrier, perhaps guided by destiny. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled, admiration written all over his face. With your talent, reaching this realm is no surprise. But achieving such heights in such a short time is truly astonishing. We Night Watchers have finally welcomed our sixth human at the pinnacle. Congratulations, Qian. He retrieved an exquisite black box from the drawer and walked slowly towards Gu Qi'an, eyeing the young powerhouse. This is your personal Star C medal. I've been keeping it for you since the divine battle in Sangnan City ended. Yi Fan opened the box and handed the shimmering medal to Gu Qi'an. You played a significant role in that battle, and now that you're back safely, it's time for it to return to its rightful owner. Commander Yi, let's skip the ceremony, Gu Qi'an said as he carefully tucked the medal away. With the current complex situation, it's best to keep a low profile. Yi Fan shook his head with resignation. All right, I knew you wouldn't be one for formalities. He began brewing tea and pushed a cup towards Gu Qi'an. What are your plans moving forward? Taking a sip of tea, Gu Qi'an replied calmly. I plan to restructure Team 136 into a special unit. You're talking about Chunmai and his team? Yi Fan asked, raising an eyebrow. Gu Qi'an nodded and explained. Their team composition is quite impressive: 1 Klein realm, 2 Infinity realms, 1 Ocean realm, 2 Peak River realms, and an experienced newcomer who's awakened to the Forbidden Ruins. It's a waste for them to remain just in Sangnan City. Has Chunmai broken through to Klein? Yi Fan asked in surprise. Not yet, Gu Qi'an said with a serious expression. Although he's close to the breakthrough, he still needs time. The Klein realm member is another team member, the trickster god's proxy, Loki. Loki's proxy? Yi Fan frowned, deep in thought. After a moment, he scrutinized Gu Qi'an. Loki is a malevolent god, known for creating chaos and disrupting order. Are you sure she can be trusted? Yes, Gu Qi'an answered without hesitation. Yi Fan gave him a long look. As the trickster god's proxy, I don't trust her, but I trust you. Besides, there are other plans for Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan from higher up. Gu Qi'an smiled. You're thinking of sending Wu Xiangnan to explore the location of Takamagara, right? That place is inaccessible to us alone. When the time comes, I'll have my own way to find it. Plus, there's something there that I want. Yi Fan looked at him curiously, but seeing that Gu Qi'an had nothing more to say, he refrained from asking further. Gu Qi'an fell into a brief contemplation, then slowly nodded. His gaze was resolute, as if he had already made up his mind. If we go by what you suggest, forming a new special team with them is indeed a good choice, Yi Fan said, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Are you thinking of making them the 5th special team? Gu Qi'an shook his head, his tone calm and firm. It will be the 6th special team. The 6th special team? Yi Fan furrowed his brows, disbelief written all over his face. He quickly walked up to Gu Qi'an, lowering his voice. Since the formation of the Night Watchers, there have always been only 5 special teams. Hastily adding a 6th special team might not be approved by the higher-ups. I think the most likely scenario is for Chunmai and his team to take over the 5th special team, while Lin Qiye and their temporary team's arrangement can only be put on hold for now. Gu Qi'an frowned slightly, fully aware of how much Lin Qiye and his team had sacrificed to become the 5th special team. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up, his gaze intense. Now, with the gods of Xia once again hidden, the situation has become extremely delicate. If they continue to remain unseen, those foreign gods will undoubtedly start testing the waters, trying to gauge the strength of our Xia gods. Do you know where the Xia gods are? Yi Fan's eyes were fixed on Gu Qi'an, a hint of urgency in his voice. Gu Qi'an nodded, his voice low and confident. I do. The Xia gods are gradually awakening now, fully focused on rebuilding the heavenly court, leaving them no time to deal with foreign deities. Yi Fan's expression grew increasingly serious. He took a deep breath and said, in that case, we definitely can't let foreign gods interfere with the Xia gods. That's precisely why, Gu Qi'an continued. I propose that Team 136 form a new special team to address the impending crisis. As for Qiye and his team, they will soon officially become a special team. There's no need for replacement. If there are more talents, why not form a 7th or 8th special team? He paused, and I might need to venture deep into the mist. Yi Fan was taken aback by this. Are you planning to stir the waters? That's too risky. One wrong step could lead to disaster. Don't worry. Gu Qian's eyes gleamed with confidence. Danger is always present, but I am confident I can navigate through it safely. Yi Fan gave him a long, thoughtful look, then nodded slightly. All right, I'll seriously consider this matter. With that, he turned to his desk, pulled out a document from the towering stack of papers, and handed it to Gu Qi'an. Gu Qi'an took the document and began to read it carefully. As he read further, surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. Is this a letter of appointment? A pleased smile spread across Yi Fan's face. I was planning to appoint you to this position a bit later. But since you've reached the pinnacle of human potential, with the strength to fulfill the role, I believe now is the right time. Gu Qi'an stared at the commission in his hand, its fresh ink scent still lingering, a trace of undeniable surprise flickering in his eyes. The golden embossed letters were particularly striking. Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Night Watchers of Great Xia. His fingers unconsciously caressed the paper, leaving him momentarily dazed. Standing nearby, Yi Fan observed Gu Qi'an's reaction, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. He explained leisurely. This is a newly established department. The current situation is complex, with various forces surging beneath the surface. We urgently need a central hub to coordinate externally. He paused before continuing. The main responsibilities include gathering intelligence on foreign deities, coordinating with friendly foreign forces, and representing the Night Watchers to establish and maintain good relations with the deities of Great Xia. Gu Qi'an frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment before nodding. These tasks are indeed crucial. He looked up at Yi Fan. How many members does this department have now? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression turned slightly awkward, his gaze dropping slightly as he cleared his throat. Currently. Don't tell me. There's not a single member yet. Gu Qi'an's eyes widened, his voice involuntarily rising. Yi Fan scratched his head awkwardly, giving a wry smile. After all, it's a department that's just about to be established. Honestly, I didn't expect you to reach the pinnacle of human capability so quickly. The original plan was to bring Chun Mai in once the department was officially operational. Gu Qi'an was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Can I refuse? His tone carried a hint of hesitation, as accepting this position would bind most of his time here, far from his original intentions. Moreover, he was soon to venture into the fog. Yi Fan's expression turned serious, his tone heavy and sincere. Qi'an, this department is too important. The matters it faces are intricate, requiring both dealing with foreign deities and navigating among various forces. This position not only requires immense strength, but also a strategic vision and coordination skills. He took a deep breath and continued. Others with such strength may suffice, but they lack the finesse in planning and strategy. Those skilled in strategy lack the power to command respect. That's why this ministerial position has remained vacant. After careful consideration, I believe you are the most suitable candidate. Let me think about it carefully, Gu Qi'an said, his brow furrowed. Yi Fan looked at him, a knowing look in his eyes. I understand what you're concerned about. This position as Minister of Foreign Affairs doesn't mean you'll be stuck in an office handling paperwork all day. Quite the opposite, it requires you to get out there. His tone lightened. Besides, since you plan to venture into the fog, you can collect intelligence along the way. I'll form a special intelligence analysis team within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to handle the mundane tasks for you. Chun Mai and their Team 136 will also be transferred to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs under the guise of the 6th Special Squad for you to command. If necessary, other special squads will follow your orders as well. Aren't the special squads usually under the command of Deputy Commander Zhua? Gu Qi'an asked in surprise. Does the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have that much authority? Yi Fan patiently explained. You and Zhuqing handle different responsibilities, one focusing internally and the other externally, so there's no conflict. Gu Qi'an's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes showing clear disdain as he bluntly exposed Yi Fan's true intentions. Commander Yi, I seriously suspect you're just trying to shirk responsibility and pass this hot potato to me. These straightforward words left Yi Fan momentarily speechless, prompting him to cough repeatedly to cover his embarrassment as his face flushed. Hastily changing the subject, he spoke earnestly. This is a senior position in the Night Watchers, with power beyond your imagination. Moreover, I believe only you can handle this job. So, how about giving it a bold try? Meanwhile, in a mountainous region of the Great Xia, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Xia Siming leaned lazily against a flat boulder, glancing nonchalantly at Kong Shang. Since when did we night watchers have such a department? Kong Shang spread his hands helplessly. Apparently, it's newly established. We've been notified to attend an introduction meeting. Not going. Xia Siming decisively turned her back on Kong Shang, her voice filled with weariness. What does this so-called Foreign Affairs Department have to do with us? I'd rather rest here. But our special team will be under their command in the future. Kong Shang's tone carried a hint of bitterness. This statement hit like a thunderbolt, causing Xia Siming to whip around, shocked. Weren't we always under Zhuqing's supervision? Kong Shang sighed, patiently explaining, according to the documents, we're still part of the Night Watchers Special Operations Division. But if the Foreign Affairs Department needs us, we have to follow their orders. What the heck? Xia Siming jumped to her feet, eyes wide. You mean we'll be managed not only by Zhuqing, but also by this new Foreign Affairs Department? So now we have two bosses. How are we supposed to live like this? Her delicate face fell, her previous laziness disappearing. Kong Shang nodded to confirm. That's exactly the case. Phoenix Squad. Xia Siming's expression changed sharply, her voice suddenly rising. The team members looked over in confusion, not understanding why their leader had become so serious. Let's go back to Shangjing City and drag that so-called Foreign Affairs Minister out for a beating, Xia Siming declared, striding towards the transport aircraft. Kong Shang hurriedly moved to stop her. Oh dear, calm down. Kong Mama, let go. Xia Siming struggled, both anxious and annoyed. The new minister is a newly recognized powerhouse among humans. Are you sure we won't just be walking into our doom? Kong Shang said with exasperation. This statement seemed to deflate Xia Siming like a punctured balloon. She froze and slumped back to the boulder, head lowered, suddenly starting to sob. Why am I, Xia Siming, so unlucky? Kong Shang face-bombed, cutting through her act. Captain, stop wailing. I know you too well. You're just trying to ease the awkwardness. I get it, I really do. Xia Siming immediately flared up, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Oh, you dare to tease me, do you? Take this punch. Captain, stop, stop. Kong Shang dodged while shouting. Aren't you curious about who this new powerhouse is? Xia Siming paused. Who is it? Do you know? I don't know exactly who. Then why did you say anything? Xia Siming gritted her teeth, clenching her fists again. I only know that their new code name is Illusion. Inside a cramped and worn-out van, a sense of tension lingered in the air. Lin Qiye had just hung up the phone, his gaze sweeping over the people in the vehicle, his eyes barely concealing his joy. Hey, why do we suddenly have to go there? Molly asked, tilting her head. As everyone looked on curiously, Lin Qiye grinned. My brother has woken up and reached the pinnacle of human capability. He's about to take over as the newly established Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Commander Yi wants us to go back for the meeting. Lin Qiye, busy with tasks for the past few days, hadn't had the chance to visit the Gods Psychiatric Hospital and only now learned that Gu Qi'an had awakened yesterday. Coach Gu. Bai Li's eyes widened with excitement. Does that mean we can do whatever we want now? And Qingyu, holding the steering wheel, couldn't help but smile. I never expected our teacher to reach this level. What will Coach Gu's code name be now that he's reached the pinnacle? Molly asked, full of anticipation. Lin Qiye glanced at the information on his phone. From now on, there will be 6 human pinnacles, 1 sword, 1 illusion, 1 rider, 1 sovereign, 1 void, and 1 sage. Illusion, huh? And Qingyu's mouth twitched slightly. It definitely suits the teacher's style, still as casual as ever with names. Wait, Chao Yuan suddenly interjected. What's this Ministry of Foreign Affairs you're talking about? I've never heard of it. Lin Qiye explained while flipping through the documents. It doesn't explain much here, but it seems to be a new department specifically targeting foreign forces. We'll find out more when we get to Shangjing City. Shin Qingzhu mused. Every special team has its own function, just like the 5th special team is mainly responsible for exploring outside the borders of Daxia. Do you think once we officially become a special team, we'll be working under Coach Gu again? Now that you mention it, with our relationship with Coach Gu. Everyone began to discuss excitedly, a sense of unprecedented assurance filling the van. And Qingyu couldn't help but speed up, racing towards Shangjing City. Meanwhile, the night in the northern region of Daxia was as thick as ink. 7 tall figures stood atop a towering silver pillar that pierced the sky, their black cloaks flapping in the fierce wind. No trace of the ancient god cult's whispers detected nearby. A raspy voice broke the silence. Buli frowned. It's been a year, where could the whispers have gone? With his penchant for causing trouble, it's impossible for him to remain quiet for so long. Could he be secretly plotting some grand scheme? His expression was grave. It seems I must report to Commander Yi soon and have him prepare in advance. What Buli didn't know was that ever since the whispers had been marked by Gu Qi'an's destiny curse and possessed by 2 alien souls, he had been abandoned by fate. Over the past year, he had faced nothing but misfortune and bad luck. Even the two other evil god agents within the ancient god cult, Yue and Qian Mo, were quite dissatisfied with him. Qian Mo's hostility towards him was escalating, making his situation increasingly dire. Those he had once nurtured as followers now looked at him with strange eyes, as if he were an ominous sign. Meanwhile, Yu was secretly planning an action that could turn the tide. He was eager to reclaim his lost status and power, to escape the precarious situation he found himself in. Buli stood before 7 towering silver pillars, his gaze slowly sweeping over the 6 figures standing like statues behind him. A barely noticeable gentleness flashed in his eyes as he spoke softly. I wonder how Wu Xiaogaoer is doing now. You must miss him too, don't you? His tone was as casual as if he were chatting with an old friend. He slightly raised his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. I knew it. You all miss him just like I do. Since we can't find you for the moment, why not go see him instead? At that moment, the sharp sound of a text message notification pierced the night silence. Buli paused, retrieving his phone from his pocket. As his eyes fell on the screen, he visibly froze. Another human pinnacle has emerged. I wonder which colleague it is, he murmured to himself, eyes alight with curiosity and anticipation. In that case, let's go meet this new minister. With a gentle wave of Buli's right hand, the 7 silver pillars erupted with lightning, arcs of electricity crackling like roaring dragons. The lightning enveloped the 7 figures, shooting skyward like arrows, vanishing quickly into the dark night. In the outskirts of Huaihai City, Chang Wei clutched the documents in her hands, her eyes red. Do you think it could be? Tian Ping nodded with a smile. It must be him. Among all the Night Watchers, only Qian could break through to the human pinnacle at this time and use the codename Phantom. I can't think of anyone else. That's fantastic. Qian beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qian broke through his own barriers so quickly and became a human pinnacle. Tenxiang bit her lip lightly. But, now that he's become the Minister of Foreign Affairs, does that mean he can't return to our team? The words brought a halt to the group's joy, plunging them into silence. Just then, Wang Mian, Xing Hen, and Yu Qi'an approached from afar. We've finished handling things on our end, Wang Mian said, scratching his head when he saw the somber group. What's wrong with you all? Why the sudden gloom? Tian Ping sighed and shared the news about Gu Qi'an with them. Wang Mian was momentarily stunned, then smiled. That kid did well. I thought he'd be stuck at his barrier for a long time, but he broke through so quickly. He looked around at everyone, speaking sincerely. Qi'an is now in a more important position and can take on greater responsibilities for Xia. We should be proud of him. No matter where he is, he's always family. We knew he wouldn't stay with the team forever. This just happened sooner than expected. Chang Wei lifted her head, her eyes misty. I understand, but I can't help hoping he'll come back. Wang Mian stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder with a smile. Come on, let's go to Shangjing and visit our Minister Gu. In the meeting room of the peace office in Sangnan City, the aroma of tea gently wafted through the air. Gu Qi'an set down his delicate celadon teacup, his gaze piercing as it swept over everyone present. The news he had just announced left the members of Team 136 in momentary silence. So, does this mean we're now part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Hong Ying couldn't help but ask, her voice tinged with undisguised excitement. Her fingers unconsciously caressed the sleeve of her uniform, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Gu Qi'an nodded slightly, his voice steady and powerful. That's right, from today onwards, you will become the 6th special team of the Night Watchmen. As the core force of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you will not only assist in executing its missions, but also collaborate with other special teams to hunt down high-risk entities that threaten the city's safety. As he spoke, he took a stack of documents from behind him and placed them on the table with a soft thud. Gu Qi'an's expression turned unprecedentedly serious, his voice heavy. Now, I'm giving you one last chance to choose. Signing this document means you officially become a member of the 6th Special Team. From now on, you'll leave behind the comfort of life in Sangnan City, facing life and death challenges every day. Before he finished speaking, Chun Mai and the others already reached for the documents. Without pausing to read the content, they decisively signed their names and handed the papers back to the somewhat stunned Gu Qi'an. What are you? Gu Qi'an was momentarily at a loss for words, his face full of surprise. Chun Mai found a comfortable spot on the sofa, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. He took a deep drag, exhaling a swirl of smoke, a calm smile playing on his lips. Qi'an, we understand everything you're saying. We're no longer rookies. From the moment we joined the Night Watchmen and swore our oath under the flag of Xia, we were ready to give everything. As long as Xia needs us, we're always on call. A hint of concern flashed in Gu Qian's eyes. But your wife and the others. From the day I donned this dark red cloak, I knew I couldn't be a competent father or husband. Chun Mai waved his hand gently, his tone firm, yet with a touch of tenderness. I'm already content to have spent this year safely with my family. Qing Wan and Xiao Yang will understand. They wouldn't want their husband or father to be a deserter. Hong Ying looked at Chun Mai, her eyes welling up with tears, but she quickly composed herself, looking firmly at Gu Qi'an. This is the choice we've all made. Since we've embarked on this path, we have no regrets. Oh, Qi'an, why are you being so sentimental today? This isn't like you at all. Zhao Kongqing grinned widely, his excitement evident. I never imagined I'd become part of a special team one day. It's been my dream all along. Qi'an, I really have to thank you for giving me this opportunity. When Qima also smiled with delight, nodding repeatedly. Yes, this is both a show of trust in us and an immense honor. We won't back down. Wu Xiangnan's slender fingers gently caressed the pen in his hand, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. He spoke in a calm tone. I'm already a member of the Lanyu squad. This is nothing new to me. There's no need to hesitate. Si Xiaonan and Lin Qiye stood by, silently observing the scene with faint smiles. They didn't need to speak. The determination in their eyes said it all. Gu Qi'an took a deep breath, looking at the group of young people before him, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Since everyone has decided, let's think about the name of our squad and the color of our cloak. As soon as he spoke, the previously quiet atmosphere was instantly broken. Hong Ying was the first to speak excitedly. I think we should be called Fearless Squad. It sounds like we charge forward with no fear. Zhao Kongqing stroked his chin, shaking his head in mock seriousness. Too ordinary, not fierce enough. War God Squad is impressive and powerful. That name would make people laugh out loud. Hong Ying retorted unceremoniously. Zhao Kongqing immediately countered. It's better than your Fearless Squad. As the two argued heatedly, when Shima rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Have you considered that maybe neither name is quite right? Then why don't you suggest something? They both turned to glare at him. When Shima quickly raised his hands in surrender. Ahem. Carry on, carry on. At that moment, Si Xiaonan's timid voice broke in. She glanced at Gu Qi'an, then at the others. How about Azure Flame Squad? Chun Moi flicked ash from his cigarette, his deep gaze settling on Gu Qi'an. That's a great name. Let's go with Azure Flame Squad. And the cloak can be azure blue. He paused before continuing. Qi'an, you've changed each of our destinies. Zhao and I should have perished in that battle. The sword wound on Xiangnan's hand was healed by you. And Hong Ying and Qima have advanced in their training thanks to your guidance. If it weren't for you helping Xiaonan break the soul contract, she would have been taken by Loki, the god of tricks. Even Lin Qiye's awakening of the Forbidden Void is thanks to your help. Every member of Squad 136 was reborn from your azure flames. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, looking at Gu Qi'an with gratitude and respect. In an instant, they all stood up, straightening their backs. Chun Moi walked up to Gu Qi'an, raising his hand in a standard salute. Minister Gu, we are the Azure Flame Squad. We look forward to your guidance. Swish, the others raised their right hands in unison, saluting Gu Qi'an. Minister Gu, we look forward to your guidance. Gu Qi'an had just entered the activity room when he saw Lin Qiye chatting with Nike's and the others. Nike's eyes lit up, and in an instant, she leaped from her seat and wrapped Gu Qi'an in a tight embrace. Mother, it's been a long time, Gu Qi'an said, his eyes lowered, a hint of shyness in his voice. Lin Qiye approached with a spring in his step. Congratulations, brother. How's the team been? Any new members? Gu Qi'an nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Not bad. We've been hunting the mysterious all over, but we haven't found the right people yet. At that moment, a graceful figure approached. Bragi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he bowed slightly. Hello, Qi'an. I'm Bragi, pleased to meet you. Gu Qi'an looked at him with a hint of surprise at his eager gaze. Hello, Bragi. Ever since I mentioned you might be able to help him, he's been eagerly waiting for you to wake up, Merlin explained from the side. Gu Qi'an nodded in understanding, a flash of azure light in his eyes. In Bragi's body, he saw the figure of a stunning woman, but when he tried to draw her out, he found his power insufficient. Sorry, I can't do it right now. It seems I'll need to become a true god before I can manage that. Bragi's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but quickly turned to acceptance. It's okay, thank you. Having hope is better than having no clue at all. Gu Qi'an looked at Lin Qiye in confusion, wondering why he hadn't thought of using the mailbox to connect the couple. By the way, where's Xiaozi? Didn't you bring her along? Nike's changed the topic at the right moment. Gu Qi'an suddenly realized he had forgotten about the little one, and quickly summoned Xiaozi. As soon as she appeared, her lively purple eyes glared at him in mock reproach. Xiaonan, why did you take so long to summon me? She hurried to his side, clutching his clothes tightly as if afraid he might vanish again. Gu Qi'an noticed that ever since Xiaozi evolved, she wasn't as mischievous as before, but more attached to him, likely due to the separation that had left a shadow in her heart. Didn't I summon you as soon as I had a chance? Gu Qi'an gently ruffled her purple hair. Xiaozi shook her little pigtails and hopped into Nike's arms. Mother hug. Our little Z is the best, unlike the others. You must visit Mother more often, Nike said, stroking Xiaozi's hair gently. Mom. Xiaozi snuggled against Nike's, her face filled with a joyful smile, and she cheekily made a face at Gu Qi'an. Gu Qi'an shook his head helplessly, still as mischievous as ever. The group sat together as Merlin poured Gu Qi'an a cup of tea, sighing. Now that you've merged with the Tree of Fate, your path ahead will be much smoother. Gu Qi'an took the cup and sipped. Yes, it was risky this time, but it was all worth it. Merlin's expression suddenly turned grave as he gazed at Gu Qi'an and asked in a deep voice, Qi'an, do you know something? After you sacrificed your body, the Tree of Fate lost the restraint of your soul, and a terrifying presence appeared in the sky, resembling the mist and seemingly intent on obliterating the Tree of Fate. Gu Qi'an frowned, pondering for a moment before slowly nodding. It's Cthulhu. The mention of these three words left everyone present stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Without waiting for their questions, Gu Qi'an continued to explain. They are the root of all calamities. In the Cthulhu mythos, there are three main deities, Shub-Niggurath, the black goat, Yog-Sothoth, the key and the gate, and Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos. The apocalyptic fog a century ago was part of Yog-Sothoth's body. Hearing this, the crowd was full of shock. Gu Qi'an, however, remained calm and continued. The presence in the sky was likely just a glimpse of Yog-Sothoth from the river of time. He won't truly descend yet. Merlin's brow furrowed even more, his expression growing heavier. If I recall correctly, the key should have been dead long ago. As an observer, Merlin, along with Nyx and others, had some understanding of Cthulhu. Although they hadn't participated in the Great War of the past, they were somewhat familiar with its legends. The key, as the all-knowing and all-seeing deity, the embodiment of time and space, never truly dies. Gu Qi'an's voice was low and resolute. As long as the mist exists, he will always exist and will eventually resurrect. It seems the future is far more challenging than I imagined. Merlin gave Gu Qi'an a deep look, but asked no more questions. Gu Qi'an also fell silent. The next morning, at the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Shanjing City. Early in the morning, Gu Qi'an used the Bridge of Fate to transport Chun Mai and his group to the headquarters. He immediately arranged for them to register their team. Qi'an's ability is just unbelievable. It's so convenient, Zhao Kongxing exclaimed in shock, his expression dazed. Hong Ying glanced at him with a hint of disdain in her tone. Surprised already? There will be more to astonish you. Although it was her first time experiencing such a transfer, she was accustomed to Gu Qi'an's endless array of methods. What a monster, Zhao Kongxing muttered under his breath. After the registration, a smiling staff member approached quickly, holding several azure cloaks. These are your exclusive cloaks. That was fast. How did they make them so quickly? When Chimo remarked in surprise, the staff member explained, Commander Yi personally ordered this yesterday, and everyone worked overnight to complete them. The group nodded, each donning their cloak, and followed the staff to the meeting room door. You should wait inside. The meeting is about to begin. Thank you. Chun Mai expressed gratitude before opening the meeting room door. Inside the spacious meeting room, every seat was filled. Chun Mai and his team stepped in, looked around, and with a smile introduced themselves. Hello, we are the 6th Special Squad, Sangyan. Lin Qiye and the others gaped in disbelief at the 7 familiar figures clad in azure cloaks before them. Captain, you all. The meeting room was silent, but Zhao Kongxing strode in with a look of triumph on his face. Without a word, he hooked his arm around Lin Qiye's neck, beaming brightly. Hee. Qiye, can you believe it? Old Zhao here is now a member of the Special Squad. Lin Qiye looked at Zhao Kongxing in confusion and then turned to Chun Mai and the others. How did you become a Special Squad, and the 6th one at that? Weren't there always only 5 Special Squads for the Night Watchers? And why is your cloak azure blue? That was the color we planned to use. Zhao Kongxing seemed oblivious to Lin Qiye's questions as he whirled over to Wang Mian like a whirlwind. Enthusiastically, he patted Wang Mian's shoulder. Hello, are you the masked squad? I've heard so much about you. I'm Zhao Kongxing, and we'll be colleagues from now on. Please take care of me. Just as Wang Mian was about to respond, Zhao Kongxing had already zipped over to Xia Siming. Wang Mian's hand awkwardly hung in the air, and he could only shake his head in exasperation. Are you the Phoenix Squad? Wow, such a pretty girl. I'm Zhao Kongxing from the Azure Flame Squad. Nice to meet you. Zhao Kongxing's voice echoed through the meeting room. Xia Siming stood there stunned, watching this whirlwind of a man, and finally managed to squeeze out a response. Is this even possible? Nearby, Kong Shang was dumbfounded, watching Zhao Kongxing weave through the crowd and murmured to himself. I didn't know there was someone more lively than the captain. Chun Mai and the others covered their faces, wishing they could immediately shove Zhao Kongxing back into a coffin and nail the lid shut. When Zhao Kongxing approached Bu Li, whose stern demeanor exuded a powerful aura, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. Clearing his throat, he tried to sound composed. Ahem. Hello, I assume you're the medium squad. It's a pleasure to meet you. Unexpectedly, Bu Li grasped his hand, and his stern face softened, as if seeing a familiar figure in Zhao Kongxing. Hello, I'm Bu Li. Zhao Kongxing was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a bright smile. Hi, I'm Zhao Kongxing. With this lively character leading the way, the atmosphere in the meeting room became lively. The members of the temporary squad relaxed, especially Bailey Pangpang, who chatted enthusiastically with everyone. Before long, Everyone had a gleaming gold Rolex on their wrist. Xia Siming patted Bailey Pongpong's shoulder with a bold gesture. Little fatty, if anyone dares to bully you, just mention my name, Xia Siming. Let's see who dares to not give face. Bailey Pang Pang winked. Sister Xia. Thank you. I'll be sure to reach out if I need anything. Xia Siming smiled knowingly. Zhao Kongcheng looked at the shiny Rolex in his hand, flashed a bright smile, and declared loudly, Pang Pang, from now on, you're my brother from another mother. Whirlpool leaned in close to Bailey Pang Pang, throwing an arm around his shoulder with a beaming smile, as if they were brothers. Buli stood nearby, his gaze falling on the 6 figures in black robes behind him, and softly remarked, It's been so long since it was this lively. You all must enjoy this scene too. As laughter filled the conference room, the door opened once more. Yi Fan led the way inside, followed by Gu Qi'an and Zui Qing. Just then, a gleaming Rolex watch flew through the air towards them. Yi Fan caught it smoothly and casually slipped it onto his wrist, a slight smile playing on his lips. Well, didn't expect to get one myself. Looks pretty good. He surveyed the bustling conference room, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Commander Yi, Director Zua. Everyone stood to greet them before returning to their seats. When they finally recognized the handsome figure trailing behind, the members of the Phoenix squad widened their eyes in shock. Xia Siming, who had been tilting her chair back, almost lost her balance. She rubbed her eyes, staring at Gu Qi'an in disbelief. You're Gu Qi'an, weren't you? She paused. So you're the new top dog? And Qing Yu and the others suddenly stood up. Though they had heard of Gu Qi'an's return, seeing him alive and well before them brought tears to their eyes. Teacher. And Qing Yu's lips trembled, warmth in his gaze. Instructor Gu. Bailey Pang Pang waved excitedly, his voice brimming with joy. Molly covered her mouth, tears welling up as she was too overwhelmed to speak. Shin Qingzhu and Chao Yuan beamed, their eyes full of respect and nostalgia. To them, Gu Qi'an was more than just an instructor. He was a mentor and friend who had guided them from the start. His influence was evident in their achievements today, and they owed much to him. Buli curiously observed the young man, thinking, so this is the new rising star? The masked squad watched him silently, taking in his gentle demeanor. To outsiders, he might be the invincible Gu Qi'an, but to the masked squad, he was always the shy younger brother they looked after. Gu Qi'an nodded gently to everyone, smiling. He approached the masked squad with a bashful grin. I'm back. Wang Mian gave his shoulder a hearty pat. Good job, kid. You've made it to department head. Whirlpool glanced at Rose and teased. If you hadn't come back, some people would have talked my ear off. Rose gave Whirlpool a sidelong glance and stepped forward to hug Gu Qi'an gently. It's good to have you back. The masked squad basked in the joy of their reunion. After a moment, Wang Mian, smiling, reminded, we'll catch up later. You're the main event of this meeting. Don't keep everyone waiting. The meeting room was brightly lit, casting light over a large conference table. Yi Fan sat at the head of the table, his posture as straight as a pine. To his left and right were Zui Qing and Gu Qi'an, respectively. His gaze was sharp as he slowly scanned everyone present, a faint smile on his lips. Let's get straight to the point, Yi Fan began directly. Given the current serious situation, the higher-ups have unanimously decided that the Night Watchers will establish a new department specifically targeting foreign forces outside the Great Xiathis, will be the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He paused. The former Night Watcher Team 136 stationed in Songnan City will now officially become the 6th Special Team of the Night Watchers, codenamed Song Yan. As soon as he finished speaking, applause filled the room. Chun Mai and others stood up, bowing slightly to everyone. Yi Fan nodded gently, indicating for them to sit down, and continued. You all know Zui Qing. He is the direct superior of the special teams. To my right, he slightly turned, is Gu Qi'an, our newly appointed top human asset, who will assume the role of Minister of Foreign Affairs. Applause erupted once again, with the temporary team's members clapping enthusiastically, their faces beaming with excitement. Gu Qi'an stood up and nodded slightly. I am Gu Qi'an. It's an honor to take on this responsibility, and I hope for your support. Yi Fan made a gesture to quiet the room, and once the applause subsided, he continued. These two, one overseeing domestic affairs of Great Xia, the other overseeing foreign affairs. From now on, Teams 1 to 3 will primarily handle domestic affairs under Director Zui's coordination, while Teams 4 to 6 will focus on foreign affairs under Minister Gu's leadership. Upon hearing this, members of the temporary and masked teams exchanged delighted glances. However, Xia Siming suddenly stood up, biting her lip. Commander Yi, this isn't fair. If even the masked team is tasked with foreign missions, won't the workload for the Phoenix team be too much? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a smile in his eyes. You needn't worry about that. Minister Gu will not take all 3 special teams into the mist unless necessary, and typically, 1 or 2 teams will remain to assist you in handling high-risk mysteries within the city. Likewise, if needed, he has the authority to deploy you for foreign missions. Xia Siming patted her chest and exhaled deeply as she sat down, almost becoming the model worker of the era. How could she relax? Seeing no further objections, Yi Fan nodded slightly. Next, Minister Gu will lead the meeting. Amidst a new round of applause, all eyes turned to Gu Qi'an. His voice was clear and powerful. Everyone's time is precious, so I'll address just two matters. He looked at Wang Mian. Captain Wang, in a month, you will lead the mass team with me into the mist. Yes. Wang Mian immediately stood up, his back straight, responding with a serious expression. Gu Qi'an nodded, turning to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, continue leading the temporary team to complete your current mission. Once you officially become the 5th special team, further arrangements will be made. Lin Qiye quickly stood up. Yes. In the conference room, Gu Qi'an nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Chen Mai. Chen Mai, you are responsible for leading the Tsanyan squad to complete the handover with the masked squad and take over their mission to hunt down high-risk threats to the city. You must quickly adapt to the high-intensity combat rhythm of the special squad. Yes. Chen Mai immediately stood up and responded crisply. Gu Qian's gaze swept over each person in the room, his expression solemn. As we all know, the special squad is the most dangerous profession among the night watchers. Any slight mistake during a mission could result in casualties. Data shows that no special squad has managed to survive intact for a long period. He paused for a moment. Therefore, I have crafted a special ring for each of you, the Ring of Fate. Before his words had fully settled, Gu Qi'an raised his arm slightly. In an instant, several rings emitting a cerulean glow appeared out of thin air, slowly floating in front of each person. These rings contain 3 of my abilities, Gu Qi'an continued to explain. The first is the Fate Shield, which doesn't provide physical protection but can defend against attacks, curses, and erosion on the soul level. The second is the Fate Bridge, which can open a direct rift to my location. No matter where you are, I can reach you promptly. But remember, you must never enter the rift yourself, or you'll be torn apart by the forces of space. Third, wearing it can resist the erosion of the mist. Everyone focused intently on the rings in their hands, amazed at the immense power contained within such a small object. These rings were crafted by Gu Qi'an from the remnants of the Fate Tree. You only need to inject spiritual power to activate their abilities, Gu Qi'an said with a hint of a smile. In my view, as long as the soul remains intact, one is not truly dead. If you encounter an unbeatable enemy, immediately activate the shield to protect your soul and open the space rift to await rescue. Even if your physical body is destroyed, I have ways to bring you back to life. At these words, the conference room fell silent. Everyone, including Yi Fan, stared at Gu Qi'an in disbelief. The significance of this ring was unmistakably clear. It was a true life assurance, allowing the wearer to control their own fate. Bu Li suddenly looked up, his eyes glimmering with hope, tears welling in his eyes. Minister Gu, he said, his voice trembling with a hint of emotion. As long as the soul remains, can you really bring them back to life? Gu Qi'an's gaze moved past Bu Li to the 6 rigid, black-clad figures standing behind him, and he sighed softly. Because they signed a spirit medium contract with you in life, their souls still reside within their bodies. I can bring them back to life, but you must understand that once they're revived, your spirit medium abilities will be nullified, and they will only regain their original level of strength. Gu Qi'an looked directly at Bu Li. What is your choice? Please, Minister Gu, help me bring them back to life. Bu Li replied without hesitation, his tone firm and steady. Gu Qi'an took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on Bu Li with intensity. His voice was steady and powerful. All right, I can help you. But before that, there's someone else who is equally eager to see them come back to life. A flicker of surprise crossed Bu Li's eyes, but he quickly understood Gu Qi'an's implication. His face lit up with excitement and gratitude, his eyes filled with anticipation. The meeting room was silent. Everyone held their breath, watching Gu Qi'an intently as he closed his eyes in concentration. He was fully focused on sensing the mental imprint he had previously left in Master Chen's body, using it to precisely locate the fasting place. Meanwhile, in an office at the fasting place, Master Chen was leisurely sipping fragrant tea. Suddenly, a faint trace of mental energy brushed past him, and he immediately called out warily, "Who?" "It's me, Gu Qi'an," a familiar voice echoed in the void. "I'm taking Wu Laogo first. I'll come personally to apologize in due time." Recognizing Gu Qi'an's voice, Master Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. He returned to his seat by the tea table and continued sipping his tea. Just yesterday, he had learned of his tea friend's resurrection, reportedly having reached the pinnacle of human strength. He had always appreciated this polite and humble junior and was genuinely happy for his rebirth. A medical staff member rushed into the office in a panic. "Master, something's wrong." Wu Laogo was taken away by a sudden spatial rift. Master Chen remained calm, taking a sip of tea before nodding. "Yes, I know. I'm aware of it. You can go now." After the staff member left, he softly muttered to himself, "With that young Qian involved, perhaps he can finally break free from the constraints of this place." In the meeting room, Wu Laogo looked around in confusion at Bu Li. He had been daydreaming as usual when a hand reached through a spatial rift and pulled him in. Rubbing his eyes hard, He couldn't believe what he was seeing. See, Captain? Wu Xiaogo, it's been years, and you've gotten so chubby? Maybe we should call you Wu Xiaozhu from now on, Bully said with a warm smile, his eyes full of joy at their reunion. Captain, it really is you. What's going on here? Wu Laogo looked around, seeing familiar faces everywhere, and felt even more puzzled. Bully patted his shoulder. Stand aside for now, and I'll explain everything in a bit. Then he turned to Gu Qi'an, his eyes sincere. Minister Gu, I'll leave it to you. Gu Qi'an nodded slightly, and then raised his hand to wield his power. In an instant, strands of azure ribbons appeared out of thin air, tightly binding the entire meeting room space to prevent any disturbances from reaching the outside world. Gu Qi'an's eyes suddenly narrowed, and six tomo in his pupils began to spin rapidly, with strange patterns rippling outward. 9 pitch black orbs appeared in succession behind him, while his long azure hair fluttered wildly, as if stirred by an invisible breeze. An overwhelming mental pressure filled the conference room, causing everyone to instinctively step back, except for the 6 figures in black robes, who stood motionless before Gu Qi'an, as if held in place by some unseen force. Sensing danger, Yi Fan's expression turned grave. A golden light emanated from him, forming a protective barrier in front of the others. At that moment, Gu Qi'an let out a low shout, and 6 massive, translucent hands materialized out of thin air, striking the 6 black-robed figures with lightning speed. In an instant, 6 spectral figures were extracted from their bodies by these ethereal hands and suspended in midair. Gu Qi'an slowly raised his right hand, and 6 white-blue flames gathered at his fingertips, drifting like fireflies toward the lifeless bodies, eventually merging into their hearts. A vast surge of life force erupted from these long-dead bodies. Their withered forms rapidly regained fullness, and their skin returned to a healthy color. This was the power Gu Qi'an gained after merging with the Tree of Fate, controlling the white-blue flames of life and the black-blue flames of death. He had already mastered the forces of life, death, and fate, and was on the brink of becoming a true god of fate. For him, achieving this was not difficult, as his body was originally forged from the essence of fate. Before long, under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the 6 bodies were fully restored to health, exuding a peculiar aura that guided the spectral figures back into their respective shells. Phew, it's done. They'll wake up soon, Gu Qi'an said, feeling the life force surging within the 6 bodies, exhaling deeply with a hint of exhaustion on his face. Reviving 6 high-level beings at once was no easy feat, even for him. It's really done? Yi Fan murmured in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Captain, am I dreaming? Have Zhang Xiaohua and the others really come back to life? Wu Laogo's voice trembled, tears welling up in his eyes. Bu Li's eyes quivered, his eyes red-rimmed. He slowly crouched down, his gentle gaze sweeping over the familiar faces, listening intently to the gradually strengthening heartbeats. With trembling hands, he gently caressed each face, his movements tender and reverent. Finally, a relieved smile appeared on his lips as he softly whispered, "Welcome back." At that moment, a profound wave emanated from within Bu Li. Is this a breakthrough in his heart's barrier? The conference room was silent, with everyone's eyes fixed on Bu Li. A mysterious aura emanated from him, causing everyone present to hold their breath. Captain, has he broken through? Wu Laogo exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. He instinctively glanced at Gu Qi'an, feeling immense gratitude. Without Gu Qi'an, none of this would have been possible. Bu Li, long considered the strongest below the ceiling, had been stuck at a bottleneck for years. But witnessing his teammates return from the brink of death warmed his long-frozen heart, like rain after a drought, finally allowing him to break through his limitations. Everyone present witnessed the entire breakthrough process, each gaining some insight. Bu Li walked slowly over to Gu Qi'an, his gaze filled with respect and gratitude, and bowed deeply. Minister Gu, words cannot express my gratitude. If it weren't for you reviving my teammates, I would never have broken through this barrier. I will remember this kindness always. Gu Qi'an, though exhausted, smiled with satisfaction. No need for thanks. Congratulations on breaking through the human ceiling. Yi Fan burst into excited laughter. Great. This is fantastic. Our night watchers have grown stronger, and we're now more prepared to face any challenges ahead. The meeting concluded amidst the joy of the medium squad's reunion. The temporary team members gathered around Gu Qi'an, who turned to them with a smile. This past year, you've all grown a lot. You're close to reaching the Sea Realm, and soon might become special squad members. Lin Qiye's eyes lit up. Brother, is reaching the Sea Realm enough? Of course not, Gu Qi'an glanced at him. As captain, you must at least reach the Sea Realm peak. Lin Qiye's face fell, and he pouted. Teacher, we should be going soon. The mission has been issued. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, smiling shyly. Gu Qi'an couldn't help but tease. Qingyu, sometimes you need to express your emotions. If you miss me, just say it instead of keeping it inside. And Qingyu's face turned beet red, and he stammered for a while before finally smiling sheepishly. Everyone burst into laughter, feeling the warmth and familiarity of Gu Qi'an. unchanged despite a year apart. Coach Gu, Li Pang scratched his head with a goofy grin. My dad's birthday is coming up, and I'd like to invite you to our house for the celebration. Gu Qi'an gave him a meaningful look and nodded lightly. I'll definitely be there. Li Pang felt puzzled by the meaningful look, but didn't dwell on it. Bailey Pang patted his chest, his face brimming with excitement. Great. If you go, my dad will definitely be proud to know someone like you. I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly. Gu Qi'an narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in them. Lin Qiye, with his keen observation, noticed this subtle change and couldn't help but frown as he asked, Brother, what's going on with you? Nothing, just recalled some unpleasant memories. Gu Qi'an forced a seemingly relaxed smile, though it couldn't completely hide the faint shadow in his eyes. He said seriously, All right, you all should get going. Remember, if you encounter difficulties, use the destiny ring. No matter the time, I'll be right behind you. After Lin Qiye and his group left, Gu Qian's expression gradually cooled. Wang Mian appeared behind him at some point, arms crossed, his gaze intense. What's on your mind? Captain. Gu Qian nodded slightly. I heard you overheard our conversation earlier, about Bailey Pong's family. Yes, tell me what you need us to do. I'll be quite busy these next few days and might not be available. All right, then let's. 2 days later in the office. So are you settling in? Yi Fan lounged lazily on the soft sofa, a cigarette between his fingers, exhaling a puff of smoke with a relaxed expression. Gu Qian had just finished signing the last document and collapsed onto the sofa like a deflated balloon. You seem way too laid back for a commander-in-chief. I'm seriously beginning to think you're just passing all the work onto me and switching. Yi Fan flicked the ash from his cigarette, raising an eyebrow. It's just busy for now. The new team is still getting organized. Once everything's running smoothly, it'll be better. Ignoring his explanation, Gu Qian asked, Are Wang Mian and the others still in Shanjing City? How's the task handover going? Yes, since we rarely meet. I let them stay a few more days to help share the workload. Gu Qian gazed at the ceiling, his eyes deep in thought. Yi Fan took a deep breath, his expression suddenly serious. He sat up straight, staring intently at Gu Qian. Do you have something planned? Yes, Gu Qian admitted directly. What are you planning to do? Gu Qian remained relaxed in posture, yet his words were firm. Clean up internally. I can't proceed into the fog with peace of mind otherwise. Internally, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. With your elusive abilities, you could return instantly even if you venture into the fog, right? Gu Qian's demeanor turned stern. Commander Yi, I have always respected you, but you're too soft-hearted. I don't believe you're unaware of the corruption within the Night Watchers. You're an excellent Night Watcher, but not a fit commander-in-chief. There are things you're hesitant to do, so let me handle them. Yi Fan's face showed anger, but upon meeting Gu Qian's determined gaze, he eventually lowered his head. After a long pause, he sighed heavily. What do you plan to do? Gu Qian's expression was cold as he handed a document to Yi Fan, his voice laced with chilling resolve. Even my people have dared to use such tricks as substituting the real with the fake. I don't care what the reasons are behind it. Let's make an example out of them. In the realm of Fengdu within the Great Xia, countless souls knelt on the ground, their voices echoing to the heavens. Welcome back, Great Emperor. Li Dayong hovered in the air, his black hair gently swaying in the wind as he gazed down at the thousands of prostrate souls below. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes as he softly murmured, From this moment on, there is no more night watchman Li Dayong. He paused, his voice growing deeper. I am the Emperor of Fengdu, the ruler of this underworld. Before his words had fully settled, a dark imperial robe drifted from the hall, gracefully draping over his shoulders. Simultaneously, an ancient black throne materialized behind him, emanating an awe-inspiring imperial aura. Li Dayong seated himself upon it, his presence growing ever more commanding until he broke through the barriers, stepping into the realm of the divine. The terrifying divine pressure instantly enveloped the entire city of Fengdu, causing all the spirits to kneel involuntarily, tears filling their eyes. Inside the palace, the temporary team stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Is that Uncle Li? Li Pang widened his eyes, incredulous at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the throne. Who would have thought he was the reincarnation of the Emperor of Fengdu? Shen Qingzhu stared blankly at the kind-hearted uncle who always wore a gentle smile, now exuding supreme authority. Molly glanced at the figure on the throne, then at Lin Qiye. This is just like your cousin back then, both reincarnations of deities. Mentioning Yang Jin stirred complex emotions in Lin Qiye, but he said firmly, he may be the Emperor of Fengdu, but he is also Li Dayong. I believe that will never change. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and an eerie crimson light surged above Fengdu City. A shadow, shrouded in an extremely sinister aura, slowly appeared, hovering in the air and gazing down at the Emperor of Fengdu. The terrifying divine pressure swept through, causing all spirits in the city to tremble. The Emperor of Fengdu remained unmoved, his imperial might clashing with the intruders. This isn't good, it's an outer god. Qiao Yuan's expression changed drastically, his body tensing immediately. And Qing Yu adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. This is Fengdu City. How did an outer god manage to enter? Lin Qiye stared intently at the shadow in the sky, his brows furrowed. Maybe it's been here all along, waiting for the emperor to awaken. I wonder if the current emperor of Fengdu can defeat it, considering he's only just awakened, Molly said, worried. Bai Li Pang rubbed a ring on his hand that emitted a blue glow, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Should we call Instructor Gu over? With his strength, combined with the emperor of Fengdu, they can definitely handle it. The group glanced at the rings on their hands, a sense of reassurance rising within them. That's our best option. Meanwhile, in the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs at the Night Watchman headquarters in Shanjing City, Gu Qian's expression shifted slightly as a spatial rift slowly opened beside him. He looked at Yi Fan on the opposite sofa. I need to leave now. It seems Qiye and the others are in some trouble. Before his words were fully spoken, his figure had already vanished into the rift. Yi Fan watched the slowly closing rift, his brow furrowed. The temporary team? I wonder what they've encountered, but with that kid there, they should be fine. When Gu Qian emerged from the spatial rift, a look of relief finally appeared on the faces of the temporary team. Gu Qian's gaze swept across everyone, finally resting on Jialan behind Lin Qiye. He smiled slightly, looking at Lin Qiye with a meaningful expression. Qiye, well done. Jialan's eyes curved into crescents as she looked at the figure in front of her, showing a gentle, dimpled smile. She let out a few muffled giggles, then slumped softly onto Lin Qiye's back like a deflated balloon. Lin Qiye tilted his head in confusion. Brother, what's up? Is there something on my face? Everyone exchanged glances, and Gu Qian helplessly rubbed his forehead, wondering if this straightforward guy could ever be helped. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed throughout Fengdu City. Yama, your greed knows no bounds. You stole a fragment of Fengdu back then, and now you dare to leave a projected avatar, violating our Fengdu. Yama responded with a cold laugh. So you've returned, but you're much weaker than before. It seems this last fragment of Fengdu will ultimately be mine. Gu Qian squinted at the ominous figure in the sky, then turned to the others, instructing, stay here, don't go out. With that, he stepped forward and appeared next to the emperor of Fengdu, bowing slightly. Night Watcher Gu Qian, at your service to slay the god. The emperor of Fengdu was momentarily surprised, then nodded with appreciation, much obliged. What an arrogant brat. A mere mortal dares to challenge the dignity of a god. Yama sneered, his tone full of contempt. Swish. Gu Qian's figure flickered, and he was already beside Yama, his expression stern. Just a god's projection, yet you dare to step into the territory of the great Xia? You're courting death. It's time to go down. You, when did you? Yama's pupils constricted, a drop of cold sweat forming on his brow. Before he could finish, a long hand had already grasped his head, slamming him into the ground. Boom. The earth shook violently as Yama's entire body was driven into the ground. Go, Instructor Gu. Bai Li Pang couldn't help but swallow, shouting excitedly. The others watched the scene with shining eyes. Even the emperor of Fengdu was astonished, having sensed Gu Qian's strength, but not expecting it to be this formidable. You accursed mortal. Yama crawled out of the ground in disarray, floating in the air, his expression icy. A terrifying pressure swept forth, the sky filled with blood-red light, as a massive blood-red, ghostly face formed, crashing down towards Gu Qian. Gu Qian raised his hand and grasped the air, a simple azure straight sword appearing in his hand. The blade was wrapped in terrifying black-blue flames, interwoven with purple lightning. As he swung the sword, a gigantic blade beam split the sky, the black, blue, and purple lightning flames bursting with dazzling light, cleaving the blood-red face in two, utterly consuming it. In the sky, the lingering black, blue, and purple lightning flames slowly gathered, forming a dazzling long spear, pointing at Yama from afar. A spear within reach, piercing through the heavens and earth. In the sky, a spear entwined with black flames and purple lightning burst into dazzling brilliance, its terrifying pressure locking onto Yinma like iron chains. The spear sliced through the air, enveloped in blinding light, and precisely pierced his body under his fearful gaze. Yinma's pupils widened suddenly, his form frozen midair as a radiant light erupted from within him, intertwining with the black flames and purple lightning. The force of death swept out, obliterating his body without a trace. In front of the hall, Fengdu Emperor gazed at Gu Qian with surprise in his eyes. Although Yinma was merely a projected avatar, he possessed the power of a deity. The battle, which was expected to be fierce, was effortlessly resolved by Gu Qian. Gu Qian turned and walked briskly to Fengdu Emperor, bowing respectfully. Emperor, mission accomplished. Fengdu Emperor's eyes showed admiration, and he smiled with satisfaction. I never expected there to be someone like you among the night watchmen. Bai Li Pang ran out from the hall, excitedly approaching Gu Qian. Instructor Gu, that spear and knife just now were absolutely awesome. Lin Qiye and the others followed, their eyes filled with reverence. The group approached Fengdu Emperor, bowing respectfully. Greetings to Fengdu Emperor. The Emperor's expression turned indifferent, nodding slightly, exuding authority, a stark contrast to his previous friendly demeanor. Lin Qiye noticed this, feeling a chill and a complex emotion. At that moment, Gu Qi'an suddenly looked up at the void, and Fengdu Emperor also stood up abruptly. Both of them bowed respectfully towards the void. Night Watchman Gu Qi'an greets Yuanshi Tianzuan and Fengdu Emperor. The temporary team members looked up in astonishment, seeing a Taoist with neatly tied hair and simple robes approaching them gracefully. In an instant, he stood before them. The group was shocked to realize this Taoist, who appeared after the Tsangnan Divine War, was Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, one of the three pure ones in Xia mythology. Yuanshi Tianzuan first looked at Gu Qi'an, surprise flashing in his eyes, then smiled. Thank you, my young friend, for your righteous actions. We Xia deities owe you another favor. Gu Qi'an remained solemn, bowing deeply. Tianzuan, you overpraise me. I am merely doing what I can. Yuanshi Tianzuan gave him a meaningful glance, then turned to Fengdu Emperor, nodding with a smile. Is the earthly matter settled? Fengdu Emperor's heart trembled, yet his expression remained unchanged. Henceforth, there will be no night watchman Li Diyang in the human world, only the master of the underworld under Tianzuan, Fengdu Emperor. Yuanshi Tianzuan gazed at Fengdu Emperor, shaking his head with a profound look. You are still so reserved and polite, unlike the more open-minded youth Yang Jian. Tianzuan, do you mean? Fengdu Emperor looked up suddenly, eyes filled with hopeful light. Yuanshi Tianzuan sighed lightly. Since we Xia deities have entered the cycle of reincarnation, we cannot be ungrateful. To live and nurture is our duty, aligning with the root of the Tao. You can also create a projected avatar to accompany them. The Emperor of Fengdu was visibly shaken, unable to contain his excitement. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling. Thank you, Heavenly Lord, for your approval. A mysterious aura swirled around him, and a shadow gradually solidified in the air. The figure of Li Diyang emerged, his dark red cloak draping down, with the star blade at his waist. He bowed deeply to the Yuanshi Tianzuan once more, respectfully saying, Night Watchman Li Diyang, grateful to the Heavenly Lord. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded with satisfaction, raising his hand to send a stream of celestial energy into Li Diyang's body. Li Diyang shuddered, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Heavenly Lord. The Heavenly Lord smiled and nodded, turning his gaze to Lin Qiye and the others. The group seemed intimidated by that gaze, bowing even deeper. My young friends, this is our second meeting. You have all grown considerably since the last time, each walking your own path. The Heavenly Lord's gaze swept over each of them. Suddenly, he made a sound of surprise, his eyes landing on Bailey Pangpang. The expression on the Heavenly Lord's face shifted as he stepped forward, a slight smile on his lips, little chubby one. Here, Bailey Pangpang straightened up abruptly, eyes forward, responding loudly with a solemn expression. Yuanshi Tianzuan paused, then chuckled softly. Relax, no need to be so formal. Bailey Pangpang exhaled deeply, his eyes darting as he pulled out a gleaming gold Rolex from behind him, offering it with both hands. Heavenly Lord, a small token of appreciation, please accept it. The scene froze instantly. Yuanshi Tianzuan, Gu Qi'an, the Emperor of Fengdu, and the temporary team were all dumbfounded. Even Jialan was too astonished to speak. Yuanshi Tianzuan's mouth twitched, standing there for a while before finally accepting the Rolex amidst the shocked gazes. Since I've accepted your gift, let me give you one in return. He raised his right hand, and a jade ruby appeared in his palm, transforming into a white light that entered Bailey Pongpong's abdomen. Bailey Pongpong's eyes widened as he frantically patted his stomach. He first glanced at Molly, then looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in panic, his voice quivering. Heavenly Lord, I already have someone I like. I can't have a baby, and besides, I'm a boy. I can't have babies. Everyone was left speechless. Molly shook her head in resignation, while Jialan covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand clenched and unclenched within his long sleeve, finally waving it dismissively. Baba Baba. Bailey Pangpang continued to babble incoherently. Yuanshi Tianzuan sighed deeply, choosing to ignore him, and turned to Gu Qi'an. My young friend, could I have a word with you? Gu Qi'an nodded, and the two stepped forward, disappearing from the group's sight in an instant. At the border of the Great Xia, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Gu Qi'an stood by the enormous black national monument. The Heavenly Lord gently stroked the monument, his expression sorrowful as if witnessing the tragic scenes of the past. Gu Qi'an also looked solemnly at the monument. Yuanshi Tianzuan sighed deeply. My young friend, would you be open to making a deal with me? On the border of Xia, the imposing state-securing monument stood tall. The air seemed to freeze, and an invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings. Gu Qi'an immediately restrained his aura, his demeanor shifting from composed to respectful, as he cupped his hands in salute to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Feel free to speak, Tianzun. As long as it's within my capability, I will do my utmost. Yuan Shi Tianzun turned to face Gu Qi'an, his gaze piercing. He nodded slowly and said, ever since you used that mysterious power on Yang Jian to temporarily restore his original strength, his recovery has been far quicker than normal. Initially, I thought it was due to his extraordinary innate talent in this reincarnation. Yet, after long observation, I realized it was your doing you enabled his body to adapt prematurely to his original divine power. Coupled with the mystical aura lingering within him, this led to the current situation. Seeing you today only confirms my suspicions. A confident glint appeared in Gu Qian's eyes as he slightly smiled. Are you suggesting, Tianzun, that I help accelerate the revival of all Xia's deities? Yuan Shi Tianzun sighed deeply, his gaze returning to the state-securing monument, his voice laden with concern. With your abilities, you must have sensed the impending catastrophe. Though Xia's deities are gradually reviving, it's insufficient. The intentions of the foreign gods are unpredictable. They won't easily allow Xia's deities to regain their strength. Although the Battle of Cangnan served as a warning, after a year, they are restless. The recent actions of Yen Mo from the Celestial Temple were partly a test. Without your assistance, the newly revived Fengdu Emperor would have struggled to win. Gu Qi'an raised an eyebrow, amused. Are you worried about the Fengdu Emperor being at a disadvantage, Tianzun? There's no need. With his power, as long as he uses the 6 paths of reincarnation, victory isn't hard to achieve. Even if things change, Xia's Night Watchers can step in. Yuan Shi Tianzun looked at Gu Qi'an in surprise, slowly shaking his head. The power of fate is truly unfathomable. I see your aura has reached the peak of human potential. You will soon break through and enter the divine realm. Your body is no longer mortal, likely forged by the Cangnan divine tree. As for your soul. At this point, Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes shone with cosmic brilliance, his gaze deep as he focused on Gu Qi'an. His brows furrowed, first in surprise, then in contemplation, as he calculated with his fingers, pondering repeatedly. Under such scrutiny, Gu Qi'an felt stiff, as if pricked by needles. After a long pause, Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Knowing you is a fortunate event for this poor Taoist. Your potential is limitless. Gu Qi'an glanced at Yuan Shi Tianzun with slight surprise, maintaining his humble smile. You flatter me, Tianzun. Yuan Shi Tianzun gently stroked his long beard, his face full of admiration, and smiled faintly. The primordial lord gazed at the scene before him and slowly revealed a little-known truth. He described the supreme laws of the world time, space, and Fatiha's shattered mirrors, dispersed into countless streams. Back then, the goddess of the night, Nyx, the primordial lord's eyes flickered with a nostalgic gleam, wanted her child to monopolize the law of fate, but her wish was unfulfilled. In the end, she had to share it among 3 beings, yet even so, the streams of fate continued to flow everywhere. He turned to Gu Qi'an, admiration in his eyes. Asgard also attempted to emulate this, trying to seize the law of fate, but ultimately settled for a stream of the law of time. Yet you, my young friend, can bear the complete law of fate alone. The primordial lord's voice grew more solemn. Complete laws are exceedingly rare. Their bearers are always extraordinary talents, like Yolanda, Michael the Archangel with his miracle law, and Lucifer the fallen angel with his law of downfall. He softly recited, as the saying goes, time is revered, space is sovereign, fate remains hidden, causality reigns supreme. For Xia to have your assistance is indeed a blessing for all. Gu Qi'an maintained a calm demeanor, clasped his hands in salute, and spoke steadily. It is our great fortune in Xia to have you gods sacrificing to protect us. The primordial lord nodded slightly, the approval in his eyes deepening. Yang Jian mentioned that using such profound techniques is not easy for you. But given the current situation, I had no choice but to come here. The request is not high. We just need to restore the main combat forces. Gu Qi'an gazed at the National Divine Monument, the blue light in his eyes swirling. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Lord, if it's just to expedite the recovery of Xia's gods, there's no need for the elaborate efforts like last time with Yang Jian. However, he hesitated slightly. I shouldn't be making requests, but for Xia's future, I must speak. Feel free to ask, my young friend. The primordial lord smiled warmly. This is a fair exchange after all. I seek 2 treasures, Gu Qi'an said straightforwardly. A sword and a pill, the Qingping sword, and the elixir of immortality. The primordial lord frowned. These treasures belong to the spiritual treasure lord. Normally, I could ask him, but he has entered the cycle of true self, and I cannot make decisions on his behalf. He will agree, Gu Qi'an said confidently. The primordial lord looked at him in surprise. Indeed, you control fate, and I can see it, let alone someone who has been with you day and night. He sighed. But the elixir of immortality involves too much causality, and I'm worried the user might not withstand it. Gu Qian's expression grew more serious. I know the elixir of immortality was created to forge an eternal heavenly court. But this time, the heavenly court will not repeat past mistakes. That path takes too long, and Xia cannot wait. Even if we must take that path, his gaze was resolute. I have a way to resolve the causality. Before the monument of the nation, Yuan Shi Tianzuan gazed intently at the stone tablet that embodied the will of the gods of Xia, a profound light flickering in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he slightly smiled. Since you have made up your mind, I agree to this condition. However, how do you plan to accelerate the resurrection of the gods of Xia? Gu Qian gently traced the inscriptions on the monument's surface with his palm, each line seemingly narrating ancient legends. With a solemn demeanor and a steady voice, he replied, "These monuments are most intimately connected to the gods of Xia, bearing their will, flesh, and divine power. I will use the monument as a medium, linking the past and present lives of the Xia gods with the power of fate to strengthen their bond. Then I leave it in your capable hands," Yuan Shi Tianzuan said, his gaze fixed firmly on the monument, his voice tinged with gravity. Gu Qian took a deep breath, enveloped instantly by an azure glow, a terrifying divine pressure erupting from within him. As he moved, the entire monument of the nation was surrounded by a sacred and harmonious aura, and the runes on the monument blazed with intense light. Countless azure threads, like a cascading star river, spilled from the monument, drifting across the lands of Xia. In the city of Fengdu, the Fengdu emperor, having just seen off Lin Qiye and Li Diang's avatar, sat on a black divine throne. Above him floated a silver sphere encircled by 6 silver rings, strands of reincarnation power descending from it. As he was cultivating with the supreme artifact, the 6 paths of reincarnation, an invisible azure thread quietly entered his body. His aura first became chaotic, then quickly stabilized, growing more robust than before. The Fengdu emperor opened his eyes in confusion, his brows furrowed, sensing that his reincarnated self seemed to have broken through some barrier, significantly enhancing his harmony with divine power and laws. This aura, could it be Gu Qian? He stood up and respectfully bowed slightly towards the void. In a tranquil valley in the northern realm of Xia, a young hunter about to go hunting was struck by an azure thread streaking across the sky. Supporting himself against a nearby tree, he waited for the dizziness to pass, his eyes now holding a wisdom and authority not typical of a hunter. Tears fell as he softly murmured, "So it is, the 100-year cycle has come. The 100-year cycle has come. Tianzuan, I have returned." Meanwhile, at a concert in Huaihai City, Xia, where lights dazzled and fans waved glow sticks, a male singer was passionately performing through the long night. An azure thread quietly entered him, causing his pupils to lose focus momentarily, yet his professionalism allowed him to continue singing flawlessly. In the audience, people whispered, "Did you notice something different about his voice today? You felt it too? I thought it was just me. It's hard to describe, but it sounds better." As the song ended, the singer on stage was already in tears. The stage lights dimmed as he faced the dense crowd and bowed slightly. "Thank you all. This will likely be my last performance for you," he said softly but firmly. "I appreciate your years of support, but I won't be leaving. I will accompany you in another way." With those words, he turned and walked into the depths of the stage, his figure gradually dissolving into the heavy darkness. At this moment, fascinating changes were occurring across Xia. The awakened deities were undergoing a mysterious transformation, while those yet to awaken furrowed their brows as fragmented memories of their divine pasts flickered in their minds. Yuan Shi Tianzun stood beside Gu Qian, his gaze piercing through the void. He could clearly sense that as the threads of fate continued to extend, the connection between the reincarnated deities and their original divine powers and laws was growing stronger. Powerful forces were quietly awakening across the land of Xia. 2 days later, Gu Qian exhaled deeply and turned to Yuan Shi Tianzun, looking weary. "Tianzun, I have fulfilled my duty. You have my gratitude, young friend," Yuan Shi Tianzun said, gently stroking the divine monument of the nation. "In due time, I will arrange for the Qing Ping sword and the elixir of immortality to be entrusted to you. How you use them will be your decision. From now on, the deities of Xia will work to restore the heavenly court, while Xia itself will be in the hands of you night watchers. This is our duty as night watchers. We are ultimately citizens of Xia," Gu Qian replied solemnly. Yuan Shi Tianzun gave Gu Qian a deep, reassuring look. "With you all here, I am at ease. Farewell, young friend." With those words, he stepped forward and vanished without a trace. Gu Qian gazed at the pitch-black night sky, a gleam of determination in his eyes, and murmured, "It's time to begin." A rift in space slowly opened behind him, and he turned and stepped into it, disappearing into the night. At the Night Watcher headquarters in Shangjing City, Yi Fan stared wide-eyed at Gu Qian, who was leisurely sipping tea. "What? You've been with Yuan Shi Tianzun for the past 2 days?" Gu Qian nodded and recounted the events of the past 2 days. It seems the deities of Xia have mostly awakened, but from here on, it's up to us, Yi Fan said gravely. Gu Qi'an set down his teacup, his expression serious. Yes, this process might take some time. The foreign gods won't remain idle, and we must be prepared. As for the movements of Xia's deities, let's not inform the higher-ups for now. Some people no longer deserve their positions. Yi Fan was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and his eyes turned steely. I understand. Just then, Tian Ping hurried in holding a document. Qian, just as you predicted, Bai Li Tuming was attacked on his way back. He paused when he noticed Yi Fan was present, slightly surprised. Commander Yi, you're here too. Yi Fan nodded in acknowledgement. What happened to Bai Li Tuming? Tian Ping glanced at Gu Qi'an and continued. Bai Li Tuming was attacked by missiles from the Bai Li group on his way back to Guangshan. Yi Fan's brows furrowed, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. How dare Bai Li Qi'an do this? Then he looked at Gu Qi'an, who remained calmly drinking tea, puzzled. Seems you were prepared for this? Gu Qi'an picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and nodded calmly. Yu Guai and Xuanhua are already following in secret. They'll escort Pang Pang back to the Bailey group. He set the cup down, his gaze distant. From here on, he must walk his own path. Some things can only be understood by experiencing them firsthand. Thinking of the little chubby boy who always called him Instructor Gu, he sighed softly and downed the rest of his tea. Suddenly, his expression changed, his eyes flashing coldly as a chilling intent filled the office. As for what happens next, I'll handle it as Instructor Gu and demand an explanation for him. Tian Ping was stunned. It was the first time he'd seen Gu Qi'an display such a fierce aura. Yi Fan spoke in a low voice. I'll leave the Bailey group to you. As for the higher-ups, he paused. As long as it's not a grave mistake, I hope you can spare their lives. His eyes showed a flicker of complexity. These people had rendered great service to Xia, and he often turned a blind eye to their faults. But now, Xia was at a critical juncture, and any disturbance could lead to disaster. Gu Qi'an gave Yi Fan a long look and nodded silently. Oh, by the way, Yi Fan suddenly chuckled. I've already contacted Zhou Ping. He'll be teaching Lin Qiye and the others. But the prices? He touched his nose. I have to help him wash dishes for his third uncle. Gu Qi'an was speechless. Tian Ping was equally at a loss for words. Don't look at me like that. Yi Fan stood up, waving his hand. I should also take some time away to avoid those old guys coming after me. With that, he turned and left the office. Gu Qi'an watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, sighing lightly. Our commander, aside from being too soft-hearted, doesn't have many flaws. But when it matters, he knows what's important. He paused. After all, many of the higher-ups are closely connected to him, especially that one. Tian Ping casually sat down, taking the teacup Gu Qi'an handed him. I didn't expect you to have such a sharp side. No choice, Gu Qi'an replied calmly. The current situation doesn't allow us to drag things out any longer. What about those people? What are you planning to do? Tian Ping frowned. The captain and the others are still investigating, especially Chun Lu. We haven't found any key evidence against him yet. Gu Qi'an pondered for a moment. We'll deal with Chun Lu's matter after we return from the mist. For now, let him step back. As for the others, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Eliminate them. Tian Ping's expression turned serious as he nodded slightly. And Commander Yi, he'll understand. Gu Qi'an paused in his tea pouring. By then, we'll likely be in the mist, and he'll have to figure out the follow-up himself. Tian Ping grinned. You. Then he changed the subject. By the way, I've already taken care of spreading the news to the other special teams after Bai Li Tuming's incident, as you asked. I just don't get it. With just a few of us, we can take down the entire Bailey group directly. Why do we need to involve other special teams? Tian Ping asked with a frown, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Gu Qi'an's lips curved slightly, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning. What I want is an attitude and determination. Only by gathering more forces can we intimidate others and keep them from acting recklessly. But will they come? Don't underestimate Fatty's networking skills, Gu Qi'an chuckled. Those Rolexes weren't given for nothing. When someone can take something to the extreme, it already proves their ability. What ability? Tian Ping pressed. A sly glint flashed in Gu Qi'an's eyes. Perfect for being the fat sheep. Tian Ping was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. You've changed a lot. I didn't expect you to make such dry jokes. I thought only that Vortex guy did. Is that so? Gu Qi'an mused. Perhaps. But this isn't a joke. Haven't you noticed that special kind of charisma he has? If someone else gives gifts, it seems tacky, but when he does it, people can't help but want to befriend him. Tian Ping recalled his interactions with Bailey Fatty and his eyes widened. Now that you mention it, that's true. Why is that? That's probably his unique charm, Gu Qi'an said meaningfully. Meanwhile, in the northern region of Daxia, Captain, something's happened to Bailey Fatty. The moment the news arrived, Wu Xiangnan frowned deeply. Hong Ying and the others quickly gathered, while Zhao Kongqing's expression turned grim. Who dares lay a hand on my brother, Zhao Kongqing? Wu Xiangnan relayed the news in detail. Hong Ying bit her lip, anxious. Captain, once little brother Qiye finds out, they'll definitely go. We should head out too, or they might be in danger. Chen Mai took a deep drag of his cigarette, his face growing darker in the flickering light. He suddenly stubbed out the cigarette, his cobalt blue cape sweeping behind him. Sanyan team, head to Guangshan City. Yes, Captain. The team quickly packed their gear. Si Xiao and let out a whistle, summoning the mysterious Klein realm creature they had recently tamed, a massive white bird. Everyone jumped onto its back, racing towards the Bailey group. At the same time, at the southern border of Daxia. What did you say? Xia Ximin snatched Kong Shang's phone, carefully checking the information. Her aura erupted, her powerful Klein realm mental force sweeping out. Bailey group, she said, enunciating each word. I just said I'd protect my little brother, and someone's already making a move on him? They're really tired of living. Let's go to Guangshan. Kong Shang looked shocked. Captain, going without higher permission will land us in military court again. Xia Siming scoffed. What's a military court? Besides, that chubby kid is half a disciple of Minister Gu. He won't stand by and watch. Once we show up, our path will naturally clear. Getting leave later will be a piece of cake. In the western region of Daxia, amidst the continuous mountain ranges, Bully furrowed his brows and took a deep breath as he put down his phone. His expression was grave, clearly indicating that something had happened to the chubby kid in the temporary team. What happened? Wu Laogo paused, a flash of the vibrant young faces from the meeting crossing his mind. The other team members also looked on curiously. After all, these were people personally trained by Minister Gu, and nothing major should go wrong with him around. Bully didn't say much, just handed over the phone. Wu Laogo took it, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. After Zhang Xiaohua and the others read it, they were left speechless. Has the Bailey group gotten tired of living? Someone muttered under their breath. Everyone knew this was just a group of businessmen driven by profit, but this time, they might be stirring up a major storm at the top. Captain, what should we do now? A glint flashed in Bully's eyes. This message reaching us at this time suggests that someone is planning a big move. Let's go and join the fun. Meanwhile, on the 88th floor of the Bailey Group in Guangshan City, tension filled the air in the chairman's office. Bailey Pang Pang agilely dodged Bailey Jing's punch and landed a solid kick to his abdomen, sending him flying. You pampered waste. Even without my psychic power, I can still take you down. Bailey Pang Pang sneered. Since surviving a missile attack, he had kept a low profile. The tracking and counter-tracking skills taught by Gu Qi'an during the training camp had proved invaluable. Yet after returning home with great effort, he discovered his beloved mother had drugged his breakfast, sealing his psychic power. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, the bitterness in his heart was almost overwhelming. Bailey Jing slowly got up, lightly brushing the shoe print on his jade armor, a mocking smile on his lips. How does it feel to be betrayed by those closest to you? Huh. Seeing that look in your eyes is priceless. He laughed maliciously. Bailey Tumming? No, the current Bailey Tumming is me. You're just a worthless stray picked up by the Bailey family, meant to be bait for external attacks. From now on, everything will be mine, including your role in the Special Squad's reserve team. Father has already arranged everything. All your records with the Night Watch have been replaced with my photos. Now you can die. In your dreams. Bailey Pang Pang snarled, glaring at Bailey Jing. Do you think the Night Watch's senior members are that easy to fool? I'm Minister Gu's student, how dare you? Bailey Jing scoffed disdainfully. We're surprised too, that someone like you, without even a forbidden relic, caught the eye of such a figure. Isn't it because of your Bailey family ties? Without this connection, do you think he'd care about you? What did he see in you? You're fat? You're too naive. In this world, as long as the profit is big enough, anything can be settled. When we offer 10 of the Bailey Group shares, I doubt he won't be tempted. Under his protection, our Bailey family will only grow stronger. Thinking of Gu Qi'an and those brothers who fought alongside him, Bailey Pong Pong's emotions gradually calmed. He looked at Bailey Jing with cold eyes, filled with murderous intent. Bailey Jing clenched his jade gloves, coldly eyeing the murderous intent in Bailey Pong Pong's gaze. People like you, obsessed with filthy gains, don't understand what brotherhood means, what it truly means to be a night watchman. A contemptuous smile played on his lips. What? Want to kill me? You've improved a lot over these past 2 years, but so what? I have my jade armor. You can't even break my defense, whereas I can crush you in an instant. Before he finished speaking, Bailey Jing punched forward, the wind from his fist howling directly towards Bailey Pong Pong's face. Bailey Pang Pang remained expressionless, his rotund form agilely tracing an arc as he precisely struck Bailey Jing's vulnerable underarm. Fist met jade armor, instantly turning flesh and blood into a mess. Despite knowing it was futile, Bailey Pang Pang relentlessly swung his bloody fists, repeatedly targeting Bailey Jing's vital points. He needed to vent, to release all the frustration and suffocation bottled up inside. Even if it meant dying, he wanted to tear a piece of flesh from his opponent. Unexpectedly, Bailey Jing couldn't even touch the hem of Bailey Pong Pong's clothes, instead being battered and forced to grunt in pain, utterly embarrassed. Just then, the office door creaked open with a harsh sound. Bailey Pang Pang saw the figure outside, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Dad, he croaked, hoping that all of this was just a lie fabricated by Bai Li Jing, hoping that his father had even a shred of love for him. Bai Li Qian stood straight at the doorway, his gaze bypassing Bai Li Pang and coldly sweeping over the fallen Bai Li Jing. With this kind of performance, how do you expect to become a high-ranking night watchman? You can't even handle a waste without spiritual power. You've truly disappointed me. Bai Li Jing scrambled to his feet, trying to explain, but Bai Li Qian had already conjured a golden spear and tossed it to him. Hurry up, the banquet starts in a few minutes. Make sure to clean it up properly, he said, turning to leave, never sparing Bai Li Pang a glance. That look of disregard was more devastating than 1,000 words from Bai Li Jing. Bai Li Pang's last glimmer of hope shattered. He laughed bitterly, pulling a sandalwood amulet engraved with blessings from his pocket and crushing it. The pain of the splinters in his palm was nothing compared to the despair in his heart. At that moment, the jade pendant in his abdomen suddenly emitted a soft white light. Buzz, a terrifying pressure erupted from within Bai Li Pang. Bai Li Qian turned back, surprised, his cold eyes scanning him. Impressive, breaking through to the sea realm at a time like this. But what of it? With a wave of his hand, white light surged, and 12 figures emerged from the teleportation glow, guarding him. Chairman, please go ahead. We'll handle this with the Zodiac 12, the leader bowed respectfully. These 12 were the foundation of the Bai Li group, immensely powerful Klein realm, 3 infinite realms, and the rest, all sea realm experts. Bai Li Qian nodded slightly, calmly uttering 3 words, kill him. 10 minutes earlier, the atmosphere in the 166th floor banquet hall of the Bailey group was tense. Lin Qiye sat on a leather sofa, his brow furrowed, and his long fingers unconsciously caressed the crystal goblet in his hand as he frequently glanced toward the door. Since we arrived in Guangzhou Shenzhen, Pang hasn't shown up even once, Lin Qiye said quietly. With his personality, that's very unusual. Shen Qingzhu narrowed his eyes, his expression serious as he replied. The butler who picked us up at the airport didn't mention Pang at all. Instead, he kept implying that everything was orchestrated by Bai Li Jing. Could it be? Chao Yuan stroked his chin, a glint of insight in his eyes. A family feud, brothers turning against each other? As his words hung in the air, silence fell over the banquet hall. Molly sat not far away, anxiously watching the door, her legs restlessly crossing and uncrossing. Jialan leaned beside her, resting her chin in her hands, her large eyes curiously observing the guests. No, that's not it. And Qingyu suddenly interrupted, adjusting his glasses. Do you remember the way the teacher looked at Pang and Shangjing? With his abilities, he must have foreseen Pang's fate. Lin Qiye abruptly turned his head, recalling Gu Qi'an's complex gaze, filled with both sympathy and killing intent. We need to find him quickly. Molly suddenly stood up, speaking urgently. The group's attention turned to her, causing her to blush and sit back down, burying her face in her arms. Moments later, and Qingyu's expression changed dramatically. The 88th floor, Pang is in danger. Before his words even finished, Shen Qingzhu had already shattered the floor-to-ceiling window with a punch and leaped out without hesitation. Lin Qiye and the others quickly followed. Screams erupted throughout the banquet hall. Butler Chang Kongxing's face turned ashen as he signaled for Night Watch Team 010 to follow. Captain Wei Xiaoming led his team swiftly toward the elevator, and although Miao Su's brow was furrowed, he joined the pursuit. In midair, and Qingyu tapped his fingers, conjuring several pairs of azure wind element wings to support the group. He gathered a fireball in his hand and hurled it directly at the floor-to-ceiling window of the 88th floor chairman's office. Boom! Glass shards flew everywhere, and the sudden explosion instantly drew the attention of everyone inside the office. 6 figures burst through the air and landed steadily in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Leading them was Lin Qiye, whose eyes were sharp as he raised his wrist, causing a golden magic circle to bloom in the air. Several black boxes flew out, landing precisely in the hands of each member of the temporary team. Seeing Bai Li Pang standing there unharmed, Lin Qiye finally relaxed, a gentle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Pang, we're here. Molly dashed forward, grabbing the stunned Bai Li Pang and shielding him behind the group. Bai Li Pang's lips trembled as his gaze swept over the faces of Lin Qiye and the others. Qiye, and everyone you. He hadn't cried when his mother drugged him, nor when he heard Bai Li Jing's harsh words, and not even when facing his father who wanted to kill him. But now, under the concerned gazes of his teammates, and hearing Lin Qiye's warm, Pang, we're here, his tears flowed uncontrollably. He had finally found a safe harbor to rely on, and he cried out loud. Molly tightly held Bai Li Pang's arm, silent tears streaming down her face. Usually cheerful and joking, this was the first time Pang had broken down in front of them, igniting a fire of anger in everyone's hearts. Golden flames blazed in Lin Qiye's eyes as a terrifying divine pressure swept across the room. For bullying our Pang, regardless of the reason, 5th Reserve Team, draw your weapons. Clang. The synchronized sound of weapons being drawn echoed as they shot out from the black boxes, firmly grasped by the team. Li Qian squinted slightly. Lin Qiye, out of respect for Minister Gu, I won't hold you accountable for damaging Li Group's property. Leave now. This is a family matter, and you have no right to interfere. Lin Qiye's voice was cold as ice. Pang Pang is our family. If you intend to harm him, you're making enemies of the 5th Reserve Team. It's not about you holding us accountable, but us holding you accountable. No one, not even the Li Group, can kill us. You, Li Qian's brow furrowed, caught in a dilemma. Originally, taking action against Li Pang Pang was a family matter that could be concealed afterward, but the intervention of the 5th Reserve Team complicated the situation. Moreover, Lin Qiye was personally acknowledged by someone as a brother, and the Li Group's current strength was no match for him. At that moment, Butler Chang Kongxing arrived with the Night Watchers 010 squad. Li Qian's eyes lit up. Captain Wei, you're just in time. There are superhumans causing trouble in the Li Group. You should handle this. Wei Xiaoming straightened his posture, leading his team forward to stand in front of Li Qian. At Li Qian's cue, he coldly demanded, "Who are you to cause trouble here? We are the 010 Night Watchers squad stationed in Guangzhou. Please come with us to verify your identity." Captain? You. Miao Su looked on in disbelief. Lin Qiye's lips curled into a cold smile. It seems you're all in cahoots, birds of a feather. The faces of the Night Watch members turned crimson, and the air was thick with tension. Wei Xiaoming gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with a so-called sense of justice, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. I've never heard of a 5th Reserve unit within the Night Watch. Judging by your actions, you seem more like a group of malevolent supernaturals, he said coldly, scrutinizing the others. Breaking into the Li Group, what exactly are you up to? I'm being lenient by asking you to come with me. Don't push your luck. Lin Qiye remained silent, understanding that these people were all in cahoots, and further explanations would be futile. His expression grew more severe, and his aura steadily intensified, causing the atmosphere in the chairman's office to become unbearably tense. Captain, they've shown their emblem. Miao Su began, only to be cut off. Wei Xiaoming turned sharply, his face livid, eyes blazing with anger as he glared at Miao Su. Remember your role. We are the Night Watch, and this is the Li Group, one of the country's top reputable enterprises. Chairman Li is under attack by malevolent superpowers. What's wrong with us stepping in to help? In truth, he had long strayed from the Night Watch's original mission, frequently engaging in shady dealings for Li Qian. They were like grasshoppers tied to the same rope, their prolonged corruption eroding their true intentions. Miao Su's eyes widened in disbelief at the captain with whom she had fought side by side for 8 years. Glancing at the evasive looks from other team members, she let out a bitter laugh, her gaze sharpening. Can you swear on your emblem that there's not a shred of selfishness in your actions? She pointed to the other side, raising her voice. Look at that man. Can you say you don't recognize Li Tuming? We had plenty of encounters in Guangxin, and you call them malevolent supernaturals? Wei Xiaoming, you've lost your mind. Wei Xiaoming's expression darkened, his tongue pressing against his cheek, his gaze growing indifferent. I don't know what you're talking about. And Miao Su, his tone turned even colder. Watch your words. I'm the captain of Team 010. I'm just following protocol. If you don't want to be involved, get out of my way. He then surveyed Lin Qiye and his group, giving a stern order. Draw your swords. Capture these malevolent supernaturals attacking the Li Group. Whether they're the 5th Special Unit or not, apprehend them first. Later, we can claim ignorance and release them if necessary. At that moment, a soft chuckle echoed from the window. In the moonlight, a man wearing a peculiar mask slowly revealed himself. He spread his hands theatrically, his tone laced with mockery. Sorry to interrupt, I just couldn't help myself. Li Qian's face turned ashen. Your Moon Ghost from the masked squad? What are you doing here? Moon Ghost feigned confusion, pointing to himself. Me? I've been here from the start. His tone suddenly shifted to one of amusement. Your foolish son's words. I heard them loud and clear. Trying to bribe Minister Gu? What a joke, he sneered. He's not part of the Night Watch, so such words can be forgiven, as he's just an ignorant fool. With that, he turned to Team 010, the eyes behind his mask growing serious, his tone cooling. As the captain of the Night Watch in a significant city, speaking such deceitful words made Wei Xiaoming and the others' faces change rapidly from flushed red to a livid blue, and finally pale, as if recalling something. They were drenched in cold sweat, trembling as they looked to Li Qian for help. Lin Qiye calmly nodded to the Moon Ghost. He had sensed the Moon Ghost's presence the moment he entered, which was the source of his earlier confidence. The other temporary team members breathed a collective sigh of relief upon the Moon Ghost's appearance. Gu Qi'an had finally intervened. Li Qian's expression was unpredictable. The unexpected appearance of the Moon Ghost caught him off guard, and worse, the Moon Ghost had witnessed their attempt to kill Li Tuming. Damn Li Jing, who knows what that fool had said. If these events were exposed, the Li Group he had worked his entire life to build would be ruined. He signaled to the butler, Chang Kongsheng. and then turned to the Moon Ghost, deliberately softening his tone. Moon Ghost, my young friend, Bailey Tumming is still the sole heir to the Bailey Group. Let's just let this matter go, shall we? He then looked at Bailey Pang Pang with an increasingly gentle voice. Tumming, it was a moment of confusion on my part. Remember, the Bailey Group will always be yours. You are forever the little master of the Bailey family. Bailey Jing stared at his father in disbelief, wanting to speak, but silenced by his father's sharp glare. Standing behind Lin Qiye, Bailey Pang Pang had already calmed down. He looked at Bailey Qian coldly, as if seeing a stranger. Bailey Qian, the moment you said those words, Bailey Tumming and the little master of the Bailey family were dead. Now, I'm just night watchman Bailey Pang Pang. Bailey Qian was furious but had to restrain himself due to the circumstances. The butler, Chang Dushing, hurried forward, handing a sword scabbard to the Moon Ghost and bowing deeply. Lord Moon Ghost, this is all a misunderstanding. Young Master Jing was just speaking out of drunkenness. You see, our little master is fine, isn't he? It's normal for children to have disputes. This is the devouring sword scabbard of the Void Sequence 066. Please accept it. The Moon Ghost disdainfully weighed the scabbard in his hand and tossed it back like garbage. Bailey Qian, do you think this will make it all go away? Launching a missile attack on a Night Watch Special Team reserve member, abusing power to alter Night Watch records, bribing the 010 Night Watch team just from what I've heard. It's enough to sentence you to life imprisonment. Bailey Qian shot a look of disgust at Bailey Jing. He had only wanted him to quickly deal with Bailey Tumming, but the fool had said far too much. Bailey Jing shrank back into a corner, not daring to make a sound. Bailey Qian's jaw twitched, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Since he had already been exposed, he might as well eliminate everyone present and clean up afterwards. Without evidence, even Gu Qi'an couldn't touch him, an honorary high-ranking member of the Night Watch. His expression suddenly turned cold, his tone icy. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zodiac 12. Kill them all, leave no one alive. The Zodiac 12 sprang into action immediately. Leading the charge, the lion gripped Qiyuan tightly and rushed towards Lin Qiye and his team, with the other members following closely behind. Moon Ghost flickered into view, standing in front of Lin Qiye and the others, facing the lion's deadly sword Hedon. The terrifying kinetic energy unleashed by Qiyuan sent Moon Ghost flying, but his form dissolved into moonlight and vanished without a trace. Lin Qiye exchanged a glance with his teammates, and Qingyu acted swiftly, conjuring wind and fire elements in his palm, which transformed into a fiery tornado sweeping forward. Meanwhile, the temporary team's members unfurled azure wings behind them, seizing the opportunity to fly outward. Though the Zodiac 12 evaded the fiery tornado, they immediately pursued them on flying swords transformed from the imitation Yaguang. The lion wielded Qiyuan, manipulating the glass debris on the ground to shoot towards the fleeing group with terrifying force. Lin Qiye turned around, night enveloping his eyes, and was about to unleash dark erosion when a series of spatial vortices suddenly appeared before them, swallowing all the glass shards. Vortex descended from the sky with a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, waving his right hand to open several spatial vortices in front of the Zodiac 12, from which glass shards shot out. Seeing the familiar figure, Bailey Pang Pang felt warmth surge in his heart. Vortex bro. The lion's expression darkened, and Qiyuan drew a circle in front of him, instantly draining all the kinetic energy from the glass shards, causing them to fall to the ground. Truly a useful forbidden item. Before he finished speaking, Vortex's figure had already disappeared into the spatial vortex. Lin Qiye's expression was grave, ready to summon Nyx to possess him, but Bailey Pang Pang pressed his shoulder. Qiye, watch this, Fatty just awakened the forbidden abyss. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he raised his hand towards the void. Formation, rise. With a humming sound, a massive Taiji Bagua diagram expanded from him, instantly enveloping the entire sky. The unique aura of the sea realm erupted, causing everyone's forbidden items to tremble violently. The Zodiac 12 members at the sea realm level immediately lost control of their forbidden items, and even the imitation Yaoguang under their feet turned into golden streams of light, flying towards Bailey Pang Pang. Without the support of their flying objects, they plummeted. Only those like the lion, who had reached the Klein or boundless realm, managed to barely hold on to their forbidden items. This is bad, save them quickly. The lion roared in anger, but it was too late. A streak of moonlight swept past the 8 members, accompanied by a dull throat-slashing sound, and blood spurted out. Moon Ghost's figure flickered in the moonlight. Little fatty, nicely done. You dare court death. The lion bellowed in fury, unleashing a terrifying wave of spiritual power at the Klein realm. Bailey Qian's expression turned somber as he glanced at Team 010. We're going in too. But we can't fly, Wei Xiaoming worriedly remarked, looking outside. Bailey Qian didn't turn back, summoning several imitation Yaoguang. Use these. Wei Xiaoming's face fell. With Bailey Tumming's ability in play, using these would be a death sentence. Bai Li Xian paused, his voice cold as he said, "These forbidden items are infused with my mental power. They won't be controlled easily. Now, we can only kill them." Wei Xiaoming and the others had no choice but to leap onto Yao Wang, launching an attack on Lin Qiye and his group under Miao Su's vacant gaze. At this critical moment, a flash of cold light streaked across the sky as a spear pierced through the air. The lion raised an eyebrow, his weapon Qiyuan dancing like a dragon, instantly neutralizing the spear's assault. However, the spear did not fall. At its tail, a roseate fire lotus swayed gently in midair. Under the lion's horrified gaze, it rapidly expanded into a gigantic fire lotus that blotted out the sky, enveloping everyone within it. Boom! The searing flames raged, the terrifying heat instantly evaporating the surrounding air. When the flames dissipated, a protective sphere composed of countless black sands hovered in midair. The sands flowed back to Bai Li Xian like a tide. If he hadn't arrived in time, this strike would have severely injured the Zodiac members present. Bai Li Xian frowned as he looked toward the sky, where a massive white bird was rapidly approaching, with 7 figures clad in azure cloaks standing resolutely upon it. "Captain," Lin Qiye murmured in disbelief, his eyes wide. Zhao Kongqing's booming voice echoed across the sky. "Fat brother, old Zhao is here. Let's see who dares to bully my brother." Bai Li Pongpong's eyes trembled, turning red again as he waved his hands excitedly. "Brother Kongqing." Zhao Kongqing's lips curled up, and the straight sword in his hand emitted a black glow. As he slashed down, a terrifying black crescent-shaped strike howled towards Bai Li Xian. Bai Li Xian's expression was grave as he quickly erected a wall of size in front of him, barely blocking the lethal attack. Si Xiaonan exuded a chilling aura, and with a gesture, twisted space, causing the white bird to instantly appear in the center of the battlefield. Chun Mai and his companions fixed their icy gazes on Bai Li Xian and his group. Wei Xiaoming's mouth trembled as he looked at the 7 figures in azure cloaks, an uneasy fear gripping his heart. This is the Tsangyan squad. He knew they were thoroughly doomed this time. Bai Li Xian's face darkened, about to speak, when a clear phoenix cry suddenly resounded through the sky. Xia Siming and her companions stood proudly atop a phoenix, arms crossed, golden cloaks billowing in the wind as they sped toward the Bai Li group. Xia Siming's gaze was icy as she looked at Bai Li Xian, muttering to herself, "Yes, yes, keep it up like this, we can't let Tsangyan squad outshine us." Bai Li Xian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Even the Phoenix squad is here. The faces of Squad 010 turned ashen. They had never encountered such a scene before. Xia Siming's furious shout shook the sky. "Little fatty is under my protection, Xia Siming's protection. You Bai Li group are courting death by daring to harm him." She erupted with the terrifying divine power of Athena, her mental power at the Klein level intertwining with her Phoenix bloodline, illuminating the entire sky with dazzling golden light. Bai Li Pangpang was dumbfounded. "Sister Xia, is this really necessary?" Zhao Kongqing's mouth twitched at the sight, turning expectantly to Chun Mai and Si Xiaonan. "You guys should add some special effects too, or we'll be outshone by this spectacle." Chun Mai and Si Xiaonan glanced disdainfully at Zhao Kongqing. Despite their contempt, they couldn't help but unleash the powerful aura of their Klein realm. Under the combined pressure from the Tsangyan squad and the Phoenix squad, the entire sky trembled slightly. The terrifying pressure made by Li Xin and his group struggled to breathe. Instantly, the remaining members of the Zodiac 12 gathered around by Li Xin, shielding him while warily watching the others. Boom. In the high sky, the weather changed drastically. Blinding bolts of lightning, like sharp blades, tore through the thick clouds, and deafening thunder exploded. The sky, already illuminated by golden light, became as bright as day. 8 silver pillars of lightning, surrounded by thunder, fell from the sky like meteors and hovered above everyone. The members of the Lingmei squad said nothing, merely looking down indifferently. Bai Li Xin and his companions were numb with fear, cold sweat dripping down, while Team 010 members were panicked and uneasy. Seeing this, Xia Siming pouted and mumbled, "Why are these guys here too? Does this mean that all the special squads of the Night Watchers, except the mysterious Yingling squad, have arrived? Damn, even the special squads are getting so competitive now. How are we supposed to survive?" Bai Lijing was now cowering in the corner of the office, trembling, a far cry from his usual composed demeanor when facing Bai Li Pangpang. His eyes were unfocused, his lips trembling slightly, as he stared outside in disbelief, his mind in chaos. How does that fat idiot have so many people supporting him? Why? He's just a useless fool who got this far only because of the Bai family. I refuse to accept it. It's all my father's fault for adopting such a waste. This should have been mine. For the first time, he looked at Bai Li Xin with eyes full of malice. Bai Li Xin took a deep breath, trying to calm himself and regain the composure befitting the chairman of the Bai group. He had been momentarily overwhelmed by the situation. With a cold gaze, he surveyed the scene, standing tall and speaking in a stern voice. "I am an honorary senior member of the Night Watchers. Yet you special squads are neglecting your duties and causing trouble here at the Bai group. I will certainly take this up with Commander Yi and demand an explanation. Xia Siming glanced at him with disdain. Bai Lisan, don't think your honorary status intimidates us. We're not falling for that. You dared to use missiles against someone under my protection, so I dare to cause trouble at your Bai group. Bai Lisan's face darkened as he replied in a deep voice. I don't understand what you're talking about. When did I ever use missiles against anyone? Provide evidence before making such claims. Nearby, Yuegawe let out a cold laugh, pulling out a phone from his pocket and waving it. I've recorded all your conversations in the office. Do you really think you can escape responsibility? Bai Lisan thought back for a moment, realizing he hadn't left any incriminating evidence in his words. He brushed some dust off his clothes with a dismissive look. Just the words of a child, nothing that counts as evidence. Do you have any solid proof? His demeanor grew more confident as he scanned the crowd. Masked squads Yuegawe, Xuanhua, you sneaked into my office and killed 8 of my men without reason. The actions of the 5th Reserve Team had already infuriated by Lin Qiye. Standing at a high vantage point, his voice carried both anger and disdain. Deliberately wrecking the banquet venue, breaking into the office of the chairman of Bai Li Group, attempting to assassinate an honorary high-ranking member of the Night Watch, and resisting arrest by Team 010. You special teams have trespassed on Bai Li Group's important grounds. I have irrefutable evidence of all this. At the senior meeting, I will certainly make serious accusations against you. Before he could finish, a clear and powerful voice echoed from the sky. Oh? How do you plan to accuse us? In the sky, a massive spatial rift slowly opened. 7 figures cloaked in gray stood within it, led by a young man. He had long azure hair flowing freely, a handsome face, and bright, deep azure eyes. Holding the hand of a little girl with purple hair, he stepped forward. In an instant, a terrifying pressure swept down, causing the entire sky to tremble. Bai Li Qian sneered. I called them here. What can you do about it? As soon as he spoke, an invisible force pressed him to the ground. If it weren't for the strange black sand supporting him underneath, he would have fallen from the high altitude. It was the first time he had suffered such humiliation in his life. He gritted his teeth, trying to lift himself, but it felt like a mountain was weighing him down, rendering him immobile. Bai Li Pang looked up at the figures in the sky, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He knew that Gu Qi'an had come to back him up, and the other special teams were present out of respect for Gu Qi'an. A warm feeling rose in his heart. So what if he wasn't the favored young master of the Bai Li family? So what if his beloved parents wanted him dead? He had good brothers, someone he liked, mentors who looked out for him, Instructor Gu, and Xiao Zi. Gu Qi'an, holding Xiao Zi's hand, stepped forward once more and appeared right in front of Bai Li Qian. The lion and others beside Bai Li Qian attempted to intervene, but Gu Qi'an didn't even bat an eye, his gaze still calmly fixed on the kneeling Bai Li Qian. A terrifying repulsive force suddenly erupted, sending the lion and others flying like kites with broken strings, their forms disintegrating in midair. So, who do you want to accuse? Gu Qi'an's voice remained indifferent. Bai Li Qian, under the watchful eyes of everyone, could only lie prostrate on the ground, his gaze fixed on Gu Qi'an and Xiao Zi's feet. He gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. Gu Qi'an, I am an honorary high-ranking member of the Night Watch. We are equals, you can't treat me like this. What? Not accusing anyone now. Gu Qi'an sneered. Just an honorary high-ranking member of the Night Watch. Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? I didn't come here to discuss business or evidence with you. After all, you hold no secrets from my eyes. I'm here to back up Pang Pang. Do you want to accuse me too? Just as Bai Li Qian was about to speak, he suddenly found himself unable to make a sound, his body tightly bound by a blue chain. Fear instantly filled his heart. Gu Qi'an no longer spared him a glance, instead looking at Bai Li Jing, who was trembling in a corner. A powerful suction force pulled Bai Li Jing next to Bai Li Qian. Having done all this, Gu Qi'an turned with a gentle smile. Pang Pang, they're all yours. Do with them as you please. Bai Li Pang Pang stood beside Gu Qi'an, his gaze fixed on Bai Li Qian and Bai Li Jing. Lin Qiye and the others followed closely, their expressions stern. A flicker of panic crossed Bai Li Qian's eyes, still unable to comprehend why Gu Qi'an would go to such lengths for Bai Li Pang Pang. He trembled as he looked at Bai Li Pang Pang, a pleading expression on his face, while Bai Li Jing had already turned as pale as paper, trembling behind his father. Bai Li Pang Pang took a deep breath, a bitter smile tugging at his lips, his hoarse voice echoing in the office. You were once the father Bai Li Tuming respected the most. Even knowing you didn't like him, he was willing to do anything for you. His voice quivered slightly. You know he was lazy by nature, dreaded hardship, yet to earn your approval, he went to the Night Watchers training camp alone, just hoping you'd look at him. On your birthday, he went to the most famous temple to get a talisman covered in blessings to pray for you. But you heartlessly abandoned him from that moment. He was dead. As he finished, Bai Li Pang Pang let out a derisive laugh, as if mocking his past naive self. His expression suddenly turned sharp, his voice rising. Bailey Pang Pang of the 5th Reserve Team of the Night Watchers. Am here for Bailey Tumming's revenge. Before his words had fully dissipated, a golden greatsword appeared in his hand, ready to strike Bailey Qian. In that critical moment, a slender hand rested on his shoulder. A flash of cold light, a silver gleam had already traced Bailey Qian's neck. Shen Qingzhu slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, his face obscured by the swirling mist, expression unreadable. The straight blade in his hand slid silently back into its sheath as he calmly said, Pang Pang, let your brother handle this. Some people aren't worth dirtying your hands over. Everyone looked at Shen Qingzhu in shock, then realization dawned. Though Bailey Qian had indeed tried to kill Bailey Pang Pang, he was still the adoptive father who had raised him. If Bailey Pang Pang were to personally end him, the stigma of patricide would haunt him forever. The group nodded silently, their faces softening with understanding smiles. Thank you, bro, Bailey Pang Pang murmured, his heart trembling. Shen Qingzhu remained indifferent, as if he had done something trivial. He smirked slightly, turning his gaze to Bailey Jing. Hey, I left one for you. By now, Bailey Jing was screaming in terror, a large wet patch spreading on his trousers. He fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Brother, spare my life. I'll do whatever you want. The massive Bailey group needs managing. I can help you run the company. The group will be yours, and I'll work for you. And there's Mother. She truly loves you. I'm her only son. Please spare me this once. Xiaozi couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him into the chairman's office. She produced a baseball bat from somewhere, thrusting it into Bailey Pong Pong's hands with a sweet smile. Pang Pang, go on, use this. Bailey Pang Pang looked at the baseball bat in his hands, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Gu Qi'an shook his head helplessly and patted Bailey Pang Pang on the shoulder, his voice gentle yet firm. Go on, it's both an end and a beginning. Your fate with each other will be settled there. Bailey Pang Pang stood at the door of the chairman's office, his eyes flickering as he took a deep breath. Clutching the baseball bat tightly, he nodded resolutely and pushed open the door. Soon, the office was filled with piercing cries. Gu Qi'an ignored the commotion from the office and turned to the people present, bowing slightly. Thank you all for coming. Your friendship means the world to me. Chun Mai flicked ash from his cigarette, a smile in his eyes. Qian, no need for formalities between us. It's only natural to be here at times like this. Buli wore a gentle smile. The medium squad was reborn because of you. As long as it doesn't violate the Night Watchman's principles, we're at your beck and call. Xia Simin quickly waved her hand and patted her chest. Minister Gu, no need to be so formal. We're here to support Pang Pang. She sidled up to Gu Qi'an, shyly holding up 3 fingers. Minister Gu, could you talk to Directors What about giving us a 3-day leave? We haven't had a break in ages. Gu Qi'an teased her. I recall Zhuqing mentioning you sneaked into his office and forged a leave slip recently. Xia Simming jumped up to deny it. That's absolutely untrue. He's slandering me. She hesitated for a moment, retracting one finger. How about 2 days? Just 2 days. Seeing Gu Qi'an unmoved, she retracted another finger, dejectedly saying, 1 day, just 1 day, I can't ask for less. Gu Qi'an turned to the members of Team 010 slumped on the ground, frowning. Without even the courage to face your own fate, can you still call yourselves Night Watchmen? Seeing them remain dazed and hollow-eyed, he took a deep breath. Night Watchman Team 010 stationed in Guangshan City, except for Deputy Team Leader Miao Su, is hereby stripped of their Night Watchman status for accepting bribes and abusing power, and will be sent to the Purification Center immediately. Miao Su will temporarily assume the role of team leader, pending the official reformation of Team 010. Miao Su looked at Wei Xiaoming and the others with a complicated expression, sighed softly, then turned and replied respectfully, yes. At this moment, the wailing in the office subsided, and Bailey Pang Pang emerged, exhausted but relieved. He glanced around at everyone, eyes full of gratitude, and bowed deeply. Thank you all. I truly wouldn't know what to do without you. Gu Qi'an stepped forward and patted his shoulder, his expression solemn. Bailey Pang Pang. Present. Bailey Pang Pang immediately stood up straight. Gu Qi'an pulled a form from his pocket and handed it over. This is the application form to join the 5th Reserve Team. Welcome back. Bailey Pong Pong's hands trembled slightly as he solemnly accepted the application form to join the team. A brilliant smile spread across his face, almost reaching his ears. Thank you, Instructor Gu. Gu Qi'an nodded slightly, a gentle smile appearing on his face. I know you're not cut out for running a company. The Bailey Group will be managed by a professional team from the Night Watchers. This statement hit Bailey Pang Pang like a bolt of lightning, leaving him speechless with trembling lips. You mean the Bailey Group is mine now? Lin Qiye and the others exchanged a meaningful glance. They simultaneously imagined a scene. Bailey Pang Pang sitting in a luxurious office, adorned with gold chains around his neck and Rolex watches on his wrists, casually gifting luxury watches to clients. The image sent a shiver down their spines, and they were secretly grateful that Gu Qi'an had arranged for a professional team to manage the company. Bailey Qian and Bailey Jing are no longer with us. Gu Qi'an said, patting his shoulder with a calm tone. Although you're not a biological child of the Bailey family, legally, you're the sole heir to the Bailey group. Of course, the Night Watchers aren't a charity. The management will take a certain percentage as a commission. The specific terms will be discussed with you by professionals. As for the Bailey family's collection of forbidden items, they are also yours to handle. The group's gazes became complex. The young man before them had undergone an astonishing transformation, not only becoming the chairman of the Bailey group, but also taking control of the Bailey family's collection of forbidden items. Once he gained enough experience, he could directly ascend to a high-ranking position within the Night Watchers. Bailey Pang was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes twinkled as he offered a sincere smile to the various special teams. I really appreciate you all coming here today. With a thought, several forbidden items appeared out of thin air, flying in different directions under the surprised eyes of everyone. The horned forbidden item fell into Wang Mian's hands. The eerie black sand drifted towards Xia Siming. The blood-red eye floated to Bu Li, and the sharp-edged wooden ruler landed with Chun Mai. Just a little token of appreciation, Bailey Pang said, patting his chest. From now on, we're all brothers and sisters. If you need anything, just come to me. Gu Qi'an watched this unfold, his lips twitching slightly at this rate. The Bailey group's assets might soon be squandered. However, he understood Bailey Pong's intentions, and, seeing the others about to refuse, he spoke up. Since it's Pong's gesture, just accept it. You're the top forces of the Night Watchers. Having an extra forbidden item is beneficial, and this kid has plenty of them. After a moment of consideration, everyone accepted the gifts, and their gazes towards Bailey Pang grew increasingly friendly. Gu Qi'an nodded lightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I should head back to headquarters. There's still work to be done. After discussing with Zhuqing, we have the following arrangements for you. The medium team will continue to hunt down malicious superhumans. I'll give you the contact of someone who should be able to help. The Tsangyan squad. You will take over the border patrol from the Phoenix squad and familiarize yourselves with the mysteries beyond our borders. Gu Qi'an's voice rang out clearly. He turned to the Phoenix squad. You will stay in Guangshan City for 3 days to assist Miao Su in defense, in case anyone tries to cause trouble while Team 010 is away and the Bailey group is leaderless. He then looked at Lin Qiye. You will lead a temporary team to handle the high-risk mysteries appearing within the city. Now that you've reached the sea border, your skills are more than sufficient. In 3 days, head to Huaihai City to meet the teacher commander Yi has arranged for you. This teacher was brought in at a great cost, so make sure to appreciate it. When Xia Siming heard they could remain in Guangshan City, her eyes lit up. Although there were still tasks to complete, she knew that no one would dare cause trouble here, which was almost like having a 3-day holiday. She looked at Gu Qi'an with eyes full of anticipation. Bu Li silently nodded and took the note Gu Qi'an handed over. In an instant, a silver pillar shot up into the sky, carrying them with lightning and thunder, and the 8 of them vanished from sight. Qi'an, we should be going too. Until we meet again, Chun Mai and his team approached. Gu Qi'an smiled slightly. Brother Chun, you've quickly broken through Klein. How are you finding life now? Thanks to you for giving us this opportunity, Chun Mai grinned. It's tiring, but contributing to Xia is exactly what we want. It's much better than being in Songnan City, where we can feel progress every day. Hong Ying's eyes curved with her smile as she waved to Lin Qiye and his group. Little brother Qiye, everyone, long time no see. Lin Qiye and the others approached with smiles, exchanging brief pleasantries. Soon after, the Tsangyan squad departed on a giant white bird. Lin Qiye turned to Gu Qi'an. Brother, who exactly is the teacher commander Yi arranged? Someone with unfathomable strength, but a rather unique personality. Gu Qi'an recalled the Sword Saint's character with a smile in his eyes. You'll find out soon enough, and I believe you'll like him. He hoped that perhaps only Lin Qiye and his team could resolve Sword Saint Zhou Ping's inner conflicts. Although they had never met, he had long admired the Sword Saint and was curious if he could now match him in battle. He turned to the silent and Qingyu, speaking gently. Qingyu, once there, I'll arrange suitable mysterious corpses for your research. Thank you, teacher. And Qingyu's eyes lit up, as nothing was more appealing to him than research. Behind Gu Qi'an, a spatial rift slowly opened, his gaze deep. It's time to go back and clear out those parasites. Brother, be careful in the mist. Lin Qiye took a deep breath and said. Gu Qi'an's smile widened, and with a wave of his hand, azure chains bound Wei Xiaoming and the others as he turned to leave. The scales on his fingers shifted, causing Wei Xiaoming's body to float, and then they, along with Wang Mian and others, stepped into the spatial rift. Little Z looked at Qiye and the others, her eyes filled with reluctance, waving and shouting loudly. Goodbye, Sister Molly, Qiye, Chubby. In the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Shangjing, Yefan sat at his desk, frowning as he stared at the documents in his hand. Just a few days ago, he was leisurely washing dishes and humming tunes at his uncle's restaurant, but was urgently called back by Zhuqing to handle the aftermath of a shocking event. The documents detailed the startling changes. Of the original 7 high-ranking officials, only 4 remained. 2 were killed on the spot by Gu Qi'an, and his mentor, Chen Lu, was forced to step back and retire. Yefan rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling both helpless and frustrated with the troublemaker who left a mess and ran off into the mist with his masked team. Meanwhile, on the seas beyond the borders of Daxia, a massive exploration ship was slowly moving through thick fog. The gray mist hung over the sea like a heavy curtain, casting a deathly stillness over the surroundings. At the ship's rail, Xiaozi curiously peered at the churning black waters. Standing beside her, Xiangwei's finger bore a ring of destiny that emitted a protective azure glow over the group. Xiaozi, how do you feel seeing the ocean for the first time? Xiangwei asked, gently stroking Xiaozi's purple hair. Xiaozi pouted. Xiaonan said the ocean is supposed to be an endless blue, but all I see is dark water and a foggy sky. If only this mist weren't here, Tanxiang sighed. The travel journals before the mist came say the sea was indeed a boundless blue. Tianping turned the conversation to Gu Qi'an, who was making tea. Qi'an, when Commander Yi sees the mess you've left, he's likely to be furious, isn't he? Gu Qi'an casually swirled his teacup. I had no choice. Those people were difficult to deal with, so I took care of it for him. He'll manage the rest, and at most, I'll get a lecture when I return. Qi'an, where exactly is this Shangxiaoyi you're talking about? Xuanhua asked, gazing into the impenetrable fog. I never imagined there could be such a place in the mist beyond Daxia. Gu Qi'an narrowed his eyes, sipping his tea. Remember the woman who appeared in Songnan City a year ago? She's from Shangxiaoyi. You mean the silver-haired woman who's reached the pinnacle of human capability? Wang Yan stopped drinking his tea in surprise. The mysterious powerhouse who appeared in the divine battle at Songnan City left a profound impression on the masked team. Jin Yan is the founder of the Shangxia Society. She moves between different human circles across nations, specializing in rescuing those who refuse to be oppressed by deities. As more and more people were saved, the Shangxia Society gradually developed into a formidable force, conducting intelligence theft and sabotage activities in various countries. She looks so young, yet she managed to create such a powerful organization. Xiangwei exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration for this beautiful and formidable woman. Gu Qi'an, also a traveler from another world, was intrigued by Jin Yan. She is indeed very powerful, possessing the unique ability to create pixel particles out of thin air, allowing her to construct anything she understands. She established a place called Utopia in the mist. He explained further. We're seeking her out this time because the Shangxia Society's knowledge of areas outside of Daxia far exceeds ours. With their help, we won't have to wander blindly like headless chickens in this perilous mist. Qian, you've never been to the mist either. So how do you know where Utopia is? Wang Mian asked, puzzled. Gu Qi'an opened his palm, revealing a strand of azure thread. The Shangxia Society has planted an undercover agent within the ancient god church. From him, I discovered the general location of the Shangxia Society, along with this thread of fate leading to Utopia. One end of the thread pointed towards Daxia, while the other extended deep into the mist. Your ability is truly remarkable, Xuanhua remarked, eyes fixed on the thread. I can't wait to see what Utopia looks like. Xiangwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tone it down, Xuanhua said disdainfully. She's a top-tier existence among humans. Be careful, or she might blast you away. With little brother Qian here, I'm not afraid, Xiangwei retorted, casting him a dismissive glance. Gu Qi'an watched the two with amusement until they became self-conscious. Just as Xuanhua was about to make a joke, the ship suddenly lurched violently. What's happening? Tanxiang shouted. Xuanhua's expression turned serious. We might have encountered something mysterious in the mist. Before he finished speaking, a giant tentacle emerged from the sea, striking the ship's side. Gu Qi'an narrowed his eyes and summoned a massive azure hand, grabbing the tentacle and flinging it skyward. A colossal octopus was hurled into the air, and Gu Qi'an's lips curled into a smile. Looks like we've got dinner sorted for tonight. Wang Mian's time domain unfolded instantly, his sword at his waist gleaming with a cold light. Countless sharp slashes intertwined in the air, precisely slicing the massive octopus into even segments. With a light tap of his fingers, the most tender parts of the octopus's tentacles floated gently and landed steadily on the deck. We're in for a treat tonight, Xuanhua said, rubbing his hands together with an expectant smile on his face. Beside him, Xiao Zi's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the translucent tentacles. Tianping affectionately ruffled Xiao Zi's hair and, seeing his eager expression, chuckled. Today you'll see what a real seafood feast is. He then turned to Xuanhua, Yu Gue, and the others, saying, Go catch some fresh fish. Tonight, we'll feast at sea. As night fell, the sea, shrouded in mist, became increasingly dark, but the patrol ship was filled with laughter and joy. Gu Qi'an and Wang Mian each held a can of beer, leaning against the ship's railing. Wang Mian gazed at Gu Qi'an's profile, raised his beer in a toast, and remarked, You've really changed a lot. I often can't find traces of your old self. Have you noticed? Apart from Xiangwei, others look at you with a hint of awe. Gu Qi'an was silent for a moment before taking a sip of beer and sighing lightly. Perhaps it's due to the change in identity, but I'm still the same Gu Qi'an, and that will never change. Wang Mian's expression softened, and he lightly patted Gu Qi'an's shoulder with a smile. That's good. Time reveals a person's true nature. Gu Qi'an watched Wang Mian's youthful face, which belied his actual age, deep in thought. Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Mian asked, puzzled. Captain, you seem to have aged a lot, Gu Qi'an said softly. What are you saying? I'm not even 30 yet, Wang Mian retorted with a smile, before taking a deep swig of beer, a bitter expression crossing his face. There's no helping it. When the abilities of the Divine Ruins Time Marauder are overused, they consume one's lifespan, and it's irreversible. Gu Qi'an understood all too well the backlash of abilities. Captain, have you ever thought about becoming a god? Wang Mian paused, looking at him in confusion. Why ask that suddenly? Of course, I've fantasized about it. But it's too difficult. Never mind the threshold to becoming a god. I can't even pass the hurdle of transformation. At most, I can barely survive by relying on time reversal, but that won't last long. It's incredibly difficult for humans to become gods. Among those I know, you're the most likely to reach that step. As for Sword Saint Zhou Ping, I doubt he can withstand the trial of transformation. Gu Qi'an gazed deeply into the misty depths. What if I could help you solve the lifespan issue? Gu Qi'an reached into his pocket and pulled out a small porcelain bottle, tossing it to Wang Mian, who looked puzzled. Inside the bottle was the elixir of immortality, which Yuan Shitianzuan had recently asked Yang Jian to deliver to Gu Qi'an personally. As for the Qingping sword, it was temporarily stored in his mental realm. Watching Wang Mian's confused expression, Gu Qi'an smiled and said, this is an elixir of immortality. You must have heard of the Third King's Ruins Immortal. Zhao Lan from the Seven Knight Squad achieved her immortality by consuming the immortal pill and has lived for 2,000 years. This elixir of immortality is similar to the immortal pill. Both were crafted by Ling Tianzuan. Together, they form the true eternal immortal pill. Wang Mian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the small porcelain bottle in his hand, his throat dry. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You just tossed such a valuable thing to me. What if it broke? He then carefully held the porcelain bottle, gently rubbing it with his fingers. Gu Qi'an looked at Wang Mian, speechless at his treasuring expression. This pill is so durable that even if you used all your strength, you couldn't damage it. Wang Mian's hands trembled slightly as he struggled internally. Finally, he took a deep breath and returned the bottle to Gu Qi'an, his gaze turning serious. I can't accept this pill. If it were something else, I wouldn't hesitate, but this is too important. With it, our great Xia would surely gain another deity. If I didn't know you had already solved the problem of transformation, I would have forced you to take it right now. The best choice is for Sword Saint Zhou Ping to consume it. With his abilities, he will inevitably become a god, and this pill will prevent him from suffering the transformation issue. The sudden seriousness of the situation caught everyone's attention, and they gathered around. Captain, Qi'an, what's going on? Rose asked, puzzled. Gu Qi'an didn't answer Rose, but kept his eyes on Wang Mian, smiling. Captain, I got this pill specifically for you, and it's the most suitable for you. As for Sword Saint Zhou Ping, I have a way to solve his transformation problem. Our great Xia doesn't just need a sword saint, we also need a god of time. The strategic significance of the time law doesn't need further explanation. You should understand it better than I do. He placed the elixir of immortality back into Wang Mian's hand. Hearing that there was a solution for Zhou Ping's problem, Wang Mian rubbed the porcelain bottle and didn't refuse again. He looked at Gu Qi'an with a complex expression. Thank you, Qi'an. Gu Qi'an, seeing that Wang Mian didn't refuse again, breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to explain the situation to the puzzled Rose and others. They looked incredulously at the small porcelain bottle in Wang Mian's hand, eyes wide. Vortex pointed shakily at the bottle, swallowing hard. Qi'an, did you say? This is the elixir of immortality? The kind that grants eternal life. Gu Qi'an tilted his head, thought for a moment, and added, it should also include indestructibility. Everyone fell silent, their gulps audible. Gu Qi'an almost laughed. Do you all have to be so synchronized? Gu Qi'an's lips curled into a confident smile. All right, snap out of it. With me here, you'll be fine. As long as I'm alive, it'll be hard for you to die. After Gu Qi'an finished speaking, he ignored the shocked crowd and turned to Wang Mian with a serious expression. Captain, you should take it now. You shouldn't feel any pressure when using the Forbidden Ruins in the future. Wang Mian nodded firmly, opened a small porcelain bottle, and poured out a flawless white pill that emitted a pure white glow. Without hesitation, he swallowed the elixir of immortality. Soon, a faint light began to intensify from Wang Mian's abdomen. A white flame gradually spread throughout his body, releasing a terrifying vitality that continuously repaired internal injuries and restored lost years. His physical functions returned to their rightful age, and the traces of age on his face vanished, replaced by a vibrant youthful appearance. A buzzing sound filled the air as a terrifying wave of spiritual energy began to tremble and rise, reaching the peak of the Klein realm. If he could break through the barrier of his mind, a new pinnacle of humanity would be born. Just when everyone thought it was over, a terrifying divine pressure erupted. Wang Mian's divine ruins Time Marauder unfolded suddenly. The Time Marauder, a branch of time laws, primarily functions as time reversal, while time pause, deceleration, and acceleration are merely superficial aspects. The elixir of immortality causes the body's time flow to pause, achieving immortality. As he absorbed the pill's effects, his divine ruins began to mutate, allowing him to make breakthroughs and master the law of time pause. The flow of time around the ship and the surrounding seawater suddenly froze under this power. Gu Qi'an narrowed his eyes and stood in front of everyone, enveloping them in a blue light that restored their normal time flow. He sensed the mutation in Wang Mian's time divine ruins and was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected the elixir of immortality to have such an effect, adding another path for Wang Mian to become a god, without having to wait for Kronos' demise. Everyone was amazed by the surrounding changes. What's happening? Tianping asked in confusion. Gu Qi'an smiled and explained the situation. The captain's time marauder has mutated, and he should gain more abilities in the future. That's an incredible power, murmured Xuanhua. Gu Qi'an nodded in agreement. Xuanhua glanced at Gu Qi'an. I was talking about your ability. Look at you. Time around us is frozen, yet you effortlessly shield us from its effects. Gu Qi'an scratched his head awkwardly, slightly embarrassed. Everyone burst into laughter, finally feeling that Gu Qi'an hadn't changed, and the previous tension disappeared. How long will this last? We can't stay like this forever, Qiang Wei said, looking at the world frozen beyond the blue light with a hint of frustration. Not much longer, Gu Qi'an replied with a smile, a blue glint in his eyes. As soon as he spoke, the white flames around Wang Mian retracted, and the environment returned to its original flow. Wang Mian slowly opened his eyes, a faint ripple of divine power in his clear gaze, which gradually faded away. Captain, how do you feel? Wang Mian slowly spread out his pale hands, carefully sensing the surging power within him. This unprecedented strength made the corners of his mouth lift unconsciously as he looked at Gu Qi'an with gratitude in his eyes. In the activity room of the Asylum of the Gods, Nike stood up joyfully as soon as Gu Qi'an and Xiaozi entered. Moira, Xiaozi, you're finally here. I haven't seen much of you lately. Mother, I'm sorry. Gu Qi'an scratched his head sheepishly. I've been caught up in affairs and haven't been able to visit you often. Xiaozi, on the other hand, threw herself into Nike's arms, acting spoiled. Mother, I've missed you so much. Nike's gently embraced Xiaozi, softly stroking her back. Our Xiaozi is the best. She turned to Gu Qi'an, kindly asking. Thanatos mentioned you've entered the mist. Did you encounter any danger? Gu Qi'an smiled confidently. With my current strength, even if I'm outmatched, I can still retreat safely. Nike's nodded gently. Indeed, even I find it hard to gauge your strength now. Unless the Supreme God intervenes personally, it's difficult to threaten you. However, you haven't yet merged with the power of the laws, so you can't truly harm the divine beings. She looked around. Where are Merlin and the others? Why are you alone today? They just went back to rest, Nike said, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. Mother, is something wrong? Gu Qi'an noticed her unease. Nike sighed softly. Moira, I'm afraid I can't stay here with you much longer. Gu Qi'an instantly focused, his eyes glowing a deep blue. Xiaozi, in Nike's embrace, suddenly looked up, her hands tightening anxiously. Mother, are you leaving us? Nike's gently stroked Xiaozi's soft purple hair. Silly girl, how could I bear to leave you? It's just that the rules here restrict me, and I've been suppressing it for a long time. Now, I can hardly hold it back. I might be forced to leave at any moment. What worries me is that you rely on my night mark to come in here. Once I'm gone, you won't be able to visit anymore. That's great. Xiaozi's eyes curved with delight. Then you can be with us outside, mother. Nike's continued to stroke Xiaozi in silence, but a deep hatred flashed in her eyes. Gu Qi'an's expression was serious. Although he couldn't see Nike's treatment progress precisely, he estimated it had exceeded 95. From her gaze, he understood her determination to rise against Olympus. Mother, even if you're not here, it might be a bit more challenging for me to enter, but as long as I'm with Qiye, I can still come in, Gu Qi'an said earnestly. However, now is not the time for you to leave. When I have some free time, I'll accompany you to Olympus to reclaim your body. Let me think of a way to see if I can help you stay a little longer. Nike smiled and shook her head gently, her expression both gentle and resolute. Moira, there's no need. I'm touched by your concern, and that's enough for me. It's the rules of the hospital, morning or evening, it makes no difference. With your brother Qiye here, I have nothing to worry about. Mother, do you trust me? Gu Qi'an looked directly into Nike's eyes with a piercing gaze. Nike was slightly taken aback, but nodded unconsciously. Then wait for me to return, and I'll accompany you to Olympus. Okay? Nike was silent for a moment. Then her beautiful eyes curved into a loving smile. All right, mother will wait for you to come back. Gu Qi'an took a deep breath and stood up, lightly tapping the ground with his feet. He looked up into the void, his voice steady. I know you are aware and can hear our conversation. Will you show yourself? I'd like to make a deal with you. The hospital was silent, but Gu Qi'an could feel an invisible gaze watching him. He frowned and looked up, continuing, I hope that my mother, the goddess of night, Nike, can stay in this hospital for another 2 months. In return, I can help you overcome a difficult situation. The presence remained silent. Seemingly weighing the pros and cons, Gu Qi'an glanced subtly toward the 6th room on the 2nd floor, about to speak. The 6th? Suddenly, the entire hospital trembled, and a howling wind interrupted him. A faint voice echoed in his mind. Agreed. Gu Qian's eyebrows raised slightly, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This probe confirmed his suspicion the 6th ward did not house the true god Yolanda, but one of the 3 pillars of Cthulhu, Nyarlathotep. The hospital interrupted him to prevent awakening this chaotic god. Both sides were waiting for Lin Qiye's rise. The hospital hoped he could oppose the chaotic god, while Nyarlathotep sought to strip him of everything and completely control this asylum of gods. This evil deity delights in manipulating hearts, pushing humans into the abyss of madness with fear and despair. If it realized its plans had been uncovered, it would surely erupt and destroy everything instantly. Currently, both sides were in a precarious balance. With Gu Qian's current strength, he was no match for the chaotic god, so he dared not reveal the truth. Mother, it worked. He exhaled a long breath and turned to Nike with a smile. Nike's eyes were full of surprise and confusion. Since her treatment progress reached 95, she had sensed the hospital's autonomous consciousness and had tried communicating many times, but never succeeded. Moira, how did you do it? Gu Qian narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head gently. Mother, I can't tell you now, but you'll understand later, Gu Qi'an said firmly yet gently. Nyx looked deeply into her son's eyes, nodded slightly, and chose not to press further. Her trust in him led her to silence. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the hospital corridor. Merlin and broggy-eyed Inversion approached quickly, followed by a group of drowsy orderlies, including Lin Qiye, who was yawning, clearly just awakened. Merlin's sharp gaze flicked between Nyx and Gu Qi'an. What was that disturbance just now? I felt the whole hospital shake. Gu Qi'an sighed softly, a resigned smile on his lips. I was just testing a new ability. Sorry for disturbing everyone's rest. I thought it was an earthquake, Lin Qiye muttered, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he waved and headed back to his room. Since it's nothing, I'm going back to sleep. The other orderlies nodded in agreement and left, leaving only Merlin and broggy-eyed Inversion behind. Merlin's deep eyes remained fixed on Gu Qi'an, clearly unwilling to accept this explanation so easily. Gu Qi'an could only smile wryly. I'll explain everything in detail once you're discharged. Seeing this, Merlin nodded silently and turned to leave with broggy-eyed Inversion. As they departed, a slight smile played on Merlin's lips, his mind racing with thoughts. Although he couldn't uncover the truth from Qi'an, he sensed something from Nyx and Xiaozi. This confirmed his suspicion. The hospital was on the brink of a disaster, likely linked to Cthulhu, as Qi'an had mentioned. It seemed he needed to prepare before leaving. Once the crowd dispersed, Gu Qi'an turned to his mother. Mother, has the door to the 4th ward, where Qiye is, been opened? Nyx frowned slightly, clearly not fond of that patient. Yes, it's open, but he's quite ill-tempered and difficult to deal with, she remarked, recalling her first encounter with Sun Wukong. I'd like to see him, Gu Qi'an said, his eyes shining with anticipation. What's there to see? He's just an unruly monkey, Nyx replied dismissively. It's fine. I just want to have a look. Xiaozi, stay here with mother, Gu Qi'an said with a smile as he stood up and headed toward the 4th ward. Reaching the 2nd floor, Gu Qi'an stood before the ward door, taking a deep breath. His childhood idol was just beyond the door, and he couldn't hide his excitement. After a gentle knock, he pushed the door open. The sight before him took his breath away. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in the center of the room, draped in a solemn kasaya, surrounded by a radiant aura. His hands were clasped together, eyes lowered, resembling a living Buddha. Brother Monkey, Gu Qi'an whispered, his eyes filled with admiration and anticipation. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.